Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. We have so much in store for you today. I'm sure you'll enjoy all of it. So, Garion, Solid Snake, Portia, hello. What's going on?
Good evening, Stanley.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I've had a sleep and even a cup of coffee. So I'm.
Oh.
Did you clock in too? Did you punch the clock?
I did clock in. Did my homework. All that good stuff.
Oh, wow. It sounds like you are ready for tonight.
Yeah, I'm scary when I'm organized.
Yeah.
Nice trip this year. Daggum, Stanley.
Yeah. I had too much time on my hands today.
Garion, it is always the most southern thing whenever you say daggum like that.
Daggum.
Daggum.
It is very North Carolina.
Yeah, a lot of people say it down here.
Daggum. Hey, Texas girl.
Yeah, y'all. Everybody in the chat, come on up. We'll get this party started. What I wanted to start with. This is my buddy here. If I can ever get him to come on the show, he's busy, but he put out this video. It was either today or yesterday, where he talks about families and well, his premise is that I can't remember whether it was men or black men specifically. His premise is we oftentimes, kind of assume that mothers are the best parents or the best parent to raise children. And he's basically saying that, he's had experiences where the father is actually better with the kids than the mother. And he talks a lot about parenting. And this is just kind of one more observation that he makes. And his background, he's a perennial PhD candidate, but he teaches philosophy at the University of Georgia. And he's more or less a political philosopher, but his kind of focus is freedom, what it is. And he loads a lot of stuff into the concept of freedom. And his basic building block for his idea of freedom is basically family. Freedom basically starts in the or with the family, as a basic building block of, a better America, a better society, all that sort of stuff. So I didn't go in. I've listened to the video, but I really didn't take notes on it. We probably won't listen to the whole video, but I think the first few minutes kind of sets up his ideas. And, I'm definitely open because I actually think everybody here will probably agree with at least most of what he's saying. The other thing that I actually admire about him is he um, he basically says that, personally, he doesn't really care that much about money. They're more important things. And that actually lines up with a lot of what I say. I and he and other people, he's willing to take a pay cut, just to make sure that his kids are set up to be productive citizens, et cetera, et cetera. And I really jibe with that point of view. You don't have to be a billionaire to be a good parent. So we'll go ahead. Hey, 12th man.
Hey,
We'll go ahead and see what he has to say, and then the videos after it kind of build on his point in one way or another. We'll talk about education. There's a guy named Peter Boghossian, who I'm not a big fan of, but what he's saying about what Trump wants to do with education, it's at least worth hearing. So, we'll kind of transition, from education into, basically what a democracy versus oligarchy is, which is where I think Trump is going to take this, for better or for worse.
Stanley, before you get started, I'd like to hear your position on if fathers are the better parent, because I've heard this argument before, and I'm not going to say that I disagree with it.
Well, he basically says that the parent that is best with children, it doesn't have to be the father, but, we can't always assume that mothers are the anchor parent or the best parent. People need to be a little bit more, open-minded to fathers sometimes being the best with children. And I don't know. I think my wife was better at it. I kind of got thrown into it and had to do a lot of reorientation. She was the better parent, definitely the better teacher. So in my family, it probably would have been my wife, more tolerant of stuff. But it depends on the family, depends on, who the people in the marriage are. So,
yeah. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that, because I tend to agree with the fathers being the better parents, but I just wanted to ask. That's it. You can go ahead, keep going.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and start this, and then we'll go where it is. Hey, Tom. We'll go ahead and start it.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, let's rock and roll.
Let me know when to stop, or I'll stop if I have something to say. So, all right, here we go.
My name is Irami Ose Frimpong. I come to you pretty often to help you make your sense through this world that, depending on who you talk to, is rather confusing in these times of woe and want. Now, there's a non-obvious gender flip that's happening in America between what we conventionally think of as men's activity and women's activity, because in no small number of U.S. cities, especially the densely urban ones, young women are out earning young men, and everybody knows that they do better in school relative to young men. And so we understand that there's a flip in civil society, that maybe it's the case that big business capitalism, is more friendly to how we acculturate women. It might be the case. It might be the case that the model of having 4 guy bosses and then 50 female sub bosses is somehow culturally smiled upon. That's not the big issue right now, but that may be the case. That may be the case, and we can't deny the empirical facts if that's the trend, and we don't necessarily think that there's going to be some sort of writing of that. And maybe it is the case that just young women make better employees than young men, and maybe, and this is the more controversial statement, maybe they just make better employees in general, given the structure of our society and the shape of our society, and what it means to be an employee, than men. Maybe there's something about the way we enculturate women and the structure of our late capitalist economy. Maybe they all go together. I don't know. but the young women are winning both in school and early work, and that's fine, right? Now, my controversial contribution to this discourse is that I am not convinced, having both been a parent, been around parents, having parents, that women are necessarily better parents than men, right? So, and I'll tell you that the best, especially Black parents I knew growing up, were fathers who had intentionally not pursued the most amount of money, but intentionally, like, denied promotions. The best father I know made a habit out of denying promotions so he could spend time with his kid, especially from 3 to 13. There's just a lot at stake. And, you don't leave that up to chance. Or if you watch this show, you shouldn't leave that up to chance. And it may be the case that the way we enculturate men might make them better parents than the way we enculturate women. So I'm saying the flip might be cultural, but it might also be non-obvious. So we might enculturate women in a way that actually makes them better workers. And we might enculturate men in a way that makes them better parents, especially in this era where parenting is like a very defensive and like structured activity, lest the internet and all of these like other forces come and get your child. You can't just kind of feed them and hope they grow like they're a tomato. Like this is an era of intensive parenting, and especially between 3 and 14. And if you don't take that seriously, your kids will just get eaten by this society that doesn't really have time to for kids who don't come from the right kinds of families. And the question is, who makes the right kinds of family in a more regular way? And I will tell you, because I saw this happen in the 80s and 90s when I grew up, Black fathers were very important. I don't want to say that they were necessarily better than their female counterparts, but they were at least as good. like Black fathers were at least as good. So it might be a cheat code going forward, that if you think that the person you're with, if you're a guy and you think the person you're with like is gonna end up making more money, you might just say, go get them, like let them make more money, and then you deny the promotion in order to watch the kids, because you can't take as a given that women are better with kids. Like that's just as ignorant as assuming as a given that men are better in this commercial society, like outside. So if what I'm saying makes sense at all, go with what I'm saying, because the stakes are too high and you want the best player to be with the kids. So if the woman's the best player with the kids, if she's like got her head around the child rearing game, not just cooking and cleaning, but the actual child rearing game, then you want to empower her to like go at the kids and make sure that they're doing the sports they need to do, make sure they're doing the math facts they need to do, make sure they're doing the reading and the languages they need to do, make sure they're doing that work. But she might not have the disposition for that, but you might. So I need you to be flexible in your mind to understand that there might be a real gender realignment with respect to civil society and family. And it's not like, maybe it was the case that, the Jacksons would have been fine if it wasn't for Joe Jackson, but a mother, and same with the Williams, and the same with the, John Morant's mom. Maybe I'm leaving that open, but I think if you're in the middle class, if you're in the middle, you need to be strategic about this and think maybe a little bit more money isn't worth it. And maybe it's the guy who should pare back and be with the kids if they have the better disposition to it. Don't assume that mothers are better with this aspect of rearing in 2024, where rearing is actually very important, because you can't depend on like the community to help. First of all, this might not be as relevant if you have like a community that does all the work, but Black people, that might not be the case for us. So we need to actually do the work and actually think about how this system ought to be gamed in a world where the gender might be flipping in a stable realignment. And we're kind of the canary in the coal mine, because I kind of saw this in the 80s and 90s, where it just seemed that somehow, against conventional wisdom, Black women were doing better in the market and Black men were better at parenting. It was against conventional wisdom, but like that's just kind of what I saw. And now these people are my age and they're older now, and you could tell.
What did he
that,
say,
like,
Stanley?
that worked really well.
I mean, he's been talking for about 7 minutes. The last thing he said is his experience is that growing up in the 80s and 90s, his experience was fathers were sometimes, or a lot of times, better with kids than mothers were. And I agree. We need to stop assuming that mothers are the best child rearers. Some women aren't. So, the one thing I like about him is he's not afraid to throw out an odd idea. And Nobleness D, literally says that, the assumption is mothers are closer to the kids, the kids came out of them, all that stuff. But it's not always the case that mothers are the stronger parent. Sometimes fathers are. And if that is the case, we need to be brave enough to, his word is flip, do the gender flip. And, if the woman wants a career and, wants to be, a go-getter, and the father's better with the kids, don't be afraid of flipping the script a bit. So
well, that used to not be that odd of an idea where like the father or the man or the male or whatever was a good father role, and take them out fishing and hunting and teach them how to do all the good guy stuff, Used to be back in the day, it wasn't all that odd, Stanley.
In my experience has always been, there are strict gender roles. The man does man stuff, the woman does woman stuff.
Right.
I was kind of lucky in that, my parents were different, but they're different complemented each other. But not everybody's so lucky. Now, there's going to be a problem, in a single mother or a single parent household. Again, my personal experience, in my opinion, my wife was way better with my son. She just, they were kind of, now they were sometimes Tom and Jerry, because they knew how to push each other's buttons, but she was generally more patient and a way better teacher. She had the patience to sit down and, repeat herself. If my son wasn't getting a concept, she was patient enough, to work with him. I'm like, you should pick it up definitely by the second time I tell you. So I had to grow as a parent because I had to. So anyway, I'm belaboring the point, but I think the way I read, the current situation, the man does man stuff, the red pill stuff. The woman has to be subservient. Now, I'm not saying, men have to be subservient. I'm saying that when it comes to the kids, you do what you got to do to make sure your kids are going to be able to survive, when they become adults. So that's my read. I think, and he kind of concentrates on Black families. And I agree that, I think what we're doing now isn't all that successful. We need to start.
Of course it isn't.
We need to start thinking about what we're doing and being very deliberate. We should know, what our kids will need to survive in 2024, 2025, or, the short term. And we need to be very deliberate in training our kids to succeed.
Like
Stanley,
dads aren't even taking their kids fishing anymore. It's a joke, Stanley.
Well, to the fishing part, my son caught his first fish at 4, and he would be asking me when are we going fishing, which thrilled me, because he's got a lifelong hobby. When he comes home from his stressful schedule on the weekends, first thing he does is I'm going fishing. 10 minutes up the road, and he's out in nature, kind of unwinding, and I'm lucky that way.
Is
So
there
any
another one? Is there another one like further away?
what, a fishing hole?
Yeah,
Yeah,
or a
but
river,
this one.
or
Well, it's an artificial pond, but it's fairly large, and I know the families who live on it, and we can go there anytime we want. So we're kind of
yeah.
lucky that way. But yeah, there are other places, but you have to get in a car and go. There's something to being able to walk 10 minutes from the house, and just it's quiet.
Oh yeah.
Basically, no one fishes there, but the people that knows it's there, and it works. It works.
That's it. Then you got it. You always recycle the fish. Like you don't take nothing out too little. You give a chance to breed in the pond. So yeah, I grew up in that type. You know what I'm
We,
saying? That's what I am. We country like that though.
we take the bass out because we want to develop the sunfish. The bass are eating all the crappie and the bluegill and the other sunfish.
Yeah,
So
that's the
we have
good
to.
eating the
Yeah, we
bluegill and the crappie.
right. Well, my son wants to throw everything back. I'm telling him, hey, look, you know how to gut a fish.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do it, I'll do it.
But
But anybody else?
it
Any
wasn't never fishing.
Portia, Tom, Garion?
No, I'm good. You can keep playing if you want.
Okay, I'll play a couple more minutes. I think we pretty much get the gist. It's not rocket science. But I haven't heard anyone be as blunt about this. He's the first person I've ever heard, frankly. So it's just something to think about. Black people need to not get into a rut, which I think we are. And it's obvious, whether I want to admit it or not. We need to do some thinking and be very deliberate about the children we're delivering to the world. So, and hopefully I'm not being, as Tom says, too pedantic, but I have thoughts. So
hey, that was a compliment.
no, I know. I'm just teasing you.
Yeah, you were too pedantic on that one.
Well, you know what? My mother was too, and I take right after her.
Oh, that's why you seem like you're a fruitcake.
Yep, that's why.
Because of a lady. So you want to be a lady.
Yeah, that's what I want to be. I want to be.
Oh, okay.
When I was growing up, I wanted to be a lady or an
Come
African
on, Ignorant.
lady or an African ruler like you.
Were you wearing Medea dresses and heels?
Hey,
This coming from a nigga with a 3-step wiping ass process.
I'm like, look at this dude.
Yes, this is a black man,
getting
African,
nostalgic.
Asiatic man, original man.
Medea.
How many child soldiers you got, man?
I can't count. So many of them.
Take your
Listen,
shoes off.
Stanley.
All right. Well, you look cute in your dress.
Stanley, listen. I just wanted to say, listen, you're a grown man now. Caitlyn Jenner, he's wearing dresses. It's okay. Like, you want to be like your mom. He wanted to be like his mom.
Well, one thing, you remind me of my mom right now because you're being petty.
I'm stating the facts.
I don't think they're facts.
It's not that they
month
were
or
stay-at-home dads or anything, but it did mean that they didn't take all the promotions. They didn't take all the promotions. Instead, they coached their kids' team. Instead, they had all the practices. Instead, they were there making sure they did the academic work. And it wasn't the mom who was doing that because the mom, was off working. So Just don't fall into conventional gender narratives with respect to these things, because it may be the case that the woman is the better earner and the dad is the better parent. And you got to do what's best for your family, and don't let anybody else's gender expectations screw up what seems pretty clear in your family.
And I'll end it there. I think he's spot on there. Don't, if you need to deviate from the norm, as long as it's best for your family, don't be, listening to people outside of your family telling you what or how you raise your kids. If you know better as a parent, then do it. So that's the end of that story. So I want to move on to something that's definitely going to piss some people off. I don't know, this lady right here, I've been listening to her for a couple years. She's an older a former teacher. And again, she reminds me of my mother. She's a little snooty, but sometimes she makes me laugh. So
Ask you a question.
you certainly may.
Thank you for your thumbs
Do
up.
we believe that the way our parents raised us is a big
And yes,
output on how we present ourselves in society?
Wait, say that again.
Do you believe the way you was raised puts the output on how you are in society?
Yes. I think parents raise children, and if they are raised right, they will be at least somewhat of a reflection of their parents, bad and good. It can be great. It can be not so great. And, if you raise your kids right, and this is my thought, because there are a lot of things, things or ways that my parents raised me that I don't necessarily agree with. So, they raised me to think for myself. And if I don't like, something in particular, I am willing to try something new, which is what irony is basically saying. If you think, your way is better, don't be afraid to deviate from, whatever societal norm is. Now, there are limits to that. It should be productive. It should be a good decision, if you decide to deviate, but don't be hemmed up, by what, your buddies think or the family next door thinks or anything like that. Think for yourself is basically what he's saying.
It's a great point. I agree.
Well, thank you. This is gonna, you see the title there. This is why black men love Trump. Now this is an older retired teacher, and she has her point of view. I don't know that I agree or disagree. I'm kind of neutral on that, but she has her ideas, and I think she's worth listening to. And again, I've been listening to her for a couple years. So she goes by Lady Boulay, which is a little bit of a loaded name, but like I said, this is worth listening to, and maybe in its entirety. And I know there are going to be comments, so feel free to stop me. As a matter of fact, I expect you to stop me.
To love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. I'm going to admit that at first, I didn't see the fascination that some black men have with Donald Trump, because I see him as being the opposite of a black man, especially what I would consider a black man, an upstanding black man that stands for something. And I don't think that those kind of black men are fascinated with Donald Trump. But there is a type of black American man that is fascinated with Donald Trump. I believe, and I could be wrong, that they see him getting away with things that they would never be able to get away with.
Wait a minute,
And I
Stanley.
think that they're impressed with that. I think that fascinates them.
Don't a lot of black women, aren't a lot of black women fascinated with Trump too? Can we watch a video on that next?
Yeah. You got one?
Yeah, I don't think black men look at him because he gets away with stuff that they wish they could get away with.
Yo,
That's preposterous.
Okay.
yo, Stanley, family, what up?
Hey, what's up?
Just real quick, brother. You know, I always pop in for some wisdom. You know, trying to spill tea, trying to give pearls to wine, spine. You know, swine, wine. You know, whatever. You know how the saying go.
You're rhyming. Is this a rap?
No,
is this white ignorant?
No. I honestly, I wanted to mention ignorant right now, right? Here's the thing. I think black people, and I'm not even black, folks. Y'all got to know this. I'm East Indian, right? I'm Punjabi. Most people don't know my people, but y'all just know us as the 7-Eleven folks. But I look up to every culture, and I'm inspired by every culture. And I will go without saying, and this is just my outside perspective of my black brothers and sisters. I think black people, not only because of the melanin, but just the culture, the energy, the history, the cradle of civilization. Black people are the most powerful people on earth. And the powers that be, whether we disagree about who is in charge, know that. And this is why you have like African immigrants that come to the United States. They don't connect with the black Americans, and the black Americans damn right don't connect with the Africans, right? Like the child soldier jokes, you know, it's all fun, but like, you know, it's like we just take digs at each other and shit. But the way I see it is black people in the United States are lost spiritually, and they're divided and conquered. And African people, you know, they're conquered, but they're not as divided. So they come over here with more faith-oriented, more family-oriented goals. And you know, it seems like the black people from that side can't connect to the black people from this side. But I think the most powerful thing is for black people to learn from each other at this point, because it's like y'all got the most, you know, you guys have the most aura, man. You guys got the most energy, but everybody's got you guys fighting amongst each other. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know,
we get it, Habibi.
Actually, you raise an interesting point. Again, irony, the guy we just watched, he actually makes the point that one of the things that Africans and Caribbeans and other, you know, types of immigrants, they come here with an intact culture. You know, when Nigerians move here, you know, they're bringing a culture, you know, from their particular tribe or clan. Black Americans, you know, the traditional, you know, foundational, whatever the words you want to use, we've been exposed to American culture so long. A lot of America has, you know, roughly 11 different regions, and each have their own unique culture. And, you know, a black person who grew up in Chicago, you know, there'll be some, you know, some things that are in common with, say, a black person who grew up in South Georgia, but they're not, you know, the cultures aren't exactly the same. Whereas someone coming in from Nigeria, you know, and, you know, immigrants tend to live in the same areas, like Somalis in Minneapolis. They tend to clump together, and they tend to kind of propagate the culture that they, you know, immigrated with them. So you actually make a good point, one that I haven't thought a lot about, but I recognize that you do have a point.
Well, that's the thing, Stanley. It's the same thing with South Asians, right? You got Hindus, you got Muslims, you got Sikhs, and we kind of congregate in our own areas. You're making a very good point. Like that's my thing. Is like, you know, it's weird, bro. Like honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this, but white people are actually racist in a logic sense. Like as brown and black people, we're more racist to people that look like us, and they're racist to people that actually look different than them. You know, like that's just weird to me. Like.
Yeah, I've got a good friend who's Bangladeshi, or at least, you know, the origin is. I'm thinking of Khalistanis in Canada, for instance. You know, they've got their own little, you know, clique or clan in Canada. So,
yeah.
So yeah, you make a good point. Hey, what's up, Universal?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
you're good.
We hear you.
You got a comment as our resident mental health professional?
I don't have a comment yet because I'm a little behind in the conversation, so I'm not sure where we're at.
I thought that was me.
Well, this particular, well, just to catch you up right quick, the first video we watched, you've seen Arami Ose Frimpong before. he's basically saying that, raising kids is not so much cookie cutter. Men sometimes make better child rearers than women do. And, if you're in a intact family, you recognize that the father is better with the kids than the mother is. There's nothing wrong with doing what he calls a gender flip. If the wife wants to go out and work and, be a player out in the corporate world, father might refuse a promotion or two just to allow him to stay and take the major share of the child rearing. We shouldn't be, Black people in particular, shouldn't be so trapped in basically Western gender roles. If the is better and he's willing to take the lead and he's going to raise better children or children that are more capable out in the real world, then hey, let's do it. Let's not be stuck in a rut.
Right.
Yeah, I like that. I think
I get what you're saying. Let me put my little 2 cents in.
Go ahead,
Well, I think what that did was basically that was like when you think about it, in the 1800s, not every man worked for corporations. Sure, we had a bunch of, but you got to look at it. Women were the ones going out doing all the gathering, all the socializing. Most men stayed at home. It wasn't so much being that it was just a plantation, but it's a lot of responsibilities back in those days. We live in a state of luxury right now, but back then, it was a lot to keep a lot of things going on to keep the family going. So, sure, it wasn't so much men had economical opportunities that we do today. I think that's just a current dilemma that we're going through modern times, through economical developments and so forth. But I think a lot of this, having the women go out now and be a bread provider and the man be a stay-at-home dad, which is basically what we're talking about here, was basically brought on through feminism. And I acknowledge it, but at the end of the day, it's still promoting feminism and demasculinity by having the men stay at home. Most men stay at home anyway. Not everybody every man gonna be a truck driver, but at the end of the day, we still stay at home dads. Because think about it, most of your 9 to 5s, you off work by the time the kids come out of school.
Yeah, okay. I actually agree with a little bit of what Solid Snake is saying on this. We've gone down this rabbit hole so far within Black male-female dynamics and parenting that I'm not opposed to this strategy. It might offer something different than what we have today. I think it needs to be different than other strategies that have been implemented when we uplift Black male involvement, such as mentoring. Currently, what we have with these things like violence interrupters and all these other things where we encourage Black men to be involved. It needs to look a little bit different. I think it needs to be a little bit more strategic. Honestly, Stanley, I wouldn't mind if it had a little bit more of a military stance to it. I think we need some reprogramming of Black children.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
But didn't Malcolm X try that though? Didn't Malcolm X try that? Right?
No, Malcolm X did not try that. He did not have the institution or the power to influence that. However, the nation, I think, got a little bit right, but they also did it under the guise of religion, and I don't think that that's the best approach in today's times.
Wow, that's a great point, brother. That's a great point.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think we need to bring it back home.
I have
where it really matters.
Go ahead, Gary.
I was going to say I have a question. How are we going to prevent the sisters, especially the pro-feminist sisters, from sabotaging this movement?
I'm sorry, prevent them from what exactly?
It's going to work yourself out.
From sabotage. I've noticed that whenever
don't marry that type of sister.
I know that's one thing, but they'll find their way. They'll get their girlfriends to do it. They'll create.
I have an idea.
Yeah, well, his point is don't let outside influences influence how you decide to raise your family.
Yeah, I have an idea how to get the sisters involved. There's 2 types that you need to approach with this strategy. The first type is the single mom who's overwhelmed with her adolescent black males. She needs help. She needs help, and she'll take it whatever way she can. And then the other black female that I would approach is the typical. I'm saying typical with air quotes here, but the black female who's like a middle class, lower middle class professional who's engaged in the educational or academic development and the well-being of black males. Those two will champion something like this.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Those upper intellectual, and I could be wrong here. You guys can correct me, but just from my short-lived life experience, the upper intellectual sisters, they kind of go for the more educated men who tend to be of Anglo descent. That's just what I've seen.
Yeah, but that's not the sisters I'm talking about, though. So, yeah, they're going to go by proximity. That's who they have available to them. There's not a lot of black men at that top level, so that makes sense. I'm talking about a sister that's probably about a level below her. Let's say bachelor's degree level. They work in social service. They work in government. They go to your church. They can kind of have one foot in and one foot out, and they see the need of they see the need that black men need something that they can't provide. There's not a lot of sisters like that, but there are some that champion it. They work at the Boys and Girls Club. They work at the YMCA. They help with the church fundraisers, and they help with the booster club for the sports. Those are the black women that I would go to.
Anybody else?
No, I agree.
Okay, now Universal, this next video that we're looking at is, pretty much it's in the title. This is why black men love Trump. This is I don't know if you've heard of her. She's been around for quite some time. She's an older black retired educator. She's a she, and I've listened to her for probably 2 or 3 years now. And this, I heard this today and thought this would be interesting to bring to this space, since it's a, pretty much a MAGA space. So I'll go ahead and start it here.
Let's check her out.
That he lives outside of the norm.
Oh, we can't see it, Stanley. We're still looking at the
of what you would expect a wealthy white man who stands for something in America to be. Donald Trump is really the opposite of that. He is a degenerate. He does things that any black man, he does things that most men, regardless to their race, will not be able to get away with. And he gets away with those things. And I believe that there is a community of men, and maybe of all races, but definitely of the black race, who really like that. These men like to see him doing these things to women, talking about other groups of people, and just cavalier.
Or fucking
he doesn't care,
snowflake.
and he gets away with it. And they know they couldn't get away with it, so they admire that in him. Now, this is how I'm calling it, because I saw this on Twitter, X, and I thought, okay, now I get it. This is why these men are fascinated with Donald Trump. Matter of fact, they love Donald Trump, I believe. This guy's name is John Jones. I believe that he is of our lineage. His daddy is a Kogic pastor, Church of God in Christ, and he has had some legal issues of his own. But he is the WTF champion. He just won that championship.
Hey, Paul,
And
Stanley,
he's
did you
here
hear what you say?
representing
The
his belt
WTF
to Donald.
champion.
She don't know what she's talking about, Stanley. It's okay. She don't know.
It was this woman.
Wait, hold on though. Y'all talk
Well,
about
hold on. This woman is like 70 years old, so she may not be.
Hey, Stanley, he got a problem. He got a problem with.
Oh, she the same age as Solid.
Okay, he got a problem with listening to a woman like that. The problem is she has no investment towards the development of the Black American community.
You are
Being that
literally
she is
hold on before you
hold on.
no,
Sure,
you
she
will hold
may
on.
have
Solid. The woman is a retired teacher. She has had a heavy influence on how Black children and other children, I reckon, have been developed. A retired educator.
exactly, Stanley, and
So
that's what I'm
don't
talking
say
about.
she
She is
doesn't have
part of the
investment.
problem. Listen to her
No,
bigotry of low expectations,
you know
Stanley.
what?
Listen
Solid,
to her. She's not
solid
talking about
take.
the criminality on the
Solid
other
take.
side.
You really should be careful how you use that phrase.
Okay, but Stanley, sometimes you just respect your point too much. Sometimes you got to be your own
No,
student
actually, I
what
don't.
you speak.
I
What you
don't gotta
spoke
be
was, we
anything.
need to be more open-minded, right? Okay,
Well, yeah,
so
you
how can
do.
you put a woman up here that just said that more Black men are attracted to the degeneracy of Donald Trump? Not the
Is that
success
wrong?
of the man, but the degeneracy of the allegations made against him. Now, we already dealing with a woman who don't seem like she too tied into reality. And you got to think about it. This woman actually educated our students. This woman is way too emotional and tied into political events to say, hey, come to church with me, because she advocating for degeneracy when she vote for the Democratic Party. Let's just
Solid.
look at half the
How do you
things
know
that we
she
just
voted
talked
at all?
about in the last
Hold
live
on.
stream.
Solid.
All the pork belly spending that they doing.
Solid. I think you should take a little bit from this, right? Even though she may be doing that, she's opening the door for Black men to actually listen to somebody like Trump, to have an alternative perspective. And with some Black men, that's all they need, because they've been fed the same shit for decades. So it's an opportunity. I think you should look at it from a more of a optimistic standpoint than a pessimistic one.
No, here's the standpoint I'm looking at it. Who paying her salary? The American taxpayer. It's not the men of the community that paying her to feed their families and raise the school up like it used to be. Right now, the federal government funding her educating children, and she is promoting femininity. She is demasculating men when you get up here and degeneralize a president of the United States that's been elected because your party couldn't bring up somebody better. Because
Okay,
your
thank
party
you.
couldn't
Thank
develop
you, Solid
policies.
Snake. We
Now
get
you want to
this.
blame it on the white
Solid.
man. You
Yes.
always go back to that
We
lowest
get
economical
yes.
standard of race. How can you use race as an excuse
Thank
for
you, Solid Snake.
degeneracy when you are the epitome and
Stanley,
the
you might have
poster
to put him
child
in
of
the back if you want him
degeneracy?
to be quiet.
My bad.
Oh,
Thank
they
you,
sell
Solid
the
Snake.
caffeinated coffee now too.
Your opinion is noted.
He
That's
said, "Give me
crazy.
2 cents. Give you a whole damn dollar."
Anybody else? Because
Man, you know, Stanley, you and I debated about this from the get-go, bro. Because the reality is, even before Trump won, we butted heads about this. I think Trump is a symptom of the disease in DC, right? And I don't think the majority of the people that voted for Trump are MAGA cultists by any mean, but I think they're just fed up with the establishment and what the establishment has to offer. Obviously, the Republicans let us down during the Bush administration, so it was kind of like the Democrats were all common sense minded people had. But now those fools are letting us down too. So all we got is Trump. It's kind of a crazy time to be alive, you know?
well, in my opinion, I don't agree with it, but the majority rule. That's that. It's over. It's done. He has won, and I still think she is free to express her opinion, though. He didn't win by like a landslide in the popular vote.
Yeah, no, for sure. I get that. And there's a lot of stuff going on there with there too. I've heard Biden should have endorsed her way earlier. You know, by waiting so long, he kind of screwed her over. There's all this stuff going on.
I'm not above thinking that Biden didn't do everything he could have done. You know, that last week I forget exactly what he said, but Biden didn't help. I think Biden could have done more, but it doesn't matter now. The die is cast.
Yeah.
What's up, Black?
Actually, Joe Biden. Joe Biden was smiling when they were sitting in front of that big crackling fire.
Yeah, because he
He
already
had a
knew he had
big
already
old,
started
he
World
had
War
a big
III all in
old
motion.
smile.
Either that
Think
or he was
about
high, either that or he was high on whatever drugs he was on. Plus, he's
Hey,
always
Stanley,
smiling.
Stanley, actually, I'm glad that brother just brought up this point. Stanley, what do you think about that? Like, generally, until the 20th of January, the current administration, their whole goal is to kind of, transition out, make a good welcoming for the new administration. What do you think about Biden making such a decision in regards to handing Ukraine long arm missiles? Like, do you think that was him trying to make it harder for Trump, or what do you think about that?
I don't think there's anything Biden can do to make it harder for Trump.
Oh my God.
What did is your God responded yet, Solid Snake?
Yeah, no, I just didn't have a response to it. I was taking it in what you were saying.
Well,
so essentially, what you're saying is it's going to be hard for Trump, regardless of what that man does.
No, I think it's going to be easy for Trump. He's already talked to Putin, right? So it doesn't really matter at this point. It doesn't really matter what Biden does. He's only got a couple months to do it, and Trump can reverse pretty much anything.
Do you understand that they just
Hold on,
gave
Solid
another
Snake.
country?
Solid Snake. Hold on. Blacks,
Yes,
what are
sir.
your thoughts?
My thoughts, a couple of things. First of all, I agree. Going back to the parenting, in terms of parents and roles, I first would like to say, just because a woman may be the breadwinner, that does not make her head of the household. So I want men to understand that a woman can go out and hold a professional degree, be a MD, be a dentist, or be a captain of industry, and still have some sort of sense of subservience to the male of the household. I've witnessed it in many ways, my grandparents being one of those ways. My grandmother had a professional degree. She was a psychologist, and in the city of Chicago.
Black.
Thank you. And her husband, my grandfather, who is my namesake, stayed at home a lot of the time during that time. Partially because he was sickly, had suffered from tuberculosis from childhood on up. And but he also worked, but he did the majority of the raising of his 4 children, 2 sons, 2 daughters, and was there for all the pivotal moments. And then when those pivotal moments were done, he went and got and became an accountant. But that's the point. Yeah, it takes all types. And when you have something that works in your household, you'd be remiss to allow someone else to come in and tell you what works in your household.
Amen. Amen.
But can I just, brother, you make a great point, but can I just add to this? Like, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I come from a very traditional family. My mother ran the house, the kids, father brought in the bread, yada, yada. And I think the conventional nuclear family is the only thing that's going to save America. But besides the point, shouldn't we address the fact that there are a lot more men than there have ever been who are more willing to be, stay-at-home dads, or, play video games, or, go live on YouTube or whatever, right? As opposed to doing
men haven't changed. We get this rap that we are some misogynist tyrants. That moniker always follows black men, especially misogyny. We get browbeaten by that term, but black men historically have been the best fathers in the world. Through notwithstanding the times of slavery beforehand, black men especially, have been that bulwark that has been the cornerstone of a successful household. Men train their children, even biblically speaking. I know not everyone's Christian up here, but I am, and I'll tell you, biblically speaking, that's whose responsibility is for the rearing of the child. It's the man. Nowhere does it say it's the woman's responsibility. It's the man.
Yeah. And I think, sorry to interrupt, but I think that follows true with immigrants, especially in this country. Like, as I was stating with my parents being a first generation American, or just around the world, with Asians and all that stuff. You see that in the Middle East. But I feel like here with this open mindedness towards, philosophy, and we got all this stuff going on in the country now. I feel like it's created an opportunity for men to kind of take the sideline and not achieve the greatness that God intended them to achieve. I feel like as men, I agree with you. I think men should spend 6 to 7 days a week helping to build and protect their society. But I genuinely believe we need to address as men in this day and age. There are more men willing to just laze around and not achieve that potential these days. So it's allowing women to get into these positions and make more money than their counterpart.
Well, yeah, men, yes. There is some sort of vein of laziness that has attacked the psyche of America, but that comes from opulence. We are a culture that is service based. We don't make anything here, nothing. And I know,
and that's my point, Blacks. That's my point.
It's a stretch. I know it's a stretch to say this, but look at the Olympics. At one point, I think that's a symptom of the greater issue. Think about it. America, there was no way anyone for the longest time, at least 50 years, no way anybody was going to be Americans in any of the events that counted. That included swimming, running, wrestling, gymnastics, ice skating. I mean, Russia had to openly cheat in order to beat figure skaters and gymnasts. So I'm just saying, look at what we have now, man. We got somebody like Noah Lyles, and then I'll put this to bed. Someone like Noah Lyles, who's the best that we can produce, and all he is thinking about is putting beads in his hair and painting his fingernails with lightning bolts and all types of crazy homosexual colors. And you're like, God dog, man, is this masculinity? Is this what my child has to look up to, man? My son can even see it, and he's 12. He's like, what the heck, man?
Blacks, can I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure, absolutely.
Hey, hold on one second before you go, 12th man. Hey, Portia, are you still here? Okay, she might have fallen.
I think she said in the chat that she stepped away for a bit. So
what really disgusted me was when those two men knocked those two women out in the Olympics. I was like, man, what do women have to look up to?
See, that's what I'm talking about.
A beat down.
We welcome. Hold on, listen. We in this country of America, we basically are devaluing the homogeneousness of our society. We basically disrespecting the history and the culture that created it. Now, sure, we winning, but what kind of power vacuum does it create when you bring in all these people from these homogeneous societies inside of culture? You creating a vacuum, whereas you taking away the stabilization and the identity of your country for the benefit and the well-being of other countries that have for centuries been homogenous.
Okay, I want to.
I know, brother's spitting right now.
I want to rein this back in. We're drifting away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't let
Lolo, how you doing?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I didn't even really come up to like talk about too much. I just got some stuff in like this new little mic. I'm not gonna come up on cam right now, but you guys will see it on like lunch.
Are you working?
She got that universal package.
No. I swear.
Wow.
I bought.
Oh, the new mic. New mic.
I had to buy like an adapter and like I bought like the little mic that you see people use in like interviews, just so when I go out to my lunch.
You got the clip. Oh, you got the little clip on. Yeah, those are real good.
That's cool, man. Hey, Universal, how much that mic cost you, man?
I was just about to fucking ask.
Cool 100. It was a cool 100.
I bought some.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You should have went all out.
No, but that's cool. Yeah, that's cool, Lolo. That's awesome, man. Full
I'm
man.
getting called Microphone Jones. That is crazy.
Microphone.
Yeah, they're already.
Oh wow.
Hey, well, I can't wait to see the new toys in action. All right, cool.
Are you gonna take it to the restaurant?
Yeah, because it'll be
Oh,
easier
cool.
for me to, be able
Yeah,
to
it'll be
talk to
good for
you
your
guys.
date, Stanley.
Oh, it's not a date. It's a consult.
Hey, wait.
Whoa,
What's going on,
Stanley! I
You're
thought
gonna be over here multitasking and shit, getting tips
Hold
and
up.
talking to y'all. That's some
Stanley,
multitasking, yo.
Stanley.
Are you talking about girl, bro? What's going on here, Stanley?
I thought we were having a date, Stanley.
Stanley's
Yeah,
Mr.
Stanley,
Studio
bro.
Girl.
Stanley like Diddy, bro. It's the Diddy party when Stanley here, bro.
It's like taking your grandpa to dinner.
Give her baby oil and her
So
dessert.
you bought the mic,
Stanley,
Stanley.
you said that we were
No.
going on a date. Stanley.
Microphone cross.
Lo, you did say you
thought-
were gonna dress up
I
for him.
thought
So
when
it's a
you
date.
said
Right,
date,
and Stanley said it was a date.
I thought when you said
Yeah,
date,
bro.
air
Hey,
quotes.
hey, when you walk into the Diddy party with Stanley, you know there's no leaving, right? You bet once you walk in, you Diddying with Stanley, bro.
Sign the NDA. Let's go.
You better sign that Diddler NDA. You got to sign that Diddler NDA.
Watch out for the.
Stanley
Make
back
sure
out
that
here,
contract's laminated so the baby oil
All,
don't ruin
all
it.
right.
All right, but
So,
anyway, beyond that,
we wanna
back in,
drift,
and I wanted to
drift
get
back to this angry black woman we're about to hear.
Stanley, I got a question, Stanley.
What's that?
Would you pop the balloon if she walked in the room? Would you pop the balloon?
What?
Before she said anything, would you pop the balloon? How old you
This
say
lady
she
right
is?
here?
See, this is why you don't.
Okay.
Hey, she look like a
So-
milk.
All right, all right,
I'm
folks.
to get back
at
to
work.
That's a gorgeous sister
So,
right there.
yeah.
That's a gorgeous
She
sister.
look like
She
a
is
milk to me, man. A mom,
Well,
I
let's
like
hear
to
what
man. Hey,
let's
man, she should not be unhappy.
Oh my
She
God.
just met the wrong man.
All right, well,
got
let's
the
hear
back
what the
page.
angry
I'll
sister
pop it
has to
off.
say.
I'll pop it off. I'll pop that cherry.
She's sick of these thugs in the hood.
Calm down, Solid. Calm down.
Here we go.
Understand nuance, and to the people who are intentionally not hearing what Black women are saying, listen.
Your value's too high, woman.
I heard someone say
Okay,
this.
Pebblehead.
That election was y'all giving us your.
Oh no, don't do this.
That's
no,
the Lord.
don't do it.
That's the Lord.
The NSA watching Stanley. The NSA watching Stanley.
Say, now we're going to sit on ours. The utter.
Wait, let me rewind that back because I need to make sure.
Other Black people.
So, Stanley, you wouldn't date that woman.
Oh, absolutely, I would.
That's
course
all
you
I'm
would.
saying.
Of course you would, Stanley.
Yeah, I would. Shit.
Old men like me can't afford to be, choosy.
Stanley, you know she gonna run your wallet
Come
up
on,
and then
Stanley,
tell
that
you it's
woman
not gonna
look
work.
good. I promise you, she look
Well,
like
hold
she
on.
could
Let
be
her
on 40.
speak.
What about this
Let me stop.
genocide? What about that genocide? What about this? There has been a genocide on Black women since we got to this continent,
Oh my God.
Oh my
And
goodness.
she's 70 years old.
and it has not stopped. And no one gives a fuck about that.
Oh
We
my
are
God.
losing our
Listen
lives
to this
to
woman.
save yours.
We should
20
have
million
saved each
dead
other
children
airline.
says
That's what we
otherwise.
Y'all have lost
Hey, let the sister
your
speak,
human
man.
shields. Y'all have lost the organizers, the event planners, the mouthpieces of movements, the people who have allowed you guys to sit back and dust your hands off. Y'all have lost that. And now y'all are scrambling
Damn, tell him, sis.
because you don't know. We were the movement. Without us, there was no movement. Even with the whole white feminism and everybody's thanking Susan B. Anthony, which come the fuck on. She was just as racist as y'all are now.
Damn.
They used our work back then.
Damn.
And then left us
You're
in the dust.
racist.
And now we're like, okay, y'all want to leave us in the dust? Okay. Y'all go ahead. You guys, y'all got it. And y'all are losing your minds. And you sound like abusers. Black women, against their will, have been involved in a centuries-long abusive relationship.
Ooh.
Anytime you leave an abuser, the abuser starts panicking. See, you're never going to make it without me. See, I never needed you. See, I know you always hated me. So you're just going to tear our family apart?
Isn't this what she's doing?
Exactly.
Yes.
No, she's
Hold
sitting in
on,
the,
hold on.
And I've had
Damn.
white women
she's sitting in the car
Hispanic
talking.
women. Well, you know, you can't be like that. This isn't the time for division, baby.
She's talking to a
Y'all
specific
voted for
man.
division.
Tyrone.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. You don't see no Harriet
Love
Tubmans now.
to gaslight us and villainize us.
Hey, Stanley, I don't see no Rosa Parks now.
I think 2 weeks ago.
I apologize
They're
to all the
dead.
people in
Or I
the chat,
said
They're dead.
that
but y'all too young for that right there.
Yeah, hey,
Y'all.
Stanley, pause it real quick. Stanley.
Losing your relationship the moment you start taking care.
She was attractive.
But here's the thing. I feel what y'all saying. She might be part of the problem, but at the same time, I think she's making a good point in regards to how many female black leaders are there now compared to back then. Like, there's really not any, right? Outside of Kamala,
That's
or
a
Oprah.
daggum lie.
Well,
Outside of Oprah and Kamala, who you got? Who you got?
Fannie Willis, that one big black girl that tried to sue Trump.
Fani.
Angela
Yeah,
Davis.
Fani Willis. I keep saying
She's not,
Fannie.
she's not trying to sue Trump. She is suing Trump, at least as of now.
There was another black girl who tried to sue Trump as well. What was her name?
You're talking the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James.
Yeah, Letitia
Yes,
Jackson.
Letitia
Letitia
James.
Jackson.
No, it's James. Letitia
Oh,
James.
James?
Yeah.
But Stanley, I got a question. Why do you think a woman of that age and that beauty and that level, I ain't gonna lie, she could have been
Solid,
at least
stop
a 9
doing
or a
it,
10
bro.
on the scale of what
Oh my god.
I can answer this question.
I'm just
She
saying,
dealt with too many
why is
solid
she
snakes in
single?
her life.
Yeah.
Hey, and I might be out of pocket with my Punjabi ass for speaking on this, but you think this might also have to
Why
be
she
with
just
all the
didn't
black
settle?
men out here? All the black men out here, you know, our black brothers just really just getting it out here. They can't stay loyal to one woman. They got to have this side mama action. You know, a lot of us Indian Chinese guys, we don't got that kind of confidence. You know, we book a girl, you know, that's all. We ain't gonna have the confidence to tell her, look, you my man.
Good,
I'm gonna have a couple of sides.
good.
Hey, look, I
Good.
got a lot of black friends, bro. Listen, I got a lot of black friends.
Hey, hold
I got a
on,
lot
hold
of
on.
friends with baby
Hold
mamas, bro.
on,
You
bro.
know, like
Someone mute this
their
nigga,
baby
please.
mamas are
Hey, God is good.
listen.
Let someone else talk.
It comes
Yeah,
from
I've never in my life seen an
discipline, young
Indian.
man. Discipline.
Hold on. What you saying, Black?
I said,
go ahead.
I've never in my life seen an Indian who didn't have 2 or 3 side pieces.
That's crazy. You capping, bro.
I'm not capping at all. I'm from the city of Chicago.
I'm with
from
Blacks
the
on
city
this
of
one.
Chicago,
Indians got
the
baby
land
mamas
where
out
all
the
the
ass.
Punjabis own all the clothing stores. Every single one of them had at least 4 or 5 damn side pieces, and I witnessed.
Don't you guys allow to have multiple wives though?
And they had children, and they had children by them that they were simultaneously taking care of, and their main old lady knew about it. And as long as they didn't bring them home, as long as they weren't on the same level as their real children, that bitch didn't have a problem.
Okay. So I just got fact checked. So it's not a black thing. It's a all men thing.
No, it's a all people thing because this bitch probably does it too. Listen, I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about any of that beyond what I just said. But I'll tell you
Yes,
this.
sir.
Stanley, zoom in on this chick, and
why?
I wanna ask, why does she have a Fu Manchu?
So if I zoom in, is she gonna be able to hear your question?
He said, "Why does she have a?"
No, I want to know why she's grabbing her beard.
You know what?
Literally just her hand position.
Hold on one sec. I will drop the link in your back chat, and you can ask her.
Look at anybody can zoom in. Anybody on the panel can look at that.
Okay, I'm not going to zoom in. What I will do is drop the link so you can get in her. Okay, what I'm going to do is
it's like working in a goddamn nursing home.
God damn. You know what? I will give you the link. You can get in her chat or contact her, and you can ask her yourself.
That's funny. I care about the value of the words she's trying.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't necessarily agree with everything she says, but she's just like, I just discovered her. She showed up in my algorithm today,
I
and
think she's slated, Stanley. I think she's slated, brother. I think she's had
slated.
an experience. Yeah, you know,
That's
like
a dude.
somebody who's jaded. You know, like the song by
Oh,
Drake.
she
She's
probably
jaded.
is.
She's jaded. You know, like Drake.
Yeah, well,
Jaded,
but
you know?
you know what? What she's thinking is out there. That's why,
I just thought it was funny and very weird that she posited the name Susan B. Anthony. I think maybe she meant Gloria Steinem, but
no, she's thinking of Susan B. Was it Susan B. Anthony? One of
Gloria
them.
Steinem was the second.
You remember back? No, I'm talking back in like the late 19th century.
19th century,
Remember
20th century.
the feminists or the people who were women suffragettes or whatever they were called.
Yeah, that's Susan.
They
B.
had a huge problem with the 16th Amendment. Remember? I'm sorry, the 15th Amendment. Remember Douglas and it wasn't Susan B. Anthony. It was I can't remember her name. They had a huge problem with the 15th Amendment because it allowed black men to vote, but it didn't allow white women to vote, and there was some headbanging.
Yes, and it was because of the.
That's why she's saying racist. I think that's what she's talking
Well,
about.
she tried to
Which
say
is crazy because a
women
lot
were
of
the-
men agree that women ruin the voting.
She was trying to posit that black women had everything to do with this. And she,
Well, not with women's
Susan
suffrage.
B. Anthony, but black women historically didn't come into play as it pertains to the feminist movement until Gloria Steinem. Second wave feminism.
Well, I would think what's her name? Damn it, Bell Hooks.
Well, bell hooks, yes, but I mean, you didn't really see it until Gloria Steinem. Gloria Steinem, that CIA agent harlot, was one of the principal reasons black women decided to be completely.
Well, let me ask you a question. I think black women got recruited into it because essentially, I would say white feminists basically used black women to get to black men. That's why they were recruited.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. I'm saying Gloria Steinem was the catalyst, and
Right.
Black women were not thinking the way she's thinking now before Gloria Steinem. That was
Yeah, right. You're right, Tom. Elizabeth Cady Stanton. I couldn't think of her name.
Hey, y'all know what I was thinking about? That Bill Burr comedy episode. I mean, on that SNL monologue, when he talked about white women just stuck their Gucci boot foot put over the rope.
So
and just took on everybody's.
I think we pretty much, as I like
video.
As much as, do you want to finish it, or do you think we have the
Yeah,
jet?
I think we should, but really quick, Stanley. I in the last couple of days, I put it in the chat about the Combihee River Collective. Have you checked that out before?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never checked it out.
Okay, all right, because I think there might be a line with this conversation. I'll put a link in the back chat, but we should finish this video.
Okay.
Care of yourself and prioritizing yourself, because the people who are benefiting from you sacrificing yourself are going to be pissed. And this, on a much bigger scale, is happening with black women.
Okay.
Everybody that's angry at us and saying all these crazy things about black women, you're just showing everyone that you are one of the people benefiting from our free labor. Either that, or you are naive and very, very uneducated. I've seen some creators that I have actually enjoyed their content for quite some time join in on this hatred of black women. I'm talking about other black creators. And I'm immediately like, ew, ew, ew. I see who that 7% was. I see who that 15 or 17% of black men were. I see it. You're showing me that. If you're a black creator saying all this bad shit about black women right now, I know what percentage, I know what side of, I know where you were at. You're definitely not part of the 90-something% of black women. You're definitely not a part of the 83% of black men if I hear you come on this app saying that shit about other black women. I know where you stand. And everybody, we learn big words on this app, so I'm gonna use one. Everybody's talking about nuance, but they seem to not have those skills when it's time for black women to do what's best for them. Some of y'all motherfuckers are weird. And one thing I will always do and always have done is stick by black women as someone who is one, as someone who is raising one, as someone who is in a family of them, as someone who is friends to them. I will never be a part of any team who talks shit about black women.
Oh, God.
And if you're a black person on this app making fun of black women, saying we're stupid and we're dumb and we're this and we're that, you can go fuck yourself, quite honestly.
Wow.
I don't know. I think Portia is more black than she is.
Hey, if you still
Well, 12th man, I'm always kind of dubious when you and others, comment on what is black and what is not.
I'm just saying, if you stuck that woman in a room and you had 3 different men in that room of 3 varying wealth levels, she's going to choose the high wealth level that she's going to do the best by. She ain't going to do her best by the low wealth level.
What does that have to do with anything, Solid?
Solid, what are you talking about, bro?
Still single.
Okay.
There's too many women around here. They all competing for the same damn thing. Ain't none of these women.
And what are they competing for exactly?
They compete for 12 man.
Expectations.
They're competing for solid
have high expectations for your breed, but you steadily bringing in new breeds.
Hey, Stanley, what's that girl in the video competing for? What's she competing
Well,
for?
I know, 12th man, I know what she's not competing for.
What?
She ain't got to worry about it.
She's not. So anyway, that's what she has to say.
And I know she ain't no 70 years old, Stanley. You can stop lying.
No. That was this lady.
Oh, I'm finna
She ain't
say.
competing for no doge job, I guarantee you that.
Yeah, well, 12th man, your observations on what is black and blackness are always appreciated.
She sound like one of them girls that'll put something in your lemonade and your
Thank you very much, Mr.
John Jones, the greatest of all time. Yeah.
So,
oh, thank God you wrote the mic down.
We pretty much this is the retired teacher. I think we pretty much are done with what she has to say. We got that gist, right?
What's your
The why? Okay, can you hold on a second, Solid Snake?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Okay, I want you to hold on, please. Guys, are we pretty much done with this video?
Yeah.
What you mean?
Okay.
I believe so.
Nah, play that John Jones shit.
Pause.
Let's see.
No
Okay,
pause,
so
bro. No
give me
pause, bro.
one
John
sec
Jones all day,
here.
baby. John Jones, black excellence, bro.
What?
That's black excellence right there. John Jones, baby.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They had 60-year-old Mike Tyson fight a white boy on YouTube. Shameful.
Yeah, I wasn't. I kind of feel sorry for Mike, but he'll be okay.
I don't. He getting paid.
Yeah, exactly.
He got $8
That's
million.
why I
I'd be
say
happy too.
he'll be okay.
20 million. I don't feel sorry for that motherfucker. 20 million in his pocket, and he
I thought it was 8.
he barely
Nah,
took
12
any
man's just
hits.
talking.
Everybody's salaries.
He barely took any hits.
Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm switching gears just a little bit. Kind of moving on. Are you guys familiar with Peter Boghossian?
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
Yes.
Well, he is.
I am.
He's a colleague of James Lindsay. I'm not a huge fan of his, but every now and again he says something interesting, and what he's talking about here is literally in the title.
You listen to Dr. James Lindsay?
Rarely, but I know who he is.
Okay, I was wondering. I've
Matter
read some stuff.
matter of fact, I subscribe to his what is it? New Directions. He's got a whole website.
Yeah, he does new discourse.
New discourses. Yeah, I'm fairly familiar. Of course, I don't agree with him, but here's the deal, Blacks, and you know this as well as I do. You can't engage the other side if you don't know what they're saying.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
So I listen to James Lindsay. I know who Boghossian is. I know who what's the lady's name? She wrote the book that what is it? Make Peace. I can't remember her name, but I'm familiar with that whole heterodox new discourses crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So, and what he's saying about Trump's education plans, I thoroughly disagree with, but what he's saying is important to know. So this is a little bit of a direction shift, but not. It's leading up to something.
Stanley, you don't agree with dismantling the Department of Education?
I'm more interested in what he has to say about the Department of Education, and then we can talk about what what I think after we're done with this video. Now, I skipped it. I skipped it ahead to a point where I thought,
we're gonna dismantle it. Can we skip ahead?
I have already skipped it ahead to a point to where it started getting interesting. So I've taken care of the skipping ahead.
For one of the first order of businesses, make America literate again. A wonderful slogan and vital to the success of the Republic. So just to be clear, I've been screaming about this for years.
Oh man, why is this lagging?
Telling you, it's the NSA, bro.
Here's a little clip from a video when I was at an institution.
That's the lady I'm talking about. I can't remember her name.
And I say exactly what I want to do,
that's
and
prime
exactly
beef
how I'm
right
going to
there.
fight these people. And that's the attitude that nobody
It's
knows.
Jabba
Where were all these people when this was occurring? All of this is achievable if we have resolve and if we're courageous. Unfortunately, we've become overtaken by cowards. But I suppose that's the case in any society. But we can fight back, and now that we have momentum, we must drive the ideology fully out of the institutions. Every conceivable institution, we must extirpate it. We must utterly rip it up from its soil and obliterate it. And to be clear, I'm not doing this or saying this out of some right-wing motivation. I'm doing this out of a respect for and a reverence even for liberal principles. We have to make the playing field level. We have to institutionalize and reinstitutionalize falsification across our systems. We have to institutionalize academic rigor, not when certain conclusions are forwarded. We have to institutionalize processes and methods of reasoning in which will be less wrong more often. This video is absolutely extraordinary. I couldn't possibly have said it better myself. This is unbelievable coming from the future president of the United States, the president-elect Donald Trump. This is exactly what needs to be done. And again, I don't think that this is even remotely partisan. Many people will think that this is particularly on the left when your side is out of power. So we're going to take a look at this video, and I'm going to comment on it as we go through.
Tuition costs at colleges and universities have been exploding.
and I mean absolutely exploding. While academics have been obsessed with indoctrinating America's youth, the time has come to reclaim our once great education.
The professorate is obsessed with indoctrinating the youth. They don't care about truth, by and large. They care about forwarding certain narratives and punishing those who disagree. They've become massive ideological echo chambers where they have people who believe exactly what they believe with the same political leanings and orientation. He's absolutely correct so far. And it's coming from one end of the playing field.
The time has come to reclaim our once great educational institutions from the radical left, and we will do that. Our secret weapon will be the college accreditation system. It's called accreditation for a reason. The accreditors are supposed to ensure that schools are not ripping off students and taxpayers, but they have failed totally. When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors.
I'm just overwhelmed by joy when I listen to that. That makes me so happy. He's absolutely correct. I've repeatedly called it a cartel. It is an accreditation cartel, and it is specifically set up to make it very difficult for new institutions to thrive. Nobody accredits the accreditors. There's no system in place of checks and balances for the accreditors. The whole thing is a big scam. One big scam. In Trump's first term, he did something about it and he broke up the cartel. But hopefully now he's going to demolish it.
We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges once again and once and for all. These standards will include defending the American tradition and Western civilization, protecting free speech, eliminating wasteful administrative positions that drive up costs incredibly, removing all Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucrats, offering options for accelerated and low-cost degrees, providing meaningful job placement and career services.
I could go on about each thing, but he's absolutely correct. The only people who would disagree with that are the far left identitarians, because they're going to lose power. And in their worldview, it's all about power. That's the kind of people who are going to disagree with this. But this is exactly what we need to just restore balance in the system. And isn't it ironic, as many have said repeatedly, that it is a conservative, if one would even call Trump that, who will reinstate liberal principles in education. That's the hard pill to swallow for most people. But he is absolutely correct. This is 100% what we need to do to restore an actual system of education in the country. And if you have a problem with Marxism, saying that's too extreme, check out James Lindsay's book, The Marxification of Education.
And implementing college entrance and exit exams to prove that students are actually learning and getting their money's worth. Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination.
Okay, this is great. I personally don't think it goes far enough, but this is fantastic. Think about all the Asians who were discriminated against in applying to elite schools, Ivy League schools. You needed SAT scores, for example, significantly above non-Asians. I think all of those people we should pull from the endowment. Those institutions should be sued and they should be given to the people who were denied admission to the universities. Look, if this were African Americans, nobody would have any second thoughts about it. They'd be like, well, of course. Well, why would it be any different if they're Asian Americans? They're discriminated against. They have been discriminated against on the basis of their race, and they're entitled to compensation. So I think we should take the endowments of the universities, particularly the elite universities, find all the people who applied, and we'll just divvy up their endowments. This is justice and this is fairness.
And schools that persist in explicit, unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment.
This is great. I can't say enough about it, only in that it doesn't go so far as to be retroactive. I think this should also be retroactive for all those people, particularly Asians, who are discriminated against. But yeah, there's nothing to disagree with here unless you think we should discriminate against people on the basis of their race. And if you disagree with Trump, then you should start any response to me by saying, I believe that we should discriminate against people on the basis of their race and then go from there. That would be the response in which someone would say, oh, well, then at least that person's being honest. Most people are not honest when they respond to this.
A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies.
Everyone wants to claim they're a victim. In this case, we have actual victims. There are actual victims, people who have been denied entrance to elite universities solely because they were Asian. And all of them, every single person should receive remuneration from the endowments of the institutions. I would literally dismantle the entire endowment and give it away.
Policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all. We are going to have real education in America.
Can you pause it, Stanley?
Genius. I mean, if
what do you think about all that?
I think he's full of shit.
Well, can you please elaborate for the panel?
Number one, the Asian quote discrimination. They won the two Supreme Court cases. There is no affirmative action, at least as we know it. So I think I don't know what he's talking about. Supposedly.
So you don't think that Trump can win on the federal endowments like student loans basis, like all the money we're giving these institutions and endowments all over
maybe
the country?
maybe you didn't realize Trump has already won, so that's not an issue. Second thing,
No. I'm talking
you
about
may wait till I'm done. As far as the endowments go, a lot of those endowments are basically from donor funds and stuff. I don't think government money goes into schools' endowments. So
look how many loans and
Harvard, if Harvard gets loans, it would be news to me. Maybe they do. But, some of these Ivy League institutions like Harvard, Yale, Princeton, they've literally got like huge, like several billion dollar endowments.
Good.
So
they can fund themselves. Great. That's awesome.
They pretty much already do now. I mean, now, some of the research projects and stuff like that, they're grants from the government and all that sort of stuff. I don't think you're going to be, defunding cutting edge medical research, at some of these Ivy League institutions. A lot of what they're saying, a lot of what he's saying is speculation. Peter Boghossian is not a high-powered academic. He's just a commentator. So a lot of this is what he would do. A lot of it isn't what Trump's going to do. So I'm basically listening to him with a grain of salt. If you want to take him seriously, that's up to you.
Well,
I don't take any college professor seriously.
Well, he's a former college. If you recall, Black, he used to teach at like Portland State or wherever.
Yeah.
You know his story. So I mean, what he's doing now is, and you know what? He was supposedly a philosopher or something. He's got an education degree. He's got a doctorate in education. So he's not some high-powered academic with. I'm sure he has influence, but he has more influence in India than he does here.
Yeah, I take PhD. I also just take any PhD with a grain of salt as well.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you understand you understand the nature of his influence better than me. So I mean,
it's a if I may be so forward, all these doctors, professional doctorate to a PhD alike, it's a huge circle jerk. They live to bolster one another. That's
Kind of
all.
like Jill Biden
I don't.
being a doctor. What a
It's just
joke.
yeah.
Okay, well,
I
I often take that sort of stuff with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I don't have anything wrong. I mean, you can get a PhD in art and be smart. Okay.
Exactly.
You can have an MD in blacks.
And be
You
an idiot.
often talk. You can be an idiot. Just
Yeah.
you're good at a particular thing, but you may not be that great outside of whatever your PhD is in. I respect Renaissance men.
Yeah, I do as well. And I'm not saying that I disagree with Peter Boghossian, but I'm just saying that whenever I see a PhD, a doctor of anything, I just I really want to test their mettle.
Exactly.
That's all. And I honestly do regard people who are not traditionally educated as being more educated in some degree. I don't mean sciences and some, you know what I mean? How do I put this? I think someone who is self-educated, meaning they read a lot,
Right.
they're pensive,
Autodidact.
yeah, autodidacts, just people who are just generally curious about the world around them and want to learn.
Right.
I regard them as very intelligent.
One thing I do think though, you can go like Donald Trump, can go and deal with the Harvards and the Yales and the Princetons, and other Ivy League and high level universities. One thing you got to think of though, a lot, even a lot of the conservative, like the justices that he nominated, they're all like Harvard and Yale. Amy Coney Barrett is the only exception, and she got her degree from Notre Dame, which is a fine, like an elite university. So I wonder if he's going to go to a judge or justice who is a graduate of Harvard. And, I don't know that a Harvard graduate, is going to, really want to, exact that kind of, punishment on their alma mater.
Well, that's a great question, and
See, I think about things like this.
I
Wait a
think
minute,
nothing wrong with that.
Stanley.
I often think about things most people wouldn't as well, and one of those things is expertism. That's something that truly came about during Bernays' time.
Yep.
And during which of course was during FDR's time, and where hey, I will become your president, and then I'm gonna hire experts, people who know about these topics, and then we will defer to them. And we've just been dealing with a hyper version of that. I believe the greater part of 100 years, just people who purport to be experts, and then we just defer to them, and then we have no say because we say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to trust my senses. I'm going to trust what this expert says. Just because he says he's an expert, he graduated.
Well, but you also got to think, though. You also got to think Congress over that 100 years has deferred a lot.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Yes, they deferred to expertise, and you're like, wow. I'm like, who's this person?
Well, that's why we have a Congress, right?
I mean,
Stanley?
they deferred PETA, for instance. I'll just use them, PETA. The singular source for ruining any animal fun you'll ever have. I mean, there's a black circus now that the circus, the only black circus in existence, Universal Circus, can no longer use animals anymore because PETA for the last 10 years has been suing them into oblivion because they claim that they've been having inhumane practices toward their animals. There's no evidence of it, but they just don't want anybody to have access to that. You can't ride the horses. You can't keep the elephants, etc. That's all they had was horses and elephants. because PETA said so. And guess who started PETA? A couple of LSD laced hippies. Okay. Oh, and they who don't even maintain offices. You call their offices, nobody's there.
So shoot PETA and shoot the hippies.
But my point is that those are the experts that they defer to. Those people. They don't have credentials.
Hopefully, the thing is, in what Trump wants to do with the administrative state, I haven't heard him say, "Hey, Congress, you need to take back some of this power you delegated." I haven't heard him say that yet.
We do hear him say that. I haven't heard him say that either. I won't lie. It's the beginning. I know he talks about draining the swamp. And again, I'll tell you, I'm just not a Trumpite. I'm not a zealot for Trump, but I do agree with him. And I do agree that we dodged a bullet, in my opinion, when it comes to either Biden or Kamala the Ugandan nightmare. But
Stanley, as it concerns the endowments, seizing those is a really bad idea. That will drive the cost of education up. Many state universities. I think that if he wants to do it, he should fine them, because then the money has to come out
That
of
is a fine.
Would you shut the fuck up, please?
What he said.
I haven't talked for a goddamn hour. The second I do, Barney the drunk's got to interrupt me. It's just getting old, man.
Seizing the endowment is a fine.
Right up.
Patience will suffice.
And as I was saying, many state universities have huge endowments as well. So now you're seizing state-owned funds. That's a bad idea. The endowments are for the long-term defrayment of costs at universities. That's their stated specific purpose. And so if you want to do something, don't tamper with their long-term success, tamper with their immediate cash fund. That will affect the professors way more than the endowments will, because they're going to cut positions.
Yeah. Fuck with their petty cash. Yeah, I agree.
Well, the other thing, and honestly, and I, having gone through the process recently, of choosing a college, I honestly think my son had more fucking common sense than I did. Because it wouldn't have hurt my feelings had he gone to an Ivy League school. Right. However, he had other ideas. He went to the state school. It was the best choice. I have to give him that credit. You know what? He didn't want to go Ivy League. So, he didn't even apply. And I was like, when you going to do it? When you going to do it? And
that's the crazy thing. Why not take, I don't know, man. A lot of people, they put too much stock in prestige.
And that's what I'm saying. You know what? There are a lot of great alternatives. I mean, the state school that he's going to, excellent school, and shit, it's an hour away. He got the best of both worlds, and I think that's part of what why irony caught my attention. You have got to do what's best for your family, what's best for your kids. And frankly, going to an Ivy League school wouldn't have been the best.
Yes, I will.
So,
agree.
even old man Stan has some shit that young people can teach him. And my son taught me. And that's what I raised him to do, to have a level head on his shoulders. And I'm not right about everything. Sometimes he's right.
Yes, and to think for himself.
Yep.
There was one thing I was going to say, man. It was at the tip of my brain about universities. I believe Harvard's endowment only has somewhere around an eighth of its endowment being part of being sourced from federal funding.
That much? I thought there would be a separation.
No, it's about an eighth of their funding, of their endowment. So
I see.
So what is their endowment? Somewhere
it's billions.
Billion.
Look, I'll look it up right quick.
Like 50 to 53 billion, something.
It's some ungodly number.
Some country's GDP It's ridiculous. It's a lot of money, and then also
Yeah, but you got to think the school's like 300 years old or something.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
old.
it's 53.2 billion.
Yeah, I knew I was in the ballpark, and I'm just
So
saying.
you don't
How many?
you don't
How
have
many?
to take
Go ahead.
you
go
don't
ahead.
have to take all their endowments. You just start taxing them bit by bit, right? Because Trump
Okay, well,
can do that.
their endowment is basically like a fund. You can't. You're not going to be able to tax them if they don't realize their gains.
Exactly. If they're not
So,
spending,
yeah,
you're right. It's in the market, by the way. It's not
yeah,
just sitting in a bank.
yeah, exactly.
I was also going to say, how many 5-star Hell's Kitchen restaurants do we need in the food court, though? You know what I mean? I
Right.
remember when I went to University of Southern Cal. Okay, got in a partial ride because I participated in a program called Annenberg Scholars. You know,
Oh yeah, okay.
okay, got
That
in.
that's
Only
big.
one, only one in my region to get in. When I got there, it was like heaven. Okay, University of Southern Cal. If you've ever been to that campus as a teen, I think I was 17 when I stepped foot on that campus for the first time.
How old?
I was
Dude,
17.
that's so fucking crazy.
Holy
What a small
shit.
world. I'm a UCLA alumni, and I've been to USC parties. Those rich cocksuckers over there, bro. You got like 19-year-olds driving Maseratis. You know they got.
Dude, tell them about it, man. It is heaven on earth. I walked into the Spielberg television school of cinematography. My roommate at the time was taking classes there, white boy. There was anything you wanted to do, man, you could do there. It's ridiculous. And
where are they getting the money for Maserati?
Mommy and daddy. But my point in bringing them up was at the food court, at the many food courts there, the one that was right downstairs from my dorm was the Wolfgang Puck food court.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yes, it's probably not
Nice.
anymore, but when I was there, it was, and it just had staples from one of his famous restaurants in there. I mean, it was just regular food, to me, but there were staple dishes from his restaurants, and I'm just like, what the heck, man? This is what dreams are made of, man. You think if that's your first experience with a university, everything else falls short, and this isn't even an Ivy. This is just a ridiculously, fabulously rich university that has turned out plenty of Rhodes Scholars, and politicians and all types of people, man. The guy. So I was taking a course in parliamentary debate, and I was taking a course in yes. The two guys who were teaching us, they were great, man. And then I was being mentored. We had a course in entrepreneurship, man. And the guys, these white Jews, man, these guys were captains of industry. One of the guys at that time was the current head of Lacoste, and then he was the previous head of Porsche's. My goodness, the clothing portion, their merchandising. He was their former president of that. Then another dude, this bald head white guy whose name I can't remember. I have his card somewhere. This guy was a television and movie mogul whose name he has credits to his name. It's ridiculous, man. And the people they mentored, they were walking us into rooms with people that they taught. You remember that terrible Fox produced Fantastic Four movie with Jessica
Alba.
Yeah, they were showing
Yeah, I
us
remember.
they were generating the thing.
Yeah, check you later, Stanley.
Take it
me,
easy,
brother.
Dude, they were taking us into Trojan Battery. They were taking us to the Dodger Stadium, and I mean, it was ridiculous, man. And we were just, at 17, you can't really take in what's happening.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. So I say all that to say, these endowments, the money that they receive, man. They just keep building their campuses up and up and up, and barrier to entry is I mean, it just becomes.
Well, one of the things that one of the pluses about elite universities is the networking. I mean, you're going to meet people, the networking opportunities,
That's a fact,
just
man.
outstanding.
But that's exactly what it is, and I gotta say, so I studied law, and in fraternities and sororities, your Phi Kappa Beta Psi's, all that bullshit, you get that, and these people look at themselves above the law. They have this kind of camaraderie, whether it's the women or the men, and they that networking, it really propels them throughout their lives. But what freaked me out more than anything, man, was within the law sector was the Freemasons. Like, they were like military recruits, Stanley. You'd have them fucking in every campus, and when the season for graduation was around, they'd be fucking, oh, why don't you join the Scottish Lodge? Why don't you join the York Lodge? Like, that stuff always weirds me out when they're trying to recruit the smartest, youngest people around. It's like, what are you guys up to? It's like all these conspiracy theories. It's
World
like, is there
domination.
Oh, you said it, not me.
Hey, listen, my uncle, the one who was in the Navy, Stanley, he was a Freemason. Wouldn't tell me, what degree, but he was pretty high, and didn't advise that I become a Mason.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, when I told you, man, this guy, though I knew him well, there were a lot of things I didn't know about him, and he kept them close to chest, for sure. And I just heard stories just from my mother, because that was her brother, about ways he got out of things because of his affiliation with Freemasonry, or got into things because of his relationship to Freemasonry. And he joined, I think, during his time in school, but I'm not sure, man. I don't know his history. He's dead and gone now, but
well, that's what it is, right, bro? It's militaristic, right? That's the thing. People, you go to like your local lodges, they're all over the world, small towns, cities all over the world.
All over the world.
Those people don't really know. They don't really know. It's like a military structure. Think of like 5-star generals, what they know and the command they send down to the fucking soldier in the platoon. The soldier doesn't know what's going on. He's just given the command. And that's one thing I thought was such a red flag with Freemasonry, is how they kind of keep it so secretive as you climb, and then you're bound to that secrecy. Like, what's the point if you're all just a bunch of Shriners donating to children's hospitals? Like,
Shriners hospitals. They just built one down the street from me. Absolutely, yeah.
Like, what is the point? Like, why are you guys so secretive, bro?
Yeah, a lawyer.
So
go ahead.
We pretty much are done with this video. I mean, basically, oddly enough, now that I've gotten used to Trump is gonna be president. Now I'm just curious to see if he can do what he says he's gonna do.
Yeah, I'm very.
And you know what? I hope it's for the good of the country. If the country gets better, then I'm man enough to say, well, you know what? He was right, I was wrong. But I wonder if this isn't, I don't think he's going to be able to do what he says he's going to do with the education. Now, one other thing that came up in this video, which is definitely interesting, is apparently Trump's thinking about starting some sort of University of America, or something of that sort. I think that's coming up. That's worth hearing.
Stanley, what do you think about Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk heading off the GOE? The government.
I have concerns about it.
You think they're just going to cut out a bunch of jobs and it's going to negatively?
Well, I don't know what they're going to do. I'm a wait and see kind of guy, but I think it's a bad look. I don't think that having one of the biggest government contractors, having, any say so in how the budget is done. If it was just Vivek, I could probably stomach it. Elon Musk being that level of contractor, I don't think it's a good look.
Right.
I'm not saying things can be more efficient. I would love to see, some of the redundancy if there's a lot of redundancy, and I was in the Navy, so I know shit can get real redundant and people want to protect their fiefdoms. I'm all for, cutting that kind of waste. I just think I would love to see someone who wasn't that level of billionaire, like a more, I don't know. I'd like to see a blacks in there cutting budgets.
Oh man, did I be cutting?
Yeah, he needs to make Kanye. He needs to put Kanye West in his
Well,
category.
no, I don't think Kanye is who I would have in mind, but
I mean,
someone.
Stanley, at this point,
I would like to have someone responsible and not an elite, counting the beans.
I agree with that.
But, it is what it is.
Guys, man. Kanye,
Wrong.
y'all sleeping on Kanye West, man. Jesus walks. Kanye West, man.
He's insane.
Let me find that part about Trump's plans, low-cost university, that sort of thing. That was an interesting idea.
If someone asked me to draft a talk, that Harris has her pronouns in her bio. Needless to say, this is the opposite of that. Is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, there it is.
Utterly mind-blowing. Is absolutely fire them en masse. And like Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk want to do, there will be mass firings, and there are many offices that we can get rid of, but that's among the first to go. This video is absolutely extraordinary. This is an utterly mind-blowing and game-changing video.
Under the plan I'm announcing today, we will take the billions and billions of dollars that we will collect by taxing, fining, and suing excessively large private university endowments, and we will then use that money to endow a new institution called the American Academy. Its mission will be to make a truly world-class education available to every American, free of charge, and do it without adding a single dime to the federal debt.
Okay, that is extraordinary. That claim will have to be fact-checked. I don't know if that's true, to not add a single penny to the federal debt. But as you know, I'm deeply concerned about the federal debt. But I think we can solve that by taxing the endowments of large universities and institutions. And I think that they should be taxed at the highest possible margin. The other thing that's interesting to note about this is that he wants to make this educational opportunity free for people. There's no question about it that people whose parents do not have money, they come from bad zip codes, they do not have the same educational opportunities as, for example, I came from the middle class. So we need to give every American a public education of the first rate, a la John Rawls. I think this moves us in that direction. And we can do so by pulling from the endowments of corrupt universities that have been fleecing the people for decades.
This institution will gather an entire universe of the highest quality educational content covering the full spectrum of human knowledge and skills, and make that material available to every American citizen online for free. Whether you want lectures or ancient histories or an introduction to financial accounting or training in a skilled trade, the goal will be to deliver it and get it done properly, using study groups, mentors, industry partnerships, and the latest breakthrough in computing. This will be a truly top-tier education option for the people.
This is a fantastic idea. Again, it's free, it's for the people. I only have two suggested criticisms of this. One is part of the university experience is being with your peers in a place. I don't know how that can be replicated. I think that's important. My second criticism of that is there has to be some kind of I don't know if at this point AI cannot do it, but maybe soon it can. There has to be some kind of a dialectic and pushing back on things. So I don't know, I'd have to learn more about it, but this is a fantastic idea, particularly if it can give middle income and lower middle income people, and even people who have no hope or no opportunity at all, who federal subsidies usually cover a portion of their education, but going in debt for large sums as a young person is just terrible. So I think this is a fantastic idea.
It will be strictly non-political, and there will be no wokeness or jihadism allowed.
I love the bluntness of this man. No wokeness or jihadism. It has to be non-political. As Pano Kanoulis from the University University of Austin has repeatedly said the solution to left-wing ideological takeover of institutions is not a right-wing institution. We have to have bodies of knowledge that are not ideologically corrupt. We have to have bodies of knowledge that are, again, based upon this idea we try to falsify. We have to have open inquiry for what we're doing. We don't have that now. The systems are corrupt. And let me be very plain and speak bluntly and in clear language. The people who have done this to the United States of America, they are the enemies of America. They're the enemies of freedom. They're the enemies of decency. They have done this not only to themselves, they are a stain on the United States of America. And I think this plan is going to go a long way into ousting the ideologues who have overtaken and ransacked our academies.
Most importantly, the American Academy will compete directly with the existing and very costly four-year university system by granting students degree credentials that the U.S. government and all federal contractors will henceforth recognize.
That is really important. Credentials that are recognized. I would also say that we need a cultural movement along with this to discredit and delegitimize degrees from institutions, particularly Ivy League institutions like Yale or Harvard. Remember, to be clear, in case someone is thinking that I am on my own personal jihad, you would actually be correct. But to be clear, let's take a look at just one simple example. If you're watching this and you're like, Boghossian, he's a crazy man, the institutions aren't corrupt, you're wrong. I'll tell you why. I'll give one simple example, plagiarism. Claudine Gay, plagiarist, not fired. I just published a piece, or piece is coming out, Lawrence Krauss's new book about plagiarism, documenting the incidents of where it's occurred. Institutions have not fired plagiarists. Not only have they not fired them, they know that they're plagiarists, they're harboring plagiarists, they're hiding plagiarists, they're hiding the dissertations of people they suspect have plagiarized so they cannot be caught. It's a disgrace. These people are a disgrace. They're ideologues. That's what they are, and we must dismantle the system.
The Academy will
I don't know. When he says we've got to start a cultural movement, in my opinion, that's trading one ideology, for another. I think Boghossian's analysis is faulty. Whether he realizes it or not, what he's talking about is trading one ideology for another. So, and then the other thing, that I find is essentially what Trump is proposing is kind of like a Robin Hood. He's going to take from, the rich Harvards and Yales of the world, and, he's going to put it in another institution. I think I'm not sure I'm on board with that, So, that's my particular criticism. What do y'all think?
Personally, well, I think the telltale sign is when he offhandedly referenced his opinion to it being his own personal jihad. I don't disagree that we need to kind of decentralize education, because it has very much so been polarized to one particular side, and a place of scholarly learning and for all intents and purposes debate has been shut down in lieu of this decadent left, I'll say, where you can't have any opposing out loud thoughts. You just have to keep those within yourself so that you, quote, don't offend, unquote. I think that the degrees that they've presented and our funding are erroneous, simply put. I mean, they're just needless. Yeah, unless you're going to the university to specifically, I don't know, you plan on teaching at that university, for which there are few positions because once people reach tenure, it takes an act of God to get them out of there, or they have to die. You're just not gonna make it there. Then you're gonna complain and say, university didn't prepare me for life. You know what? When you had the chain smoking emphysema black woman on, whose voice we heard excoriating black men for their for her, what she perceived as a I don't know, erroneous love of Trump because he does things that they wish that they could do. She reminds me of my old guidance counselor. Sounds just like her. I mean, cadence, vocal cadence, timbre, and everything sounds just like her. But one thing she did say that I'm reminded of, she said, when universities don't prepare you for life. Go there if you wish, learn what you can. Said, but the universities, especially HBCUs, and because she was black feminist woman who's been there, done that, especially HBCUs, she would say, they don't prepare black people for life, because they inculcate you in this fake, this foolhardy fake, I don't know, black fiefdom, this black world that doesn't exist, and you think that that's the way it is, and then you leave and you get a rude awakening.
Right. And, the one thing I would add is, it's kind of like I feel about, K through 12.
Oh yeah.
It's the thing is if you're expecting a institution of higher learning to prepare you for everything in life, you're expecting too much. Even if you graduate from MIT with a degree in like some like niche computer science or physics, when you get to that first job, they're gonna OJT you to do what they need you to do. You may lean on some stuff you learned in college, you may not. So, institutions of higher learning don't prepare you for everything you're going to do in life. Some of it you got to learn on your own.
Yes. And I don't believe they prepare you for any of that.
Could be.
You know what I mean? I think they are there to give you a glimpse of, I don't know, what could be, if that makes any sense.
Or you take what you learned and adapt it to what you needed to do.
Yeah, because man, all the degrees I hold, man, I don't use a one of them. If I'm truly thinking about it, I don't use what I learned in those classrooms. Okay, strike that. I don't use the formal, I don't know, learning that I gleaned from their rubric. But what I do use is how I learned how to talk to professors, or learned how to speak with my peers, learn how to deal with adversity.
Right.
Kind of like the process, learning how to deal with departments. I believe that was more valuable than even the curriculum. Just learning how to deal with those people and learning, hey, if I go and I schmooze this lady at 8 a.m., I'm gonna be able to get early access to this. I've built a rapport with the vice president or the provost, and she'll allow me to, I don't know, go in her office and take a nap in between courses, or give me access to the common areas when nobody else is around, etc. Learning how to finagle with Phineas.
Right. So that's pretty much the point I wanted to get to. What Trump is proposing. And, you know, it's all interesting stuff to me. You know, whether he can do it, whether he has time to do it is, you know, that remains to be seen.
But
And
Noble,
then
can I
from
end?
there, we go
Oh,
to.
I hate Q-Tip, man. I hate him, and I hate this guy, Michael Steele. Oh my
I
god.
love Elie Mystal. I read his last book. It was actually poorly written. You know, it kind of, you know, it sounded good, you know, all the, you know, critiques and the interviews he did, but when I actually sat down and read it, it wasn't particularly, you know, that compelling.
Anyway, Nobleness D. I agree. Learning to learn is half the point, but I believe you could have done it gone a cheaper route to learn. Go join.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, like I said, I think, you know, one of the more valuable things that you get from a USC or a UCLA or a Harvard or a Yale is, you know, the contacts. You know, I think about
It's not
Al
about
Gore.
what you know, right, Stanley? It's not about what you know. It's about who you know.
A lot of times, and that's something that I had to learn coming out of college. And you know, one of my favorite examples is Al Gore and Tommy Lee Jones, of the actor, were roommates. You know, it's an odd pairing, but you know what? That's a contact that
One of my favorite. Yeah.
So, you know, I think the contacts that you might get at a Harvard, you know, that might be more valuable than the education, to be honest.
Well, I agree. We got such luminaries as the lady who thought up and botched Theranos. You know, she utilized her Harvard.
Oh yeah. Yep, I know.
You know, yeah, I agree with you. I do agree that if you do that, you will. I mean, if you go that route, you will not only glean the quote excellence of the school, but you'll also get a nice or a hefty serving of people that you can put in your
Rolodex.
your billboard. Yeah.
So this video here, I haven't listened to it. I saw it, you know, and I put it up. I actually like Michael Steele. Elie Mystal is funny, but you know, like I said, I read his book and you know, thinking, well, damn, you know, this sounds interesting, and it was kind of thrown together. It wasn't that compelling. I didn't learn anything that I didn't already know. But we'll hear like 5 minutes. I'm curious to what these two are getting up to.
Before you go on with them, I wanted to talk about Tommy Lee. I didn't know Tommy Lee Jones went to Harvard. The only story about him was he was discovered while working on an oil rig. That's what I knew about him. He was discovered as an actor while working on an oil rig. In terms of his education, I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't know if he finished, but I know he was there.
Good for him, man. It's actually easier to get into Harvard than people would ever understand.
Yep. So we'll watch a couple minutes of this.
Cool.
We have said America is better than this. America is better than Trump. Come on, guys. It's the Joe Biden one, right? Come on, guys. Come on. No, Joe, we're not. We're not better. We're not better than this. We are this. And we can never get better than this if we don't confront who we are, if we don't confront what we are, if we don't confront why we want the things.
I bet he thought he was very introspective when he
that
said
is
that
the
line.
first step to recovery, right? You don't get over being a drug addict by saying I don't got no problem. No. You get over being a drug addict by hitting rock bottom and admitting that you have a problem that needs to be addressed. Trump is not the cause of any of this. America is the cause of Trump, not.
See, I agree with that.
We have to deal with that, right? And I particularly noted what you said on TV because you were like the only one who did, or one of the only people who kind of got that aspect of it. That this was a demand from this country to have him reinstalled. That's why it's like, to me, so different than 2016. Not just because like 2016 shock, oh my god, what happened, right? I always used to joke that in 2016 the people who were most surprised were educated black people like us, right? Because we were like, Chad would never do that, man. Right? Like the people in the hood, people didn't have the opportunities that you and I have had. They knew, it's that Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock sketch. Black people knew what white people were capable of. As brothers like us were like, oh my god, no way, Matthew Higginbottom the third, no way, man. That ain't this. That was 2016. That ain't now. America knew exactly what it was voting for now. Yeah. And the Americans that stayed home, they knew also exactly what they were staying home about.
And the beauty of that, those folks, this is my interpretation, could be wrong, but I doubt it, was that it was almost like Pontius Pilate.
Right? Right? I wash my hands of your demolition.
There you go. I'm like, no, you can't blame me. I wrote somebody's name in, or I didn't even bother to go to the polls. When you look at the number of people, both candidates underperformed their 2020 election vote.
I will say just really quickly, part of that is not just COVID, but part of that is that it was easier to vote in 2020. Part of why the votes were suppressed was because after 2020, a bunch of states were like, we're going to make it totally harder to vote. And again, at some point, we will get into the Democratic Party's complicity in all of this. But it's one of the reasons why both candidates underperformed. It's because it was literally harder to vote this time.
I don't know that I agree with him on that. I don't think it was harder to vote.
I completely
I
disagree.
think Georgia. Yeah, Georgia, if I recall, had a record turnout. I know some of these swing states had record turnouts. So
exactly, and that's why I don't listen to either of them, Michael Steele or Ellie Mistal or whatever the hell his name is. I call him Q-Tip Man.
I actually was in the DC area when Michael Steele ran for lieutenant governor.
Uh-huh.
So I remember him winning the office, but in some ways, I kind of, as much as I like, Michael Steele sounds like somebody, you could hang out and, joke around with, but to a certain extent, I've always found him kind of unserious.
He is. He's insufferable.
In Mistal, I have found him. I probably find him more unserious than I did when I first discovered him, 3 or 4 years ago. Both of them tend to be unserious, and both of them are lawyers, by the way. They kind of lack gravitas sometimes.
Stanley, that just bolstered the point that I made. I don't know when I made this point, but I know I've made it. You don't have to be smart to be a lawyer. I mean,
no, you don't. You have to be a good reader, though.
I will agree with that. You do, but as you learned, you don't have to be a good writer.
Oh yeah, it was surprising how badly it was written. It wasn't like grade school. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. Top notch.
Do you know who enjoyed Ta-Nehisi Coates' most recent?
Glenn Lowry.
I couldn't believe it.
Well, Ta-Nehisi Coates is a good writer, and he doesn't have a college degree, by the way.
Oh yeah, there you go. Ta-Nehisi Coates, I will say, is probably a very good writer. However, I did not like anything he wrote in the comic book sphere.
Oh yeah, I never read any of his comics.
I didn't like any of it, but he just kind of retconned some characters in, and just people took that and ran with it, and then we got what we got. But his book, I plan on reading it. I'm gonna read it because I did something I normally don't do. I believe I agree with John McWhorter, who I generally just do not agree with this man or his views, but I agree with to Ta-Nehisi. Go ahead.
Okay. I think McWhorter. I think McWhorter holds a grudge better than just about anyone I can think
Oh
of.
my goodness, he does. Worse than you, Stanley. He holds a
Because well, I don't know that I hold grudges as much as I don't forget. I'll forgive, but I don't forget.
never forgets. Yeah, absolutely.
But the thing is like 4 years ago, Ta-Nehisi Coates Ta-Nehisi Coates has been on Glenn's show with McWhorter before.
Yes, he has.
And I can't remember exactly what their falling out is, but I think one of McWhorter's big problems is both um, um, what's his name? Ibram Kendi and Coates have gotten more acclaim than McWhorter has. And McWhorter's my age, like within a few months. I think McWhorter basically is a little bitter that, he's not, held in the same regard as Ta-Nehisi Coates and Ibram Kendi are. And I think Ta-Nehisi Coates
If I'm juxtaposing Ta-Nehisi with Ibram, I would say Ta-Nehisi is credible.
Yep, he has.
Yeah.
Yep, he's eclipsed of the three. Yeah. Ta-Nehisi Coates is,
Ibram is completely and utterly untenable. This guy. Let me ask you a question. Do you ever define a word with the word in scholarship?
I saw that interview. I don't think it was as bad as all that. However, the funny thing about Ibram X. Kendi is he's not articulate, and now his stamp from the beginning. I read that it was actually well written.
Okay,
but he's not. It's weird how it's weird how he isn't as articulate as he is in his writing, and that caught my attention. I'm not going to cast aspersions or anything, but I've never met anyone that inarticulate who was a good writer.
Do we smell plagiarism? And see, and
I'm not going to say plagiarism. I smell maybe ghostwriting.
I agree with that. Here, and that's my problem.
But I'm not gonna say that. I'm not. I haven't written any American Book Award winning books lately.
Okay, but do you remember when we had the conversation and I said when I got into high school after being homeschooled, my professor at the time told the entire class, I typically don't like people to write the way they speak. I said, well, I always write the way I speak.
Yes.
And it's been that way. I've never not written the way I spoke, and I've always received high marks. But he obviously doesn't write the way he speaks, because whenever I hear him speak, it's just it's so he's supposed to be a scholar, he's supposed to be a philosopher of sorts, and I just don't get that from him.
No, I don't either.
I hear an idiot, and I don't.
Whereas Ta-Nehisi Coates, when he speaks, you may not agree with what he says, but it's always, well spoken.
Exactly, and that's thank you. The words that the choice of words matter, especially in your spoken word, not just your written, and they should at least match, in my opinion, 80%. 80 to 90%, because you can't help but write the way you speak. I don't know.
I would think you would. I don't know how you can't.
Well, I don't know when you're
your writing should be better than your speech because you have time to reword and edit and all that. But you're right, it should be an approximation.
It definitely should be an approximation, but I don't get that from Ibram. And the Q-tip man, he's just a filibustering talking head, man. I'm totally convinced Guys is here. Go ahead.
No, I agree. Eli Mastal is his name. Yeah, He is there's a reason he's not practicing law. He did go to Harvard.
Oh my goodness. That school is the blight. It's kind of like I used to sit in and do performances with a lot of jazz greats. Have you ever heard of Stanley Turrentine?
No.
He was a saxophonist. Or
Hey, Blacks. Hey, Stanley. I gotta get going, guys. I'm gonna keep listening though. God bless y'all. Have a good night.
Yeah, it was good talking to you. Come back more often, man.
I will do, bro. It's a pleasure. God bless you guys.
Bye.
There's a song, and that's Stanley Turrentine. Stanley Turrentine is a really good saxophonist, by the way. He plays tenor sax. But there's a trumpeter called Roy Hargrove. Do you know who he is?
No, my jazz. I know the greats. I'm not, deep.
Oh, no worries. So Roy is from the new school of jazz. One new school between 80 and the 90s. He died recently, a couple years ago. But before he died, and I had an opportunity to play with him.
Oh wow!
Myself, one of my closest friends at the time, knew him. He's from DC and all that, and he plays jazz trombone. Anyway, when we played together, what was I almost lost my train of thought. Well, I did lose my train of thought. When we played together, it was a phenomenal experience. But what was the point I was trying to make in comparison to?
Well, you said you sat in with Turrentine.
I sat in with this guy, dude. I'm so tired. I lost my point. So, I just think that the Q-Tip man, and his inability to make a cogent point is killing me every time I see him. He's just a talking head. He's loud. He just overtalks anybody who tries to make a more cogent point than his own. And like you said, there's a reason why he doesn't practice law. Hopefully before I get off here, I'll get back to the point I was trying to make about Roy.
What?
I can't remember exactly. I'm so tired.
It'll come back to you.
But Stanley Turrentine, man, one of the greatest tenor saxophonists you will ever hear. That's my favorite genre. Jazz is my favorite genre. It has been since I was about 12. I dabbled with with alto sax. And funny story, I had to sell it so that I could get on a plane.
Oh wow!
I had to pawn it for $75. My mom was incensed, but I was an adult and I wasn't using it anymore. But yeah.
Speaking of which, I have a trumpet I need to give away or something. I have to remember to talk to my son's former music teacher at the high school.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, is it an expensive trumpet or is it?
No.
It's a beginner.
It's a more or less good enough to play in a high school band, and my son kind of lost interest in it. He, believe it or not, he took up one of his electives his senior year was a quote keyboarding class, which was just basic piano. So he kind of lost interest in the trumpet, and rather than let it, because it's literally sitting on a table in the hallway, I keep forgetting to talk to the teacher about just some kid who can't afford a trumpet or something like that will make good use of it.
Yeah, just give it to the high school, and then they'll make it.
That's what I'm going to
do. And somebody will get it. Absolutely, man. But oh man, the experiences. When you think back on life, those are the memories, man. I don't know if I'd ever want to go back, but I know the memories are invaluable.
Yeah, I've never had the urge to go back. If I got the opportunity to go back to like 18 or 20 or something, I want to do something else. I wouldn't want to live the exact same life.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd probably do something else. Armed with my knowledge, I'd probably invest in Bitcoin.
I'd invest in Apple and Microsoft more.
Oh, me too. Definitely Apple and Microsoft, but definitely Bitcoin. I'd take whatever little money I'd have and just throw it into Bitcoin. I'd find a way to do it and then reap the rewards. Anyway, I'm going to head to bed.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm going to be up for a while. At some point, I'll transition into Pop the Balloon or something more amusing. But, I've been thinking about this stuff for a few days now.
Yeah.
And I had, finally, actually got it relatively organized, which is rare for me. But, at least I had an arc of thought.
You did. Yeah, I saw your arc.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
All right. It's good talking to you. We haven't talked in a while.
I know. You have my number, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
All right, brother. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
You too.
Virgo, are you still there? Oh, no. All the productive people have to get sleep, apparently. So, I don't know. I'll listen to a couple minutes of this and then we'll go do something else. Some of this stuff I can hold for another night, I guess. So let's see what these ladies have to say. Can you still be friends with Trump supporters, which is a very relative, at least topic for these times.
The vote for Donald Trump was just a symptom of larger issues like, oh, by the way, I'm realizing this person actually is misogynist. I'm realizing this person actually is homophobic. Right. I'm realizing this person actually is a racist. I'm realizing that this person, wait a minute, you were at the insurrection? Bye.
Oh boy.
Welcome back to Hysteria, the podcast that has no qualms telling you to stop fucking Republican men. If you're doing it, first of all.
Oh, this is going to be a 4B special.
Okay, I'm still here with our panel. I want to talk about a debate that has been batting around our algorithms. It was summed up well by a listener email we received. I'm going to read it. My best friend and I never talk about politics. I knew we had different views, so I sometimes censor myself around her, but I never thought she was a full-on Trump supporter. It wasn't until I saw her social media posts on Tuesday that everything clicked into place, and I realized she quietly supported him all along. Am I an asshole for letting my relationship with my best friend just die? Outside of politics, she's been there for me in a huge way. Should we have a conversation about this? And if we do, what's the point? Help, please. So panel, tough question. Alyssa, you want to kick us off? What do you think? Do we unfriend Trump supporters that we know?
Well, first, the fact the friend posted about it, that's hard. That means you're proud. Okay. And so that's one. Two, I think we need to initially lead with curiosity. Like, why did you vote for him? Like, what about it was appealing? Like, if your friend is like, I think it's hard to understand that she didn't know, like, that there were no warning signs that the friend, like, I feel like if your friend's a Trumper,
I think she knew.
There's some warning signs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Utah girls.
I mean, I think you have to, I think the unfriending a bit depends on like a lot of factors. Like the why is one. Like if my friend was working at the ShopRite and was like, listen, okay, I've tried so hard. The Democrats told me, and again, this is low information voters. The Democrats told me everything's fine. I'm not fine. So I decided to give it a try for Trump. I mean, that's different than your rich neighbor down the street who's like, oh my God, tariffs and taxes. Like that's, or someone who's just like, I hate people of color. Like, I think that there are different reasons. And I think that if this person, like she says in this, that this person's has played a big role in her life.
I am done. I'm done. Julissa, that's my take. Go on.
Two things. James Baldwin quote, right? We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. That to me is like a compass, right? Like if you're my friend and you voted for Trump, then you're not really my friend, because he's talking about mass deportations and like, yeah, I'm a citizen now. But by the way, they also say they're going to turbocharge the denaturalization task force. So like, who knows, maybe I won't be a citizen anymore. I don't know, and so that's number one. Like if it's someone, and I have family members who supported Trump, and I am like, you're still my family member, but like I am not gonna be in close contact with you because like every time we talk about this, we end up in a big fight, And at the same time, when I think about like Latino voters, that's a big, huge chunk of people to just toss to the side and say, I'm not going to care about you. You're stupid. You're, how could you possibly vote against your own interests? Like all the things that I have actually said in the past, because I also think it's hard. I don't think any of us here are like, I don't know, right? But I assume none of us here are like living paycheck to paycheck. Like I assume none of us here are struggling to pay our rent, or worried that our landlord is kicking us out and nothing around us we can afford, and so we might have to be living in an RV or live in our car. But those are real concerns of people, right? And however wrong it is, Donald Trump has sent them a message that when I'm in office, your life is going to be better. You're no longer gonna have to worry about those things, which is totally incorrect.
But
because no matter who's
the
president,
fault of what has happened to you are like, he's saying that the reasons that it's happened to them is like racist, and people are like, yes, that's it. It's immigrants. It's
which is like that is like the one of the oldest playbooks in the messages in the playbook, right? Like blame the immigrants. It's like, no, it's not my fault. You don't have a job. Like I'm sorry, it's just not. Like actually look at the corporations, look at profits, look at all these things. So I think we have to continue to invest in those communities, figure out what the right message is that's going to resonate with them. And so in some ways I have an easier time being like the community, people I don't know, let me talk to you. But if you're my friend and we're close, I'm sorry, we don't share the same values. I don't want to be your friend.
Right.
I'm surprised because I'm like, oh, I did this in 2016. I got them out then, and so they're gone. And all there were definitely people posting on my algorithm that was like, we can disagree and still be. And then I would go and unfriend them, and they had already unfriended me. And so that was great to be like, oh, okay. The do as I say, not as I do crowd is really having a great time right now. There was someone in my life in 2016, very, very close to me. Did not vote for Donald Trump, did not vote for Hillary Clinton.
The data they needed.
There you go, right? So I feel like that was and continues to be a missed opportunity. I think that, I mean, the whole reason that we're asking about what Black men we're gonna do, or what Latino men we're gonna do, was because those people were expected to mitigate the votes of white people who were definitely voting for Donald Trump. But there was no need for no real exploration for why they were voting the way that they were voting, right? And I think the only other thing I would say on that, we went into this year at the 19th saying abortion was on the ballot. And I think that for women of color, voters of color, it absolutely was. But as we saw at the top of the ticket, it was not for white voters. And I think hearing from voters when they said again and again and again and again that the economy was their top issue. And I'm not saying abortion is not also an economic issue, because it absolutely is. But for them to keep saying the economy is the thing that I care about. And yes, there are I don't believe there's any such thing as a single issue voter, but but your top issue is likely your most motivating issue. And that was not always the narrative that we saw, that we went into this election thinking, especially because you did have abortion manifesting like that issue manifesting so strongly in both of these candidates. One candidate who literally ushers in the fall of Roe, and the other candidate who is the, champion of reproductive rights in this country. But those candidates were not, the voters and their concerns were the issue. That was the deciding factor.
Well, I guess everybody renew your passports, get certified
Legal
copies
documents
of your legal documents,
vaccinations.
And, yes, vaccinations, 100%.
Well, let's see here. What else have we got?
A few days ago, President Trump said he didn't know Vice President Harris was a black woman. I'm trying to figure out what all the outrage is about because she's only black when it's time to get elected. Did I lie? The same black people who are mad at Trump for being confused about her race, ethnicity, nationality, whatever, are seemingly forgetting that while you're touting her as a savior for black people, she identifies as an Asian woman. She chose her side and it wasn't ours.
I pretty much disagree with that, but her perspective is appreciated. Oh, that's okay, nobleness. I understand. I'm the self-appointed night owl. Be back around tomorrow, so no big deal. And I agree. I think that abortion issue was milked, and I think it's still an issue, but it's not as big an issue. I think immigration, will wind up being, in my opinion, that was the last issue on the table, and wound up a lot of neglect. I feel that the Democrats did during the Biden administration. It came back to bite. So that is that. We're almost past the the election post-mortem phase of grieving. So I had some more political stuff that I was going to get to, but it can wait. We can go into the more fun phase. This is Pop the Balloon Buckhead, which is basically Pop the Balloon Atlanta, and I'm curious to see what that's all about. So I will start that now. And anybody in the chat who wants to come up, the link is at the top of the of the chat space. Click the link, come on up. We can go in any direction anyone wants to go to. And I guess Virgo must have fallen asleep. So I'm up here all by myself. I'll wing it till somebody comes up to change the direction of this boat.
I'm here, Stanley. I'm just listening.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
So what'd you think of all that stuff? Or did you fall asleep during some of it?
I did at some point.
Well, that's all right. It's stuff that I've been thinking about, and this was one of the rare occasions that I actually had a story arc or an idea arc. And at least it started out lively,
Yeah.
So this is like I said, it's Pop the Balloon Buckhead in Atlanta. So we'll see what kind of mess the Atlanta Negroes are going to get into.
Oh no.
The women that I saw at least looked interesting. So we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Oops. Hey Ryan. You're up kind of earlier than usual, huh? Oop, there you are.
Better. Yeah, I'm up a little early. That's for
So
sure.
how'd your trip go today?
Man, it was just I hate it, man. I just hate it. I'm in this building, right? It's the Google building, right? It's
Oh, is
built
it
no.
really?
Google's got so much money. They built this building, architecturally genius, right? Literally, it's like an inverted triangle in a way. There's probably pictures of it
Oh,
online.
wait, in Reston?
Yeah, it's in Reston.
Oh, okay. You know what? Isn't there one in Maryland somewhere?
They have. I think they got one in. I think in the district, but they're just renting. They're leasing space. They're not. They didn't actually build anything. They're just renting, so to speak.
I see.
But they built this one, and then they decided, we won't go there. We don't want to go there. So they
Really?
just. I mean, what do you spend? Probably $250 million. I mean, it's an architecturally genius building, neat concept. And then they said, so now they're just like renting each floor out to different companies. And this floor is a company called Securitas, and he wants to redo a bunch of different stuff in his building. And he has he's like the owner is like connected to the Middle East somehow, Saudis or something, because he has like a gold-plated bidet in his bathroom, in his office building. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. These people got so much money. Listen, I texted John yesterday. There's 42 Teslas in the frigging garage of this building, man. I'm like, where do they get all this money? It's crazy. 42 Teslas. They're 100 grand a piece, 80 grand a piece, right? Just in the garage. Four layers of garage. So, and that northern, and then we drove through Great Falls. We drove through Great Falls. We were talking about that yesterday. So, you know where that is, Stanley, don't you? Home price, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million.
I think I know where it is.
It's right next to Potomac, same kind of houses. You know? So, I came back through there. So, it just irritates me how much money's over there in that area. It's tremendous. So, you know, and they're probably all just companies that own the stuff supporting the government. You know? Oh, look, 12th man's up here.
You know, it's
Everyone's
funny.
showing up.
I don't. I love that. That area of Northern Virginia. I really love it, but I don't miss it. Oddly enough.
Well, the traffic is.
Oh yeah, it's horrible.
I mean, when I left yesterday, I got back about 5 o'clock, and it just beats you, man, beats you down. So, and
See,
then
the reason I love it is I rarely had to deal with the traffic full, the brunt of the traffic. So, not like you did today, at least.
Yeah, you got Baltimore traffic and the DC traffic all the way to Northern Virginia traffic. It's just, it's. And by the way, I was supposed to go to Capitol Grill.
Oh, you didn't go?
Well, the guy pushed us back, and we ended up going to Bojangles.
Oh wow! I didn't even know they had Bojangles up there.
Listen, we're driving, and the guy said, "Well, just meet us at the office." I said, "Okay." So I said, "Look, man, this guy delayed us. We end up having to." I said, "We got to get back at some point." And he's like, "Just meet us at the office." I was like, "Look, I got to eat something."
Right.
So I turned to my partner, and he says, "Well, I don't know what's around here." I said, well, I pulled up. I said, "There's a Bojangles. I'm going there." So
Had
I'm
you
getting
been
dirty. Bojangles? Yeah, I used to love Bojangles, but there's not many of them.
Right.
So you don't, it's not something you see all the time. So I said, let's go to Bojangles, man. I never see one of them. They're rare, you don't see them that much. So,
right?
But we got dirty rice, and I don't see many Popeyes either.
Now,
You just got
Popeyes,
KFC.
I like Popeyes better than Bojangles.
Well, of those type of restaurants where they have just actual fried, not like Chick-fil-A that doesn't have real chicken, right? are real fried chicken, right? It's KFC, Popeyes, Bojangles. Bojangles I never see. I went to one in Tennessee a couple years ago.
Yeah, but Bojangles doesn't have spicy chicken.
Bojangles has a good chicken. They have dirty rice. Yeah, I don't think they have spicy chicken, but Popeyes has spicy chicken.
Yeah, that and I don't get the plain. I have to have the spicy.
I like spicy. Bojangles has good chicken though, man. I mean, it's
been
good
since I've been to one, so I actually don't remember.
It's good. Dirty rice. So I said, let's hit there. It's just all it's the most buttery biscuits you've ever had.
Oh yeah,
pretty good. But so yesterday got kind of blown up, but I just was amazed by the amount of money on that Route 66, Stanley. It is just it's just in all these buildings. Listen, they have 5 buildings surrounding this Google complex. 2 of them are under construction. They're still building them. And the other 2 weren't occupied. So it's a whole complex they're building. And I found out Northern Virginia is now cutting taxes to lure a lot of these Maryland companies supporting the government and DC companies. They're bringing them out there. They're luring them out there with tax incentives. So crazy. So, but you should have seen every car in the garage in that building was BMW. I mean, there was nothing. I saw one Hyundai. And I noted it on the way. I'm like, there's a Hyundai. There's a Hyundai.
That was the security guards.
Yeah, that's right. The receptionist. That was it, man. It was all money. So, look, the government workers.
Did they have charging stations in the garage?
They had rows of charging stations. So,
nice.
Yeah, they must know that, that. Yeah, I'm talking like each floor had charging stations. So they must know a good chunk of their workforce. And Google might be taking some space, like maybe they'll take a couple floors, but another company in Northern Virginia, down in Crystal City, they built a bunch of Amazon space, and not just lease space where they do a 10-year lease and move into an existing building. I'm talking they're building buildings here, right? So Amazon had H2, Amazon headquarters number, like their DC headquarters, right?
Right.
And they were going to build what's called the Spire. This was under contract a couple of years ago. Clark was going to build it. I deal with Clark a lot. It was a building. If you see the concept online, it was a building that had a vertical, pretty much all glass, and I don't know if you can pull that up. I don't know how to put a link in the chat and all that, or I would do it. But the building goes straight up in the air.
What am I looking up?
It's called the Amazon Spire Project, but it was a walking trail going up into the building, around the building. You should see it. They were going to build this thing. They have it under contract to build it, and then they delayed it.
Oh wow!
Did you see it? It's crazy.
I'm about to put it up on the screen.
What's that?
I'm about to put it up on the screen.
Yeah, and it's got a walking trail in it.
Arlington?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, Crystal City area, yeah. Arlington, same thing. That's it. They were going to build that. Now, you see that thing on the outside? That's the trail.
Looks like a funnel cake.
Well, you see how it's got trees going up on the outside of it?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the trail. You walk up to the top, and it's like green space, and then inside is the building. It's where people are working and things. It's like, and then all those other buildings around it, they've built. Like the one on the right, they built. The far one, they built. So
the buildings off, like on the periphery there, are also Amazon?
Yeah, they built a bunch of buildings there.
Oh wow,
3 or 4. So, but but if you see it, like they were going to build this thing, like they had it under contract, and then they had a small dispute which delayed it, and now they've put it off. But can you just imagine the kind of shit they're building with all this money. It's crazy.
Well,
It's crazy.
the interesting thing is, like 20 years down the line, I guess they demolish them and build something else.
Regularly. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, they'll convert them. Like right now, they're doing all these conversions from building to like commercial space. They're changing it to residential, which is very costly. It's not just like, let's just switch it out. I mean, you got to put firewall in throughout so you don't have flames spread through the building quickly. Like, because a lot of office space is open, whereas residential space, you got to put hundreds of bathrooms in, because in an office, on each floor might have 5 bathrooms. Residential, you'll have 200, or 100 or something. So they're converting a lot of it to residential now because it's needed.
Could you imagine like living that close to work?
I commented on that. I was talking about that yesterday with my partner. He says, I mean, when I lived in the city, I lived in Baltimore City, I got home in like 4 minutes. So it'd be like Friday at 5 o'clock and I'm home. I just like, I'm here. But then what do? You can't you can't go hike a trail or ride a bike, right? Like there's all kinds of traffic and shit. And I just need I need wide open spaces, man,
Well, it's not, even the surroundings. I just don't want to live that close to work. I don't want to be at my desk at a window and, I'm looking up and I see my apartment.
I'm with you, dude. I don't want that either.
I don't want to see home from work and vice versa.
The way you live is the way I like to live. Like you grab your fishing pole and you're on the pond in 5 minutes, like
Yeah.
I'm a country kind of guy, so I hate the city, man. Like it's misery. Like yesterday, just driving all day, looking at buildings, and then going into buildings, and then looking at buildings more that are under construction. I hate it. So like,
it's how a 25-year-old should live. But having a family just blows all that up. I just don't want my kids to grow up, living in a building like that.
Yeah, living in a building. Exactly. Living in a building.
Yeah.
What do you do? I said that because they got all this, and I'm like, what do you do? Well, these people wake up and they go to the gym in the building, they go to the cafe up the street, they come home, like on Saturday, right? They come home, they go to the cafe for lunch, drop $27 for, subpar food. They come home to the apartment or the condo, they call it, right? They spend, they spend the afternoon watching a movie, and then they go out to some dinner, and then they go to the bar or they go to some a jazz bar, and it's kind of what they do there. It's a lifestyle there. So,
well, what it's like, it would be living there would literally be like my college experience living in a dorm. You wake up every morning, you go downstairs, you eat a breakfast that may or may not be good, then you walk to class.
Actually, that's a very good point. It is it's like campus life.
Yeah, exactly. And I bet they call it a campus.
That's a very good point. Hey, type in Reston Metro Plaza and see if you can see that Google building. So it's like a inverted triangle kind of, but it's not a full triangle, but
Is it
Reston Metro Plaza.
Okay.
Reston Metro Plaza Google. See if it comes up. So you'll see that. And
oh yeah, there's a building like this somewhere over in Maryland. It's similar. Hold on one sec. Let me switch this over.
Yeah, you see it. So what's crazy is, right? So this, I don't know if that's it. Is that it?
That's what came
Actually,
up.
yeah, I think so. You see how it's got that like upside down wedge?
Yeah, hold on one sec. Let me see, can I enlarge it? Let's see, it's got there's a slideshow or something, I think.
Right. Yeah, see
Yeah.
that right there.
Okay, let me see, can I blow it up a bit? What is this?
So like I'm up on the 9th floor because they're redoing this several floors.
Yeah.
And you can walk out to the edge of the building, right? And kind of look straight down because of the way that it's like it's yeah, you see so if you walk over to the edge of that right there, you can
Mhm.
pretty much look straight down. So it's a weird feeling, man. So because it's a reverse wedge,
Right.
but it's a neat building because
Looks like the dumbest building in the world to me.
okay, 12th man. it's architect from an engineering standpoint, it's extremely interesting because you've got to tie like it's cantilever decks there. So meaning the concrete itself is suspended in the air. It defies gravity. It's pretty slick. So that's it right there, though. That's all I
Yeah,
got there.
I could see myself, 25 years old, just out of college.
Yeah, it's fun, man. You see all the tower cranes up, right? They built that whole. There's 5 buildings they built about at the same time. So I don't know if that might be underway right now. That pick right there, because there were several buildings that were popping up. Now this is where you drive. You see this right here? This is where you drive. Underneath it is like a 4-story garage.
I see.
So, but anyway, it was just.
Oh, this is like 8 years ago.
Yes. Well, so the first building was done 8 years ago, and bear in mind, again, Google itself was moving in, but now they never did. So now they're renting all this space out. So basically, I don't know what this is, but basically what's happening is so now they're renting. So they're redoing all the floors basically.
Holy shit!
I didn't see that there. I didn't see that
Good
there.
for Google.
Well, man, are you jealous of Google? And they have more money than countries.
Not really.
They have more money than entire countries.
I don't want their money.
Well, don't worry, they're not offering you any.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not offering it to you either, Stanley. So
it's just crazy.
I'm not doing the criticizing.
And then you drive down this corridor there, 66, man. And it's just there's companies you never even heard of that have all this money. And I just type the names in. I'm like, what do they do?
Who cares?
Well, 12th man, we were just having a conversation about this stuff.
We weren't proposing to ship you there.
See, I don't remember seeing
millions of people got millions of dollars.
These are older pictures, so
I don't remember seeing this, but I was at 1900 was the address. I don't know if this is 1902. It's still one complex.
You ain't got millions of dollars, so what are you talking about?
I'm just talking about the building, 12th man. That's it. Just the building.
This is 5 years ago.
Yeah. So now there's like multiple buildings surrounding that building right there that are, underway. That whole thing.
Google
photos.
Yeah, all these companies though, it just blows my mind how much money is in our country. It's just driving there yesterday. I'm like, this is, and look, here's what's funny.
Place looks like a rattleship.
A battleship. Yeah.
Like a rattleship, not a battleship.
I don't know what that is, Sloth Man.
Like one grenade could make it fall.
Okay.
Spoken.
We don't have any grenades there. Okay. So I don't know what you're talking about, Sloth Man, but it's all good. We love you anyway. But anyway, yeah, now, so you pull in and you hang a left at that light, and then you go in a garage. Like, so on that side, there's probably a 30-story building. Behind it, there's buildings all around
So the garage isn't sunken; it's actually above ground.
it.
Is
No,
that what?
the garage is underneath that building right there is a 4-story garage.
I got you.
But then on the right side, near where that light is, there's a brand new building that's double the size of that in height. There's 4 buildings surrounding this now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is 5 years ago. So, and this is
Yeah, I'll see if I can find something more recent.
type in 2024. It's probably got something. James C. Davis built it, so that's the yeah. There it is, 1900 Wrestling Station. That's it. Interesting.
Summerbration. Looks like a party space.
Yeah. Well, they got. Maybe they had a a celebration of some sort. It just shocks
like a
me.
Bohemian Grove.
Oh, there it is. There you go. Tenant portal. Yeah. I don't know if they have pictures of the area right there, though. I got pictures from
amenity.
Yeah, amenities. My building. Look at this. I should have looked this up before I went out there.
Yeah.
Looks like a Hollywood studio prop.
It's pretty crazy.
Except it's not.
No, it's just a place now.
Still looks like one.
Yeah, they got all kinds of junk there.
Kind of like
So if you go, these are renderings. I think these are just renderings, like where they show, where they're saying this is, so it's just fake, you know. But it did look like that one. Like there's a lot of wood floors in there like that. But Da Vinci Virtual Office. It's got to be a. I don't know. I don't know if you can see the current one. I don't know if I can upload my pictures because I took a couple of shots.
looks like that one dumpy casino town south of Las Vegas. What do you call it?
Oh, there it is.
One
Go
of
back
those
one. Go back one.
Go back
Go
one.
back one. Yeah, go back one. There it is under construction. So you see this here, right? You see that concrete is in the air.
Yeah.
You see how it's just hanging in the air like that?
Yeah.
That's about 15 foot of concrete right there coming off that building.
Really?
Yeah. It's just hanging in the air. It's literally supported with cables, post-tension cables that are run through that whole concrete deck right there.
I see.
And
Is that let me
You live in that, Stanley?
do I live there? No.
No, would you live in it?
Cabling you're talking about right there?
Yep. So on those ends, there's cable going that way and the other way.
I
And
see.
it ties back to that column right there.
Okay, so it's 10.
But then the columns are tied back too, right?
Uh-huh.
So, but you see that from that edge out is just nothing but a piece of concrete hanging in the air through tension, right?
Now, do you build stuff like this?
I have been involved in
Of course
building
he
of it.
doesn't.
So, like, I deal with that. This concrete will have problems. I deal with that. So,
Okay.
like, the concrete won't come up to. So, you know, but my whole life I've been involved in repair or restoration or construction of concrete. That's my deal. So, but so they'll have problems, they'll have issues, but in yesterday's application, it was a flooring application. But yeah, look on the left side. You see that concrete just in the air? Nothing under it.
Yep.
It's done with cables. So they have cables that are actually pulling it back to the building, cables and rebar. So it's wild.
Master architecture, I gotta tell you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, 12th man. Yeah, they got the foreman.
Well, I think the Trump towers were much more masterfully built myself.
Well, I'm sure you do.
That's your expert opinion.
Well, look
sure
at
you do,
these
12th,
flaky fucking things, and look how long the iconic Trump towers have been there. Look at these flaky fucking things.
They'll be tearing them Trump towers
Come
down
on,
before too
man.
long. 2029, they'll be tearing them Trump towers down. 12th man, count on that.
Oh, really?
Actually, New York City will be owning them soon enough. Look, this is underway, so you got all the forms there.
You would.
So, look at that.
Look at that flaky fucking shit, dude.
Just pipe
Are
down.
you serious?
Man, why are you so bitter?
Yeah, he is bitter, isn't he? So
Did
this
you?
application
It
I
looks
was
like
on yesterday.
something like they would build in China or something. That's what it looks like.
Except it's Virginia.
Except it's Northern Virginia.
Look at that.
Wait,
What's in there? Nothing.
Well, right now there's nothing because Google didn't come there.
They're constructing them.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Where?
Well, this was done 5 years ago.
Look at this comment. I think 12th man's shed was more masterfully built.
Of course it was.
I don't know how to respond to that.
But this.
Look at that
so
one
yeah.
about to fall over any minute.
Oh Jesus. Okay. But so this, on the floors they're doing yesterday, they have, it's all glass inside this whole place, like glass partitions for the offices. And, they want to. So the firm that did it polished the concrete. They did a terrible job. It's where they polish it like to a high gloss, and they fucked it up pretty good. So they're like, "What can we do with this floor?" And I'm like, "Pour a topping. You can put a product on top of it." But at the end, I'm like, "You can't do shit. Put carpet in here." So because otherwise you got to take all the glass out. I'm talking about the whole space is glass partitions where you can see each other and everybody else's office. So, and everybody else's office. You see, it's like a voyeur's paradise. Except for the dude who owns the company. And then
That really looks like paradise.
All right. We're good, 12th man. We're good.
Does
So
that
if you
look
think
like
about it,
paradise, ladies? Come on.
So if you think about this,
Come on, ladies. Does that look like paradise?
The central columns in the building go up. They got to be super reinforced. And then the top floor goes out further than the foundation. So you're talking about having to really put a lot of tensile strength to pull that together to the central column. A lot like a bridge is built, right? Like a bridge goes up, the columns go up, and the deck is actually hanging from those columns with cable. If you look at a bridge, it's not like stacked on top of each other like certain bridges. Most bridges now are cable. So the columns go up and then the cables are suspending the deck itself.
I see.
Right? That's how they build bridges now. Cable stay bridge versus the old style bridge is like a truss bridge where it's all stacked on top of each other, and then they're the ones that fall apart.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was just some interesting stuff yesterday. So, good
Who'd
10 hour.
want to live in something like
I don't know. It's not me, for sure. I like Stanley's setup. He can go fishing in 5 minutes. So.
Well, it's about 10 minutes.
Still, man,
So
you
can I?
got bass in there. You got a hodgepodge of stuff. Spend an afternoon. Sounds great. Good place for kids. I'll take that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, every now and again, back in the, say a year ago when my sister's kids were home, be me, my sister, and 4 kids.
You take them there.
Yeah,
that's great.
But they're all in college now.
It's a connection to the food supply in a way, right? And the land, So because if you try to raise a kid in this building, like that building we were just looking at, right? Well, you think your food just comes from the grocery store. You don't understand that it comes from the land, So.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Stanley, my wife wants to travel. She'll say, "Hey, let's go to New York." Fuck New York. Let's go. She wants to go to these cities. I'm like, listen, I don't want to go anywhere near the city. No, I don't want to be in a city. So, we get into these kind of spats over we want to be in this. I'm like, no, I hate buildings. That's not a vacation.
So when you see buildings, you think of work, right?
I can't go into a building without thinking about how it's constructed.
Yeah.
If I walk into I was in Europe 8 years ago. I'm walking into these friggin' structures, and all I see is, okay, this is how this was put together, right? They used an archway over here. They used this. They used that. It's like I'm thinking about the engineering part of it, not the actual building. It's just so it's kind of a disease, You can't get away from it.
Occupational habit.
Yeah, and she wants like, let's go to Paris, So it's difficult.
Well, maybe you can work.
I might break my arm or
burn
my face today in a building. Oh no!
I don't know what you're saying, but
you're being a good panelist here.
Yeah, you might break your face building and building. No shit. What else is new?
Not so sure.
Well, your commentary, that's new.
Well, you might break your back falling off a building, still walking on one of those crazy buildings.
I don't know how that's tying back to the whole thing.
Oh, so
apparently 12 man's raring to get to pop the balloon.
Yeah, I think he is. So I'm sorry, 12th man. I just was talking about my long day today. So, or early. Well, I've actually I fell asleep at 8 o'clock. So here I am.
Yeah, well, that the same thing happens to me. Fall asleep, wake up, wanting to do something.
Yeah. So,
Tom cussed out 12. Oh, you missed that.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, Tom. It was either 12. I think it was 12, man. Tom kind of went off.
Why did he?
You know what? I don't even remember. We were all talking about something politics related, and Tom sat there for like it.
Black women for Trump.
My God, Virgo, what on earth?
Where's Virgo? Is she coming up?
Yeah,
well,
get up here, Virgo.
She was. Come on back up here, Virgo. We'll get around to pop the balloon.
Oh no, I've
so 12th man is boxed wine. Virgo must be doing
Come on, Stanley, don't pick on.
No, what? Now
you
we
heard
need
what I said.
Now we need
I
is
didn't stutter, motherfucker.
no, you slurred.
Jesus.
12th man, all we need is Solid Snake. We'll have a cacophony.
It was watching you try to keep that group together the other night was just the best. I'm sitting there going, oh my God, this is great. It was just mayhem. It was like herding cats trying to get them to listen.
Well, no, we actually had for once, at least for a little while, it was actually
You sound
it was
like
order.
you're tweaking.
a productive conversation over the concept of family, and it was good for like an hour or two, and then naturally it devolves the later it gets, but that's to be expected.
Is Tough Guy coming up?
Tough Guy, I haven't seen him since yesterday morning.
Yeah, he was on.
He's probably asleep if he hasn't shown up by now.
Yeah. Well, it is in what's it, 11:30 there. So.
Well,
so we'll do.
Tough Guy.
Oh, it's 12:30.
It was Pimp Theory.
Pacific Standard.
So.
What'd you say? Guys who said, yeah, he's a real pimpthropic. When he said he's very philanthropic. He's very pimpthropic.
Yeah, when I was watching last night, he was in like to the Pimpadelic and to the all of that. Stanley, what was that all about?
I don't know. It was what was on his mind, I guess.
Well, it was a tutorial on the game, I believe. It was on the game. The tutorial was on the game.
That's right, the game.
The game. So,
what's
yeah,
the game?
I don't understand. I don't understand. I suggested franchising. He didn't want to. He's against it.
Nice rich pageant.
Is Virgo coming back?
Tonight it was Family Theory. Tomorrow night, who knows? It'll be books or something.
That's what I said. There's a lot of different. There's a range of stuff here.
A melange.
Mm-hmm. Well, is there a separate channel? I thought I saw a separate channel with
Sometimes there's two streams going at once.
Channel that these recordings go to.
Okay. Well, no, there was what's his name? Get Crack, I think, was doing something on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he did do his financial stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't quite. Well, I was in the vehicle, so it was just I kept dropping off, and I tried to get up yesterday with Portia, but it was just there's too many dead zones, when you're driving.
66 is full of them.
Well, and then a DC Beltway, and then people were calling me, which blows
You
up.
live on Route 66? Creepy.
No, it's
come up.
I-66, not Route 66.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you should come up with HP.
And then another thing is StreamYard pretty much melts down my phone eventually.
It does.
It overwhelms
It's a memory.
Is it memory? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it just kind of it's like a memory creep thing where it just, wants to take all the memory, and then eventually it gets to a point to where it kind of overloads the memory, and the phone just kind of what's the digital version of a fart, it just blows up, and you got to rebuild, I guess.
Got it. Yeah, because
my S24 Ultra doesn't do that.
24 Ultra. What is that? 12, man.
Samsung.
Oh, okay.
What is it? An S24?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, S24 Ultra. It gets mildly warm, but as long as I'm not running a bunch of shit in the background, it don't do that.
So how does what's Alaska do? Do you have like satellite or something? Is it what's it on
Figure it
satellite?
out.
I don't want to figure it out, 12th man. That's why I'm fucking asking you.
Well, I think he's doing cell towers, like 5G.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, they're. I mean, I have an iPhone, but it's an older one, so. But I got a new one on the way.
Well,
Better
Jay,
get a new phone, buddy.
I don't. To be honest with you, I just want more memory. I don't even. They keep upgrading shit. I'm like, I don't even know what else
Well,
can it
old
do? I
phones
don't need
suck.
it to do it.
That's the way it goes. So
I don't need to do
gotta
anything
get
else.
a
Don't.
new
well,
phone, buddy.
some people basically have their phones and don't really even have a computer. You know,
That's
depending on
me.
what you do, you know, you can pretty much do spreadsheets and all that kind of stuff on your phone.
I do it on my iPad.
Yeah, I can connect my phone to my monitor and do everything I need to do, pretty much.
I put YouTube on my TV half the time. Like you can watch it on the TV, smart TV, you know. So
Yeah, I don't like using smart TVs because I don't like the browsers. Like my smart TV actually, you know, you can actually do like, or am I thinking of the Xbox? The Xbox actually has like Microsoft Explorer. You know, you can kind of use it, you know.
I'll tell you what, man. I don't use it for computing. I just use it for TV, right?
Right.
But I got a
Me too.
Sony. I got a Sony, and it is great, man. It is the interface is great. It's and I got a nephew that works at Best Buy. He's
Oh, wow.
he said the Sony. He goes, look, man, I know TVs. He's a Best Buy. He works there. He's young, you know. He said the Sony's got the best interface. I said they're a little pricey though, just for what you get. The size, like the Sony's more for the money, right? He goes, get a Sony, you won't be unhappy. And I bought a second Sony
Sony
since then.
phone?
Sony, a TV, smart TV.
Oh,
Great interface. It integrates to
whatever.
everything.
They all work.
Well, I had a Vizio, and that's in the dumpster now. It was an older one, but it still just sucked. It didn't work with half the stuff, So, Sony, I'm real impressed.
These electronics are pretty much planned obsolescence.
You got 6 years, I think, and then it's just junk.
I thought you were talking about for an action cam because I've been thinking about doing more like a live cam video, kind of like Ava and some of those other people do. And I was thinking about a Sony live action cam. Getting one of those, that way I can just pretty much just clip it on my vest and go.
You get a GoPro or something? You can get a GoPro.
Yeah, but it's a Sony.
Okay. I got an underwater GoPro with the housing and all.
Mm-hmm.
And I got this to do. Me and my wife snorkel a lot when we go. We love snorkeling and do a little free diving and for underwater stuff. And you don't use it very much, you know what I mean? So I think I could have got an iPhone housing and done the same. So I don't know about these action cameras. I don't think I have enough action. You know what I mean? Maybe riding my bike, but I'm not riding down some of these videos with them riding down in Colorado, like these biking things, and they're jumping off of shit. It's all mountain climbing. It's a lot. There's not enough action in my life.
I'm not doing all that, but I'm talking about just walking down the street or doing anything. You know what I mean? Like,
just film yourself like
I'm about to go to Anchorage next month again. And I don't know if Stanley was there. Like,
was for some of it.
For some of it when I was there last month, and I was hanging out with homeless people and stuff.
Isn't it perpetual darkness there now?
I'm gonna be doing that again a little bit. So,
how much
I'm
sunlight are
thinking
they
of-
getting now in Anchorage right now? There, 12 man. What do you get, about
I
3
was
hours a
starting
night?
to go down at 4 o'clock, 4
4
p.m. Sun going down. Oh yeah.
What time does it come up?
About
Noon.
9 or 10, something like that.
So in Anchorage, what do you get? You get what? It doesn't. It's not that far north to get 3
Find
hours.
out what I get in Anchorage.
Okay, you don't know.
Oh yeah, I know what I'm going to Anchorage for, but I might get more than what I bargained for. You never know.
No, he's talking about sunlight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Sun up,
Basically,
sun up, sundown.
yeah,
Yeah, what do you get, 6
basically,
hours?
10 o'clock sun up, 4 o'clock sundown.
So 6 hours.
10 a.m. sun up, 4 o'clock sundown.
I know in northern Europe, like up in Finland and shit, like they get like 2 hours a day, man. just can't imagine that. Never
Well,
seeing the
but then it's
sun.
the reverse in the summer, though.
Yeah, I mean, even that, like, how do you sleep? You know?
Yeah, you get
You
used.
sleep when you get tired, man. Not that
Yeah.
hard.
I think it would just mess up my circadian rhythms, you know. Not that
Well,
they're not
you
already
get
screwed up.
used to it.
Yeah, I guess. So
It's like in the summer when it's light all the time, you just go to sleep when you get tired. It's easy.
Yeah.
Just get used to it. After you've been here 20 fucking years, it doesn't matter.
So what about the so do you hunt up there, or do you go hunting in Alaska?
Oh yeah, we
So what
get moose and fish and all that shit.
That would be the best thing about it. So, you know, I read that Alaska, like the north part of Alaska apparently is the mosquito capital of the world.
Oh yeah, that's our state bird is the mosquito. You didn't know that?
I would never think that. I would never think that.
That's our state bird is the mosquito.
Do you get a lot of mosquitoes where you are?
Sometimes.
Yeah, like swarms of them. I'm talking, just you can't see.
Not
It's a
that
cloud.
bad. Nah, it ain't that bad, bro.
I saw a
They
video.
get bad. Then I just get chickens and they run around and eat all the mosquitoes.
It might have been
Then
in
I
the northern
eat
part.
the fucking chicken.
But it might have been the northern part in Nome, or I think it's Nome, whatever the northern side is. But it was like a cloud of mosquitoes, just everywhere. You couldn't even film.
Yeah,
you know?
that's a lot further north than me.
Huh.
Yeah,
It was
that's
not.
a lot nastier up there, yo. Yeah.
It was crazy, man. It was like Naked and Afraid ×2, man. It was bugs everywhere. So I just think it'd be too cold, but there it is right there. Look at that. Look at that shit. That's all mosquitoes right there. That's Alaska.
It says it's getting bigger and badder.
I mean, what the hell do they eat, though?
Mosquitoes to carry your little ass away, Stanley.
How do they survive? What do they eat? Like, what do they eat?
Blood.
There's nothing there.
Eat you, motherfucker.
Think so, huh? They're 12th man. Is Virgo? I guess Virgo's not coming back.
No, she it's too much talking and not enough pop the balloon, apparently.
We're sorry, Virgo. Come on back up. We just did a check-in, Virgo. We did a check-in. We were
You
regrouping
like
from
that
earlier.
pop the balloon, eh, Stanley?
Well, there's a pop the balloon right in the heart of Atlanta that I wanted to see.
Which one did we see the other? Oh, the Dallas one.
Well, the Dallas one, and then there was an Atlanta one. Now this one's in Buckhead, which is like a kind of a ritzy part.
That's well. That's gonna be all about the money.
Pretty ritzy.
All about the money. That one will be. What's your job?
Well, you know what I'll do, Stanley, when you play Pop the Balloon.
Say that again?
Well,
you know what I'll play? You know what I'll do when you play the Pop the Balloon, right?
What's that? Watch?
Well, maybe for a minute, but you know, Fox and Friends will be on in about an hour.
Yeah, it's definitely sexier.
It's all.
Yeah, I like Fox and Friends.
Jeez.
They'll be on there with all the latest news.
Yep,
all the latest bullshit there. It's not. Fox and Friends is nonsense. It's like.
What do you mean?
It's just it's MSNBC of the right. It's ridiculous.
So. At least their women are hotter.
Than MSNBC, I would agree with that, but that's not really a high bar.
No, he's talking about Fox.
I think it is.
Fox and Friends always has like a leggy blonde or at least a leggy woman sitting in the center of the couch.
They're getting a little age on them though. You know.
Yeah, they'll change them out soon.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's right. So.
Yeah, and we still have one race to go, Stanley, in Alaska, between Nick Begich and Mary Peltola.
Really?
So
That's going on, huh?
Is that for the House?
So I'm watching that one closely.
Is that for the House?
Yeah, for the House.
Yeah.
And since Donald Trump has been picking people out of the House to be in his cabinet,
well, that's what I said. He's robbing the
House.
House.
You know, like I'm kind of curious. Like, what are you doing, man? You know, like, isn't that counterproductive? Because aren't these states gonna have to go back and have special elections?
Not all of them. Sometimes the governor appoints them.
I mean, why?
And
why
they
would
don't.
It depends on the state.
And I mean, why pick people that actually specialize in that field? I was critical of Biden for picking like someone from the environmental lobby to be the head of, in the SEC. I'm like, why the hell do you have someone that's not from that in that, you know? But Trump's about done the same thing, so.
Well, these are political appointments.
Yeah, I get it.
They're not looking to pick experts, you know, by and large.
I mean, I still would want someone in that field, you know, like I'm not going to get an engineer.
What field are you talking about?
Well, I wouldn't get an engineer to head the Board of Ed, you know. I would get someone from education. So.
Well, we're getting rid of the Department of Education.
Who is we?
There you go. Yeah,
they're
not getting rid of anything.
I don't think they're going to be consulting you on that decision. So
yeah, boxed wine is all you're getting rid of currently.
Well, that's what Donald Trump said. We're getting rid of it.
One bladder of wine.
Didn't he say that?
It's a bladder.
Yeah, if you look at the box, it's a plastic bladder.
A plastic bladder.
Didn't Donald Trump say he's getting rid of the Department of Education?
He says he is
getting rid of it.
Yep, they've been trying to get rid of the board of the education department since Reagan.
It doesn't. I think it was started in the 80s. I think it started in 1979 or 1980.
Actually, 70. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that old. I mean, I don't
And
think you get rid of it.
education's been going downhill ever since.
Yeah, it's coincidence.
I do think you
Ever
have to have
since
some.
Getting rid of the Department of look, all the Department of Education is not centralized in the Department of Education. It's still at the state level.
It's a funnel.
Stanley, can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Or a filter. It's a filter, actually.
How many people has the Department of Ed educated? How many
None.
students?
Absolutely zero.
Yeah, none.
Thank you. So why do we keep them around?
There's some things that should probably be centralized.
For what
They're
reason?
They're supposed to be there to make states comply with the national standards of education.
Comply?
Is the idea. Yeah, because you could have states that put no money into education. You could have states that have their own agenda education. So it's trying to create like a national standard. I personally think it's bloated.
So we need the Department of Ed around to make sure that states comply.
Listen, what I'm saying, 12th man, is I think there should be some type of thing like that.
I don't
but
like
do
that
think
wording very much.
Well, who cares?
They could slash the budget
He
probably
has
by
speech, right?
3/4. They could slash it.
Are you trying to censor people, 12th man?
No.
Yep, just checking. You actually sound like the Secretary of Education.
They do keep a lot of money in the building.
Well, just because
a lot of the money ends up not going to the
something
kids.
very much doesn't mean I don't allow it.
Oh, I thought did you mean to say just because you don't like something, you would support it?
No, I meant to say that just because I don't like something very much doesn't mean that I will not like allow a person to say it or something.
Oh, look,
You know what I mean?
J-Dub says Buckhead has the rich blacks. J-Dub, up here in the DC area, buddy, we got the richest. We've got the lockdown on that, buddy. We got the rich, super rich. So we trump Buckhead easy, man. Come on.
I could only imagine living up there, bro.
Well, it's the
that's gotta be
capital.
cutthroat being a white boy up there.
It's the capital of the world here, buddy. Just remember that. DC. Capital of the world.
Be safe. That's all I can say, man.
So, but it is a kind of an urban.
Yeah, while I'm thinking about it, make sure everybody in the chat, please like and subscribe. If you're new to the channel, make sure you contribute to the Stanley Drunk Tank Fund. I need to.
I'm sorry, Stanley. Is that what they're calling this now?
Yeah, that's what it is, buddy. You need the graphic.
I'm gonna have to send Stanley some money.
Yeah.
For tolerating me all these months. Oh my god.
I don't know if there is enough for that. So.
Now, is Mavid, are you calling 12th man a hypocrite hippie?
Yeah, I don't even know who's in the chat. Let's see what they got.
J-Dub, Mavid, and
I'm sure they're piling
and
on.
21 other souls.
How many?
Yeah, I live in the whole area.
3 total.
My whole area is full of hippies. Watch out.
What is
I'm
this?
surrounded by growth factories.
Stanley versus the world.
Yeah, that's Porsche's joke.
Well, it does turn into that sometimes.
It does.
Let's see. Hypocrite hippie, 12th man. Yeah. Well, I think the Department of Ed can be rolled back because you could hire a lot more teachers with the same money. But I
Yeah,
don't say
yeah.
get rid of it.
I
I
agree.
say
Thank you.
like you could double the teachers and half the classroom size. It's probably better for the kids.
But you know
And
that's
don't.
not going to happen even if they eliminate it.
Well, that would be my mandate. I'd say, listen, if I was president, I'd say, look, here's what we're going to do. We're gonna cut the funding on this by 3/4 and hire that many teachers with the exact same money. Cut the administration costs. I read that like
And that
45% of the money stays in the building to pay for the people in the building, the administrators. That's why education's so expensive now. It's all administration. So, I mean, look, these principals are making 160 grand a year to run like an elementary school, right? And the teachers are getting like 60 grand. I think it's an imbalance. They're bitching about CEO pay, but the principals are making 3 times what the teachers make. It's not right. I say that as a parent
so,
of a school teacher.
Brian,
Well,
if
I'll say
we
this as the son of a retired teacher. My sister's a retired teacher. Teaching good teachers, it ain't easy.
It's a shit job.
Brian,
No,
And you got
job, but it's not
you
easy.
got parent. My daughter said she's like, I love my students, but the parents, it's like she said
Gotta
some,
know the parents and the bad kids.
she said some students will do something and she'll
Stop
call
it.
home and they'll say, well, what'd you do to them?
Yep.
Your kids, here's what your
I
child
think
did. What'd you do to them?
I think if we can crack the Department of Education, we can crack the NEA and
Did you say
return it.
execution? Like deviled eggs or fried eggs? Department of
No, we
Execution.
can crack the NEA, man. Like this
Tell you right now, most of the people who want to quote crack the NEA aren't up to it.
It's a shit job.
So
I told I'd beat the kids. I told my daughter, I said, look, I would never tolerate that kind of bullshit out of these kids. I'd lay the law down on these kids. I'd be like, look, you get out of your seat one more time, I'll whoop your ass, kid. I'd never tolerate that kind of shit.
That'll be the day you have decided I don't want to be a teacher anymore.
That'd be my last. It would. I couldn't do it. I could not put up with this shit out of these little kids. My daughters knew I'm gonna get in line, or my dad is not gonna. I don't tolerate that shit. But they never gave me a real hard time, other than a couple times. But I'm not spare the rod, spoil the child. So, and you don't even need the rod. You don't even need to. You don't need to smack them around. You don't even have to do it.
I'd be like feed the rod and feed the rod and fuck the kids.
Well, look, all you need to do is scowl at them. I just give them a good
think
scowl.
you can use your voice to boss a kid around, but it's okay to hit a dog if it.
See, I never really had to smack my son. I use psychological warfare.
That's what you do. I told you eventually in high school, I said, okay, let me have your phone. Because they got, in 9th grade, they were allowed to get a phone. And I said, all right, let me have your phone. And, oh, sorry, Dad, I'll do whatever you want. What is it, Dad? Oh, okay, Dad.
I would just you can go in there and suspend the phone service.
Listen, I figured this out. Eventually, I figured out.
Put his head on the counter, then but
I changed the Wi-Fi code.
Yep.
Come down. Where's the Wi-Fi code? Sorry, honey. You chose not to do your homework, so we have a different Wi-Fi. Dad, Dad. So they start to freak out.
Well, my son, especially when it got to a point to where he was home and they were doing tele-learning, whatever they call it, I couldn't change the code because he needed internet to do his schoolwork.
Yeah.
Talking about during COVID, Stanley.
Yep. That COVID fucked me. I couldn't trip the router offline.
Yeah.
But see, I got a 5G router in addition to my FiOS. So I figured, you know what? When I interrupt the main service, I can still connect with my 5G router.
Yeah.
And
I think that's what I got. It's a booster, like an Eros. It's
No, what
Amazon.
you're doing is you're basically boosting the signal from your cable router or FiOS router, whatever you got. The 5G router is basically a phone. It's got its own phone number, but it's a phone number to do nothing but data.
I gotcha. I don't know what mine. I just know I got that Eros because in my bedroom I can't. It's a weak signal, and also in my bedroom I got a real little TV with a Fire Stick, and it wasn't working. So I said, all right, well we'll get this other thing. It's good now, but yeah, I think it just makes it extender.
Yep. It's basically a repeater. It takes the signal and boosts it.
Okay. Yeah, it works though. It's pretty good. And then depending on where you are in the house or in the basement, it'll go to the whichever one is the best one at the time.
Right.
So, and it's actually cool because I can use it out in the yard some too. But I have the main router in the basement, so that's the problem. If you put it on like the first floor,
Oh yeah, you don't want to put it in the basement.
it's too much bullshit to run it up through the house, though. It's a pain in the ass, and you
Right.
gotta fucking drilling through shit. Oh my god, I don't want to do all that shit, So I mean, I got a hole in the one end of the house, in the one room where I got all these fucking cables pulled up and through the damn floor. It's just, it sucks. But so yeah, it works pretty good, and then I can use it in the garage, which is nice because I'll go out there and work out or I'll be doing something in the garage, so. But I don't know. So I don't know what this Trump's got a lot of ideas. I just heard him talk about education earlier today. He's talking about some kind of new education system or I don't know.
Yeah, basically a national university.
Yeah.
He didn't call it he called it a national academy or American academy, but something like that.
He's thinking about it. I don't think he mentioned the word education last go around. So.
Well, we watched part of it. Peter Boghossian, kind of reacted to the Trump video.
So Stanley, I was wondering if you cared to watch the state of emergency thing on Trump by the New York Post.
Well, I don't.
This nice young lady that reported it.
Well, the only
tonight.
time I listen to the New York Post or anything from them is when Portia or John want to do it. That's the one conservative leaning publication that I don't even bother with. I go to the Washington Examiner or the Washington Times.
All you gotta do is do Trump.
I know how to access it. I just choose
state
not.
Of emergency.
I choose not to.
I think that is it's not a state of emergency though, right? Like it's not really a state of emergency.
They're already deporting themselves.
Good for them. It'll save us some money, right?
Well,
Yeah,
contrary to
that's
popular
right,
belief,
Stanley.
there is an asylum court currently happening, and Biden has deported several million people since he took office. So the conservatives don't like to say that.
You said several million.
Yeah, he's deported people. It's not like everybody's thinking that he's
How
not
many?
currently deporting people. I don't know the number, but it's a lot of
Oh,
people.
you said
They go to
several
court.
million.
It's my understanding it's several million people since he took office. I don't know the number.
Don't talk out your ass.
Okay. Okay, 12th man. 12th man, I think most of your conjecture
No,
and
no,
conversation.
You
Yes.
no. You can't talk out your ass, right, Stanley?
You are a Fox News propaganda machine, okay?
Oh,
All your
really?
talking points, you don't really look into it. I
Well,
actually
no,
try to.
you just said.
He's
You
mimicking.
just said.
He's
Let me
mimicking.
understand.
He's
There's been
mimicking
several that.
Friend Blonde.
Yeah, that's it.
What's your
He's
name?
Harris Faulkner.
What's your
Harris
name?
Faulkner. It's Peter Ducey up here.
He's the prettiest blonde of them all.
I'll look it up since we're here. But they act like the immigration system.
How many did Biden deport, motherfucker?
6 million.
It wasn't that many. How many people?
I don't believe that.
No. How many people has Biden deported? I think Obama over 8 years deported 6 million.
Yeah, and you know why? That's because Tom Homan was in charge under President Obama. Thank you very
Oh, okay.
much.
I'm sorry. So Biden has deported 1.1 million since
what a fucking joke.
Since fiscal year 2021, he's deported 1.1 million people. Oh, hold on. The most recent data says he's okay. Hold on. Listen. Most recent data said he's on track to deport 1.5 million by the end of 2024. So what did I say? 2 million?
Yeah, anything over a million is millions.
You said 6 million or something like that.
No, I said it. Oh, wait. Somebody said it. We're getting it confused with the number.
Ryan said it.
We're getting it confused with the number of Jews Hitler killed.
No, we're getting it confused with the number of people Tom Homan deported under Obama.
Yep,
He
Obama
deported more,
didn't he?
Yeah, you know what? He actually kept the place together pretty well. I don't like all his policies for sure, but as a president, he did a good job. Just to keep,
Now what's he gonna do? He's gonna tune it up a few times more. And now guess what? They're already deporting themselves.
I will tell you this much.
That'd
He was
save
the
us money, right,
So
Stanley?
what happens if they take away your citizenship?
Who?
Trump.
Can't take. I was born here, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Really? You don't think Trump could take your citizenship?
No.
If he wanted to, he could.
How?
Just
he's Trump. He doesn't have to deal with the backlash to your asses over the border.
You're getting nutty now, Stanley.
Am I?
Did you take one of them gummy bears tonight, Stanley?
No, I took one of yours.
Hey,
Jeez, look at that.
I would have
Obama.
given you one. You didn't have to take it, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you know.
Obama had a shitload of them. I'm looking at it now. Clinton returned a lot. Removals, enforcement returns, administrative returns, Title 42 expulsions. Jeez. I think what's going to push a lot of this too is the gang activity is stepping up in all these cities. Baltimore's starting to pick up gang activity from Trendy, Iraq, whatever it is. And the funny thing is, Brendan Scott's not on point with it. He's like, "Oh, we welcome blah blah blah." I'm like, "You wait till these fucking gangs roll in here deep, because it's going to get nasty." I mean, people don't. These are not your standard gangbangers down on North Avenue that are trying to compete over turf. These are fucking terrorists. It's like a military thing. These fuckers from Venezuela and shit, man. Everybody thinks they're just like Bloods and Crips shooting each other. That ain't it. These fucking people are terrorists, basically. I don't think people get that part. So, you know, they're like military
I
style
can't
shit.
tell. Why are they running then?
I don't. What do you mean by that, 12th man? What are you saying?
Well, they're running. They're leaving Springfield. They're
Trendy,
trying to run to Canada. They're running wherever they can run.
Probably the immigrants that came here that are just normal
Well,
immigrants.
for
I'm
immigrants.
talking about the gangs. I'm talking about like the actual Tren de Aragua or whatever it is.
Oh, they're running too, I promise you.
I don't think they are.
I think they are.
I think they're going to take their stand and they're going to fight.
Well,
Think
let's put it
so,
this way.
Stanley?
These are not.
Hey, America's their home too.
Look, Stanley, I'm telling you right now, these, I'm just looking at Baltimore, and Brendan Scott is still hanging out with we're home to immigrants, blah blah blah. But if Tren de Araguas kicks off in Baltimore, which it's not really here yet, he's gonna say,
It's like
no.
Coyotes, they'll be there soon.
This isn't just like low level bullshit or some, rival gang bullshit going on. These people are.
No,
It's
it's
like
the Marines against the motherfucking Tren de
It's like
Aragua.
they're like
So,
paramilitary.
Marines will not be the force that deals with it.
If it's the what Trump say, state of emergency against these motherfuckers, I guarantee
Well, the first thing
they're going down. It ain't gonna be us going down, and it's gonna be them.
You think they're gonna trip up because they're drunk?
The first
Yeah,
thing is
maybe.
he would dispatch the National Guard, not the standard soldier.
And
He would take
his ghetto point of view.
militia.
I can guarantee you right now. I will believe that Trump will be able to.
Coast Guard.
I will believe that Trump will be able to do the state of emergency and mobilize the National Guard when he does it. It's not going to be as easy as, hey, I'm president, do as I say. Number one, the National would have to. Oh, yeah, I do want to bet. Trump, the National Guard, Trump would have to nationalize them, which is going to be problematic. Hopefully he apportions some money for it in the defense budget. National Guard is generally under governor's control.
That's right.
Trump has to do a next step in federal. I said nationalize. I meant federalize.
But I think he can only do that for foreign conflict. I don't think he can do it for local conflicts.
Sure.
Imagine all those officers back on the force after being fired for not taking the COVID.
What officer?
Not taking the COVID injection.
Okay,
now,
they're probably all
back on the force. What now?
Officers are probably already on other police departments.
That's right. Now what?
I'm right, 12th man. You don't have to remind me.
12th man, you almost have like a seventh grader's view on how this all works. Like there's laws surrounding all this shit. Okay, Trump can't just do whatever he wants. All right, he can't just, hey, let's do this. He can't make law.
Oh yeah, we can get criminals out.
Okay, stop saying.
Immigrant.
You know what? You're being a stolen valor MAGA. You're not doing shit. You're gonna sit back. You're gonna sit back, and in your case, you'll be watching, but at least you'll be a cheerleader. But let's get the word "we" out of your mouth. You ain't doing shit.
Yeah, except for slurping down buckets of wine up there in Alaska, on point, right across from
Yeah,
Russia.
and watching Trinidad
Right. That's what I
get
said.
kicked
Watch,
out of this
the best
country.
you're gonna be able to do is toast.
I'll be watching it on TV.
The best
Motherfucker.
you're able to do is sit on your couch, watch the actual like powerful people do it.
Oh, real.
Oh,
George Soros.
you
Black
you don't
Lives
think
Matter.
George Soros.
you don't think I'm fooled, but when you say we, okay, motherfucker, you aren't doing shit.
Nope, he's not.
What are you
When
doing?
Trump is
What are you
able,
doing?
I'm doing the same thing you're doing, not doing shit and flapping my gums.
What do you? What is your occupation, 12th man?
I'm
He's a-
retired in the woods.
Yeah, retired in the woods. That's not a plan of action, and you're not an action man.
That is my action.
Stop with the we. All you really
That
are
is my. I
all
already
you
have
really
my action.
all
I
you
live
are,
in the woods. I have.
all you are is a cheerleader for Trump, except you have a beard.
I have all I need. What do y'all got?
You have all you need. You got a box of
Poncho
wine.
in town.
You got a box of wine. You
And
got a
when
dog. You got a
the shit
box of
is
wine,
the fan.
boxed wine, a dog, and a slurred vocabulary.
When the shit is the fan, what do you got?
A
What do you
motherfucker.
got?
I'm not talking big shit.
When the shit is
I'm
the
not
fan, what do
saying,
you got?
I'm not saying we are going to declare an emergency. I'm just reminding you, all I'm
Stanley.
doing, 12th man, and I'm doing you a favor with all due respect. I'm teaching you your place before Trump does it. Because if Trump does it, he's going to hurt you.
Well, I'm telling you right now, man. You better learn your place
Hey,
before Trump
place is
puts
to
you in your place.
my place is to mock your stolen valor.
I don't have any stolen
Yeah,
valor.
you
What the fuck
You
are
keep saying we. You keep saying we like you're in that national security huddle.
I am.
You're in the stands. You're in the stands with the rest of us.
I am in a national security huddle.
You know what?
Ask anybody.
You're a national security cheerleader. You and Marjorie Taylor. You and Marjorie Taylor Greene are gonna sit on the sideline, fucking being blonde and pretty, or kind of pretty.
Yeah,
He's
you
not. I've seen him.
need
He's
to
not.
get over it, Stanley.
Oh, I'm not. You know what? You need to get over it. You're acting like you're fucking G.I. Joe or something.
I am G.I. Joe.
No, you're G.I. drunk.
G.I. drunk. G.I. drunk.
That's what I'm gonna start. That's what I'm gonna start calling you, G.I.
Dude,
drunk.
yeah, let's go. That's awesome. G.I. drunk.
Nope, I'm sorry. I came up with something that made Ryan laugh, and I'm gonna.
G.I. drunk. That was a good one. That was a good one, Stanley. G.I. drunk.
G.I. drunk.
You need to change your name, 12th man, to G.I. drunk on your icon. It's a good one.
Only if you cash out me $100.
What about where's Solid Snake? I don't see him up here. What's he doing? He must have to work in the morning.
Yeah, he needs to bring us up here so I can give him a name too.
He probably running the store right now.
Call him Solid Slur.
Slurry Snake.
Solid Slur. Solid Slur. G.I. drunk.
Sound like
the ambiguously sober duo.
Solid Snake sound like you're running a whole warehouse or something.
Lawrence, American man is out saving America.
Well, I think
Yeah, I ain't
but
seen him in a minute.
he doesn't call up hammered though. I don't think he doesn't.
No, I
He's
think he
he's
did the other
sober.
night. He did. I think
Oh,
it
was
was.
he?
I think he was. I can't
He was
tell.
into it, huh? Yeah. I don't even drink. I don't even drink anymore. So
We got
Good for you.
GI drunk,
What?
silent slur, and the greatest American drunk.
Great. Are you taking that from the Greatest American Hero? Do you
Are
remember
you
that
proud
show?
of yourself, Stanley?
You know what? Actually, it's on. It's either on Netflix or on Amazon.
You
And
remember that show though from the 80s?
I do.
That's so funny.
I'm older than you are.
Well, the funny thing is, the guy that starred in that show was in Blue Lagoon, which was a show that when I was a kid, that was it was like on HBO. We didn't have cable or nothing, but my neighbors had it.
Wasn't Blue Lagoon? He was in that movie
He
with
was in it.
Brooke Shields.
That's it. And I remember I got in trouble because I went over to the neighbor's house. I was like 8 or 9 or something. And my mom found out I watched it and they had nudity in it. My mother was fucking off the hook, pissed.
No, that was some good nudity. Brooke
It had
Shields.
nudity in it.
Shit.
I think it showed some tits.
Yeah, it was today's standards. It was pretty tame.
Well, this was like 82, right?
Yeah,
So
I was in 82. I was a junior in high school.
yeah, I got lit up. I was like 9 or something, and I got in trouble. And then she went off on the neighbor. You're
Oh, my
showing my kid nudity. My mom was real tight, so real uptight.
Brooks, I hadn't thought of that movie in years, but I tell you what, Brooks, it was beyond hot. It was like, man, I
wanted to tell my mom that wasn't the first nudity I saw because I was at the neighbors and saw a movie called Swamp Thing. Okay. And I remember to this day, Adrienne Barbeau came out of the water and I could see her. It was just nude.
Yeah,
it was just a nude set of titties. I'm like 7, right? And I was like,
you should have told your mom, hey, it's not the first time I've seen nudity. I've seen I've seen my friend's mom.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
She was parading around the house naked.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I got in trouble, and then, but I wasn't the first set of tits. I saw Adrienne Barbeau. 7.
Information we didn't need to know.
Brooke Shields has nothing on Adrienne Barbeau.
She didn't. And Adrienne Barbeau was also in Smokey and the Bandit. Remember, they'd lower their outfits. Remember in Smokey and the Bandit?
I don't remember her. Of course, I remember Sally Fields.
They had the Lamborghini. They had the Lamborghini in Smokey and the Bandit, or was it a Lamborghini? They had the fast car.
Adrienne from Maude.
Oh, hold on. Cannonball Run. Maybe it was Cannonball Run.
Yeah, I think it was Cannonball Run.
She was one of the 2 hot chicks, and they would pull down kind of show their top, like pull it down. It was probably Cannonball Run. So look at all these old movies, man. Jesus. I was a little kid watching these fucking movies when I couldn't get away with it.
Man, I remember, Daisy Duke. And, she wore like pantyhose with those fucking shorts.
Yeah. Daisy Duke.
Hey, Stanley, you better put on your Daisy Dukes, buddy.
Why?
What the fuck, Daisy Duke? Jesus.
Why would I do that?
What? You got a
Why do you think I even own Daisy Dukes?
No one owns Daisy Dukes except for people in the homosexual community. They own them.
Well, I think 12 Man stop fantasizing out loud.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, all these programs were.
Well, Wonder Woman, Linda Carter is Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Linda Carter was ridiculous.
What was that $6 million? The $6 million
Wonder Woman,
man.
Who was the first Black Wonder Woman? Can you show her?
The first what?
Black Wonder Woman.
I didn't know there was a Black Wonder Woman.
It wasn't.
You didn't know that? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Well, by the time you
Damn it.
started reading Wonder Woman and all that shit,
Yeah, Black Knight knows. He
was in
knows.
my upper teens. I'm older than
You
you are.
ever seen a Black Wonder Woman?
You know what? I've seen Black Wonder Woman, but they weren't superheroes. They were in my bed.
Oh, Alec, I think the dude's right about that. She was young.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
care.
Black Knight said Adrienne Barbeau was awesome. She was. First set of tits I ever saw in my life. It changed me. Schooling out the window.
Brooke Shields was only 15, huh?
Yeah, that's what the issue was. She was underage.
Shit, I don't care.
So, yeah,
'Cause
but that was
she-
Richard Catt, who was Greatest American Hero several years later.
Brooke Shields is my age. Well, I guess I was.
Dolly Parton was the first set of tits I ever fell in love with. Was Dolly Parton. It was the most beautiful set of tits ever.
I think she had a
Dolly
reduction
Parton.
too. She had a reduction.
You were back when your sobriety was intact.
I'd still hump those reductions.
Not now.
It's like conditionally sober.
Yeah, 12 man hasn't been sober in the evening hours in
have to drive
20 years. 20 years. I think that's Alaska. It's chronic alcoholism and seasonal depression all rolled into one. And mosquitoes all rolled into one. So, but they're also 90 miles from Russia. So,
seasonal affective disorder.
Yeah, that's what they have. That's what I say about people in Pittsburgh and Buffalo, because it's just overcast all the time. You know.
Yeah, that's just what we need. A bunch of big city.
There are only 2 seasons in Buffalo. You know,
That's just what we need. A bunch of big city.
That's their only 2 seasons. Overcast.
That's just what we need. A bunch of big city cunts telling country people what to do.
Okay, 12 man. Okay, 12 man.
You know what?
Pick
If you
your
were,
cities
you were
and go to hell.
you were actually a country boy, you'd be making your own wine. So you're a city boy. Buy it. Real
making my own wine.
Real country boys make their shit.
That's right.
I do make my own shit.
You can't really grow anything up
All
there,
you
probably.
make is enough money to buy more boxed wine.
Yeah, real cheap shit too, I'm sure.
Franzia boy.
$6 for 4.5 gallons is a good deal.
$6 per gallon.
That's right. $6 per bladder.
You get those big ass like 2-liter bottles of Gallo.
My God, it's like Ripple and shit. It's, it's unbelievably bad.
Do you drink Muscatel?
Ooh. Well, it's better than drinking Popov vodka, so I'll give them that. At least it's wine and not pure, just dog piss vodka.
Better than drinking Bud Light in a box.
It's not. I don't.
What you drink?
I don't drink shit out of boxes. I get cans
Yeah,
like
you do.
I
You
get
drink Bud Light out of the box.
I get cans like a real man, so I can crush them against my.
Cans like a real man.
Stanley has cork. Stanley's high class corked wine. Corked wine. Okay, not even screw top.
Not only do I get Bud Light, I always get a bag of pork skins too.
Oh, that's faggot.
Like a real
wine.
man.
That's faggot beer. You did, isn't that
Bud
that
Light.
tranny beer?
What?
Isn't, Bud Light that transvestite beer?
You know, all I can say is you're drinking your wine.
Right?
You're drinking your wine out of a bladder.
So
it's like
better for the environment. So
it's like sucking a dick, except it's wine.
Oh,
No,
really?
It's they
Well, I
literally
drink
said.
beer too, Stanley.
Oh, you suck that bladder dry, don't you?
Probably.
Well, I drink beer too.
He sucks every drop of wine out of
Every drop out he can.
You could go back to the last show and where I was in the liquor store
That's
with
right,
Fortune.
Lou. I'm a real man.
Everybody.
I'm a real
Do you go to
Lou.
Do you go to different liquor stores so they don't know you're an alcoholic?
Transvestite beer, don't you?
There's only one liquor store in his town.
That's actually a good point. They know.
Actually,
Here it comes.
have liquor
They love
stores
them.
everywhere.
As a matter of
Love
fact,
it.
when they're closed, they just leave it in a box outside the door.
Actually,
liquor stores everywhere.
It's like a
they cash
sliding
his fucking
door.
check there.
There's like
He
a
signs his
sliding
check over
door
right
where
there.
you put the bills. You know, it's like just
My
you're on
money gets
control.
deposited into my bank, Ryan.
You're
Thank
you're
you
on the
very
honor
much, you little faggot.
They leave the wine outside, and he's on the honor system because they know he's going to be back at some point.
That's it.
Oh,
He's going to be
fuck
out that same
off.
night.
Sorry you had
Y'all
to.
are,
I'm sorry you
y'all
had.
are just jealous because you don't live as free as me.
Motherfucker,
That's
you're not
all.
living free. That wine isn't free.
What do you mean?
That wine is not free.
You live in a little white neighborhood. I
Yeah,
live on
you know what?
20 acres.
And like I told, Be Brave, you don't.
Just like you, Ryan, you live in Washington, D.C.
See, I
you
like,
don't own shit.
I like
But listen,
my, I like,
Stanley,
I like
how
my
many acres? How many acres you own, Stanley?
my white people are nice and they're not always drunk. I like my
good.
white.
You better stay away from me then.
Goddamn Skippy.
in Alaska, they have to pay
You
you to
might
stay
be
there.
driving
The
a
government pays people to live there.
be around you.
Bullshit.
How many acres you have up there, 12th man?
20.
Okay, listen. In
And
any other place in all of the contiguous United States,
he's taken a wine piss on every inch of that 20 acres.
I'm sure. But that's 20 acres in Alaska. You can get for like $80.
How many you
It's like
own, Stanley?
it's like $80.
He and Sam Fisher have pissed on every tree on that property.
Stanley,
Yeah, that's
how
right.
many acres you own?
You know what? You know what? 75.
No, you don't. I don't believe it.
Oh, you
Yeah,
don't
don't even tell them.
Well, it's technically not mine, it's my father's. But I can go on it when I want.
There you go.
Your father's still alive? Good for you.
He sure is.
See, you eventually get it, Stanley?
Get what? You know what? It'll be split between me, my brother, I guess.
So is mine,
that's what I want to
Stanley.
do. That's what I want to do.
Stanley, my father's still alive too.
I don't really. What I'd like to do is turn it into like a state park.
Yeah. I'd like to eventually
What kind
have
of park?
a couple hundred acres split family. So I asked my kids if they would move if I had a couple hundred acres, if they would move onto the land, right? Like if I gave them a section. They were like, no, we don't want to live that close to you. Like, you know what? Shit.
Yeah, they'll feel differently. They'll feel differently when they get older.
20 acres or 50 acres or something. I hope so. I'm hoping. So.
And Lindy Lou, just so you know, I'm stone cold sober. But I'm dreaming of Bud Light in pork skins. Maybe later I'll go out and get some.
Lenny Lou needs to pull up.
Yes, she does. We need someone that 12th man will respect.
You deserve it, Stanley, after all those years in the service.
It wasn't that many years.
But how many did you do again? I forget.
A whole 5 years.
Well, that wasn't very long.
Mavid said he could.
I literally just said that.
That is fucking ways, Stanley.
Yeah, he's got moose on his land. I guess I should drop the link, huh?
Yeah, drop it. Put it out there. Let's get some.
Well,
Let's
it's
get some
at
activity.
the top of the chat. It's a pin.
All right.
Coming up, Lindy Lou. I know you can't sleep now.
Yeah, and you know, Ghetto's in the audience. He's
I
gonna pull up.
do want pork skins.
Pull on up. Get some activity up here.
Hey, you know what? I am not above. All I need are the white socks. White socks, pork skins, and beer.
Pork skins. You like pork skins?
Oh, I love them.
I mean, I've had the hot ones are pretty good. Cause
Yeah,
a little bit of indigestion though.
Mine are hot. I
Heartburn.
don't get into like vinegar and salt and all those like exotic flavors.
Oh shit! Give me the hot ones. That's good. They're good on occasion.
I got real fish sticks.
I would think in Alaska you wouldn't have to get fish sticks. You could just get fish.
Yeah, he's a real country boy.
Yeah, fish sticks. He's got like Morton's,
Like-
Gordon's fish sticks.
Oh,
They come right out of the ocean, right over here.
And
Brett-
jump into a box.
So the boxes just float up.
No, they come in a bag.
Oh, so they're legitimate fish sticks that are from legitimate.
Hell, they're not.
Okay.
They're from the local mart.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, packaged food up there is god awful expensive though, so maybe not. I mean, they don't package anything up there except for maybe salmon or something. So
He's got a big bag of Gortons.
you know, well,
No,
that's really
what you
it's haddock.
eat. That's what
It's haddock.
That's what we ship you guys.
Lindy said she'd be up in a minute. Well, you know, it is the packet. What's funny is when you're in like in Hawaii,
Okay,
or
Lindy.
in like in the Caribbean, right, and you're in other places, you don't realize how much shit we package in the U.S. Like there is aisles of brands of groceries that we make here. You don't realize how much stuff the U.S. makes until you go into these other places.
Yep.
Then you're like, this shit's $8 for something dumb in Hawaii, right? But you remember they got to ship it there. You know,
Right.
lumber they got to ship there.
And they got a
Caribbean, there's like go to a Home Depot in the Caribbean. There's like 8 things in stock. You know, well they don't even have. They got like a hardware store, right? You go in there, you're like, what the hell?
And all are bottled, right?
And just basic stuff they don't have. Yeah, it's you know, and you could tell it came from it got shipped in because what do they make there? Right? They make very few things like in Hawaii or in Aruba or in even Alaska. Like they don't make that much, you know. Like actually package and manufacture.
Black Knight wants to know if you've ever seen a polar bear in the wild.
No.
No, that's because he doesn't really live in Alaska.
Really?
No. If you haven't,
No, I
if you
really
don't-
live in Baja, California.
if you don't see polar bears in the wild, that's not Alaska.
How do you not see that? Like I would think they're, or maybe grizzlies.
You're
Gotta
such a
be pretty-
dumbass, Stanley.
He lives in
Polar
the
bear-
he lives in the
Polar bears live in the far north.
you live
Yeah, they're in
down
the Arctic.
you live in that part of Alaska that's the women's section.
You call him a dumbass.
Polar bears live in the far north, Stanley.
And you
I'm
don't.
trying to explain
You
it
don't.
to you.
You don't is my point. You live in the pussy section of Alaska.
Oh yeah, that's me. I live in on the Kenai.
That's
Oh
right.
yeah, baby.
Real
That's where I
Alaskans,
live.
Alaskans don't have grocery stores. They go out and hunt up their dinner.
Yeah, that's where they live. Go up there and freeze
That's
to death.
right.
I dare you.
You don't live there, is my point.
No, I don't.
You live in the luxury part of Alaska.
In the temperate zone.
Amen to that.
Live in the temperate zone. Yeah,
They don't
it's-
even get blizzards where you live, do they?
Where do you live? In the comfort
don't-
zone of Georgia.
I don't pretend to live in Alaska.
I do live in Alaska, you cunt.
I live in I don't pretend to live in Alaska, Georgia. That's the name of my town.
You know, it's not. It's not as far north as you think it is.
Hell no.
My state covers your state 4 times over.
You know
Stanley,
what?
so
Once again,
you don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't even own a dog sled. You're not a
really? Okay.
Do you have a team of dogs?
No.
Okay.
Why would I?
You don't live in Alaska.
Okay.
It's not as far north as you think it is.
You don't live in Georgia, do you, Stanley?
Again,
and you're just a dirtbag you're just a dirtbag faking to be a Navy veteran too. You're just a phony, aren't you, Stanley? You're just a phony fucking cunt.
You're acting that box wine has turned you into
You're just a phony fucking cunt.
I bet
you, Stanley.
I bet you drank rosé out of that wine box.
I bet you suck my dick too, huh?
Oh, come on now. I don't want to get drunk.
That was a little bit gay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
You could suck my dick, dude.
I
live in Alaska. Do you live in Georgia? Are you a
Yeah.
real Navy vet?
Well, we know that there won't be polar bears sucking your dick because you don't live with them.
No, because I don't live in that part of Alaska.
You don't live in Alaska.
Oh, okay.
The real Alaska has polar.
I think Portia and HB know better.
Okay, you know what? Do they?
No, I'm sure he does. It's just a weak.
When you're passed out from your bladder of wine, you don't know what they talk about.
Oh, really? What do they
12
talk
man.
about?
I'm going to tell you.
Man, just 12 hours ago when I was on the cast, you were literally saying how much you love Stanley. You couldn't wait to talk to him again, and now
I
you're
do
calling
love
him back.
Stanley. What the fuck
Negative
are you
stuff.
talking about?
You said he's a cunt. You called him names.
The alcohol version of the Hulk.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
He drinks some wine and he becomes a raging monster.
Yeah, what? Why this sudden change?
Are you green?
12 man.
Did you drink yourself green?
Are you there, 12 man?
Go ahead, 12th man.
I think you passed
I
out.
don't really like this Ryan cunt. For one.
Now you're mad at me. Now you're
I
gonna read it.
I heard cunt, but I couldn't understand the rest of it.
Yeah, we're not gonna look. You do know we're not gonna get any other audience members if you keep calling everybody the C word.
Yeah, I
especially
told
the
you.
ladies. They don't
That's
like
the K word.
Lindy Lou said she was coming up, and if you keep this up, she's not going to come.
I think it's the C word. I don't think it's the K word.
No, it's the K word.
Spells it with a.
You don't know how to say it.
Oh my lord!
I think it's a C. Is it not a C? Am I wrong about that?
It's a C, but it's a K in his head.
Yeah, it's not the Cyrillic alphabet.
K-H-U-N-T. K-H-U-N-T. That's how you say it.
KH, like Newt the Great. Is that how you say?
Yeah, cunt.
Okay. That's yeah. I don't think it is.
You
but
never
it's
heard
okay.
that before?
That's the Alaska
What
spelling.
is wrong with you, man?
That's the Alaska spelling. Okay, obviously that's how the Inuits spell it. I'm sure.
You mean the real Alaskans?
The real legitimate ones. Oh, look, it's Franzia. There you go.
Not the kind I drink, Stanley.
There it is. There it is. It's got a question for you.
That's good stuff right there.
It says, "Do you want to drink me? Yes or no?"
No.
I'm gonna say yes.
Not that kind.
We also make emails.
I think I.
They make them.
Oh shit! The web page is drunk.
Oh boy. I'm sure this is a finer. They have either red wine
Stanley's
or
best
white.
website. Frenchia.
Just
Well,
pure dog piss.
I'm doing it just so you feel comfortable. Just looking at it will make you drunk.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm already drunk.
Look,
Hey,
you can have it.
I'm Christmas shopping for you.
You can have it with beanie wieners and
Would you like a sweater for Sam?
Wow.
Sure, buy him one. You can do what you want.
Wow. Wow.
Merry
Christmas. Remarkable. This is remarkable. They have merch.
This what was going on at your cabin?
Yeah.
Stabbing a pumpkin and drinking wine.
Sounds so Halloweenish.
I can't believe they have merch.
Oh, of course they do. Why wouldn't they?
Just
even the drunk Franzia drinkers, they can't go around naked.
I feel like putting my dog in a Franzia sweater is. I feel like I don't want to do that.
No, what you do is you save the box tops. And once you get
enough of them, you got to mail them in.
Once you get like 1,000 box tops after you drink 1,000 boxes of Franzia, you get a dog sweater.
It's like Marlboro Miles.
That's right.
It's like Marlboro Miles. That's how cheap this shit is.
Do you like blush? Let's get you some white Zinfandel.
Wow.
Are you getting thirsty?
It's just flavoring.
I got plenty of dark and luscious right here.
Dark and luscious.
It's not even from grapes.
Hey, Lindy Lou. Welcome to 12th Man's Wine Party.
Okay, so Franzia is not bad wine. I've had it.
I'm not saying it's bad wine, especially 12th Man stocks up. We're gonna after 1,000 box tops, he's gonna get Sam Fisher a sweater.
That's right.
Did you see the Franzia sweater?
No, Stanley, you said you was gonna get Sam Fisher a sweater.
That's right. I'm sober. I have to remember that shit. Let's see now. Oh, they got recipes. You like pigs in a blanket? Pigs in a blanket and wine.
I feel like they're not.
Oh.
I know that's a white trash. That's a white trash night right there. A white trash. It's made.
Come on,
just get a pack of Vienna sausages.
Why did you say white trash?
It is pure white trash. Get a pack of Vienna sausages and some crescent rolls from Pillsbury and Vienna sausages. And
it's a white trash smorgasbord.
It absolutely is. Yeah, that's what they're not having, like Manchego cheese and and a side of brie. It's beanie wieners.
Wine and weenies.
Oh no.
This is something we used to serve in a trailer park on the regular.
Hey, Lindy Lou, good to see you, sister.
Happy Thanksgiving, 12th Man.
You'd eat these in a kiddie pool right there.
Give me up.
That's the truth.
I
AKA
go to
jacuzzi, the
church
kiddie
for
pool.
Thanksgiving. Thank
Oh,
you
look.
very much.
There's your Christmas present.
Bingo.
I'm too drunk to wrap it up. I just stick a bow on it and give it to you.
Yeah, here you go. Or I'll just give you a bunch of box tops and you mail them in yourself. Here. Shit.
Oh no.
12th man's favorite thing to do though is to take the plastic bladder out the box. He
Would you
just
12th man?
he just likes to drink it direct from the spigot.
You got 2 or 3 covered, 12th man.
Yeah,
The shareability
like
part.
I
you know.
drink
Well,
directly.
Look
like
at this.
Like I drink directly from the titties.
Well, that's-
Exactly like that.
There you go.
Stanley.
Now look at
Total
look,
fun.
look at this. What makes
Total.
us so special? Friendsability, drinkability, shareability. Do you ever share your wine?
Who,
12th
12th man?
man.
Fuck. Hell no.
Get your own box.
Yeah, get your own box.
12 man, how much is a box of Franzia? It's been years. How much is it
It's
now?
like $30.
Wow.
$30?
It's gotten
Holy
expensive.
fuck.
12th man, when you go to the liquor store and you ask to borrow the hand truck, did they ever look at you funny?
No.
Get
He's
a
got
hand truck.
He's got his own personal. He brings his own hand truck.
Oh, I got it. He's like, I'm gonna need at least 40 cases of this shit.
Yeah.
How many liters is in a box?
Not
Five.
enough. It's not enough.
5
You need to get a
liters.
cask.
Oh, 5
You need
liters.
to get like a
Hold on,
cask of
let me
this.
think. Let me add this up in my head. 5 liters. So, all right. You know, that's not bad, I guess.
For $30.
See?
For 5
Sam
liters isn't
Fisher-
bad.
Sam
Yeah.
Fisher's going to look good in a Franzia. Oh, shoot. Let me go back. What do you
Ooh.
think, man?
He said
You
he
like-
doesn't drink Franzia. I don't know. What
You
do
can
drink?
get-
What's the brand?
You can get one for you and one for Sam Fisher.
Dog don't drink, Stanley. You
But
dummy.
he can stay warm in a Franzia sweater.
Hold on, is your dog named Sam Fisher? Did you see his dog's name Sam Fisher?
Yeah.
So he has a first and last name?
Tell him it's a character and something that he read. I think it was one of what's the dude's name who wrote Hunt for Red October?
Tom Clancy.
It's a Tom Clancy novel character.
I guess I'm just trying. So, but you don't call him Sam. You call him Sam Fisher.
That's
I just
right.
find that to be a little
The
off.
dog insists. His dog is very formal.
So if you just
Well,
call him
Ryan, I
Sam,
can't
he's
say
like,
much because I had a dog that I gave her a first and middle name. Her name was Lucy Lulabelle.
Lucy
Jesus,
Lou?
that's quite a.
Lucy Lulabelle.
It wasn't Lucy Lou?
No, it was Lucy Lulabelle.
Okay.
But
I don't know where I got
probably
it from.
called
But I
her
just started
Lucy.
calling her that.
You probably called her Lucy. You probably called her Lucy, though. I assume when she was out back and you wanted her to come in.
No, you got to say the full name for the dog to like
To respond,
know that you mean business.
Lucy Lou.
Yeah, be
That's
like,
right.
Sam Fisher. Then he comes back.
When my wife used to get mad at my son, she would call him by his full name.
Yeah.
That apparently she thought that conveyed that she meant business.
12th man, that dog comes back so he doesn't freeze, not out of choice. It's survival. It's literally
You're a dumbass, dude.
In the wintertime, you don't even have to call the dog back.
He's just like, fuck it. I'll tolerate this to stay alive.
Dude, I've been up here 20 fucking years, dude. And I've been through 3 dogs, dude. And you
How many
believe
of
that?
to eat?
Yeah, eventually that's what
You're a
happens.
fucking dumbass, too, Stanley.
Hey, you know what? You know what? In that 6-month-long blizzard, you'll do anything to survive, including eat your dog.
Oh yeah.
We have ladies on the panel.
You can go fuck yourself, Stanley. That's
Oh, come
what
on.
I think.
What kind of language is this? You do
you know.
realize that we have ladies up here, or have you
Oh
completely?
boy. Well,
See
I'm kind of
that
used to some of that.
that Alaska
so
that Alaska's just turned you into a savage.
Lenny Lou, you're up early this morning? Is this
Y'all ever
gotta
been up here
work
with
or?
Tough Guy and Ignorant? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's this is a picnic compared to those two.
Well, it's been a bit of a different
No, but 12
morning.
man, I do want to ask you, doesn't that I don't know how much of that. I know you don't drink a whole box every night,
Sure
but
he does every night.
even half of that, but don't you have a headache hangover the next day?
He just puts his head in a snowdrift.
Just until he opens the next box, then it goes away.
Hair of the dog.
That's it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hair of Sam Fisher.
12 man, we're not picking on you. Come on back. We're sorry.
I am.
We love you. We love
I freely admit I'm picking on him. He deserves it. He started
No,
it.
I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I'm serious, 12 man. Do you ever have hangovers over that? I mean, drinking that much?
Not really. I'm used to this every year. I mean, you get iced in a little bit.
And only Mavid Grumpy would think I'm picking on 12 man. Mavid, I'm thinking.
Well,
I'm
you
just.
do it all the time.
If you're gonna pick on me, you're gonna suffer.
Yeah. You just put people in the back when you want them.
Well, I usually put you in the back because you and Solid Snake just go too far and
At
too
one
often.
point, it does. At some point, it's just insanity up here. So, at some point.
Yeah, Ryan is the all-knowing white boy.
You have to restore order.
I wish Sam Fisher would like tuck your ass into bed and tell you to go to sleep.
When do you go to sleep?
You know what? Since I'm not gonna wake up with a hangover, it's whenever I decide to go to sleep.
You sure about that?
I'm absolutely positive.
Look, now I think we
Sure
lost
you're
Lindsay.
not gonna wake up with a tranny Bud Light gay beer hangover?
Bud Light, what?
We
Gay
ran
beer
Lenny Lou off.
hangover.
What happened?
That is a gay beer, isn't it, Stanley?
You know what,
The
dude?
Bud Light gay
Dude.
beer.
Oh, come on, 12 man. You drink Chablis.
No, I drink dark and luscious. That's what I drink.
Yeah, well, you know what? You
Oh,
can
boy.
say anything you think you can get away with. We all know better. You sound like a Chablis drinker. See?
You
Let me
sound
let me
like
show you.
All right.
Let me
you
show
sound
you.
like a
Chablis.
Bud Light
Put him in the
Here's
back.
transvestite
what you
drinker.
drink.
Put him in the back. All right.
Here's what you
Just
drink.
put him in the back.
See it?
He pronounces it Chablis. He says, "Let me get. Can I get 14
Already
cases of
showed what I
Chablis?"
drank earlier
He
today,
calls it. He
which
calls it
is
shabby.
dark and luscious.
Jesus,
I'll
got
have some
34
shabby.
fucking glasses.
Can I have a glass
34
of
fucking
shabby?
glasses of that shit. Look at that. 34
I
glasses.
drink dark
Oh my
and
God.
luscious.
Is that all? I would think
Portia
5
already
minutes would be more
seen
than
it.
that.
Holy fuck.
He doesn't do glasses. He just drinks straight from the spout.
You're
So, Lindy,
full
are
of
you up?
shit.
You're up here early, Lindy.
And you're
What's
full
the
of
deal? You
wine.
got work? You going in this morning or what?
No, I don't know why I'm up so early. I really don't. I think no, my department. Here's the thing: my department is closed down for a couple weeks, so
Well, that figures.
they put me in a different location, work for a little bit, but now I'm not working there, so I'm just kind of been home right now. So my sleep
Good, that's
schedule
more
is really
time
off.
with the with
with you. With you.
So
man.
no, I don't have to work today. I don't know why I'm up this early.
look at Mavid. Mavid says that I sound like a Bud Light transvestite. Was that rhyme intent, Mavid? Were you trying to be artful?
Jesus. So we were making progress, but now we're getting off track again.
Oh, that's all right. I go where GI drunk leads me.
Oh shit. So Lindy, maybe I think I do that when I'm not working consistently. Like I get days off, I start to just get it mixed up with the sleep patterns. So plus I take naps and shit. It ruins my overnight sleep.
All right. Well, I'm done looking at the love of your life.
You mean John Barleycorn?
more like Gilbert Grape.
Yeah.
That was a good movie. Who's Eating Gilbert Grape? Sorry, that was just a random thought. Sorry.
No, it's good. It's good.
Who's squeezed
Johnny Depp?
Gilbert
Johnny Depp, maybe. Johnny
How
Depp,
you doing tonight, Lindy Lou?
Well, it's almost 5 a.m. my time. I know it's only midnight. What, midnight, 1 o'clock your time?
It's drunk.
Yeah, it's 12:09 my time.
Right.
Wow. Jesus.
It's
1
drunk.
o'clock.
It's drunk o'clock.
Yep.
What time is
Yeah,
it? Your time, Stanley?
I'm at 5 a.m. Stanley's at 5 a.m.
Yep, we're all at 5 a.m.
Yep. You're in the east. Back east, if you will.
Ryan, what part of the country you live in?
5 o'clock somewhere.
DC area. DC Metro. DC Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Well, you live near John Galt, huh?
Yeah, actually,
4 hours early.
Ryan is John Galt.
John Galt.
No,
that's
he's
right. The
not.
white John Galt. No,
I
I
knew
live near.
John Galt.
He's in South. He's actually in the district, though. I'm outside of the district. He's in Southeast. So, but we kind of. It's funny because we were talking, and I'm in Southeast fairly frequently. I got a job there now, at the Darth Vader building.
Are you gonna have to go back there? You're gonna have to commute?
No, I go to DC about once or twice a week for projects, and then the other days I do not. So I have to go down Thursday.
You live in the project?
No. I live in Baltimore Metro.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. So I live outside of Baltimore, but I go to DC. DC's got a lot more money than Baltimore, so I end up down there.
Lindy, you put your picture up there. I guess me and Be Brave are gonna have to. We're gonna have to go to fisticuffs.
It's me and my kiddo.
There you go.
See, let me be Mr. Charming and say, well, which one's the kid?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Is that your sister?
Oh, no, there's no fisticuff. Not with Be Brave. Absolutely not.
Do you go at Be Brave too, Lindy?
What?
You go at him? I mean, everybody goes at Be Brave, so it's,
No,
go in on him.
Be Brave does the better part of valor with Lindy.
You know what?
Does he?
Ryan? You know what's funny is he was up the other morning or the other day, purposely come up just to say something, of course, about black people. And I came up.
Teen carjackings.
Yeah.
He was one. Well, the thing is he's always in good company talking about black people. The black people.
So I came up and I just told him what I thought about it. I said, look, I said, you know what? Here's the thing. Be brave. I'm not saying like some of the stuff you're saying is wrong, or anything like that. I said, but
It's not your place to say it. It's not your place.
Ryan, that's what I said to him. I'm sorry, I got people here. I got people on the sleeping, but that's exactly what I said. I said, listen, I don't like people that pile on. I said, and you're white.
Yeah.
I said, and you should not be piling on like that. I said, it's not. I said, you don't see me, or I even said your name. You don't say me and Ryan. And I said, it's not for us to just pile on like that.
Oh, my God, we've got John talking bad about black people. We don't need more.
Yeah,
we could be talking about. We could be talking about puppies, and Be Brave will talk about the black community.
Well,
it doesn't matter what the subject is.
In Be Brave's defense, he's just following the leader. You know,
okay, come on.
There's a whole lot of.
It gets a bit tiresome at some times.
Well,
I know,
no.
but even if I agree with some of the things that he says, okay, it's just I don't know. But
Well,
I'll get to the point. The point I'm trying to say is everybody in the chat agreed with Be Brave. They did not agree. They were like telling me that I was.
That's what I'm saying. Be Brave's main problem is
All right, fine, I won't say anything.
he isn't as funny or as horrible about breaking down Black people. You know, John Galt and Portia, all of them are much better at it.
Yeah, but Stanley, I think the whole point is it's not that what he's saying is wrong, because I
well, no, a lot of it is not only wrong, it's like ignorant level wrong.
But here's the thing: he just turns this is my problem. He turns any subject that we're talking about into, it's like he's obsessed.
Tyrone, you were on Be Brave's channel on Sunday. I talked directly to Be Brave about my thoughts. Did I not tell him that he was anti-Black, Tyrone? You were in the chat.
There's a full panel, and you're talking to Tyrone
right now. As a matter of fact, I enjoy it more when Be Brave is here and talking shit about it.
You gotta land with Be Brave, where you just accept who he is and where he is, right? So
No,
me and I don't agree on a plethora of things.
I don't have to accept who he is.
Let's say,
Just
all right, you are
just
who you
a
are.
lonely Viagra popping man.
I thought
You're just not gonna change
you
it.
liked him, Stanley.
I do.
I don't know. I just have this feeling as a white
Matter of
person
fact,
that
I'm
you can't
harder on the
sit
people I like.
with jump on, and it's just not our place to just.
Oh, come on now.
You guys know what I'm trying to say. I'm not going to say it because the whole chat's.
No, Lindy, you can make an observation, and that's fine. Nobody's
What
going
an
to judge you.
observation. I told him, I said, it's not for us as white people. I mean, we can speak what our truth is or what we feel like our truth is. And I might even agree with some of the things that you say, but just to keep on, you can't.
And that's my issue. It's like, I mean, like I said, we can be talking about furry puppies, and here he goes. He brings race into every conversation.
He will find.
I tell him, I'm like, that's what the liberals do. They literally drag
The
race.
liberals.
I mean, he's like a Joy Reid. It's like, what are you, Joy Reid? Everything's race. That's what I say to him.
He's like a prettier Joy Reid, right?
He's a prettier Joy Reid. He's not a prettier Joy Reid. So he's not a. But really, I'm like, everything can't be through this lens, right?
Yeah, right. And if the subject is at hand, I don't mind him speaking.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but sometimes we're like, he just comes off of topic.
It's okay to be hateful and just rude and wrong, as long as the subject's on. As long as it's on the right.
No. That's not what I'm saying, Stanley. That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
No,
everybody's entitled.
Not.
Okay, Stanley.
I'm not the government.
Mister, you can't be smarter than me.
Oh, I never said that. I just assume it.
Well, I'll tell you, the chat disagreed with me. They thought I was just like, oh, you don't know, Black people need to hear this and da 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 da. I'm like, all right.
I agree with you, Virgo.
Thank you, 12th man.
I have a hard time.
And 12th man, I'm gonna have to remake that song by UB40, Red Wine. I'm gonna have to call that song Box Wine. Okay.
Yeah. Remember, we're supposed to do Ebony and Ivory too.
Yes, and before we do that, 12th man, I have to do my remake of Red Wine, and it's gonna be called Box Wine. Okay.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd insist he be sober.
Well, that too. Yes, Stanley.
I will be.
And 12th man, you're paying $30 for that box shit over there.
Yeah,
that shit is like $12 over here.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like you're paying double what it's worth. It's probably only worth $6. We're paying $12.
Yeah, probably worth $6.
What can I say?
You gotta have it.
Make your own wine. Well, Well, shit, you can't grow grapes over there. You have to import fruit too. Oh shit.
There's plenty of stuff you can ferment to make wine with in Alaska.
Make some gin in your bath. Make some gin in your bathtub.
Yeah.
Seal blubber.
Are there blueberries up there?
Why not?
Yeah,
Or any kind of berries.
Dandelions? I had a friend who used to make dandelion wine, which
How do they
was
do it in prison? They sneak all the food in.
Make some moonshine.
Funny, you guys. Keep making fun of me.
Oh, we're not making.
Nobody's making fun of you.
This is called constructive criticism.
12 man, I'm not making fun of you.
I am.
I just think you're spending too much money on the boxed wine. That's all I'm saying.
We're looking at it from an economic standpoint. That's too much money for boxed wine.
And if I go to Total, for the price you pay for one box of wine in Alaska, I can go to Total Wine and get like 3 boxes.
Man. That's like the Walmart of liquor stores now.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Putting everybody out of business. Right?
Yeah.
You know,
I just got me a case of Yingling.
Damn.
A 24
That's
box.
Far out, Virgo.
Yeah, we've been stressed over here, man. Oh shit. I ain't even gonna go into it.
I'll tell you this.
Glad you got a chance to chill down there, though.
Be Brave kicks up views, man. He does.
He does.
He absolutely because he whips up controversy. He whips up controversy, and then everybody.
He's never been outside of his own town. I mean, the dude's a joke.
I don't think he's been outside of his block.
He's living in a virtual 20 acres in the middle of nowhere on the side of a mountain in his head.
I'm not real. I don't know. I can't place him. He's good at like not broadcasting words.
What did I say?
What did Stanley say? He didn't say anything. 12 steps, man.
J-Dub.
12 steps, man.
See, I love it when I have that targeted insult that no one else gets but 12th man. I love that sort of stuff.
It comes right at you.
Oh, and then all your echoes.
Fuck you, Stanley.
Like Ryan echoed. Then you echo it. Your nigger echoes it. Then everyone echoes it. You think
terrible.
that's a real fun game?
I know. You're saying that.
You think it's a real fun game? You don't think I live in Alaska, Stanley?
I understand that you're saying this desperately in a lonely, cold cabin in the middle of a snowfield.
Oh, good.
That's like Jake.
How do you know that? Have you doxed me?
I can hear it.
I can hear it.
I can hear it in your voice. Plus, I'm looking at that picture.
What picture?
Oh my God! Have you gone over your limit? I'm literally looking at your avatar.
Oh, well, that one? Yeah, that was from 5 years ago.
You look
That's
cold.
5 years ago. So what?
And it's still cold. It's probably the same snow on the ground. It never melted.
Stanley brings him out. He brings him out.
Oh, he brings him
out. Are we gonna do pop the balloon, or are we gonna keep talking skyscrapers?
12th man lives on permafrost. It's always white up there.
Listen to that dude's voice. Oh, he brings him out. Dude sounds like a cockroach.
But they don't have cockroaches in Alaska. It's too cold for cockroaches where you live, right?
Yeah, not where your Ryan Gay Boy lives. Evidently.
You know what? It's too cold for gay boys up there.
Where you live in
Yeah. Gay boys generally
lives
heat
in
amongst each other.
DC. I bet you that motherfucker's afraid to.
And I know they're generating heat.
He can't walk outside of his house, dude. I guarantee you, man.
I don't. But I look out the window and I don't see snow.
Good for you. You see a hurricane, though.
Excellent.
Stanley,
It's
snow is lovely at Christmas time, I have to say. It's
Christmas
lovely at
time.
Christmas.
Christmas time, that cabin's going to be covered in snow. He won't be able to get out.
12 man, what's the temp there right now?
0.
No,
You mean in Kelvin? Or
It's always 0 in Alaska.
Yeah, I'm having to deal with 60-degree weather. It's freezing out here in Florida.
minus 1 degree.
When it gets cold, I look at the
wind chill?
and it says 12th man. Basically, it just says 12th man.
Minus 1 degree, I said.
Equals man.
I would literally drop dead at -1 degree. I would literally drop dead.
12.
It's only November and it's already -1.
Fahrenheit or Celsius?
We're still barbecuing out here in Florida.
Jeez.
And in the pool.
Cool.
We are here. We're kind of here too up in Michigan. It's 55. I mean, that's barbecue weather. You know what I mean?
Oh, 55 is freezing. God damn.
No,
I'm crying at 60 right now.
Did the hurricane not blow all the water out of the pool?
Fuck you, Stanley.
I think they got
Stanley's always an asshole. I'm not sure why.
You can always count on Stanley.
Hey, it's
He
called
is consistent.
It's called consistency.
Yeah, that's what I said. He is consistent.
You always know what you're going to get.
No, it did not blow all the water, Stanley.
Virgo, 55 in November in Detroit is nice. I mean,
Yeah, I
people
get
are-
it because I'm from New
people
York,
are
so yeah,
here.
I get 55 is pretty good weather for the
it's not
holiday
bad.
time. Yeah.
Read this. Oh, Maven, you are indeed a hero. I got your back. I got your back in the chat, 12th man. Oh, Maven, let me drop the link for you, Maven. Maybe one of these days you'll have the courage to come up here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Maven never
That
comes
was-
up.
I got your back in the chat.
What's up with that, Maven? Come on.
Dude is a hero.
Called him out.
Well, since we were talking about skyscrapers and shit,
I'd rather talk about ladies than the panel.
All right, ladies, it's Prince Charming time.
it's ladies' night.
And the sweaters.
Oh yes, it's ladies' night.
Oh, what a night.
Do you have enough wood for the night?
Oh, yeah. I'm running on diesel power right now.
Oh,
That's what I usually ask my husband.
Is the fire lit?
Yeah.
What do you usually ask?
I got enough wood for the night, Stanley. Oh, yeah.
That's what she
Yeah,
said.
You know, some people can stay warm with twigs.
Nah, twigs can't do
Boy.
nothing for me.
You know all about twigs, Stanley.
Yeah, I call them fags. What do you call?
Oh Lord.
Queers.
You call your twigs queers?
Pause.
Pause.
Long pause.
No Diddy. Get the baby oil.
Long pause.
You got the baby oil, Virgo?
Okay, can you imagine walking into a place and saying,
No, but I got the Dr. Teal's oil.
I'd like a pallet of baby
Oh,
oil.
the Dr. Teal.
I'd like a pallet of baby oil, please, to go.
No, that's the sort of stuff you order by the pallet from Amazon.
I think that's what Diddy had a pallet of baby oil. A pallet. It's like
He had thousands of bottles of baby oil.
I mean, imagine how you buy that, right? Like I'd like a pallet of baby oil, please. Just load it in the back of my car. I guess you got to have it delivered.
They put it in the
load it in the back of my pickup.
If you're using a freight
My
elevator,
F-150.
baby oil.
Pickup
If you're
truck.
using a freight elevator, you might have a problem.
Can you run your truck off of that?
Good Lord. Diddy was trying to run his household off that.
They loaded it with a forklift.
Good God. How's that come out in court? Like, yeah, so what was the baby oil about? Yeah, just a few extra tubes.
Extra smooth skin is what it's all about.
I was gonna fill
You
up
guys
the
think
hot
he's
tub
ever
with
going
it.
to get out of this?
Fuck no.
No.
I convict him just on the baby oil
He's
alone.
got more money than O.J. Simpson did.
That's actually true.
That's
a good
true.
point. Yeah.
So what are we gonna say for this case? If what don't fit, we must acquit. You know, with OJ was the glove.
If the condom don't fit,
we must acquit.
There's a lot more on this guy.
I mean, if he's using baby oil, I don't
stuff,
think he was using condoms.
if the
To be
condom
honest.
don't fit,
Witnesses.
that's no time to quit.
I don't know how you
Too
get out. He's gonna
legit
have
to
a million
quit.
witnesses. People rolling on him. He's done. He's done. So he's done. And there's too much evidence. Too much evidence. He's got a lot on him. OJ had very, a glove and a witness, and what do you have? Diddy's got just.
Well, yeah, what he had was a jury that liked him.
Well, he had, and the thing is, he was beloved, pro football player, announcer, movie
Earth
guy.
commercials, Naked Gun 33 and a half, or whatever it was.
Diddy's been quiet for a while, right? So he's not getting off.
Well, he's in jail.
They probably got a mountain.
It's in the Diddy section.
I thought he died.
Who? Diddy?
Didn't O.J. Simpson die?
Yeah, he
died
did.
in jail.
Oh.
He died in jail.
No, he didn't die in jail. He just died like a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was older.
Oh
He was
shit!
like
I
80.
forgot about that. He did die.
Yeah.
Oh,
older. He was
OJ.
older though.
HB Twins in the building.
He led a full life.
I
HB
forgot to mention that.
needs to come up.
Yeah, that's right. I did make a Virgo joke about Vanessa Del Rio. I forgot.
Yeah.
Do you know who Vanessa Del Rio is?
I do not.
Virgo?
No, and how do you know? Oh, well, HB, how do you know I look like Vanessa? Who is Vanessa Del Rio?
It wasn't him who made the comment. I did.
Well, who's Vanessa Del Rio?
Well, let me show you.
Look, whose feet is it?
If I have a twin, I want to know who that
She has
twin
a
is.
tooth out of her forehead.
Let's look at your feed, Stanley. You got what really happened? Mini pod, native land pod.
My feed? What feed?
Yeah, and your YouTube feed. I'm looking on the right, Bob. It says native land pod.
No, it's I think it's a YouTube show and podcast.
Goulash dish.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't put the OnlyFans page up there.
Whew. You got YouTube Premium too, Stanley. Look at you.
Yeah, I hate commercials. I just don't feel like
Dude,
it.
I got it. I refuse to watch commercials. I won't even. If there's a
You know
program
what?
on with commercials, I won't
The
even
hell with
watch
you
it.
guys. I'm gonna look this up myself.
Well, hold on. Give me a sec. There you go.
Shit, this is cool. That's cool.
Now, I just don't know how a woman could be insulted by Vanessa Del Rio being compared.
Yeah, you give me something for that.
You like Virgo?
It got real quiet. Lindy's got nothing. Virgo's got nothing. They just got real quiet.
She's rubbing her
concern
chin.
starting into.
She's rubbing her chin, trying to figure out whether this is an insult or a compliment.
Where's
You
Mr.
know,
Stone?
She is pretty.
I think she has a manly face. So you're trying to say I have a
Just put
manly
her,
face?
just put her in a nice flannel dress and pretend she's in Little House on the Prairie, and she's great.
Well, I tell you this much. I tell you the comparison to me and her.
Go
Mine's
ahead.
a real.
Okay. Thanks for telling us.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that information. For letting us know.
All we need is some truth. Just give us the truth. I think this is a picture of her. Now she's older there.
She got some plastic going there. Plastic surgery.
Yeah. Let's find a better picture.
I've never done plastic on my face.
Wow.
Yeah, you can tell she's had some work, but I don't know if she's probably over 60. I wouldn't. I would at least give her dinner.
Man, I got a hard time with this plastic surgery and this. It's just.
Well, I think the thing is the flash isn't doing her any favors.
I just think, although there she's with Ron Jeremy, that's good.
Oh yeah,
Ronnie boy here. So, okay.
See, that's the great thing about being a porn star. Women don't mind if you paw them.
Wait a minute. She was a porn star?
Oh, did I leave that out?
There you go. You're being compared to a pornography.
Oh, so you're comparing me to a porn star.
Well, wait. She didn't just do porn. She did some actual movies too.
Oh, what's that guy's name standing next to her?
Ron Jeremy. That's Ron Jeremy. Look, she
Long.
recognizes him.
What was his nickname? Long Dong Silver or something
Lindy,
like that.
Lindy, I'm just wondering, how do you?
Oh, come on now. She not only is she as pure as she is driven.
How do you recognize Ron Jeremy? Is my question.
Well, she didn't. She had to.
No,
he's
an actor.
She couldn't place the name.
He does act in.
I watched a biography on that guy.
Really? Did you like? What'd you think?
I said I watched a biography on that guy. I'm sorry, I'm talking low because I have family, but people are
What'd you
sleeping out here.
You saw the Ron bio.
Have you ever seen any of his movies?
No. I don't watch
That's not true. That's
well, you are an adult.
I don't watch porn.
You don't?
Never
have. You ever?
Oh yeah, I've seen it before. That's why I don't watch it.
Too excitable, are we?
It's disgusting.
It's very fake.
Oh, look at you, Ryan.
It's just very fake.
It is. It's like,
it's very fake.
A lot of why do guys need that to get going?
They don't.
Very staged.
It's a luxury, as a matter of fact.
If a guy needs that to get going, I'm out.
Are you sure you'll be out?
Maybe I saw it.
Oh, I'm positive. I'm out.
They might not let you out.
I saw it once or twice when I was probably in my 20s, and I was just like, "This is disgusting."
I should be your eye candy. That's it.
Oh, sister Lindy Lou.
I think that
that's all right. It's like, nah.
She's got a DVD set. Ooh.
Hey, Lindy Lou, I heard you said that are you living with family or they're just here for the holidays?
No. Right now, they moved back from Chicago. They've been gone for 5 years. It's their home I'm living in.
God damn, I can't.
They've been in Chicago.
Yeah, this is.
I'm sorry. Go on ahead.
No. Go ahead. Finish.
No.
No, you finish.
They moved to Chicago, and they asked me, because my lease was up in my apartment, they asked me to come over in their home or their condominium, and everything just worked out, you know what I mean? But they just moved back from Chicago a couple months ago.
I am missing a whole lot. I haven't watched porn in like 30 years.
Well, long story short, Lindy, after the storm, we all had to huddle together and we rented an apartment. But good morning, HB.
Good morning, HB.
Morning, HB.
So we all had to
Morning. I
huddle
heard Lindy.
together.
I
Yes.
heard Lindy Lou talking about porn. I had to hit the link.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah. We definitely
Oh,
got
hey,
into it.
not
We
only
got
was
into
she
it.
talking about it, she was talking authoritatively.
And she
Yeah.
recognized some characters, so it was interesting.
Well,
Yeah,
to
so
be fair, Ron
She was
Jeremy
having
is famous.
flashbacks.
Yeah, Ron Jeremy is famous.
He is a famous guy. He does a lot of cameos.
I think
He
I
does a
think
lot
he
of
died.
cameos.
I think he died too. I think he died in prison.
yeah, good riddance.
Really? Are
Yeah,
you
I'm pretty sure.
serious?
Yeah,
I
he got
wonder
accused. He got accused for. I think he got accused of raping a couple women.
well,
Great,
Which,
great.
if
yeah,
he
I
was
don't.
in jail, he was found guilty.
Yeah, yeah. I don't really believe it. You know, I
Oh
think he
no,
just came.
a
He
porn
just came
star
from a
would
different.
never do something like that.
Well, yeah. Why would a porn star rape somebody?
Yeah, come
Hmm.
on now.
It's
That's
Anyway,
ridiculous.
Lindy, yeah, to be quite honest with you, we moved in all together. I gotta be quiet now. We moved in together to like save
Okay.
money before our houses were ready to move back in. But now there's an apartment available next door, and I think me and my husband is gonna go rent
Oh.
that one
Now, were
because
you
I
knocked
can't,
out a wall? Were you making it
Lindy.
a big
I
apartment?
cannot, I cannot, I can't do it anymore. I really cannot. And before it gets to
It's
the
not
point,
easy. It's not easy.
But
I haven't lived with
I-
parents for so long, and
interesting.
it's tough right now. I mean, to the point where they don't
To
knock
talk
on our
to you.
bedroom door. And shit, I just got over my surgery, so I'm ready to go. I don't want to tiptoe and be
Would you
quiet.
say they bust down the door?
No, not bust down the door. They don't knock on the door.
They
Come
just
into the
walk in.
bedroom.
Oh my God! They just walk in.
Yo,
Yes.
there's
Do
some
they
fucking
forget you're there?
bastards. They're assholes. You got some asshole in-laws, Virgo.
No, I'm
For real.
I
telling you
don't
right.
know. I don't think. Here's the thing.
Nah,
HB. I
nah,
don't think
nah,
that.
nah, 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 nah. That's
No,
I
that's
don't
y'all
think
need
they're
to.
assholes.
You
nah.
and
They're
your husband
assholes.
need to sleep naked on top of the sheets. That'll teach them.
Yeah,
And that's
they're
what I
fuck.
told them. I told them I said leave the door unlocked, and when they walk in on us doing something, then they'll never open that door again. And he was like,
Yeah.
Or the alternative would be they drill a hole in the wall.
oh, voyeurism.
Nah,
That's right.
Virgo. If they're
My
opening up the door,
mother-in-law was a voyeur.
if they're opening up the door without knocking, their assholes, Virgo. Like
Oh,
that.
come on. Maybe maybe they're forgetful.
Nah.
You know
Yeah,
what? They're
they're
not.
old.
They're probably not having. They're not doing it, Virgo, sir. They
They're
forget.
not because
So
Papa's in a wheelchair.
they need to know what y'all are doing.
Yeah, they forget. They're not thinking.
Come on, Lindy Lou. You know better.
It's like when people retire, and those of us that are not retired, they call you in the middle of the day. They forget you're at work. It's like, hey, I'm working. You know,
Yeah,
because
and
they're
they
not working. I'm
forget
just
that
calling you.
Try to
we're
tell
still
them is,
very
hey,
active.
stop opening my door.
So Lindy, you're saying they retired from sex? That's what's going on.
Yeah, that was the backhanded comment.
Well, they've retired from sex since his dad gotten uh
In a
into the
wheelchair.
Oh
accident
no. Is that Ron
and
Jeremy?
my husband was about 15. Yeah.
It's the ghost of Ron Jeremy.
Well, HB, let's put it this way: they're not doing it that much anymore, probably because they're
They're
older,
not
right?
doing it at all.
How
Or
do you
at all.
know
So
they're
they
not?
just forget.
Yeah.
Are you
Because
breaking into their bedroom?
no, because she told me.
What? Oh yeah, you need to move. That's much too much information.
Yeah, that's TMI. Seriously.
You know, talking sex with your mother-in-law. I can only
There's
imagine.
nothing wrong with that.
Oh
I'd
yes,
throw
there
up.
is.
I'd fucking throw up.
Yeah. You need to move as quickly as possible.
I mean, and let's be honest, that talk happened when I got pregnant.
Oh my God, that's even worse. Hopefully the baby didn't hear you.
Oh, we lost the baby.
Ah, sorry to
I
Well,
told you
I
about my
joke with Virgo. It's my brother and his wife and my sister-in-law, and I joke around with them. I've even left them notes. I said, "I'm leaving for a few hours. Do your thing. Make sure you get all your thropping done
Oh
by the
my
time I get back." I mean, I write them notes or I'll say something to them. I said, "I'm leaving, so y'all get your stuff done. Do what you need to do. Just
Well,
get it all
it's
done."
not only that. Like right now,
He
I'm
said,
on
I leave a
freaking.
note that said, "Well, no, we did what we had to do on your bed."
Well,
Lindy,
it's not
Lindy,
even. It's not even
wait,
that,
Lindy,
Lindy.
can you write me a note like that too, Lindy? That
Lindy, it's not even that. Like right now, I'm on the patio. Like I can't even like. This is why I haven't been logging on because it's like we always have to be quiet. They want to eat what they want to eat, some
Right.
geriatric food. Like I don't want to eat
Hell yeah.
bears and mash and German food all the time. That shit is nasty. Just salt and
HB,
pepper.
that would be the sex doctor's excuse.
Yeah. Man, Virgo, if I were you, I'd go live in a freaking motel, man. Fuck that.
No, we're gonna take. Well, here's the thing. There's a 2-bedroom available next door, and then 3 doors down there's a 1-bedroom. I think it would be
The one
easier
bedroom.
for them to get into that 1-bedroom.
Oh, you're gonna make them move?
Nah,
Oh,
you guys gotta move. You guys
yeah,
gotta move.
that's bordering on elder abuse.
Yeah, don't be a
Oh,
dick.
did you say elder? No, we're not. But here's the thing. It was my husband's suggestion, so I'm.
let him do
So
all
I'm
the
not the bad guy here. I'm not the bad guy.
Well, that's
But
okay.
he knew how I felt. Yeah,
Okay,
it was getting a little
that
too much.
that does make a difference.
It was getting a little, and I love them to death. Trust me, I do. They're wonderful people, but
I know.
Jesus
I
Christ,
know what
I
you're
don't think
saying
we
there.
can live together.
I know. It's been tough. Not tough for me. I mean, but there's certain aspects of it. I've been here for 5 years by myself, and
Yeah, I can't go into the kitchen with my panties. What the
exactly.
hell?
It's just stuff
I
like
gotta
that.
get
You
fully
can't walk
dressed.
around in your undies.
That's critical. Well, that's a huge. That's critical.
I'm just imagining you walking in the kitchen in your panties with the day of the week on them.
Yeah.
I do have a set of those actually.
I know
They're called boy boxer shorts or boxer briefs for girls, like the boxer.
Hey,
Okay, I would ask you what makes them girls.
Boy
but
short.
Yep.
Virgo, Tyrone said they're freaks. Maybe they're trying to walk in just to, hopefully they can see something. Have you thought about that?
No, I mean they walk in like for stupid reasons. Like they'll come in and tell my husband, "Hey, are you up for work?" Like, goddamn, we have an alarm.
Oh, they're waking you up for work? Oh my Lord!
Yes,
they're having flashbacks. They still
they care.
How old are they? How old are they?
65 and 60.
What?
Oh, they're not that old.
Like
They're
in
not
their
that.
80s or something.
Yeah, they're not that old.
No.
I'm telling you, they're being assholes, Virgo.
I thought they were in their 80s or something.
Yeah,
They're not assholes. No, they're not
they
assholes.
I'm almost 60. You mean it's gonna be like that?
Yes.
Do you cook?
Oh my God!
Who cooks?
Kind of already like that, Stanley.
That's worse than Pop the Balloon Senior Edition.
I just can't take it anymore, man.
Virgo, do you cook or do they cook? They cook for you?
No. We cook, but they dictate what we cook.
Well, you could just slowly poison them. Just slowly start to poison them over time.
No, come on. No, I would never do that.
Ryan. Wow.
Come on, Ryan.
Jesus Christ, Ryan.
But it is something to consider, Ryan.
What 12 men?
It's awful.
I think about that really hard.
Oh, that's funny, Tyrone. Tyrone says that they were trying to see the making of a tuna melt.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh man, that melt
like
cheese.
the other day,
melted
they requested some sort of soup that I've never even heard of. I don't know what it's called.
Was it Italian wedding soup?
No, it's a Brunswick soup or
Oh,
something.
Brunswick soup. Yeah,
This shit
that's a
was
thing.
disgusting.
It's a very British thing. It's a very
No,
British.
it's not. It's like barbecue soup.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
No, it was
Never
beans
had
in there,
burgoo.
spinach.
It's like burgoo, but not as much different types of meat.
No, it was
No,
it was spinach in there, some beans, white
Spinach.
beans, red beans.
Oh, Jesus.
Or maybe it
That's
wasn't
disappointing.
Brunswick stew. Maybe it was
It's like a
something else.
lentil.
I
Was it
don't
like
know.
5-bean soup?
No, it wasn't 5 beans. It was like the white beans. It was red beans in there,
Oh, cannelli
spinach,
beans.
sausage,
Cannellis. Hey,
yeah,
cannellis.
and cabbage. And
That was
I
the
was like,
that
"Ugh."
was the old folks home soup of the day.
And then
Yeah,
I have
dude.
to go to Wawa's to get me a sandwich and sneak it into the bedroom and eat it.
This is just like being a teenager.
That's weird.
Exactly.
Wait. I gotta tell Lindy Lou what Wawa's is.
Hold on a minute. Let me turn my volume up. Hold on. Okay, go on ahead.
Wawa's is like a gas station department store on the East
It's
Coast
not a
and down
department
south.
store. It's
Well,
just
not a department.
It's a
Yeah, grocery
convenience
store.
store.
It's a convenience
Convenience
store,
store.
man.
Yeah, convenience
It's
store.
like a
Gas station.
Like a upscale 7-Eleven.
Yeah, it's like a upscale's a good word for it.
And it's called Wawa's?
It's like the Whole Foods of gas
Where's
stations.
Lindy? Where is she?
It's only on the
Detroit.
East Coast and it's only on the East Coast and
Oh, I
down
don't know what's
south.
out there.
Okay.
7-Eleven.
They have
They don't
it's all truck stops in the Midwest.
Pretty much.
And they make a good sandwich. I get
There's
the
no
ham and
showers there.
cheese
There's no showers, Lindy.
with
You can't shower
lettuce, pickle, lettuce, tomato, onions, and
Yeah,
sub
there's no
oil with the
lot-
mayo.
HB got that. HB got that one.
No, they got a lot of. There's way more truck stops in the Midwest than on the East Coast.
Tyrone says there's a Wawa in Tennessee. That's interesting.
Really?
Wow.
Shit.
Wow. That's probably as far west as it gets.
Yeah, it's
And
probably
then here's the thing. Like
that's Wawa.
last night I made some bourbon chicken, and I usually put red pepper flakes in
It
it.
was chicken
But
and
since
bourbon.
huh?
It's chicken and bourbon.
These
Yeah,
are
bourbon
hold on. Are
chicken,
these
like the food court.
are these
Food court
Hawaiians?
chicken and
These are
bourbon.
Hawaiians, correct? These are white people, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Oh,
since
yeah,
they
no
don't,
salt, no pepper.
yeah, they don't eat
They
spice. I
think
mean, they
pepper's
like the
spicy. They're
bourbon.
like,
Hey,
this is spicy.
there are no black people in that house, Brian.
Listen,
I'm black.
no, but there's no salt, no pepper, no
Yeah,
nothing hot.
That's why
It's a very
Kamala
bland
lost,
dish.
Virgo.
That's like
It's a very
you're
bland dish.
Kamala black.
That's why she
It's a
lost,
very
Virgo.
bland dish. We want it
We
as
all
bland as
have to
possible.
learn. We gotta
We
learn,
want to taste
Virgo.
the spinach.
My whole ethnicity came from slaves. Stanley, what are you talking about?
Let's not do this. I did want to
Oh
say.
no, we won't do that. I've already dispelled that dream of yours.
Wait, I did want to say to Lindy
There were
Lou.
no slaves in your background.
Y'all just mad because we defeated the French and y'all couldn't defeat
Why would I be
Americans.
mad that Haiti defeated the French? Why would I be mad?
Well, that's the
Well,
only
sir,
reason
Haiti's
why you hating. Because I'm black just like
You
you,
know what?
Stanley.
I think you were the French.
Oh shit! I
Sacre
wasn't really
bleu.
playing Haiti at this point. It's not doing well.
Don't you speak?
Sacre bleu.
Hey, don't you speak French?
12 man, get back up here, man. Get back up here.
Yeah, come
Wait,
on,
what were you saying to
man.
Lindy? What were you saying to Lindy?
I'm not done with you. I'm sober and
I
mean.
wanted to say to Lindy Lou, can you hear me?
Oh look, he's doing a Mavid. Are you got your own back from the chat there, 12th man?
Lindy Lou, are you still there?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I know you said before when you watched porn back when you were in your 20s, it was
I
kind
watched
of
it once.
disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
okay.
was it. I just want to
Maybe at
let
least.
you know,
You
like
watched it once and it became a lifestyle.
if you watch it now, it's a lot like the production's a lot better. The women are a lot hotter, so you might want to.
Yeah, it's a lot realer.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot
It's
of roast beef, punani.
no. There's
It's
no
not
roast
it's not
beef.
real. But
Yeah.
also, listen, if you watched it back then, let's just be honest, you had to go out to the store and rent a
Yeah,
VHS tape.
like Mark
Yeah.
It's
Robinson.
much
Yeah,
harder.
yeah.
You had to obtain the actual tape at that point.
Yeah. It's like
Oh
4K now,
Lord.
Lindy. It's way better now.
And then if you ruined the videotape, you had to buy it. Yep.
You guys,
You
you guys
overly
remember?
rewind it.
Well, I know Ryan and Stanley, and probably Tom. I don't know, maybe all of you remember when you used to go to the video store. They would have that one section. Usually had like
Oh
a curtain
yeah.
in front of it.
Yes, a
Yeah.
curtain, and
Yep.
then you go in the
Yeah,
back. Yeah.
TVs.
Yeah, but then
Funny enough, I've
before
never
you came
rented
out, you
one.
were scared because you were looking
Oh
around like, I don't
yeah.
want anybody to see me. You
Oh yeah.
might run into your
And as
grandfather
kids,
or
you
uncle
knew
or something.
when your parents sent you to the video store, you knew to stay away from those men that was behind the curtain.
Exactly. You don't think a weirdo.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I'm serious.
You guys, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna play with my volume for a minute. So see if
You
I
mean
can
the
my computer.
men in the trench coats?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You don't want to go into these places.
Yo,
And we
I
had before
Doors.
Blockbuster. Before
too young back
Blockbuster, we
then.
had like the family owned video stores in my neighborhood, like the
I
mom
was
and
too
pop
young.
video stores.
Blockbuster
Wait,
didn't have
Stanley.
those sections.
Wait, Stanley.
I don't
I
think
was
they had
too
that
young
section.
back then to actually like get those adult videos. Did the guys actually go and go behind the curtain, get an adult video, then bring it up front? Is that really how it went?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus
Also, at those stores, you could get
Christ.
like hot wings. You could get like
And I
hot wings.
think I think they actually used to be in like special cases or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Oh,
did.
okay. So it wouldn't be as embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I,
To rent
I
it
think
out.
I think
Okay.
that oddly enough, I've never rented one. The one year that
Lies. That's
I watched
lies.
a lot of that stuff, my roommate, was
Oh
into
yeah, sure.
porn.
Yeah, they would have the picture. They would have the picture in the front, like the cover, and then when you look behind the cover, it was just tape. So nobody knew what you was getting.
Yeah, real weird
Jesus
names
Christ.
like Romancing the Bone, which is a take on Romancing the Stone.
Romancing the Bone.
On Golden Blonde.
Exactly.
Don't get me. I'll give you 100 of them. So let's not go there.
What's that movie with
right next to the antique books, right?
What's that movie with Tom Hanks? Ryan's
Saving Ryan's Private.
Saving Ryan's Private.
Yeah, Saving Ryan's Privates. Yeah.
Saving Ryan Privates. Wow.
That's right. That's right.
Talk about pervert.
Stanley started that one. Whoa! I think that's Lindy Lou. Let me see.
That's Lindy watching a porno.
Yeah.
Oh.
You've got mail. Only male is MALE. I know who
Lindy,
did last summer. The Booby Guard, Ocean's 11 Inches, E.T. the Extraterrestrial.
How do you know
The
all these?
postman always does what
I
twice?
used to work for Hustler magazine. That's how I know.
No, did you really? Good
Oh,
lord.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Speaking of
Hey,
Ron
Lindy.
Jeremy.
Wait. I want to tell Lindy. Lindy, I muted you because there was a bunch of feedback from your mic.
There was a bunch of feedback from that porn movie.
Yeah. She said she was adjusting her volume. I think that might mean something.
Yeah,
else.
she was.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm playing.
Okay.
I'm
She
playing
was-
around
you're-
with it. I'm trying to
you're
see.
playing around.
That was from
What?
That was from Stanley jacking off.
She's playing around with the volume knob.
Yeah.
I didn't know Hitachi had a volume knob.
What's that buzzing sound?
12 man. What did you say about Stanley? What did you say, 12 man?
That buzzing sound was you jacking off, Stanley. That's what it was.
No, I am stunned that I'm not laughing at that.
What up, HB, my homeboy?
What's going on? You gotta tell Stanley there's no polar bears in Alaska, man. Who does he think he is, man?
There were polar bears in Lost.
You heard that? You heard that part? If you don't live, you don't live near polar bears, and you've never seen. You don't live in Alaska.
HB, there were polar bears in Lost.
Yeah, Lost was I hated that show, man.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, I hated that shit.
I
It
got
started
into
out
it.
good. It started out good, but it got
Yeah, it
really
did.
retarded toward the end.
Figured you would have got into it, Stanley.
It got so stupid towards the end.
Stanley is John Locke.
It did get weird, or actually stupid towards the end, but I forget I got into it totally by accident. You know, it's like I watched one episode and couldn't stop, so I wound up binge watching all 7 episodes or whatever.
Yeah. Nah, that's
definitely.
Stanley is the John Locke.
I'm
Should have watched
definitely.
the part where they ate the.
You know what? I don't remember. Was he the older guy?
Yeah, the older cripple guy.
He's the dipshit that every time they were about to get off the island would blow something up.
He sabotaged it.
Fuck everything up. But I'm Sawyer.
Yeah, that sounds. Who is the guy who had a nickname? Was that Sawyer? The guy who had a nickname for everybody?
That would be Sawyer.
Yeah, that's Sawyer.
That was. You know what? He was probably my favorite character.
Oh, I love Sawyer. Yeah.
Yeah. He's the one that took the marshal's gun at the very beginning, and as Virgo says, when the polar bear charged through the jungle, he shot it, and they got mad at him. What are you doing with that gun? I don't know. Found it on the plane. Thought it might come in handy, and guess what? I just shot a bear.
Yeah.
HP, how many miles you drive today, brother?
He used to call Kate Freckles.
I got about 500. I'm headed back down south.
For the day is gone.
I'm headed back down south.
Miles, bro.
Oh man, that's not shit, man. I'm headed back down south.
You going to Florida?
You guys, do I have an echo?
Oh, you sound beautiful, Lindy Lou.
Is there an echo, guys?
No.
No, Lindy, you sound fine.
Sound better than fine.
Yeah, you sound really good, Lindy.
Hold on.
Is that your daughter, Lindy?
Hey, is that a new dress?
I can't.
I gotta change something. Hang on.
Yes. We're hanging on. Don't worry. We're fine.
Gotta watch.
Stanley over here simping and drooling.
Stop hating, Virgo.
I'm not hating. Come on now. I'm teasing.
I'm just drooling.
We know you're past. We know you're past.
Virgo always on the watch out.
You better stop, Virgo.
Virgo,
Why?
You look kind of like you do kind of look like younger Vanessa.
Your mother-in-law has her ear to the door.
Yeah.
I'm outside now. Shit. The other day we had to have a meeting in the store because our storage room is next door to the apartment. So we had to go. We had to bring chairs out because here's the thing: if you leave out the bedroom, they will see us leaving. But if you walk through the bathroom and come out the door that goes on the outside into the apartment from the bathroom, so we had to bring chairs into the store, and that's another thing. She won't knock to use our bathroom.
Oh my lord!
I'm telling you.
Yeah, because sometimes Pop.
I'm telling you,
because sometimes Pop, he takes a long time in the bathroom because he's in a wheelchair, whatever. So
Is that
it takes a long time.
bathroom?
No, we all have our private bathrooms, but
okay. I was about to say, are you living in one of John's buildings?
And then she's like, no. And then she's like, oh, can you lock your door from the bedroom? Because there's 2 doors to the bathroom. There's a door from my bedroom, and then there's a door on the outside. And I don't lock doors. I'm not used to locking doors. I haven't lived with parents for years.
She just tell decades. Her, just don't turn the knob.
Why are you single, Tom? I don't know.
She might catch me on the shitter. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, right.
You know,
Tom.
but you want her to catch you.
Yeah.
That way
Or
she'll
she
never.
might catch us both in the shower.
Hey, Virgo, you guys should go fuck in the storage room.
Oh God.
Are you staying with them or are they staying with you?
We're staying together.
I got you.
Yeah.
Bad move.
Yeah.
You need to sit them down.
There was
Tom,
a hurricane, Tom.
Yeah, Tom. They're victims of the hurricane. That's
Okay,
why.
I'm sorry to hear that, but there needs to be a sit down and hey,
Tom, they were caught in a hurricane.
You know the hurricane, it's gonna look like just a sprinkle if you motherfuckers don't stop going in the bathroom without asking, peeing in here, telling us.
No, I'm just gonna start. I'm just. Let me tell you, and then my husband is like, oh, don't do that, don't do that. What do you mean, don't do that? Yeah, now that when we get back to our house, you want me to do that and do this, right? No,
Well,
I'm
wait,
gonna do
you're
it whenever
supposed
I
to be
want.
following his lead, right?
Not when it comes to what I want.
You should tell your mother-in-law, bitch. You don't
Oh,
want.
come on, Stanley.
You don't want Hurricane Virgo. You don't want Hurricane Virgo in this bitch.
No, you wait till they're asleep. You walk in, you put a knife to her throat, you whisper in her ear, "This shit, or you're gonna die alone and afraid." And then you leave, and everything will be cool.
Again.
Yeah, Virgo, just tell her to hit the link. Let Stanley talk to her.
Oh man.
You know what?
No, I kind of want them to walk in on us. I really do.
I'm gonna be nice and high if she calls in.
Because I told you, I'm my 6 weeks.
Virgo.
I'm healed. My 6 weeks is over, and I'm ready.
You know what your mother, you know what your daughter-in-law said about you?
That shit would last about 30 seconds. You gotta have a sit down. Hey, we love you, but we're about to kill you.
And then it's not only that. Thanksgiving is going to be very awkward because, well, the first part of Thanksgiving. First of all, his family's having Thanksgiving at 11:30 in the morning.
That's Thanksgiving brunch.
Yeah, that's
My God. I'm not going to eat anything, to be honest with you.
So you're not going to.
Yeah.
The game doesn't start till noon. What the hell is wrong with them?
Little Xanax in their food on Thanksgiving. It'll be beautiful till the day after.
We're going to one of his aunt's house, and one of his cousins did something to me a couple of weeks back, and I let it go.
She did.
I let it go. Yeah, she did something, and I went to my husband about it.
Did it involve Quaaludes?
Yeah, was it sexual?
No.
She did
Do you really want to hear? Because my husband thought I was being silly about it, but I was I let it go, but I didn't let it go. Like deep down inside, I didn't let it go because I said to myself, I gotta watch this bitch because what she did was fucked up.
Well, why don't you just take it all out on your husband?
Yeah, seriously.
Because we try not to argue and fight.
Oh no! You don't have to argue and fight. You just need to get even. And when he asks why,
sick my cousin on him.
No, when he asks why, you just go ask your ma.
I like to fucking fight and then fuck
Okay,
afterwards.
so you guys tell me if I'm wrong, right? You guys tell me if I'm wrong for being offended, right?
Well, man, what's wrong with you?
Not a damn thing.
You guys tell me if I'm wrong for being offended.
What's wrong with that? Go ahead, Virgo. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say you're not wrong before you even say anything.
Okay, so when the first storm happened, Helene, nothing happened to our house, but their house was destroyed from Helene, right? So the cousin and me and my husband, we were there, helping to clean out and stuff like that. And the cousin offered to go get lunch, and she's like, "I'm gonna go get Publix sandwiches." So everybody was like, "Cool, just get a tray, one of those, those trays,
She bring you back chitlins?
Yeah, I love a good sandwich story.
No. So she came back and she was like, So she came back, and I kid you not, this is gonna sound like I'm lying or joking. She came back and she was like, "Oh, the line for the sandwiches was too long." But I'm like,
What?
the thing that she got, you have to stand on the same kind of line to get it at the deli. But
All right,
okay.
Virgo.
Was she get you
All
diet
So
food or something?
no, she got watermelon and
right.
fried chicken.
Well, why do you think? I mean, more than just black people eat watermelon. It could have just been nothing.
Hold on.
No, I kind of felt offended by it, and
Or did she
Wait, she
bring?
got you. Wait.
I
Wait,
love
she got you some
watermelon.
watermelon, Virgo. She
watermelon and
got you
fried chicken.
watermelon.
Oh, really? Did she bring a lawn jockey too?
Ah.
She might as well have been in blackface.
And fried chicken.
Moon pie, RC Cola.
God damn it, Stanley.
did
So
she
you know
did
what?
she
I
bring
didn't
you
She
say
brought a
anything.
black lawn jockey for.
Who eats watermelon and fried chicken at the same time? Now, she didn't bring any rolls. She
black
didn't bring any
people?
coleslaw.
Hey, she said, "Hey, welcome to my cookout."
Wow. Did
So
she
I didn't
bring you
say
grape
anything.
soda too? Did she bring you grape soda
She
too,
might as
Virgo?
well have.
She's
And
like,
Jeez.
Virgo, you're invited to the cookout.
so I
Yeah.
refused to eat. She might as well have. And Virgo,
Lindy,
you're invited to the
you
cookout.
got
So
feedback again, Lindy.
I refuse to eat. She might
All right, let me mute Lindy
Lindy's recording this.
So now recently, so she's like a 90-day fiance. So she met some guy from Sweden online, and they got married, and they're supposed to he's supposed to get his citizenship, and she's asking all the family to like write a petition. So I told my husband, fuck no. And he signed it or whatever. And I was like, well, you do what you gotta do. I said, I'm not signing shit. And lo and
Well,
behold,
Virgo, what did you think was gonna happen when you married a white man? You thought it was gonna, you weren't gonna get any watermelon and chicken jokes? What'd you think was
well,
gonna
no,
happen?
let me tell you. So now she friend requested me. I mean, we've been family for what? Me and my husband been married for like almost 4 years. So, you know, she also friend requested me just now, like yesterday or the day before yesterday. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And I accepted because I got over the watermelon and chicken shit, you know. But when I looked, I got a notification and
Making me
it was
hungry
like,
now.
oh, Becky has a new friend. And I look on her page, and the new friend is my husband's ex-girlfriend.
His ex-wife or ex-girlfriend?
No, ex-girlfriend, the girl that he was with before me.
Well,
So I was like, oh, no, but you don't know the history. You don't know the history. This girl, when me and my husband got together, she couldn't accept that he dumped her. So she would always call and and one of her phrases is that this is when I gave my husband the ultimatum. She called one time and she was like, because I didn't mind her calling to saying, how you doing or whatever. Like, I'm not jealous like that. But she called one time and she was like, oh, are you still with your girlfriend? And he was like, yeah. And she was like, that's just too bad for me. And I was like, man, you need to make your decision now. Either it's me or her. I said, you could be friends with her or you can be with me. And he blocked her. But she wiggled her way back in, and she called the mother-in-law trying to find a job at the hospital. Now, grant you, she's a failed lawyer. So what job are you going to get at the fucking hospital? You want to go to dietary? Like, I knew what this was about. And he had to have a sit down with his mom, like, don't entertain her anymore. And then now all of a sudden,
I want to get
his
back to the
cousin.
chicken and watermelon.
You hungry?
Yeah, you kind of hungry now.
Hey, Pete, yeah, I'm getting hungry too now. I want to get back to the chicken and the watermelon.
She could take that. She could take that chicken and watermelon and shove it up her flat ass.
No, wait, was it a whole watermelon or was it like watermelon slices?
It was slices.
Ah, Jesus
It was a
Christ.
watermelon with a face carved in it.
That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
No, it really is. Like
It sounds like it's something Joe Biden would say. It really is. You know,
yeah,
it's
Joe Biden would bring he come
He
into a
would.
black family.
He
Yeah, I got
did
some
it literally
watermelon.
6 months ago. We saw it.
Yeah, no, he got some fried chicken. He didn't bring the watermelon though. That
You know
would
what?
have
If you don't
Now
eat
I'm about to call. I'm about to call
Yeah.
ISIS and say. I'm about to call ISIS
Stanley's
and
gonna
say
play
it's not a real marriage.
You know what?
Stanley's gonna defend. Stanley's gonna defend it.
If you don't eat this watermelon and chicken, you ain't black.
That's right. That's what he would say.
Oh, damn,
I'm
Virgo,
I'm really low key about to call ISIS.
Virgo, I can't believe you just took that. Like you just let her sit that watermelon and chicken in front of you.
Well, what was I
Didn't even
supposed
say
to do? Fight her in front of all these white people and then look like the angry black
You
woman?
were supposed to stage a protest of BLM.
Oh, you
No.
just
You
take
should have.
it.
You should have. You should have said, "What do I look like, a jigaboo to you? What do I look like, a goddamn Uncle Tom?" Like you should have said something. Like, do I look like Kizzy to you? Is this rude?
No, I know how to.
She wouldn't.
I know how to
they don't get it.
strategically play my hand. I really do.
Yeah.
Ah,
Just tell her to trot her.
And I'm gonna
I
play it very
believe it.
well. Like I said, when ISIS come knocking on their door and take that motherfucking Swedish motherfucking away.
Yeah, not ISIS. ICE. ISIS would be a very different situation.
Whatever.
ISIS will take all your white asses out.
Yeah.
And black asses too. 'Cause we're all
There's no black people in that house.
Jesus Christ, Virgo.
Man.
You're just making me.
Remember,
even more
Muslims
afraid to
don't
date
care
white
if
women.
you're black
No,
or
I'm not
white.
saying that white people can't eat watermelon and chicken, but it was just because I always had my suspects about her. She was always like she always would say like sly things under the table, like something about her made me go, and when she came back and she was like she couldn't get the sandwiches, and then she came back with fried chicken
that's
and
bullshit.
fucking watermelon. I was
Virgo,
like, man, bitch,
just throw
I'm done.
throw the watermelon and the fried chicken out. You said you were getting sandwiches. Trot your happy ass back there and get some and stand in the fucking line.
Virgo,
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Virgo, you.
Well, we were busy. We were busy, like getting stuff done at the house.
Well, you're gonna be one short because she's going back for sandwiches.
Hey, Stanley, look at Black Knight's message.
that is brilliant.
No justice, no two piece. Come on now.
No two-piece dark.
And the sad thing about it is, when I saw that, I wanted it, but I didn't want them seeing that I wanted it.
I know you did.
Couldn't you
Some
have got
Publix fried chicken?
I know you did.
I just never will.
Yo, that's the most degrading.
Some nice ice cold watermelon on a hot day.
Eating watermelon and fried chicken in front of white people. That shit is.
It was
degrading.
honeydew melon.
It's wild.
Melon and bacon.
Oh man.
I love me some ice.
I should have juked and jived while eating it too.
I know.
You should have said thank you, boss.
Thank you,
I
boss.
would have at least had mac and cheese and some greens. Good God.
Yeah, a case of beer.
Oh man, that is brutal, Virgo.
She got you.
Yeah, so
watermelon
Thanksgiving
chicken
is going to be
40
very
ounce.
awkward.
Yeah, you know they're gonna bring watermelon and chicken for you for.
You should have just said, "Where's the 40 ounce?
Right? Where's the St. Ives?
Where's the Schlitz?"
Where's the Mad Dog 2020?
Right.
TJ Swan.
Where's the
Martini and Ross.
one?
Virgo, you
Where's
remember
the Bucks
Champale?
one, Stanley?
I'm
Do I
sorry,
remember
Rob.
what, Stanley?
Champale?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Where's the
champagne?
Where's the frenzy?
Oh no, that's just
I think you drank it.
That $33 Frenzia 12 man that you could pay $12 over here in freaking
You got
Florida.
a big ass Saint Bernard with a Franzia box around its neck.
As long as you can afford to feed it.
Not a Saint Bernard, Stanley.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
It's a tough spot.
It's the Alaska rescue dog.
Wait, Virgo. So when you told your husband this, what did he say?
He was like, I'm overreacting.
He said that's mighty white. That's mighty white of you.
Yo, Virgo, you're in an abusive relationship if you think.
I am not in an abusive relationship. Come
He's
on.
telling you
You're taking it too far, HB. You're taking it too far.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Majestic. She should have said, "Where the hell's the grape Kool-Aid?"
Great.
He said,
"Hey, Kool-Aid." Hey, it's his fault. He's putting you in a bad spot, having to be the bad guy. He had to put the hammer down on those people a long time ago.
You're not overreacting.
Yeah, start smashing them grapes, bitch.
Virgo, they used to have like postcards with little black babies eating watermelon.
I know, but here's the thing. My husband is not very confrontational, but let me tell you something.
Well,
he's not gonna stop me when the wrath of Virgo comes out. He's just gonna step back and let me do me, and that's what I love about him.
Virgo.
They forgot the cotton gin.
Virgo, has she done like these kind of racist innuendos before to you? I mean, has it happened before?
Not racist innuendos, but
well,
they
you know
were,
what I mean. Maybe that's not the right word, but you know what I'm saying. Has she
there were
made
other innuendos that made me go,
right.
Like, where is she really coming from?
Yeah,
and to be honest with you, she's the only one in the family that's, and she was born and raised in Ocala. So if anybody knows Florida,
no,
you know how Ocala is.
That's where that 24-hour strip club is.
Last Christmas, did she get you a bonnet?
I wish she did. I wish she would have put that in my stocking at Christmas. But just remember, we only see these people Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Right. Just to be clear, innuendo is the Italian word for suppository, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What?
Innuendo. It's the Italian word for suppository.
Oh, okay. I had no idea.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Virgo,
right up the anus.
Virgo, you're not overreacting, and your husband telling you that you're overreacting. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. That's fucked up.
Well, he just wants peace, and I get it.
I got you some Afro Sheen for Christmas.
She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. Like Stanley.
She got you one of those plastic Jerry curl caps.
Stanley, am I overreacting, or do we know exactly what message she was trying
I'll be honest, it's so like lame. I wouldn't have gotten upset.
No, but it was done.
I mean, if you're gonna do that kind of innuendo, be more like creative than watermelon and chicken. Come on now.
Right.
And you know what's another thing too, HB? My husband knows that I'm not like one of those blackety black, like Black Lives Matter, black women, like I'm down for the cause.
She should have got you like one of those big buckets of chitlins.
Yeah, so it's like no, if there was something if it was something that was blatantly racist, like if she would have said the N-word, oh, absolutely. He wouldn't have said that. I'm overreacting.
That was blatant, though. That was blatant.
I think it was passive aggressive.
She should have gotten a family pack of chicken and asked you to fry it. like you,
I
like
think I
you.
would have been less offended about that.
You're
You
down
know
in
what?
Florida too, man. Come on, Virgo. You know better than this. Come on.
Asking a black woman to cook me some chicken, that would have been funny.
You know what? But I'm not gonna be mad at my husband because his cousin is an asshole. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not gonna
No,
cause rift in my
I,
relationship.
no, I get it. I just think him telling you you're overreacting, like that's kind
Yeah,
of
that's a little much.
that's
I'd have put on that black glove in your nightstand, and
Yeah,
break-
Virgo.
But he does.
I'd
But
have him.
what I am gonna say that he does support me and me not endorsing her 90-day fiance.
you should have gone skull, brother.
like
And I'm gonna call
not
ICE.
you're not overreacting. I think it was just like you said. It was passive aggressive. It was a joke that was,
You think
It's not that passive. It really isn't.
yeah, it really isn't to me either. I think
if
she
they
was sending
thought
a
it was
clear
a
message.
joke,
And
that's
I
even.
don't know. And here's the thing too, because her husband is Swedish, so I don't know if he Googled what black people like,
Now I can tell. Now
and watermelon and chicken just came to mind, and
Virgo,
maybe he
this
suggested it.
this is like 100-year-old like this
a
is
trope.
some this is like 100-year-old trope. It's nothing new.
Yeah,
This is
all I'm saying is I didn't like it. I didn't appreciate it. I felt offended, and I can get over it, But me getting over it doesn't mean that we have to be buddy buddy.
Now I
You
have to
understand?
Swedish though. I had a Swedish girlfriend like way back in the I guess it was the early 90s, and they don't understand American racism. I
No,
remember
they don't.
I remember this Swedish girlfriend telling me that, oh, I can't wait till I have a little brown baby. I was like, I looked at her and I had to remind myself, she really doesn't know what she's saying. She was genuine about it. They don't understand this American stuff.
well, it wasn't the Swedish boyfriend that did it. It was
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she could have intervened and be like, "Oh, no, that's not like." Yeah, I get it.
He's probably like, she'll like this.
And if it was him that did it, then I wouldn't have gotten so offended. But because she's American, she should have been like, even if it was the husband that suggested it, she should have been like, "Oh, no, this is kind of offensive."
If she's from Ocala, she knew exactly what she was doing.
Exactly,
Oh,
Tom.
yeah, Ocala.
Exactly.
Ocala.
They had the little rebel flag toothpick flag.
That's for that 24-hour strip club.
Ocala still has sundown towns, okay?
Yeah.
I used to love Ocala.
Don't let the sun set and you're still in Ocala.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Silver Springs too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Silver Springs. You got that right.
Spring Hill.
Yeah. We had the best Chinese and everything in that town.
They still have.
Now you have parts. You have parts where blacks live in Ocala. You do have parts, but the parts where it's only whites, I wouldn't suggest you going out there even in the daytime. To be honest with you.
Does a train track separate them?
Where whites go?
Oh Lord.
Is there an underground
or where blacks go?
There's an underground railroad out there.
The railroad didn't go that far south.
Yeah, no, you're right, Stanley.
Harry Tubman said, "This is far enough."
Like, I never knew any
Even I don't cross that border.
I always went where I wanted.
Yeah, go where they sell the wood alcohol.
Damn, Virgo.
Now my sister-in-laws never ever made me feel that way. Never ever. It's all love between us. With my sister-in-laws and my brother-in-laws. Well, he only has brothers, so he's one of 5 boys, and their wives are like freaking awesome. We get along fine. But it's just that one cousin that I have to go. Things that make you go, you know.
All I can say is somebody did that to my lady, there'd be a fucking head on the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't do that shit, you do it again. My foot's gonna be so far up your ass, you're gonna taste my shoe. Got it?
Yeah. Nah, seriously.
Pick that head of lettuce up off the floor, girl.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Wash
I
it
wouldn't.
Nobody went out and got you hamburger helper without any hamburger. You didn't do your shit. You come back here with.
But what I can say is that they're not welcome. They're not welcome. You know, I'm not gonna invite them to anything that we have at the house once we move back into our house.
That's right.
He's fine with it.
Downtown.
He just my husband just likes peace.
Virgo, if I brought a white woman home for Thanksgiving and somebody put raisins in the potato salad, I would have stopped. I would have been pissed off. Like, who the fuck put these raisins in the potato salad?
You guys don't make me play my raisins in the potato salad from the Black Pork Show.
It's big. Casey would have been like, "Bitch, pick those raisins out of this."
Yeah.
Who made the potato salad?
Who the fuck did this? You guys trying to be funny? Trying to smart my white wife? Get the fuck out of here. Nah. Nah. I wouldn't have been going.
Put some walnuts in your potato salad.
Who put that mayonnaise in this salad?
Yeah,
Who
nah.
put that mayonnaise in this frosted flakes? They put that mayonnaise in fucking everything.
Mayonnaise and frosted flakes. Oh, geez.
Well, you know what? Tom had a good idea. Make some tuna hamburger helper or something like that next time we come over. There you go. Feed it to him.
I love me some tuna casserole.
Like a tuna dip or something. I don't know what white people.
No, make those Franzia. There's little Franzia pigs in a blanket.
Yeah.
That way, next time he don't get no raisins in his coleslaw.
12, man.
I do like cranberries in my turkey salad. You take the leftover turkey breast, you chop it up, and you put some cranberries and some walnuts. I think it's called like a Waldorf salad.
You know,
That is pretty good.
You really should bring some Franzia to the Thanksgiving dinner. Thanksgiving lunch.
A nice box wine would definitely.
No, you know what? I'm gonna bring some canned. I'm gonna bring some canned green bean casserole.
Oh, there we go. Now
Some
we're talking.
canned cranberry sauce.
What about some
Now we're
spam? Did you
talking.
guys ever eat spam growing up?
I tried
Spam?
it
Oh,
once.
I love spam.
I
tried it
hated
once.
spam.
Yeah, it's gross. I tried it once.
I'm bringing the bourbon smoked turkey.
Without the turkey.
Oh, he's just bringing some smoked bourbon.
It's got a smoky flavor.
Oh, 12 man. Yeah, 12 man would never do that to you, Virgo. You're being abused over there. These mind games are fucking brutal, man.
I'm being used and abused.
Yeah.
We love you, Virgo.
Time for me to get up and leave. I need to leave. I need to get up and leave.
Nah, but you
You know I'm
overreacting.
joking.
You weren't overreacting though. Like seriously, I would
No.
trust me. I would be the first one to tell you were overreacting. Stanley would be the first one to tell you you're overreacting.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't have.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I would have been the first one to tell you, yeah, Virgo, you're overreacting. Come on, get over it. But that's
You're overreacting, Virgo. God damn it. Settle down.
Yeah. I mean, it's nothing to fight somebody over. Because to be fair, watermelon and chicken is delicious. So.
Yeah, but the Brooklyn and me did want to scrap. I'm not gonna lie.
Did they bring like KFC or what?
No, it was
Publix.
it was Publix fried chicken.
Oh.
Yeah. You know that shit is delicious too.
Yeah.
I might have ate some.
You know, it's weird. It's not just the next day.
I wanted to. That's the problem. That was the conflict. I really wanted to, and I love watermelon. watermelon hydrates and it makes your skin beautiful. And you
Well,
know,
then why
if you
you should
She
have
knew
made,
what you
you
wanted to
know,
eat. She knew what you wanted. She knew what you wanted.
you should have.
she just wanted me to, she just wanted to watch me eat it.
Were there
Bitch.
were there seeds in the watermelon?
Were they seeds? I don't know. I didn't even like when I saw what she brought, I was just like, fuck this shit.
I would have eaten it and spat the seeds at her.
Oh, that is a good idea, Stanley.
Giving her a jar of Miracle Whip
Gotta
with a
leave
big
it to the
spoon.
pros. Next time you get pissed off at your white kin folks, let me know. We'll draw up a battle plan.
Oh yeah, Stanley. Oh, so Thanksgiving, I gotta keep you on deck because it's gonna be an awkward Thanksgiving. So I have to get your advice of what I need to do.
Bitch, if you ever bring me chicken and watermelon again, I'm gonna snap your neck like a wishbone.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's brutal, Virgo. I'm not
I
gonna lie.
just want to help eat the fried chicken and watermelon. That's it.
Yeah.
Eat the chicken and just drop the bones on the floor or something like that.
No.
Yeah.
You would, Stanley. You're a nasty critter.
A nasty critter? Wow, okay.
Oh yeah, Stanley. I did want to give. So polar bears are in the Arctic Circle. They're not down in Alaska, man.
I know. It was a joke. HB.
Okay. All right. So fans got what you got? Black bears and brown bears up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But he doesn't never see
wolverines,
them.
and coyotes, and wolves.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
All that shit.
Yeah.
No worries. No Stanleys around here.
No,
Peaceful.
we don't live out in the wild.
Yeah, no wild Stanleys out there.
We are strictly domesticated.
I should have told her ghetto ass that I don't only eat chicken and watermelon. I also eat beluga caviar.
It's too late, Virgo. It's too late.
No, but I'm just saying. That's what I should have said.
You let her serve you chicken and watermelon and didn't say anything. It's too late. You gotta
So I gotta come with a comeback. So maybe for Thanksgiving, I'm gonna make a nasty casserole.
Thanks for the yard bird.
With all the unseasoned casserole with all the canned soups in it and stuff like that.
That's right. Don't put any salt or pepper or anything.
Nothing, just unseasoned. But here's the thing: they might find it delicious.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
Yeah. See, they're not gonna be offended like you, Virgo. They're just gonna eat that shit. Wow, that's amazing.
Some canned. Because I know I don't make my green bean casserole canned. I make it with fresh green beans, fresh mushrooms. I even make my own mushroom sauce.
Stanley, she's gonna be like, yeah, black people really can cook. Wow.
I fry my shallots.
We're gonna do
Thanksgiving. I'm gonna give this to my chicken.
Wow, what?
I might just take the chicken right out the package and just toss it in the pan without even washing it, you know.
And boil it. Boil the chicken too.
That's right.
Yeah, just boil it.
Make them poached chicken.
Not all white people are incapable of seasoning potato salad properly. I have been vouched for.
Yeah, but it sounds like those white people would.
Oh, definitely. But I've been vouched for by several.
Like, did they eat the Publix chicken and go, "Ooh, this is too spicy"?
You know what, guys? I might just make a potato salad.
I
might just make a potato salad, and I'm just gonna throw a whole bunch of raisins right on top.
To make a potato salad, it's just cut up potatoes.
Just for you, HB, a bunch of raisins right on top, bro.
Yeah. Yeah,
put prunes in it.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta make
let them shit.
Stewed prunes for dessert.
Or I might make a chocolate cake with some fucking X-Lax.
That's the thing I've been saying the whole time. Yeah, do the wax.
You better not. You be
I'm laughing over the chat. The chat is crazy.
I think that's a felony, Virgo. I don't think you can do that.
No, it's a mistake.
Just make like a sponge cake. Sponge cake. No icing, no nothing. Just a sponge cake.
Can I play a 41-second clip that will exonerate me completely?
Oh, sure.
No.
Is it you? Is it you?
Always invited to the cookout. Always. but he spit straight hot fire. Okay. You said who is the best commentator on Facebook Live? Tom.
Because he spit hot fire.
Because he spit hot fire.
Yo, he even got the last name. And let me tell you this too. Tom potato salad good. Mm-hmm.
No raisins.
It ain't bland. No raisins. No
Let's
raisins.
go, Tom.
There you go.
Let's go, Tom.
Yeah.
You might need to get that recipe, Virgo.
Were you on Shannon Sharp's show or what?
No, that was the show called "Don't Shoot the Messenger." It's a all black sports talk show that I'd be on once in a while.
Oh, really?
So, HB, no raisins in the fruit salad, homie.
I don't.
Man.
I don't know if you put raisins
just
in a
took
fruit
all
salad.
the melanin out of the conversation.
Yeah. I never had raisins in a fruit salad.
I got an aunt that she puts marshmallows, she puts raisins, she puts little
walnut.
That bitch will put Skittles in it sometimes. She's trying to, pave a new trail.
Be putting those Skittles in my shit.
Shredded coconut.
Put some cheese in it.
Coconut.
Yeah, she's done that.
Yeah.
I know what you do. Just get like cottage cheese and fruit cocktail.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Jello.
leads in the chat goes, what is with whites and raisins? The thing about it is this white doesn't really like raisins. Like people make these oatmeal cookies and they put raisins in them, and I can't eat it. I don't like raisins that much.
No, I like raisins and oatmeal cookies. Those are good.
No.
Oh man.
Put walnuts.
That's my favorite cookie. That's my favorite.
With raisins?
What about you?
Oh, have you ever tried the dried cranberries with walnut cookie, oatmeal cookie?
I have. I just like regular oatmeal raisin cookies. Those are.
Try the cranberries. Those are good too.
How about banana pudding with vanilla wafers?
Oh, that's.
Oh
good.
yeah.
That's good too.
What about?
I make banana bread.
Half the raisins in the Raisin Bran. I like Raisin Bran, just a couple little raisins, but I'll pick out the rest. I mean, I'll have like a cup of raisins. It's just too much. Too sweet.
What about?
Okay, don't tell us, Lindy Lou. You like Rice Krispies without sugar.
Ooh, hey,
No.
man, that's a good idea. Virgo, you should probably make a fruit cake. that's a pretty.
I hate fruit cake.
I like fruit cake. I'd eat a whole fruit cake just by myself.
Yeah.
Some rum cake. I could make some rum cake.
Yeah. It's not rummy, but rum cake.
With the dried fruits soaked in rum, and then you make a cake with it.
Make some hoe cake.
What's that white cake called? What's it called?
Okay.
Angel cake.
Yeah. The angel food cake. Make that cake.
Mm.
Right. That might.
And put some raisins in there.
Yeah, you ought to make her. Yeah, that'll make her a big. I'll make her a big go fuck yourself.
Like raisins.
I love to make a pineapple upside down cake. I love that.
Yum.
Raisins are like having a dead fly in whatever it's in. It's just there. It's gross.
I think it's a little better than a dead fly, Tom.
See, I like raisins.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but there's some stuff. It's just even texturally, it just doesn't belong.
Yes. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I like a little
I
bit
don't
of
like
raisins, but I mean,
raisins.
gosh.
You learn something new
I mean, I
every day.
love Raisin Bran, but I'm expecting it. You know, I don't expect it in Jello. I don't expect it in on a steak.
Oh,
It's a
God,
bunch of
Jello
shit.
would be crazy.
Potato salad. Ugh.
Raisins and
I ran
Jello
out of
sounds.
onions. I ran out of onions, so I used raisins.
Oh man, I got an aunt. She will put nuts and bolts in Jello. She thinks Jello is like the universal conductor for whatever she's got left. She's
Jesus
put turkey in it. She's put all sorts of shit in it.
Now I have to.
Turkey and Jello.
Green Jello with bologna slices in it. I shit you not.
Ah, she needs to get locked up, man.
Yeah, she needs to go to trial.
Yeah, that's. I'm sure it's a crime in certain countries.
That is a felony in certain states.
Oh,
I'll
jeez.
tell
y'all the secret
Potted
of raisin is
some
that
lime
in
jello.
oatmeal, because in oatmeal, like if you put them in with the water and oatmeal, then they just pop in your mouth and go right down there. It tastes great.
You know what? My mother-in-law makes a good Jello cake. She takes I don't know what she does, but it comes out really good. And I didn't like when I see her making it, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? But when the end product comes out, it's really good. She takes Jello and she takes like a cake mix. She mixes it all together and it just becomes like a Jello cake.
Oh,
And
how about when you go over there, take beans on toast? That's about as white as you can get.
oh, they're not British. They're German. They're not
Yep,
British.
take them back to their roots.
Whoa, they're German.
Yeah, I'll make some schnitzel.
I've got 7,000 jokes for you. I'll send them.
I'll make some schnitzel
I'm
with
more
raisins.
kind of Mexican. I like huevos rancheros, beans on eggs in the morning,
Be asking them if
and cheese.
Make them bologna sandwiches with Wonder Bread.
And
and
mayonnaise.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
that's a big thing. That's not a. Yeah, they.
Oh, I made some fried
That's
bologna
not a
sandwiches
punishment?
the other day for lunch.
Fried bologna.
Virgo.
I
Yeah,
love
yeah,
fried
yeah.
bologna.
Yeah, Virgo.
Yeah, I went to the deli and I got them like really thick, like really thick cut, and it was just
Jesus.
and it was just me and Pop in the house.
Get him some brown schlager.
You gotta, yeah, exactly. I was thinking liverwurst.
Yeah, brown.
Oh, I love
That's what I was
liverwurst.
thinking, liverwurst.
Jesus Christ, Virgo. You're like what's that movie fucking Key and Peele made? The first one.
Oh, yeah, I know. Get Out.
Yeah, you're like in a Get Out movie right now, Virgo. You're
Nothing
eating
wrong with a
bologna.
good
come on now,
liverwurst
HB.
sandwich.
Jesus.
Nothing
Christ,
wrong with
bologna?
a good liverwurst sandwich. So,
That is exactly what I'd expect you to say.
Yeah, and I eat. Actually, I make liver. I actually made it tonight. Because they wanted. What did my husband make tonight?
Give
I
them
don't know.
tongue
He made
sandwiches.
something, and I just wasn't having it. I had enough, so I took out some yuca. I boiled some plantains, and I made some liver and onions. I did it Caribbean style, and I ate
Hey,
my
good night.
yuca.
Good night, NYC
Good
Majestic,
night.
man. Salute.
Good night, NYC. Yeah, I made
Salute to
some
NYC
yuca.
Majestic.
I made some
good
plantains,
night.
and I made some liver and onions, and I had a feast by myself.
Mmm.
Liver
Like,
and onions.
Man, they're German. I'd be goose stepping all over that goddamn place. I'd go, hey, I'm going to Wawa. Would you like me to kill some Jewish people first? I mean,
Oh man,
I wouldn't let
oven
come
roast.
on.
And I'd be like, don't be blitzkrieging your ass into our bedroom. The alarm goes off. And by the way, would you like me to turn up the
I
gas?
don't think so.
Yeah. You should just show up to Thanksgiving with a little Hitler mustache.
Yeah.
What did they have? What did they have tonight? I think they had pierogies with like sausages, and I wasn't feeling that.
Constantly ask to see their papers. I would like to see your papers. You have
And then my husband plays into that whole role of whatever his parents wants to eat, and that's what we're gonna eat. And I'm like, all right, I'll just make
them
my own stuff.
Beanie weenie.
You're in an abusive relationship.
Now we can agree. Like, there's some dishes that we can agree to. Like tomorrow, we're making lasagna, and everybody agrees with the lasagna. So
with white cheese.
I'd put some watermelon and fried chicken in it. See what they do.
Fried chicken.
Wait, some fried chicken chunks.
Yeah.
Instead of the ground beef.
Yeah.
Instead of the ground sausage, just some
ground.
Oh, you know what? That's what you should.
And some collard greens. Instead of the ricotta, some collard greens.
Yeah, put some
mixed with the ricotta.
Boneless wings in there, breaded boneless wings.
Yeah, and then some collard greens mixed with the ricotta.
It's soul lasagna
in there.
And when you guys finally leave there, tell them that you're moving on up to the top to a deluxe apartment. Do the whole song.
I'm moving to a deluxe apartment.
While you're cooking, you just say beans don't burn.
Beans don't burn in the kitchen. Wait, hold on. That's not how it goes. Hold on. Beans don't burn on the grill.
You know, I'm thinking you remember that part where George Jefferson is dancing?
Yeah.
That weird dance he used to do.
Yeah,
that was.
Yeah, he also used to walk on that British guy's back. You should offer to do that.
I remember. Yep. Mr. Bentley.
Oh, Tom. What was his name? Tom. Yeah.
That actually used to be pretty fun.
What was his black girlfriend's name? I forget.
Zebra?
That was I think her name was Jenny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jenny. She was so
And
gorgeous.
she was with Lionel.
She was hot. She was hot, 12 man.
Yeah, I thought she was.
Harry Bentley was the British neighbor upstairs.
Oh yeah, he was so funny. The British neighbor, yeah.
You know what? And you should talk about all your friends, and all your friends, you just take all the names off Sanford and Son. You're like, Don Esther's coming over. Rollo was here earlier. Grady will be here in about a half an hour.
Oh my God.
I'm praying for you.
Where's this at? Because I am about 5 inches from driving out there and fucking with those people for about a week.
Keep them prayers coming, HB. Just keep them coming, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely praying for you.
Just keep them, because I don't want to go to jail. HB, I'm not built for jail.
No, I get it.
You ain't going no jail, Virgo.
You be in there eating vagina in like 2 days.
No.
You'd be some girl.
I be making shanks. I be making shanks in 2 days.
Yeah, you are from Brooklyn.
Yep.
You are from Brooklyn.
Heat up that toothbrush handle. And
You ain't going to jail, are you, Virgo? Come on now.
Nah, I fuck a bitch up. Bring me some fried chicken one more time.
So, you know, for Thanksgiving, you ought to take one of those big jars of pickled pig's feet and another of dill pickles. Set it right.
Maybe I should bring, and I've never made chitlins. I never ate chitlins. Maybe I should bring some chitlins
and tell them
unwashed.
Tell them it's the first time you ever made it.
Just fucking cook them. Just cook them just right on top of the stove. Fry. I don't know. Deep fry them. Put them in the pressure cooker. Put them in the air fry. I don't know how to make them because I've never eaten them in my life.
You need to cook them in their kitchen.
Can I ask you a question, Virgo? Have you seen the movie The Help?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can make them a pie. Trust me.
You better make them pies, and if you can, get your husband to help, because that's going to be nicer for them if he helps.
Yeah, but it has to be a way that they're the only ones that eat the pie.
Or
she's the only one that eats the pie.
You put on a maid's outfit.
Diet.
You put on a maid's outfit, they'll love that, and then you serve it.
You know what? That would be funny. I swear to God, that would be funny.
Black hair,
or don't really do it and tell them you did.
Yeah, Virgo, this is brutal. This is brutal.
This is abuse.
It is. It is. It really is.
I'm being abused. Somebody save me.
I tell you what, I'd be telling them, look, I know you're her people, but anybody disrespects my woman and my dwelling,
make them a
that's it.
Yeah, especially, I couldn't.
Jesus himself. I mean, you better grow wings, because if we're on the second floor,
now you want me to go into the bedroom and smack my husband up.
No,
maybe that's what I'm gonna do.
In here, I'll have a talk.
Lee Clinton says, "Don't make eye contact when you serve."
Or
you know, Virgo, it's just him saying that you're overreacting. I think that's the only issue I have with it. Like, I think how you handled it was probably the most mature way. Like, don't get mad about it, but
yeah, because you know why he said I was overreacting? Because he know he's not with a woman that's like a absolute leftist that finds racism and everything.
No, but you don't.
No.
Yeah, no, that has nothing to
do. Why would you find racism?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it, Virgo. It's clearly she's trying to disrespect you and be like passive.
Yeah, it's clear. It's clear that you're not black, but she wants to think you are.
Yeah, and I think that's where, you know, sometimes people, especially black people on the right,
guys, don't put this battery in my back, because I'm telling you,
Virgo,
if you put this battery in my back, it's gonna be awful this Thanksgiving.
Virgo, this is where sometimes
we're putting a rail
on the right, we get it wrong.
Rail back in your back.
we think we're just supposed to, just because we're black and on the right, we're supposed to just let people be racist. You know, like on the internet, everybody's racist on the internet.
Isn't that the first thing Tony Soul teach you? Not everything is racism, or is it nothing is racist?
No. There are some things that are racist. It's just how you handle it. But like saying that you're overreacting, I think that's the, you know, I don't know, man. I
think
I'm gonna ask for a divorce tonight.
From a right wing perspective, you did the right thing.
You're Haitian.
I think I'm gonna ask for a divorce tonight.
So you're Haitian. You should leave like some. And not that this is a thing, but
that'll just play into their
You should leave some voodoo dolls and make some markings and put some chicken feet under their pillow and shit, and then they ask about it. Like,
Talk to Lily. She might have some ideas.
Virgo, bring some dirt cookies to Thanksgiving.
Y'all be eating dirt, motherfuckers. Surprise, motherfuckers. Like Dexter. Surprise, motherfucker.
Bring some dirt cookies.
Make a night soil pie.
Yo, HB, you know what? Me and my husband started watching Dexter again.
Oh, Dexter.
Shut up, Stanley.
Yeah, that's another show they fucked up. They fucked up Dexter too, man.
Yeah, at the end they did. But guess what? I realized that Dexter's sister looks just like Ava.
Black Knight asks if they have a pet.
I have a dog.
Preferably a rabbit.
No. Does your cousin-in-law have a pet? You could
I think they do have a
Please tell me it's a bunny.
No, it's a Cocker Spaniel.
You better have stir fry, you know.
Maybe that's what I should serve on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
No, Stanley, we rabbit. Sorry.
Stir fry Rover.
There we go. Now y'all were thinking.
Kung Pao Rover.
Kung Pao Rover, and you serve it in a little mound surrounded by the collar.
No, we serve Ryan up on a little couch, all bloody up, all by himself. That's how we serve up Ryan.
That's Tom. That's Tom.
Tom.
Yeah.
that's Tom.
Whatever his name is.
How do you serve up an antabuse pill?
Tell him that's Uncle Tom to you.
Uncle Tom, bro.
No, it's not.
Yeah, maybe I
Not
should
no
saute
Uncle
their
Tom.
Cocker Spaniel on top of the potato salad.
Yeah.
That would be lovely.
Put a little what are those?
What's
Put a milk bone on top of that pie.
Oh, hey, John, what's going on, man? Hey, John, have you been hearing this? Have you been hearing this? Well, I got to get John's opinion on this. Have you been hearing this story about Virgo's family?
No, I haven't heard that.
All right, so I get. Let me retell it, Virgo. Let me retell it. So.
Okay,
Virgo,
go ahead.
Virgo's with her family, and her cousin asked her if she wanted something to eat.
My husband's cousin.
Or her cousin-in-law. Her cousin-in-law. So her cousin-in-law said she was gonna go to Publix and get her a sandwich. So this bitch came back and brought. She said the line at Publix was too long for the sandwiches. So this bitch came back. This bitch came back and brought Virgo fried chicken and watermelon. and then Virgo was too offended to eat it, so she had to starve pretty much.
Virgo, you don't eat fried chicken?
I do, but I'm just saying.
He's
like,
overreact.
What does she mean by that? By bringing the fried chicken and watermelon?
She meant you were hungry. Eat.
You could have brought a charcuterie tray.
You want to bring some Italian food, huh?
You didn't ask for a charcuterie.
Yes,
Well, she could have brought a charcuterie tray. I didn't ask for watermelon and chicken either.
Charcuterie? That sounds vague.
She could have brought some caviar and crackers.
That's the guy that makes the charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
Yeah.
Charcuterie.
She could have brought an assortment of cheeses with crackers.
Charcuterie chef is a charcuterie.
She could have even brought a Stouffer's lasagna or whatever.
Yeah, she should have brought you like white food.
Turkey tetrazzini or something.
Yes.
You should have brought chicken a la king, right?
There's a problem that she
chicken a la mode or whatever.
Chicken a la mode. fried chicken with
ice cream on it.
What if she brought you some Haitian food?
Yeah, right.
You know what, John? That's a good question. No. John, that is a good question. I would not be offended by that. If she did go to a Haitian restaurant and brought some.
So she brought you some black food and you didn't like that. It was like black people food.
Yeah, because all black people ain't the same. Like what the fuck.
All black people ain't black.
Yeah. And that Haitian food.
Yeah, I know, Stanley. You don't think I'm black. So.
Haitian food is
no,
good.
I don't think I know.
Virgo, you eating that Haitian shit up. What is it about the fried chicken and watermelon you don't like?
Because that's not what I grew up on.
Here we go.
Here we go.
You overreacted is what he's saying.
Give her a break. That Haitian food is good. It comes in those FEMA packages. It's delicious.
See,
no, it does not come in FEMA packages. And guess what?
This is why I had to bring John into this conversation because I knew he's gonna come at it from a different angle. Yeah,
I'm bringing
Virgo.
my black rice. I'm bringing my black rice to Thanksgiving this year.
Virgo, why are you offended by chicken and watermelon?
No, she said she wanted it. That was the thing, is she wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. She wasn't going to give her the satisfaction.
Now, what satisfaction do you think she would have gotten from watching you pig out on some watermelon?
just licking my fingers, eating that chicken, just slopping it.
With a big grin on your face.
Would you?
A big grin on my face, just eating that chicken and just licking my fingers. And,
grease dripping down your chin.
yes, and then the watermelon juice just dripping down. Yeah.
Watermelon strawberry.
I was hungry as a pickaninny.
Slam good. Stanley, you grew up down south. I knew you had to do some watermelon spitting.
Yeah, you know what? I told her if there were seeds, she should have spit them at them. Thank you for the watermelon.
High Caucasian. We had a spitting contest. We spit the seeds.
That's right. As a kid, yep.
Y'all from down
You
south
done,
for real,
you done
man.
made a mess of pickaninnies real happy.
Now it's interesting though, Virgo. You know, kind of. You know, I was watching that.
Conservative.
I was watching
New blacks be tripping.
I was watching the clip of Kai Cenat last night. Not a clip of him, but it was on Twitter or something. And he was like, you know, going hard at the African American, like, y'all don't have no culture, blah, blah, blah. Y'all ain't Haitian. I guess he's Haitian, right? He part Haitian.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, I think, you know, what you're touching on, you know, it touches on the topic that I've talked about a while ago. That's not really your cuisine. So, yeah, you'd have been, I ain't black. More or less what you say, I ain't black.
That's right. See?
There we go, Virgo. There we go, Virgo. There we go.
You said you David brought you some of that Haitian shit, you'd have been all into that black rice. You no problem. Not even offended, because that's who you are.
No, I would not be offended. She brought me some black rice with some griot and some fried plantains with some pickles on the side.
She brought you some
that's what I call black food.
But she brought you some what you might consider black people food, fried chicken and watermelon. You're like, oh, wait a minute.
yeah, John, she overreacted.
And you know what was interesting? I told this story about time. I was watching a TV show about chicken cooked all over America, all over the world. And everybody fries chicken. Koreans, everybody.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fried of chicken. But then and there was a black lady that was co-hosting the show with a white man. And when they got back to the United States, and she's like, black people are kind of embarrassed about eating fried chicken because of the cultural stigma, sensitivities. And she told the man, we really didn't lean into fried chicken like the rest of the world has.
Lean into fried chicken.
You know, in terms of, you know, like Virgo, she wanted to run away from that shit. You know, there's a stigma to it. For better or for worse, it is what it is. And, you know, maybe we should have leaned into it. We might, who knows, we might have been the kings of fried chicken. Crown fried chicken would have been black man.
You guys ever been to that Banchan restaurant? That chicken place?
That's Korean fried chicken.
Jesus, it's good.
Yeah.
And the fries with the Parmesan and the garlic. Oh, fuck.
But I'll tell you one thing though. I like Banchan.
It's awesome.
But when I want Southern fried chicken, I want Banchan. It's different. It's not better. It's not worse. It's just different.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Virgo, your husband was right. You need to apologize.
Yeah.
She's gone.
Yeah, John, you did give a really good perspective on this. It really is in Virgo's culture. That's why she was, you know, I think
where did Virgo go?
She went to Publix.
Yeah, she's about to go get that fried chicken and watermelon.
We've been talking about fried chicken all morning, and now she's hungry.
And I'm gonna tell you a funny story. You might get this. A friend of mine, a friend of my mother's actually. So her son was, you know, about my age, and she was working in a state job with my mother, and someone gave her a banana, put it on her desk.
And what'd she do? Eat it? I would have just eaten it and thrown the peel away.
She retired off emotional distress.
Wow.
Wait.
You
know what? I would have done something crazy to that banana just to mess with them.
You know, a lot of lady retired off emotional distress, like racism.
And she went straight to HR, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck that. If I were her HR manager, I'd have fucking laughed and said, get your ass back to work.
Well, this is government, so government can't take things as trivially as private sector could. So
wow.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. Yeah. This was 20-something years ago, maybe.
How am I going to get somebody to leave a jar of mayonnaise on my desk so I can?
Oh man! Secret Santa, Santa, Christmas is coming.
Just Miracle Whip, probably. Something.
Yeah. A box of raisins and some mayonnaise and a gift bag.
Mm-hmm. She got her.
You know, John. She probably left the banana on her desk herself. She probably. Let me.
Lady admitted to it. She was like, I didn't mean harm. I just, I was just giving out fruit.
I just thought she was hungry.
She didn't know the culture.
It was feeding time at the zoo. I thought she might be hungry.
Wow, that's brutal, man.
Mm.
After all, she is a primate. Well, humans are primates.
That is true.
Oh man, damn, man.
That is funny. She retired because someone left a banana on her desk. Was this in Alabama?
You can't make this shit up, man.
Was this in Alabama, John?
Yeah. In the same hometown from the guy that told on the one who that Pete said Hesius guy.
Was it Garrison? What was that town? Is that your hometown, John?
Mm-hmm. Anniston, Alabama, yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe that.
Well, no, it ain't no bullshit.
I believe it.
How was she retirement age?
She was getting there. Her and my mother would give or take the same age, but it's somehow you can come out on state.
Look at conservative. Suddenly only monkeys like bananas.
State is when state goes by when you start and how long you're there, not how old you are. So now, did she get any sort of like, okay, you're 18 months from finishing, we're just going to go ahead and say you did that 18 months and you can have your retirement now, or did she just leave?
The thing is, if you retire before, I think, because my mother did not the same thing, but retired. If you have some kind of disability, right? So let's say if you have, I don't know, neuropathy from diabetes, right, in your fingers, the state of Alabama would allow you to retire and collect your pension, and it didn't penalize you for your Social Security, something to that effect, because she came out on disability, and the lady came out on disability, like an emotional disability type.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Got both of her checks early, like 55 or something, without penalty.
Whoa, that's.
Now I'm shocked that it happened in Alabama. No, seriously, that they were that liberal with it. Usually those right to work states are a little bit strict.
Yeah, maybe it'd be with the state though. With the state,
yeah. Hey, that's a good deal. Maybe she knew it. Maybe she went around saying, "Hey, I love bananas."
Give me one.
She probably tempted him. She just went around talking about bananas all the time.
Damn, man. Yeah, that's.
And they did it on Juneteenth, so she was getting paid to get that.
Oh, that would be even funnier.
I'm surprised the watermelon was in season though, Virgo. Damn, they must have went around and found that one.
Well, it is Florida.
Yep.
Hot house watermelon.
She said it was a sliced melon, like pre-sliced melons. Yeah. She didn't get it a whole watermelon.
I thought it was a whole watermelon.
Nah. It wasn't the whole
now that kind of takes the wind out of the sail. Sliced watermelon. Nah, that's not. No.
Come on, Stanley.
It's got to be a whole watermelon in a big one.
Sorry, I was getting breakfast ready. What y'all said? I heard my name.
They have to take the biggest watermelon out of the patch.
Oh Lord.
It can't be sliced.
So you were in the bathroom getting their breakfast ready?
I was not in the bathroom.
Okay. I thought you were going to do the help thing for breakfast.
No.
These sausages look funny.
They're not sausages, honey.
Yeah, but just some watermelon would wash that down. Too bad we don't have any.
Watermelon juice.
Yeah.
Damn, that does sound good right now. See, I would have ate
Watermelon
that
is good. It's very hydrating. I love watermelon, to be
It's
honest.
awesome.
With
Have you seen those things
Well,
that'll
maybe they were just saying, "Hey, your skin looks dry."
What did you do?
Hydration.
What did you do?
Maybe.
What did you do with the watermelon, Virgo? What did you do with the watermelon?
He
I didn't eat shit that day. I didn't eat.
So,
now?
so she's starved.
I refused to eat that day.
Where is it now? Where is the watermelon?
I don't know. They ate it.
Oh, they ate and you didn't?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's like a major psyop right there.
So they blacker than me.
No, their bellies are fuller than yours.
They're appropriating your culture.
That's like holding your shit when you first meet somebody.
They were like, we ate like niggas. We're full.
It's sleep. I got itis.
Fried chicken and watermelon. Not even a sweet Hawaiian roll. Not even some coleslaw. Nothing. Just fried chicken and watermelon. Straight up.
Your cookout was incomplete. It was like,
Wait, John, I gotta tell you more to the story too. So Virgo told her husband, and then her husband told her that she was overreacting.
The husband said she was overreacting, which is bullshit.
You know what? That white man is sounding smarter by the minute.
Was she overreacting or no?
I don't think so.
Well, now that I know that the watermelon was sliced, I'm inclined to agree with her husband.
I don't know. I think it was kind of like a passive aggressive jab at Virgo.
I think due to her racial ambiguity, she was just oversensitive and overreacted.
Do y'all get along well, Virgo? Has there been any issues between you?
No, there was never anything wrong between us, but it was just something about her. Okay, let me tell you the backstory about her. She's adopted.
Here we go.
And
in her
so she's not blood family. And I don't know what happened in the past.
Exactly. And she was getting back at Virgo.
Yeah. Maybe she had black foster parents that fucked her up. I don't know. But ever since I met her, she was kind of strange. But I kind of welcomed her, and I never had a problem until this time. And she's one of those relatives that we only see each other like Thanksgiving and Christmas.
In June.
And she has a husband that is like a 90-day fiance from Sweden. So she met him online. And I'm just waiting until the day where he goes, F you, bitch.
In Swedish.
I got my papers. I'm out.
He's going to say it in Swedish.
Here in the Flundy.
There'll be no jaganska day for you today.
Because he's one of those Swedish men that is like, oh my God. He's very good looking, and she's not, So.
Interesting.
So John, you don't think there was a message that was being sent with that fried chicken and watermelon?
Yeah, innate. I agree with you. And if they handed Virgo a whole watermelon, And
No. I agree. I think if they handed her a whole watermelon, it would have been way worse. Like, they
Yeah,
didn't even cut it
I
up.
think so. You
They're
know,
not gonna give
right.
him a knife.
It probably wasn't even a whole watermelon. It was like half a watermelon sliced. That's not a message. They just thought you would like watermelon.
Yeah, because they thought she was black.
I think this is the sort of like racially it's the sort of neurosis that someone who's racially ambiguous might suffer.
You know, I think
sorry, go ahead, John.
I think it's interesting, you know, like, you know, back to the Casanat, like, you know, I guess they assumed she was black. You know, that was just their default. They meant known she was Haitian, but just assumed she's black. And so, what is black culture? You know, what would a black person want to eat? There really is no food that, per se, that, you know.
They probably thought that was like exotic food to a Haitian.
Dun, 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 dun.
Could have been that as well, you know.
You know, instead of the regular dog or cat, you know.
So John,
go get her some real food.
You think it was less racist and more like she was being considerate?
You know, that's interesting. I don't know if she's being considerate. Maybe they like fried chicken.
She's like, you know, I like chicken. You know, I don't like
Her
dogs.
fat ass definitely likes fried chicken. I'll tell you that
If you
much.
brought me some fried chicken, I'll be eating that shit, right? I don't want to call anything up. I'm glad you brought me some
You know
fried
what?
chicken.
I would have taken her portion and ate it.
But
She sure did have about 3 or 4 pieces.
When
I might would have joked
She
about it.
ate yours. She ate your serving.
I might would have joked about it, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think I would have. Now, I'm a man, so I might not have taken it up.
That cousin was like, "You're not gonna eat that? You mind if I eat it?"
Yeah, but when you guys say it's sliced, so it's not as, it's like you're saying you didn't.
No,
You didn't,
be
get
racist.
your, you,
It's
didn't
gotta
get
be
your,
a whole
you, didn't get
watermelon.
your, you didn't get your racial slur proper.
That's right.
You're blaming, you know, it's like you need to tighten up on your racial slurs next time.
No,
bring a watermelon.
that's
I mean,
kinda-
it's still an insult.
That's the kind of racial like racial slur screw up that a northerner would make. A southerner would have gotten it right. So if a southerner gave you sliced watermelon, it wasn't a slight.
Yeah, but they are down south. The line for the watermelons were probably too long too.
There might not have been whole watermelons at Publix at the time.
They probably stopped at a roadside stand.
Yeah.
This time of year ain't no whole water.
No, they usually have watermelon in Publix. You just go to the fruit aisle.
The watermelon patch. They went to the watermelon patch.
Yeah, you would know, Virgo.
That's right.
Yeah, I would know because I get watermelon all the time at Publix.
Oh, you get watermelon all the time, and you're mad that they got watermelon for Publix?
Wow.
Really? Because it was telling me something. It was telling me,
oh no,
black bitch.
You know what? I'm on your husband's side now. No.
Oh,
You get it all the time?
You guys, it was the combination. It was the watermelon and the fried chicken.
Yeah,
No,
I think it was the combination.
Virgo literally buys the same stuff all the time.
And he's
I'm with Lindy.
I'm sorry.
My issue is though, in the crunch time, Virgo didn't want to identify as black. I think
No,
that is an issue.
well, that too. And I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to side. I'm gonna have to side with the white people on this.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, they were probably inviting you to their club. Come on over. We like our watermelon sliced.
See, J-Dub even said, yes, it's the combo. It's the combination, I guess.
you
I don't
can't
know.
just-
I wouldn't have bought it.
Right
That
off.
combo is crazy.
I'm gonna
Right, Lindy Lou. I mean, subconsciously, you even if you, let's just say, even if you love that combination, right?
Right.
And you know that everybody loves that combination, but because of the stigma that goes with it, you would say to yourself, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't do this at the first time,"
Virgo, have you ever bought sliced watermelon and fried chicken at the same time from Publix?
No.
Oh,
Probably
bullshit.
not. Probably not.
I see. You know what?
Now I've bought them at separate times. Yes.
Husband knows you better. He I think your husband's right. You overreacted. And you know, if there was a racial angle hustler that I'm accused of being, I would see it. I'm even saying you're overreacting.
Yeah, but it's not even about. Here's the thing, Stanley. It's not even about the racial angle. I think she's out to. She's being a bitch. And if you listen to the second thing that she did to me, she's being a bitch.
What did she do?
And come Thanksgiving, I think that they may be a Royal Rumble up at Thanksgiving.
Virgo, don't do that.
What's the second thing she did to you?
She bought her chicken livers, fried chicken livers.
No, she friend requested my my husband's ex, not ex-wife, but ex-girlfriend.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, I'm going to stay out of the family business, but I think there's something deeper than racist behavior in your reaction.
Yeah.
Did they serve it with like a grape knee high? Because that would really put it over the edge.
Black people don't drink grape knee high.
Oh, they serve it up at Hamby's down here in downtown Dallas all the time.
Well, Texas, okay. In Georgia, in Florida, you know.
That and the strawberry soda.
Well, maybe cream soda.
Yeah, John. I don't know, man. I think she knew what she was doing by getting Virgo that fried chicken and watermelon. But I do think Virgo did overreact too. Virgo should have ate that watermelon and chicken. She was hungry.
You should have ate that.
I should have ate it and licked my fingers. You're right.
Ate it and done a little jig.
Yeah, but why didn't she buy? Okay, why didn't she buy some sides with it? Okay, why didn't she buy, some rolls, some macaroni?
Why didn't you?
Yeah, because my in-laws have gotten like fried chicken from Publix before, and that was never an issue. I never looked at it like that. I never was offended by that. So they would get fried chicken.
Now hear me. Hey, Virgo.
And watermelon.
Does anyone hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I hear you, John. I hear you.
You know, oftentimes in those grocery stores, they have like packs of chicken already pre-packaged for you. Is that what she bought you?
No, she went and got the well, I guess it was already packed, like the 8-piece.
Yeah.
Like the 8-piece in a box.
Yeah, it's already fried.
She's just trying to save money.
I think,
Who buys the story that the line was too long for the sandwiches? I mean, that's crazy.
Well, the watermelon and chicken line was express.
That's two different things. I mean, she said she was going to get the sandwich.
It's like there's an express line for the racists.
Yeah. Well, but she said she was going to get the tray of sandwiches, like the deli. That would be pre-made.
But here's the thing: if your one job was to go get lunch, it doesn't matter how long the line was.
Right, but sometimes, now I don't know about Publix, it's been a while, but sometimes you can actually buy the stuff at the deli.
Yeah.
So, you know what? If the regular lines were too long and she could have paid for it at the deli, what are you going to say?
Well, she could have.
And I don't think she was going to get, she didn't even ask us for what orders. I think she was going to just get some Cubans or some turkey sandwich, like whatever they had, on display.
Got you something a black person would eat.
So she could have went to the section where they have the prepackaged sandwiches and grabbed like 5 sandwiches for us. And,
well, maybe she said, hey, you know what? This chicken is probably a better deal.
This chicken and watermelon is what this black bitch wants.
You know what? I'm done. I'm going to stop saying. In all sincerity, I think you're making something out of nothing.
Maybe, but like I said,
I'm not even kidding.
I think they're more to it. They probably just don't like each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Strike. And no, it's not even that, John. I had no problem with her. No problem with her before but even after the chicken.
You don't like her, and she knows you don't.
No. Even after the chicken, I had no issues.
Is it because
But when
she's
she did
overweight?
what she did to me the other day,
Oh
Virgo,
shit,
is it
there's more?
Virgo? Is it because she's overweight? You don't like her?
No, it's
that
because
has nothing. That
it's
has
because
nothing to do with it. It
because
really
she's
doesn't. I don't look at people like that. I really don't.
it's a man thing. She got a cute
Because
husband.
I
Virgo is mad.
fluctuated up and down, so it really doesn't matter.
She got this blonde, blue-eyed Swedish guy with the cute accent, and she didn't deserve the man. So Virgo's just mad.
Why am I mad? I got the
No,
better man.
Yeah.
I think it is both. I think it is back and forth.
He's an immigrant here, not working, and she's taking care of him. So why would I be mad?
Well, he's blonde and blue-eyed. You don't have to work if you're blonde and blue-eyed in America.
My husband's also blue-eyed, icy blue eyes.
So not only is he blue-eyed, he's got icy blue eyes. I got you.
Absolutely.
You know what? I think talk about racist.
Yeah, I never heard icy blue eyes.
It's like
it's that kind HB. It's that kind of blue that is like just so freaking vibrant.
It's like pools of water. She just wants to dive in.
Absolutely, I do want to dive in.
Virgo, he looks like the Night King.
Yes, 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 HB, yes.
Fine German.
Winter is coming.
Oh man.
Virgo, you need to take a deep bite of that chicken leg and enjoy it.
She went all Arya Stark on him. It's fucking.
I'll eat the chicken, but I'm not gonna take a bite of that watermelon after it. I'll tell you that much.
It's more for your cousin.
You guys never saw Zoolander?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Them eyes like that.
Yeah. His eyes are really blue.
Blue steel.
It reminds her of the clear blue water of the Caribbean.
Yep.
Yeah, this is I don't know, man. This is like some of the reasons why I don't really date white women. This type of stuff would fuck me up too.
You know what? I
like you need
dated
therapy.
And married a whole white woman and used to go to her family reunions where me and
Did she have blue eyes, Stanley?
No, actually she didn't. Me and my son would be the only people, quote, of color there. And I never had half the problems that you did.
No. Yeah, no. I just, it's just like, what do you do in those situations? Because I would have ate the watermelon and chicken, but I would.
Well, that's just one person, Stanley. The rest of his family is cool. I've never had an issue with anybody else.
So you're gonna let one cousin like ruin your day?
That's true.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like fuck her, you know.
Yeah, and be done with it.
I wouldn't have let her ruin my day either, though. But I mean, at this point, Virgo needs therapy from this situation.
Shit, I would have had double.
I do not need therapy.
Told the bitch to go back and get me some more.
Go get some more. Go get some more.
I'll have seconds.
Part of the problem is those people even and the other things that the parents, whoever else is in that place, is doing. You know, not.
Yeah.
Part of the problem is they think they can do that. Man, if
I think you got cabin fever.
Let's get this shit straight right away. That's my wife. You don't one little germ of discomfort, and we're going all night, every night.
You gotta use your black woman powers and roll your neck.
Yeah, Virgo. I think
I'm getting more amusement out of this than your cousin did.
Yeah, Virgo. Sometimes
you know, and at the time, I wanted to make a big deal out of it, but my husband was like holding me back from making a big deal out of it because he knows how I get.
Yeah, he probably does.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure he does. Actually.
So when he said overreact, he was describing you perfectly, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I wanted to go toe for toe with that. I was
Why?
ready to. I had
Why?
my boxing gloves on.
Yeah, Virgo, say you gotta keep your powder dry for a real battle.
But he was like, "You're overreacting. Just calm down," you know.
And
But
see, he's a white guy, so he was probably nice. If you had a black husband, he would have used a couple choice words.
he'll probably be like, "Bitch, fuck up."
When you're with a woman that can get emotional, passionate woman, you got to have a lot of scene control. You got to keep all that shit away from her, or else it's going to be a thing. That's why
No, you don't mollycoddle like that. That's even worse.
I'm not mollycoddle. I'm putting out fires before they start.
You know what? Sometimes you got to just burn. Just let it burn.
Jesus, no.
It'll burn itself out.
I have.
I don't know. It's just too much to think about, you know.
It's so much to think about that you shouldn't even bother thinking about it.
Inmates asking me if I like chicken.
Did they buy all white meat?
I just said I love banchan. I don't know what else I got to say.
She got like a whole pack of chicken breasts. It was all white meat.
Well, that was
wait, John,
Like
did they
that.
actually fry chicken in Korea too, or is that just like an American thing?
Yeah, no, they fried in Korea.
They fried.
Wow.
Just about every culture has some form of fried chicken. Or
Yeah.
fried
Really?
bird.
I thought
Yeah.
it was just like an American thing.
No,
Wow.
fried chicken is ubiquitous.
Really?
Yeah, that's what the show was about.
Even the Chinese have the almond chicken. I love that.
Oh yeah, that is.
Yeah, that almond chicken's good.
Huh.
The cashew chicken was invented here in America.
I didn't know
I
everybody.
like Korean fried chicken. Bye, baby.
Yeah, fried chicken isn't even American. It was like they've been frying chicken for thousands of years. Well, maybe not thousands, but yeah, it's fried chicken might be like, I think I read somewhere it's like ubiquitous. Everybody has some form of it.
That's the topic of my show tomorrow now.
Let me tell you about fried chicken.
Yeah, it says here.
about some fried chicken.
So
Popeyes or KFC?
Did the Cowboys win last night?
Oh hell no! I told you they're going to get trucked. It was.
Oh yeah. How many yards did CJ Stroud have?
I was checking that. He was so close to that. You needed 235 or something.
Yeah. I needed 250. I needed 250.
He was in with 10 minutes in the fourth quarter. He was at like 235. I want to say.
No.
Let's see here. I'll find it.
I'll
find it for you. Yeah, 34-10.
They beat them up pretty good.
By the way,
oh, this is funny.
257 HP.
The Texans
Oh,
were.
he had 257.
Yes,
Yep.
257.
Oh, so I did win. I said 250 plus. I took the over. Yeah, I did win. Damn, by 7 yards. God damn.
The Texans were averaging like 5.5 yards a carry, and they weren't even running it. They only ran it like 19. They only had like 100 yards, but it was they were just doing whatever they wanted.
Yeah. I just knew how bad the Cowboys are. I figured he'd get the over. Like damn, 7 yards. God damn.
Yeah, you barely got by the HV.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody he get that 257 NFL Stroud.
Cooper rushed through 55 times, completed 32 for 354 yards, but those were all in the fourth quarter. They were just going, yeah, go ahead, try it. Just watching the clock run.
I know the Cowboys. What are they ranked defensively? What are they, like 22nd or something like that?
Oh God, it's bad. They gotta be worse than that. Let's see here. Mama, 26th.
26. All right.
Giving up
Jesus.
362 yards a game.
God.
They're last in rushing yards allowed per game, 185.
Yep.
So everybody, it's damn near 200 yards. And then rushing yards allowed per attempt, and this is the killer one, 5.4 yards an attempt.
Wow.
Yeah, that's brutal. They not stopping. They not stopping nothing, man.
They're made to play with the lead. They can't. They're too small. But anyway, first dish known to have been deep fried was fritters, which were popular in the European Middle Ages. However, the Scottish were the first to have been recorded as deep frying their chicken in fat with breadcrumbs and seasonings, as evidenced by a recipe in a 1747 cookbook by Hannah Glassa. But they were frying it way before that, into the Middle Ages. So,
wow.
The American expression fried chicken was first recorded in the 1830s and frequently appears in American cookbooks of the 1860s and 1870s. Before this, it was called free chicken in the 16th century of England. The original fried chicken in the southern states of America has been traced to precedents in Scottish and West African cuisine.
Have you been down to Harold's yet, Tom? In Dallas? So Harold's is like a Chicago fried chicken place, and they open one up down in Dallas. And in Dallas, they actually have like a bar there too. I still haven't been, but it's like a Chicago staple, and they kind of they're kind of expanding now. You should check it out.
Was fried chicken, was it traditionally more of a Southern thing? I always thought for a long time it was more of a Southern dish. My family ate fried, my parents were Southern. We ate fried chicken. Everybody down south did.
Yeah, no, fried chicken is definitely more of a Southern thing. But a lot of, when black folks migrated north, that's where you started to get the fried chicken joints and stuff. So, yeah, it's kind of all over now, but
it is now.
That was definitely more Southern thing. But apparently they've been frying chicken since the 1400s. Jesus. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, Tom, you should check it out. Harold's Chicken. I hear I've looked at the reviews. Everybody who's like from Chicago that goes there, they say it tastes just like the shit in Chicago. So I'm definitely gonna go.
There's one down in Cedar Hill. That's like 30 miles from me. I don't know if I'm a.
Oh, okay, yeah. Man, everything in Texas is like 30 plus miles, man.
Well, the fast food chains, which ones do you guys like the best? Like, is it Popeyes, KFC? We'll talk about the fast food ones.
Oh, definitely Popeyes. If I gotta do fast food, it's Popeyes. But I'd rather do like Harold's if I gotta get fried chicken.
Yeah, there's some local places in Atlanta that I've never tried that are supposed to be like way better than even Popeyes.
Oh yeah. Popeyes is just like the best of the.
If you can get it like hot, like at lunchtime, yeah, it's hard to beat. It doesn't keep well, but fresh
Their
out.
customer service sucks though.
That's
how you know it's good. One time I've had a chicken sandwich here once. I guess I'm a KFC person. I still like KFC.
Yeah,
I've never had Popeye's chicken. I just had the chicken sandwich.
No, if you can get the chicken like really fresh out of the fryer, like at lunchtime, and I'm kind of like an aficionado, it's hard to beat Popeyes, especially if you like it spicy.
Oh yeah. See, I can't really do the spicy food too much.
I can't. I think I'm pretty good at fried chicken. It's the pressure fryer. They fry their chicken in a way that's hard to do at home without special equipment.
Right.
But it's got to be fresh though. If it's been sitting a while, or like it doesn't taste that good the next day. But I used to go there when I lived in Chantilly, Virginia. I'd go there like at lunchtime, and it just can't be beat.
Man, there was a place that broasted chicken.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Love
It's
broasted.
incredible.
Oh,
Is that
broasted
a deer
chicken.
can?
That's the Amish over
Chicken?
here in Sarasota.
Oh man, that's good.
The Der Dutchman. It's, oh my God, it's so good.
It's good.
And then they give you that chicken stuffing or whatever it's called. Not stuffing. What is it called when it's not in the bird?
Dressing.
Dressing. Okay, there you go. They give you that
Damn.
chicken dressing, some mashed potatoes. Oh my God.
Damn, Virgo really isn't black. Damn.
Oh, you thought I was kidding?
I was just it's kinda
With
kinda
some
wild.
honey
She's
glazed
Kamala
carrots.
Harris black.
No, that broasted chicken's good. HB, you've had broasted chicken, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I
Good.
probably
Well,
had
I don't know.
chicken.
I don't know how to cook American food, HB. All I know how to do is some mac and cheese. I
So
know how to
she's
make some
definitely
mac
not
and
black.
cheese the American way, and I can make some greens. And you know what? I washed them in my bathtub. I had to make so much greens that I put them
Yep,
in my
yep.
bathtub.
Just like a non-black person would.
Yeah, black folks ain't putting it in the bathtub. Maybe the sink, but not the bathtub.
Yeah, she was
Well,
crazy
how
for
else
that.
do you clean greens but in a sink?
Well, I buy the pre-washed.
No. Now, see, I can tell you right now, that's not how black people do their
Well,
collard.
I buy the pre-washed bags,
The
and what I
problem-
do is I put it in a colander and I rinse it real good.
Okay. Well, at least you rinse it because the pre-washed still going to be gritty. They don't do it right.
No, I still like, you know, but what
And
I've
better
noticed
yet-
that when you buy the fresh, like the leaves,
Like you really the best way to buy it is that because they used to sell it and they still do in certain grocery stores, like the actual head, like the whole plant. It's not bagged or anything.
Mhm.
Usually, sometimes these days you have to do it from a roadside stand. I don't even bother with pre-bagged like collard greens. I'm not going to buy them like that because they're not as good.
Yeah, and I like to mix some kale in my collard greens. It gives it that little sweetness, takes the bitterness out of the collard greens.
Yeah, kale is white. You.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like the first time I had kale was in Rhode Island.
Yeah, I think I was like 25. I think I was like 25 the first time I had kale. I was like, what the hell is
and back when I was growing up, you couldn't find kale down south.
Nah, you couldn't find it where I grew up at. I never heard of kale. It was probably there, but I never bought it. Kale.
This time though, you remember Lupin mentioning cabbage and collard greens? I'm going to try that still, Virgo.
Me neither. I like some mustard greens though.
Oh, mustard greens are my favorite.
I love mustard greens.
I feel like kale just kind of got popular all of a sudden.
It did.
In the early 90s, it was pretty popular, but it was up north.
It's now like a superfood, like it's got like
Yeah. They put it in everything now.
And I like turnip greens are good too.
Turnip greens with the turnips, yeah. Kale to me is tough. I do eat it and I do cook it occasionally, but it's just tough.
Well, if you mix it with the collards, it takes all that bitterness out, and it gives it like a nice sweet flavor.
Yeah, the bitterness is the best part.
And I like to put some smoked turkey tails in there.
I like my collard greens bitter though.
Yeah, turkey butt. Smoked turkey butt.
Collard green sweet, cut up like bell peppers or some sort of sweet pepper.
I put some peppers in there, and then I put a little bit of vinegar, some red pepper flakes. Yeah.
And use ham hock. Turkey is That's not black.
Well, I use smoked.
You got to have some pork grease in there.
Well, a lot of my family don't eat pork. So
Yep.
for Thanksgiving, I'm in charge of the greens, the scalloped potatoes, and I'm making some patties.
Not
So,
pretty if you eat greens at
Wait, you
Thanksgiving.
have scalloped potatoes for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, because my daughter doesn't like mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Yeah, so she requested scalloped potatoes, and my cousin likes it too.
Oh,
so
I would
I'm gonna make scalloped potatoes,
potatoes.
some greens with the smoked turkey tails, and some Haitian patties.
Oh wow.
Some ground beef ones, and then
Oh
I'm
no,
gonna make
Virgo. It's not Thanksgiving without some mashed potatoes and gravy.
smoked herring.
I
Oh
would
no, there's gonna be mashed potatoes there too.
Oh, okay. All right.
be like, you know what? You're gonna make your own potatoes.
Wait, Lindy Lou, what do you think? What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I'm going to Indiana.
Oh, okay.
What?
You got family
My
out there?
sister's in Indiana. What?
Oh, okay. Your sister's out there. Okay.
What does he mean, carrots in the nachos?
Oh, what the hell?
I'm in white country.
Oh.
These gliders put carrots in the nachos out here. Not bad, but weird. I've never like loaded nachos. They put carrots in it.
And Nate, I thought you were in Michigan.
You might as well put some raisins in that shit too.
You might as well at that point.
I've never seen that, but man, north of the Red River, you can't fucking trust a taco. And my parents and stuff there try to make Mexican food. They say, we got an awesome new Mexican restaurant here. And I'll be like, you fucking never have tasted it. You don't even know what it is. Don't even try.
Man, nah, Tom, you're not lying. On the road, I stop at many taco restaurants because a lot of them, they'll be out in the middle of nowhere with truck parking. And man, these people do not know how to cook tacos, man. It's brutal. It is brutal.
I love me some beer tacos.
Carrots and nachos. What the fuck?
It's called Virgo. It's called birria tacos.
Oh, really?
Birria.
I've never. Yeah, that's good stuff.
You ever have the lingua?
Oh, the tongue. Yes, beef tongue is so
I
good.
don't like anything that licked.
I don't.
But let me tell you something. I cannot cook tongue myself because the whole process of cooking tongue is disgusting.
Yeah, you gotta like boil
it.
You gotta boil it.
If somebody prepares it for me, it is like the softest. That meat is like butter.
Virgo, years ago, I tried to. I just I've never had this before, so I bought a whole tongue and had to prepare it. And I can eat just about anything. That was my limit.
Yeah, because you have to boil it and peel that whole
cooked
layer off.
I threw it all away. I chucked it. I'm like, I can't eat this.
And I've watched my mom clean tongue and season it and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, hell no. I cannot do that myself. But once prepared and stuff like that, it is delicious. It is so delicious.
Where's the tongue coming from? Like a cow?
Yeah, cow tongue.
And you know what? I had a recipe. I was going to cook it. I just, after cooking it, I was just so disgusted with the process. I'm like, I can't eat it. And I used to like to buy shit just to gross my wife out.
And the tacos with the cabeza, the head of the cow is so good too. And then you get the cheeks, because the cheeks are so freaking tender.
I bought cheeks, like just a pack of cheeks, but nah, the cheeks are good, but like a whole cow head, nah, I'm not doing that shit.
Yeah, you make cow head soup or goat head soup.
Have you ever had what is it? Head cheese.
And then the eyeballs are a delicacy.
Yeah, Stanley, head cheese. And the only reason they call it head cheese is nobody would buy it if they called it head meat, which is really
Yeah. Oh, I've seen it like in the grocery store. I used to work in this grocery store in Savannah that was like a 10-minute walk from home in high school. They'd have the whole head and have it all prepared and, all nice and wrapped. And again, that was my limit. I just could not even I'll eat anything except that in tongues.
Yeah. You know it's kind of funny if Virgo's cousin brought her some tongue tacos, she would have ate that.
Yes.
Not the fried chicken. Not
I
the fried
sure
chicken.
would.
That's funny.
Not the fried chicken.
J-Dub, when you say I love tongue, that just it doesn't sound as good as you thought it when you wrote it.
Yeah. It definitely.
First thing I'm gonna ask is where.
In theory, it was a good joke, but
Not even that, Stanley. From whom?
Yeah, exactly. Please tell me not from cows.
No Rocky Mountain oysters. Somebody put in chat.
Oh,
See,
no.
I would that, but I just won't eat. Anything above the neck, I'm just not gonna eat.
is that the eyeballs, Rocky Mountain oysters?
No, that's their balls.
Yeah, HB, you should have some. That's the eyeballs.
That's the testicles of the cow.
The testicles,
J-Dub, do you like balls too?
Hey,
Caribbeans make cow dung soup, and it's with the cow penis.
Why do you call it dung?
Cow dung soup.
Because it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
Okay, well that explains it.
In Texas, there's it's actually a time of year where they cut the testicles off of the cow. It's done at a certain time, and there's a big thing called the Testicle Festival, and all the money goes to all the money goes to the. I'm serious. You go to my Facebook page. I got the whole photo album of it. They have this big festival. It's a lot of music, a lot of stuff, but they do serve up what they call calf fries down here in Texas, and it's from the breaded cow testicles. All the money goes to prevent male testicular cancer. But yeah, it's a big deal.
J-Dub eats from the rooter to the tutor.
So Tom, should I cut off my husband's testicles and protest for testicle cancer and eat it?
Well, I mean, if you haven't eaten the fried chicken and watermelon, you are going to be hungry.
Who's the lady?
Yeah, you're right.
Who's the lady who cut off her husband's?
Lorena
penis?
Bobbitt and John
Bobbitt.
Yeah.
I was living in Virginia at the time that happened.
I was still in New York when that happened. I think I was still a teenager.
And he went on to have a career in porn.
Yep. Apparently, he got
his reattached penis.
Sort of, and lots of injections, apparently.
She was Venezuelan, wasn't she?
She was some form of South American, and that is real common down in South America.
Is it really?
A lot of dudes getting their junk cut off by a.
Well, that's what you get if you cheat. I cut your shit off too.
What are these women thinking?
Yeah, but South American women, you're out to like dinner, and the waitress comes by, and you tell her thank you after she takes you. What did you say to her for that? You don't need to talk to her. I talk to her. You look at her too long. You don't need to hand her the menu that way. They're very jealous, very possessive, but they're very.
Sounds like a female Ricky Ricardo.
It could be. I mean, I'm doing the best I can over here. I'm doing the best.
To her defense, you have men that are very jealous too.
Sure.
What do they?
Yeah. No, they just shoot the shit out of them.
HB said he wouldn't want his woman giving another guy a hug. So guess what? He'd probably cut off his balls too.
I think
I would just leave her.
Yeah, but The South American ladies, they go. That's the first place they say 0 to 60, and they will tell you, "I will cut your dick off while you sleep," and you're just like, "I guess I better knock your ass out before you go to sleep, then, because you're not cutting my dick off. You don't have a chainsaw in here."
Yeah, you don't want to cheat on a Hispanic woman.
You do that, and I'm going to cut your life off.
I remember I hit my ex-husband with a hot iron right to the fucking head.
Really? Were you proud?
I sure was.
But that fade looked great.
It sure did.
I had a girlfriend slap me 3 times in a row because she didn't like what I was saying. Bam! I was driving too. Bam! Second time. Bam! Third time I went, "You really think you can hurt me?" Hit me again, and I went, "Well, see, now it's a thing of principle. See, now if you hit me again, I'm going to stop the car, drag your ass out, pick your ass up and down the cliff." Then she got a big smile on her face, and we never spoke of it again.
But you stayed with her, didn't you?
Stayed with her. I lived with her 5 years, took 10 years off, lived with her another 5 years, moved to Atlanta for her. Hell yeah, I stayed with her.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So you liked it, didn't you?
Not the slapping, but everything else. And that's the only time she ever did anything like that.
What'd you do to her?
We were having.
What were you wearing?
I was just wearing regular clothes.
That date to Drag Queen Story Hour.
Are you suggesting that I was asking for it? Because by the way I was dressed, I was showing a lot of cleavage, to be honest. But
exactly, I bet you were showing a lot of cleavage.
It was a religious discussion.
Oh wow!
Oh my God!
You blasphemed. She was Methodist, and I'm obviously was raised Catholic. And
did you call her a heathen?
No, I started getting into her about transubstantiation. I'm like, you going in there and doing a little play every week. We're actually eating the body of Christ of God every week. And she didn't
slapped you 3 times. That was symbolic.
Yes, she slapped
in the name of the Father.
And there was a rooster crowing in the background each time. It was very dramatic. Then she denied that she knew me. Police pulled me over.
That's funny.
And then later on, I crucified her, if you know what I'm saying.
Hey, Tom, are you still Catholic? I know you talked about
you nailed her to the tree.
Excuse me?
You nailed her to the tree.
That's right. And then they were going to let me down, but they let this other guy, Barabbas. He got sucked. No, I no longer am a practicing Catholic. I only go if somebody kicks or gets hitched, and I don't believe in any organized religion.
Well, you know what? That is weird. Same way. Yeah, 1st through 12th Catholic school will do that to you. As a matter of fact, I made a joke the other day to my doctor. I'm like, "Yep, I don't go to church like any good Catholic would."
Yeah.
I think Catholic school traumatized me.
It can. I did not miss a mass from my earliest memory till I was 18 and went to college, and I went to the first weekend, and it dawned on me that I don't have to be here. I mean, I was an altar boy but by the time I got out, I was in it way too long. I was driving a car. It was really too old to be.
Now, Tom, I have to ask this. Did any priests get really close to you?
No, and it pissed me off real bad because I'm like, what's wrong with me?
Oh, okay.
I had a very,
why won't the priest get frisky with me?
Yeah. No, the priests that we had were all Jesuits, so they were really causing drunk guys all the time. I don't think they want anything to do with kids. They just want to get smashed.
I had Benedictines. They weren't too far behind.
Yeah, and the Father Douglas, man, these priests, when they get out of seminary, their local parish or community usually pays for their chalice, and they use that chalice for their entire career, and it's extremely expensive. It's made of pewter, and the jewels in it are real a lot of times, and some of them are gold or silver.
I'm not gonna lie. We had a priest. His name was Father Piero. He was an Italian guy, and he had the Italian accent. All of us girls thought he was so hot.
Oh, don't get me on that subject. I'll get to that in a second. But
we thought he was so hot. Okay.
Father Douglas's chalice looked like a trash can with a handle on it. And I mean, you would do the 3 masses, and then by noon mass, he was about to keel over. I mean, he was smashed. But I know of many instances where priests had long relationships with either widowed or single women in the parish. And it was the worst kept secret ever. You know, that's quite common. Quite common.
Yeah. I did the whole shebang, you know, baptism, communion, confirmation, and of course marriage. So I did that all in a Catholic church. Did you?
I was baptized, confirmed, obviously first communion, not married. And so, but I'm looking forward to dying, because then I'll get to experience another sacrament.
Yeah. So in the Catholic eyes, I am not really married to my husband.
Because you didn't go through the
church?
No, yeah, there's a thing.
Yeah.
If is your husband Catholic?
No.
See, you have to go through. It's like a class, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to go through that, or they go, "Hey, it's not cool."
He's a former Jew.
He's a retired.
And now we're Christian.
He retired.
Yeah, he's a retired Jew.
We had some news coming out of New York overnight. Apparent stabbing spree here.
A stabbing spree? Jesus.
God, how did 12 man get down to New York?
It's
they didn't say a box wine spree.
It's a force ghost.
Why'd you do it?
The older guy. Not sure what prompted him to go on a stabbing spree.
What did he do, John?
A stabbing spree.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
Older guy looked like, right?
Jeez.
I don't know why they perp walk these guys out there. I'll see what the story is behind it here. This looks to be the perp walk. Let's see what the story is here. Arrest made after 51-year-old, 51, wow. Ramon Rivera stabbed 3 people to death. I'm sorry?
It's a message to ICE.
Stabbed 3 people to death across Manhattan. Suspect went on stabbing spree, killing random people in 3 different neighborhoods. Wow, I wonder how many people did he stab versus how many people did he kill?
He's chanting "Ice, Ice, Baby."
It very well could be. See if there's any explanation for why he did it. Huh?
That shit happens in Dallas, and he's not Ron Rivera. He's the deceased. Several people.
The former.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Stabbing spree in Manhattan. Let's see what they say. Someone said they seen the guy on the train before. Wow, did they stab him on the train? Did he stab these people on the train? Oh shit, that would be brutal.
You remember that guy on the Long Island, that dude with the gun that shot everybody up, and then he defended himself in court? Remember that
Colin
guy?
Ferguson. Yeah, Colin Ferguson, yeah. Yo, he could have killed a lot of people. He planned it right. He just didn't execute.
Yeah, well, there's some dudes behind him or something at one point that got him. That
Damn,
lucky.
He killed one Asian man, one black man, stabbed a black woman who was in critical. Damn. What she says there.
Yeah, well, it's a great way to start your day.
All the women I know are in critical condition, if you know what I mean. It's always critical of my condition.
And walking the streets of Manhattan, there's so many people walking the streets, and like, damn, you could stab a lot of people or catch them on the train or something like that. Damn, that's crazy. Damn.
I often wonder what people like. I know here in Texas, anybody can conceal carry now, and even before that, when I had a license, I would wonder what people do, because I haven't lived in an area like this in a long time, that it's difficult to get the right to have a firearm. It's a situation like this. Anybody can carry a knife, but I was half joking but half not joking. In Dallas, at least 1 out of 3 people have a gun on them.
Yeah, legal or illegal.
Well, it's unless you're a felon, it's legal.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's constitutional carry. So and even before that, when I first got to Texas, man, every truck had a gun rack in it, and you driving to work, somebody cuts you off, you get ready to say something, you're like, oh, rifle. Guess I'll be quiet.
Oh shit! Look at this. Oh shit! I have friends that work at the United Nations. Damn. At 10:55 a.m., when people are headed to work, a 36-year-old woman was stabbed multiple times in the chest and left arm near the United Nations headquarters. Oh shit! That's the Upper East Side. She was transferred to Wow, shit. Damn, I have friends that work there at the United Nations. Very close friends. Damn. Sheesh.
So this happened yesterday.
Guess it was yesterday, yeah. Just not getting news of it. Damn. Must have been yesterday. Eric Adams commented. Just updated this morning. Yeah. No, it was just written this morning, Tuesday night, November 19th, yeah. Damn.
Well, guess they're gonna have to ban knives.
London or the UK or something, damn. Yeesh. Oh, Portia said she covered this yesterday. Okay, damn. Okay. Well, damn. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Damn. I know someone real close to me works at the UN. Sheesh. Where is Bob when we need him? Give us an update on Spirit Airlines here.
Yeah. And what he's gonna be doing during the layoff.
You have to find something for Bob to do these days. Oh wow, they have an update on this stabber here. Let's see if I can give you an update.
Oh man, he died.
In February, he was arrested for 4 small merchant burglaries, 2 in December, 2 in January. In October, he was arrested again in charge of grand larceny, they say. Eric Adams said there's a real question as to why he was on the street. He has some serious mental health issues. No, he has some criminal issues.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing violent. Those weren't violent crimes.
I imagine if you rob a merchant, that's like strong arm robbery. You didn't just go strong arm robbery. You didn't go in there and just say, "Hey, can I have this?" Walk away with it, and he just gave it to you. I
mean, maybe he had a weapon, but it's not listed here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A strong arm would not be a weapon. It just be his physical presence when in there and grab something, dare someone to do anything about it.
But would you agree that's kind of a jump from this sort of thing to stabbing people randomly on the street?
Man,
that's not something you could ever predict.
Well, the thing is, and I agree with you. I think the thing is, someone committing burglaries in New York with mental health issues probably is very desperate. It's getting cold. Like, You just might want to come inside and have a nice place to live. You know, you never know, man. Like living
Did
outside.
it say he was homeless?
He had to be homeless anyway. He was paying rent. You know what I mean? Homeless
with the robberies.
But I doubt he would kill someone to get housing. But you know, with that level of mental illness, he went around burglarizing and larceny, you know, committing larceny. I mean, in quick succession, like rapid fire. February, December, October, January. You know, it's just
was he illegal?
What he might do. So someone even said no explanation provided of what they have to do with stealing and stabbing. He was sentenced some months ago in a burglary case. He also had arrests in Florida, Ohio, and New Jersey, including at least 2 for assault.
He's a traveling man.
Damn, look at that knife.
Yeah, he made a lot. Anyway.
Jeez, look at that knife, man. Oh, man, shivers.
Stanley got the Ricky Nelson out this morning.
Yeah, I'm full of all kinds of random cultural associations.
I think Ricky Nelson's whiter than mayonnaise, man.
He kind of looks like someone that comes up on the panel. Who does he look like? Looks like someone.
12th man.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks like Latinos for Trump.
That's what I was thinking. Latinos. Man.
Without hair. I wonder how his mimic game is.
His what?
His mimic game.
Oh yeah. You think
he was imitating a sane person.
I put a little Texas warmth in the back chat if you want to look at that story. Yeah, a little warmth for the country. A little back chat article about a gentleman thought it'd be a good idea to follow a woman home and bust into her house. And
in Texas.
Yeah.
You want to do that in Texas?
It's in the back chat right under the thing that Portia just posted.
Can you pull up, Stanley?
Yeah.
And this is common. I mean, I did this story 2-3 times a weekend. Armed man.
Wait, let me let's see here. Let me enlarge this right quick. Is it actually a news article or a video?
It's actually a news article. I don't think it'll be.
Let me try something right quick. I added this
Would you have an AI reader?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah. I was tinkering around last night and
Hey.
Oops.
Man is in critical condition. Shot at least twice after a.
You hear it?
Yes.
Man is in critical condition. Shot at least twice after a DeSoto woman says he followed her home and tried to force his way into her house. According to DeSoto police, a woman called 911 at about 8 p.m. Friday and said a man was in her backyard with a gun. The 911 operator said they could hear screaming from the caller as the man tried to enter the woman's home through her garage door. Dispatch also reported several neighbors were calling 911 after hearing gunshots in the area. When police arrived at the woman's home on the 400 block of Raintree Circle, she told them she thought she shot the man. Officers found the man, later identified by police as 35-year-old Octavio Flores Mondragon, on the garage floor with apparent gunshot wounds to his face and chest. Police said a gun was found nearby, which they believe belonged to Mondragon. Officers provided Mondragon with first aid before he was taken to the hospital. At last check, the man was listed in critical condition. In a statement to police, the woman said she noticed a dark-colored truck follow her into her neighborhood. The driver of the truck then followed her down her driveway. The woman said she ran inside her home, called the police and grabbed a gun. She said when the man tried to force his way inside her home, she fired multiple shots through the door. Police said Mondragon is expected to be charged with burglary of a habitation with intent to commit another felony, a first-degree felony punishable by up to $10,000 and 6 years in prison. No bond has been set, and it's unclear whether he has legal representation.
That story is as common as anything here in Dallas, anyway.
Damn.
Yep, happens. I don't know, 5 or 10 times a month. Somebody gets a bright idea, and it's like, no, we don't do that here. And by the way, like unlike some other cities, even Indianapolis, you know, you shoot somebody and everybody's mad at you.
Yeah.
You stop a robbery. You know, a guy's got a gun on a store owner. You shoot that guy, and the family comes out and, well, I don't know why he wouldn't mind in his own business. He should have minded. He shouldn't have got involved. It's like, well, are you kidding me? Yeah, and then you get sued by the family of the criminal, and they might try to prosecute you for something. You know.
Yeah, well, this woman's not going to be. She'll be all right.
Oh God, she's probably got food left on her front door. She's getting invited to parties down here.
I'm going to Disneyland.
Yeah. So,
hey, Tom, have you heard of Fisher, Indiana?
I've heard of Fishers. That's the town right next to the town I grew up in.
What?
It's the town right next to the town I grew up in.
That's where my sister lives. She lives in Fishers.
Okay, I grew up in Carmel. Fishers used to be just a 4-way stop, and now it's got a high school with 5,000 kids in it.
Oh my gosh, Fisher! Yeah.
So, what do you think of that AI reader, John?
That's pretty slick. I mean, AI is. You know, I was talking to my lady friend about AI yesterday. She uses it quite a bit, and she was saying how, like, you know, it's almost going to be a detriment to not use it. People are like, he's not using AI. Why not? You know, as opposed to, you know, writing things yourself and, you know, leaving out punctuation or whatever.
Yeah, I started playing around. This is like it's natural AI, and there were several different voices. This is the one that I liked.
Yeah.
So, you know, I figure I'll give her a name and try and date her.
Well, she's putting raisins in her potato salad.
Well, this particular voice is supposed to be a little bit less Caucasian. I'll put it that way.
Does it have a Southern twang to it?
No, it's just a little bit of a deeper voice. And I've seriously, you know, I tested them out, and this one was just a little bit more Southern. Doesn't really have a twang, but I just liked it, you know, stylistically.
If you write the words phonetically, it'll speak Southern, but I like the British ladies. It just makes me feel fancier. It's not a big deal.
Hey, Stanley, you watch MSNBC? You watch Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski, or whatever her name is? Do you watch
saw the story that they kind of made up with Trump. I don't even have cable.
Mar-a-Lago, yeah.
Yeah, I literally don't watch any cable. I'll see clips on YouTube, but
what do you think about it?
News is just toxic.
About it?
What do I think about it? I think that they are reading the writing on the wall.
You know, if I were Trump, I wouldn't talk to those people. You know.
Well, the thing is Trump likes, you know, J.D. Vance. Remember, he was never Trump, and he sucked up enough that you know, Trump is very easy to read. You give him enough flattery, and I don't think he's fooled by it, but I think he gets off on seeing people grovel to get back to good graces.
They evidently, I think, were friends early on. Like when he was running in 2000, they had him on their show, and they were all buddies.
Trump has had a lot of friends on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
Well, but I guess what I'm saying with him, and what I don't understand from his standpoint, if I were him, after those people had you know, more or less just flipped the script on me after being kind to me, or at least being fair. And now they're not being fair to you. I just wouldn't do that anymore. I wouldn't speak to them. I don't even think the mainstream media is even relevant. Mika and Joe, they're probably speaking to, you know, only a couple 100,000 people a day.
They actually, weirdly enough, have some cred.
I'm not saying that they don't have credit. They have credit with, you know, the people that follow them or listen to them. But I think many people, as you said, and Tom and other people, you don't watch the news. So what value are they? I mean, you're doing them more favor than you're doing
You know
yourself.
what? They serve no other value other than, you know, their lips feel good on Trump's ass.
Yeah, and you know, if that is the case, I don't understand that. Considering, you know, they've shown him, I think that they can turn on a dime. Maybe they're gonna.
Yeah, but, I've run into people. I've had captains like Trump. Trump knows who they are. He's getting satisfaction in someone
Yeah, I
who
can see that. I can see that.
he bending them to his will, having your enemy like come to your camp and basically get on their knees. It's his ego trip. He doesn't trust him, but he likes the feeling.
I just think, you know, this is my opinion. I just think that they are of so little worth to even have them get on their knees.
Well, they're in the media. They got a show.
I mean, like, you could break them even more and make them really grovel by just ignoring them.
Okay, have you heard the meme? What is it that they say? Liberal tears, and you know there are all kinds of memes. Make the what is it? Make the liberals cry, or you know that sort of thing.
I understand all that, right? You know, that's, you know, people can put on millions of memes.
Understand? I understand.
Hey, John. John, what I've noticed about President Trump is that, like, take Marco Rubio. I mean, he says some really bad things about Marco Rubio, and I think probably Marco Rubio did some bad things back. He's just not as good at it as Trump. But Trump seems to me to be able to, you know, I'm going to forget everything you did, you forget everything I did, and then as long as you're willing to go along with me, we're cool.
Yeah,
well, you know, and I'm fine with that too. You know, I'm of a similar, you know, disposition. You know, but I don't know if I don't need you in that way, and he doesn't need them.
Never know.
Well, he could always go back without groveling to them now, or allowing them. I personally, I just wouldn't speak to them. I wouldn't even acknowledge them. There are other media sources that get bigger eyeballs. They can get your message out. And I just want to allow people to talk about me the way they did, and then be allowed to give them my presence on the platform, because they need him, right? He doesn't see them. There are other people that he could go on their shows. Hell, he can go on MSNBC, just not Morning Joe, if he just wants to be on there.
He's gonna get all of them too eventually. Jeff Bezos is the perfect example.
You know, I don't know what Jeff Bezos has said about Donald Trump, but I'm speaking
basically first time in decades said Washington Post, we aren't going to endorse a candidate, probably because they were going to endorse Kamala. Bezos is in a position where, you know, you don't want a president who's vindictive.
Yeah, I understand. I just truly believe, Stanley, if someone were talking about your children, your family, calling you a racist or intimating that you're racist, putting people up on the platform that allowed you to be called a racist. And these people knew that those things weren't true, at least some of them, and they never corrected anyone. They just let them spout more and more racial and animus and hatred. And maybe it was right, maybe it was wrong. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I just wouldn't grace their platform anymore.
Well, John, the difference between you and Trump is you actually are a relatively decent person. He's not. He's purely transactional. He doesn't
and I guess my question to you, what transaction are they able to offer him? That's what I meant.
I don't know, because I honestly believe you don't understand.
Well, that's why I say the only thing that would explain to me is that, you know, what you're saying is, you know, just a narcissistic. He needs people to grovel.
I don't think it's even narcissistic. He's Machiavellian.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, time will tell.
Read my you'll understand. The other parallel, and forgive me for being pedantic, Andrew Johnson. He hated the 1%, landowners in the South, the very rich people. However, he basically got off on, when the South lost, they wanted to get back into the good graces. He got off on having his ass kissed by these rich the planter class. He got off on it. And he forgave them because they groveled enough.
So Morning Joe has an audience of about 1 million people. It goes a little over 1 million. It goes a little below, but importantly, it's not even one of the highest rated MSNBC shows. Rachel Maddow's first. And this surprises me. The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell is number 2 and does very, very well.
Real popular.
I'm sorry?
O'Donnell's real popular.
No, I knew he was very popular. I just didn't think he would be number 2 on that list, considering his time slot.
Yep, right after Maddow.
Yeah. So anyway, but
getting MSNBC hosts on board, I mean, that's an ego boost.
You're not going to get those people on board, and I think that's what Trump doesn't
understand. They act like they are right now. It doesn't matter whether they are in their head or hearts.
I guess it's just my opinion. I don't think he's going to be able to get them on board, and eventually they will, start back to what they were doing initially. And so I just don't see the value in it, but we'll see.
Well, one thing, and I'm not a Trump fan, but he finds value. he will find value in having them in, as vassals. He will find value. He's good at that.
We'll see.
And that may be a show that he watches.
Yep.
I know he watches it because he used to call in 6 in the morning. He used to call in 6 o'clock in the morning during his initial
on the show, talking to their audience probably by Christmas.
And I think, at that point, I think he'll be back on there. But I think at that point, he was they treated him, fairly. They were critical when they needed to be critical, but it wasn't just sneering on the air. It was just like you treat any other politician. But, then they seem to take a turn for the worse. Maybe when they start dating. And
they're married.
Oh, they're married now. Okay.
Yeah.
Married.
Big time. John, is it
Mika every night?
Yeah. John, does it make it worse that they were sort of friendly beforehand, or does it make it easier?
I think for me it would be worse because I know you turned on a dime again.
Yeah.
And you did it with no provocation by me. You could have come to me if we had a disagreement. They didn't do that. They just went on the air every day. And, I don't think they were fair. And that's fine. They don't have to be fair. But he doesn't have to meet with them either, And I think it's a mistake here, yeah.
To take a point that's been made a lot on this channel, Trump isn't like us. That's why he's president. That's why he's a billionaire. He just doesn't think like us, right?
Yeah, and I think he's making a mistake here. He does make mistakes like us.
It's a big deal.
Why do you guys think that they went to him? Like, why did they go to him? You think it was a rating? Do you think something
literally
behind the scenes?
Literally talked retribution. I am your retribution, dude. It's talked. Trump has terrified some people.
Well, and in the game they're in, having a conduit to the president of any kind, whether it's an off-camera quote, whatever, is gold. Nobody else. If you can get that, like when Jason Whitlock he interviewed President Trump, and Jason and I went to the same school, and
did you know him at school?
Ball State.
Yeah.
Did you know him?
No,
he was after me.
I see.
But my high school used to kick his high school's ass. He played with Jeff George. He was O-line, I think, for Jeff George. In high school. So, but anyway, people were, even Ball State people, how can he do that? How can he sit down? It's like, hey, in what I do, if I can sit with any president, Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter, any president, I'm taking that interview. I've interviewed senators. Not all of them are Republicans, and people, I get a little crap for it. And it's like, if I get a sitting U.S. senator, I don't care which side of the aisle he's on. That's a get. That's a big get. President of the United States, if you've got a little conduit,
with that being said, Tom, if you had the opportunity to sit with one, then you're going to create condition where you may be able to sit back down with them again, correct?
Sure. Definitely.
Right? And these people went so rogue that I don't think they deserve an opportunity to sit back down with him. It'd be one thing, again, if they just covered Trump fairly, it was all negative. No one would have a problem with that. But all the name calling, this and that, and then just to flip the switch went from positive to negative. Again, I'm repeating myself. I just don't think there's any value there.
Well, I think
there is tons of value.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Like Tom is alluding to, it's symbiotic. But you know what? I don't think any of the three have high moral character. Snakes, no snakes.
Here's the former LA mayor, Eric Garcetti, U.S. ambassador. It's a tweet from him. He says, I'm thrilled to share.
He's India? Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
That's where the money is. I'm thrilled to share that with over 330,000 students, India has sent more students to the United States than any other country this year. This is International Education Week. Let's celebrate the power of education to build tomorrow's leaders and deepen our bonds. I came to India first as a 19-year-old student, and I know firsthand the value of these exchanges. Here's to our continuing vibrant education partnership, moving the U.S.-India forward together.
John, I'm telling you right now, I have friends mostly out on the West Coast.
Sent more students to the United
States.
Really? John, I'm telling you right now,
I got feedback.
I have friends mostly out on the West Coast. I don't know who that is. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything, but I can. If you want conservatives being imported into the country via India and H-1B, this having students exchange a student exchange with India, almost every Asian, and I know a number, almost all of them are conservatives. I don't know any, maybe my scope is kind of limited. Indians, Vivek is the vanguard of the future. These Indian students, they're gonna revive the Republican Party. And what's her name? Who said she wouldn't? Ann Coulter. She's on the wrong side of history.
I'm not quite sure about the political aspect of it, but I do know this.
Yeah, they're conservative, and Vivek, like I said, is the vanguard.
I do know this, that if you bring 330,000 students from one country into the American secondary education market, that's a lot of demand. And
these guys are all extremely smart, extremely accomplished, and they're Republican.
And I'm not coming one way or the other. I'm talking about it from a business perspective. This is a lot of demand to bring 330,000 people in from one country alone.
It's a positive if you're a conservative. These guys all want to do tech. They're all going to wind up working for Elon Musk and folks like that.
Okay. All right. But as I said, you bring 300,000 people, well, and more, because other people are coming as well, and you drop them down into the education market, and they're going to consume the education, as Garcetti is speaking here. That's a lot of additional demand for the universities. That's a very good thing, because now they have a.
Why do you think the Asians sued? They want more of them at Harvard and places like that.
Right. And that's kind of the point that we were talking about yesterday, is that the government, and this is Gil Garcetti, ambassador in India. He's lauding his accomplishment of 300,000 Indians being brought here. They're going to go to the universities. The universities are going to benefit very well. The collegeocracy, as I termed it yesterday, that the government is bringing them in customers.
And the government, Trump, keep them here.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned politician. I'm just mentioning.
Yeah, well, I know you didn't. That's why I'm mentioning it.
The government is bringing them in customers. Who has the feedback? Let me play this video here. This is from I guess they
someone's
feedback. Maybe it's Stanley. See, someone has YouTube on. I don't know if it's Stanley. Someone has YouTube on. It may be Stanley. Okay, great.
For the first time since 2009, India sent more students to the United States than any other country in the world. More than 330,000 Indians pursued higher education in the great institutions in the United States of higher learning in the year 2023 to 24. This was a 23% increase over the prior year. So what a fantastic way to kick off International Education Week. You see, every Indian student in the United States plays an integral role in bringing our countries closer together, whether working side by side in a science lab on cutting-edge research, or exploring cultural opportunities in a new city or community, or experiencing new customs and traditions with a local family. The impact of international educational exchange is transformational and long-lasting. And this goes both ways. That's why our mission invites American students to come study here in India, to experience its incredible diversity, learn from its breathtaking traditions, and bring those experiences back home to America. Last year, the number of US students who studied in India rose by a whopping 300%. You see, today's students will become tomorrow's leaders, who will drive this relationship, one of the most consequential and critical in the world, forward. And your international experience will inform decision-making, understanding, and appreciation of the partnership of the future. These decisions will be informed from a position of understanding that can only come when we have face-to-face exchange experiences. I know this myself, coming here when I was 19 years old, when I came as a student at university, met Indians, and they changed my lives, and maybe I changed theirs forever. So thank you to all the students who are participating in these amazing exchanges, who are part of the bedrock of our people-to-people ties. And here's to continuing vibrant education partnership, moving the U.S.-India forward together.
It was what's his Garcetti? Eric.
Gil Garcetti, wasn't he mayor of Los Angeles?
No, he was the
his dad,
district attorney for Los Angeles.
Wasn't he mayor too?
Maybe he got mayor. I don't know.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Eric did it, mayor.
That he's Garcetti was in charge for the OJ trial over Marcia Clark and the rest of them.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And he also, the Garcettis are actually, like, their grandfather immigrated here from Mexico and went to Italy, then was in Mexico, took part in the Mexican Revolution, all that stuff. And then the Garcettis then moved into the Los Angeles area, and they've been on the scene. Gil Garcetti, he may have worked on the Charles Manson trial. That's how long he was. Yeah, prosecutor's office. He'd been there forever.
Well, one thing, on the H-1B visa stuff, and again, I actually know people. There's some YouTube shows that, that I've watched. As a matter of fact, last night we watched, what's his name? Damn it, I can't think of his name now. And I just watched him. Peter Boghossian. Last night we watched a video, or overnight we watched a video by him where he talked about Trump education plans, and he talked specifically about the Asian lawsuits against Harvard and UNC. Basically, the Asian discrimination, we get more Asians in. Asians are particularly, especially South Asians, are particularly into Trump in that whole MAGA / conservative space. Vivek, like I said, is a vanguard. There will be more like him. And I actually think at some point, it won't be soon, but at some point, the browning of the Republican Party will be via probably Indians, maybe even more so than Latinos.
Still has some food back there.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not me. I wonder if it's Virgo.
It's not me. I was muted.
Yeah, I think it's
It might be Lindy Lou. Remember, she was having some issues.
Lindy Lou is in a. Yeah.
Remember, she was having some issues with her.
Okay, well, I muted them both. I just, and again, I've literally, like, over the past 3 or 4 years, have just been watching it. Indians, there's a book called Snakes of the Ganga by a guy named Malhotra. Probably nobody's read the book, but these guys are like ultra conservative.
They're aside from the politics, I mean.
Okay, well, you talking about the immigration part of it?
No, I'm talking about the cost of schooling, really.
These guys are rich. The schools aren't paying. These guys are.
I understand. If you let me finish where I was going, you may see where I'm headed here. These schools, there is a finite capacity to students, right? They can't build a classroom overnight. So there is some proper capacity planning. And since you say these guys are rich, that brings in another aspect of it, is that which would the university rather have, a rich student on campus or a financial aid student on campus?
They'd rather have rich students.
Right. The rich end up crowding out in many cases. As you say, if you're coming here from India or Asia, maybe parts of Africa as well, you're probably coming from fairly well-to-do parents. And those parents can more or less pay their way in. And if there's a game of musical chairs, someone's going to be left standing up. There won't be a chair.
It's going to be the people that are going to suffer are going to be the Caucasians.
Well, okay. That makes you feel better. But I think the people that are.
It makes me not feel anything at all.
Okay.
They are testing it. They're like paying their way in. These people are testing it. Higher SAT scores, better grades.
Well, there have been studies. There have been studies that colleges will, self-select they're going to select the best ones, the ones with the money, right? That makes sense. If you,
these guys and grades,
and then we've also covered that outside of the United States, they have a lot of cheating scandals. We saw that here. I think it was HB may have showed. I can't remember who. But all of that being aside, they testing. I'm not criticizing them. I'm not saying one or the other. I'm just saying, if you bring in 500,000 people to consume something, something that's finite, classrooms, classes, education, then someone's got to be crowded out, unless we have an excess capacity of education where we can just take people from the rest of the world. And that doesn't seem to be the case, because education gets more and more expensive.
Well, can I ask you a question?
More expensive. It's just more supply there, more demand there. Yeah, go ahead.
Who's getting crowded out?
Well,
because they're not blacks aren't competing with them.
Well, I'm saying that if you get 100 applications, you just for simplicity's sake, and you're getting 30-40% foreign students with the capacity to pay without any request for financial aid, full freight. And then you have some some American students, no matter what their race is, and they're saying, hey, I need a little aid to go there. The university has an incentive to pick the foreign students. This is not something I've just thought of. It's been reported on.
Oh, I don't. I'm very aware of
Right.
what you're talking about. And personally, I don't care.
Yeah, I understand. I didn't ask you to care. I was just more
They're testing in. See, here's the boomerang. They are literally better at the meritocracy than white students are. So the lawsuit that the Asians brought, it was a MAGA conservative group that sponsored this lawsuit. They are literally going to choke on the fruit that they picked. They wanted to get rid of affirmative action. They're going to get what they asked for, and it's going to hurt the white students.
You know, time will tell. Either way it goes, the cost of education will go up, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. Who it hurts more or less, we'll see.
Actually, it doesn't hurt. As a matter of fact, paying students means there's more money for minority students.
Okay, so it may help minorities, but
It
either
is
way it goes.
the funny part is the way the affirmative action, the stuff that got thrown out by the Supreme Court, it actually kept the proportions, the number of Asian students more or less fixed. Well, all the Supreme Court threw all of that out. Again, what was asked for is going to boomerang on the very brought
Maybe
the
we
suit.
should do a stream on the political ramifications versus the economic ramifications. I think
It is more educational. The funny thing, there's a lot of irony here. The Republicans and the right in general are going to benefit from these students. However, the meritocracy game that was touted for 100 years, Asian students are better at the meritocracy than the white students.
Okay.
And blacks, we don't compete with the Asians.
Okay.
So it's strictly the Caucasian students, the ones their grandparents and their great-great-grandparents dreamed up the meritocracy and the arguments supporting it. And now they're up against a group that's way better than they are. And I find it funny.
Anyone else want to come in on that?
Well,
go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
Well, really, if you think about it, or if you maybe just consider this, my father's generation, he graduated high school in 1958. Going to college was a rich man's game. Unless you were an athlete or had, gotten some sort of academic scholarship, you didn't go. If your parents did not have the money to do it, the Pell Grants, all that, they didn't exist. So that sort of construct, even when I went, not everybody went, but a lot of people went. And I mean, I can tell you when I was in school, there were a lot of people there that shouldn't have been. So what you're talking about is almost returning back to that era of if you got money and you're getting the grades, you're going to be way in front of everybody else. Then comes the people with money. And then comes whatever's left over.
Right. Yeah. Again, I don't like to focus on race because there are rich black people that will benefit. There are rich white people that will benefit. There are poor white, poor black people.
I like focusing on the race because I like irony.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a race thing. I think it's a money thing.
Yeah, HB. This is something I actually know. So I'm not biting my tongue. I'm not doubting it. I'm just chuckling.
I think the color green definitely trumps all
Okay,
of that.
yeah, I hear all that, but it is what it is, and it's real. I actually joked a couple years ago to a friend of mine who is, by the way, Indian heritage, Berkeley graduate, and I told him and a bunch of other friends, I salute our new Asian overlords. It's going to happen. Well, you can doubt it all you want, but the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, we should do a stream about it one day. Yeah, how does it all?
The friend I told you about,
Yeah.
he had been on one night a while ago, but I'll see if we can set up an interview. I'll be glad to bring him on.
Yeah, we, have a back and forth. He can tell us where he thinks is all headed. We talk about it.
Well, he will never say it. I will. He's humble and kind of a good guy. I'm not. I suffer from those weaknesses.
I mean, he can, talk about, just, kind of like Ken Watson did. HB, you won't believe this, man. I saw this on YouTube or Twitter or somewhere, Facebook. And man, people talk about capitalism all the time and the downsides of capitalism. Look at this guy's shoes, man. He got a whole kitted out collection of orthopedic Jordans.
Oh yeah, I've seen this guy.
Out of all my
before, yeah.
orthopedic Jordans, which one are my favorite ones? And I'm gonna let you guys know right now. It's these right here. These great fives, man. If you know, you know. In the backstory on why these are my favorite shoes is when I was a kid back in the day, when I was in like 8th grade, 9th grade, I remember my dad, he took me to Foot Locker and I asked him for these shoes. And he told me no. And the reason why he used to tell me no to shoes like this was because he didn't believe in, me having all these colorful shoes. He used to only want to get me basic black shoes, basic white shoes, so I could, match my shoes with all my outfits. Because back in the day, I would only be able to wear one shoe a year. So he wanted to get me a shoe that I could match with all my outfits. So that's why he would tell me no to colorful shoes like these. So it's crazy now that I'm older, I got my own money, my own career, that I can afford all of these. And these shoes are so special to me because I was finally able to get them. And, because I was told no when I was a child, but got them now. So.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if I want to laugh or cry.
Yeah,
Lord.
I mean, back in the day, he'd be in a freak show, man. I've seen this guy before though. He kind of freaks me out a little bit. I don't know.
Damn, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. See, better move on.
I guess when they tell black folks to pull yourself up by the bootstrap, one bootstrap is he's got to bend down a little lower than the other one, I guess. Got to really pull himself up.
But I wondered, does Nike make that, or did someone in the aftermarket do that? It's just
Oh yeah. No, those are all. He probably goes to some shoe sole place and they got his measurements and stuff. They just throw another. Yeah, they just throw another sole on there.
There's like a place that makes orthotics or something. It's actually a good business,
So he had to buy the Jordans and then go get a super heel on it. Damn, that had to be expensive.
Yeah. No, it can't be cheap to put all that plastic, and then it's got to be able to balance himself out and stuff.
Damn, you probably gotta get measured and shit.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
You know, deep brown pump in the tongue of the thing. Inflate that elevator part.
Yeah. Do you remember those? Remember 2 grams?
Yeah. I remember the
you probably had them as a baby. You probably had them as a baby.
Yeah.
I gotta pump up.
I'd be spending my money on trying to get that peg leg fixed, man. I don't know.
Hey, hold up, guys.
I don't know what. I'm sure they got surgeries for that.
Ukraine has used its U.S. long-range missile to strike within Russia for the first time. Ooh. They're gonna hand Trump off of World War III there.
Yeah. Biden's he's holding up his end of the bargain while Trump's about to be in. I think he's kind of revving it up before the guard changes. So Biden's doing what he's got to do.
Damn, amazing World War III type thing, huh?
Yeah.
You think it'll be a World War III film?
Oh, no. This is This is a holy war, man. This has been going on for probably 1,000 years, man. This is
Bible says the last war going to be a holy war.
You said the last one is going to be a holy war?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Gog and Magog, the 144,000. I'm worried. The only thing I'm worried about is we have a lot of governments and a lot of people that are unbending, and that's the only threat of a world war I see. Or one of the kooky countries getting a nuke and starting something nobody's going to back out of. I don't think we're going to do it. I don't think Russia's going to do it. I don't think India's going to do it. No.
There's a story right here that kind of ties back into what we were just talking about that I just noticed.
Tom, I checked the back chat.
Hold on, fellas. I got to pump up my soul. I'll be right with you.
This is a story of a Supreme Court case. I don't know if it was an actual case. Well, I don't know what the case is called. This is a guy who is an Indian. I guess he was a naturalized citizen, and he went to the Supreme Court, basically challenging the natural born citizen clause as qualifications for president, and he wanted to challenge because he wanted to run for president.
Supreme Court declines to hear natural born citizen presidential case.
This ties back into, the Indians are going to be a challenge politically at some point, and it won't be, in the near future, but they're going to challenge, and not. They're going to be a challenge to the white, our white 60% majority. I'll read this right quicker.
Wouldn't they need the numbers, though? Wouldn't they need the numbers?
Sorry, what?
Wouldn't they need the numbers first?
Numbers for what?
For representation.
No. Vivek ran for president, did he not?
You said what?
Vivek ran for president, did he not? So I mean, I think that Vivek might not be the right Asian American, but we've got Asian Americans who want to challenge the natural born citizen requirement. So at the Supreme Court, this wound up at the Supreme Court. Well, actually, the Supreme Court declined to hear it, but these are challenges you're going to start seeing over the next decade or so. Vivek, again, is the vanguard.
Supreme Court declines to hear natural born citizen presidential case. The U.S. Supreme Court, SCOTUS, on Monday declined to hear Shiva Ayyadurai challenge to the natural born citizen clause after his effort to run for president was blocked. The natural born citizen clause in the Constitution says only someone born a U.S. citizen can become president or vice president. The rule has sparked a number of debates and legal challenges. Ayyadurai, who was born in India, asked the nation's High Court to review Ayyadurai versus Democratic State Committee of New Jersey and overturn the decision made by the New Jersey State Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court issued a certiorari denied, which means it decided not to review the lower court's decision. The Supreme Court simply did not have courage to take on the case, Ayyadurai told Newsweek via email on Monday. The denial of a writ of certiorari means that independent U.S. Senate candidate Shiva Ayyadurai of Massachusetts protests being excluded from a debate between Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren and her Republican opponent, Jeff Deal, in Boston on October 19, 2018. The U.S. Supreme Court, Michael Dwyer AP photo, Ayyadurai, who is known as Dr. Shiva, had enough valid signatures to appear on the 2024 New Jersey ballot. But the New Jersey Democratic Party challenged his inclusion, and the lower state courts upheld the challenge.
And my point is that you're gonna see more of this as time goes on,
Well, why did the Supreme Court deny it?
because it's clear in the in the Constitution the requirements. I mean, there's no reason to hear it. I'm not exactly sure what his reasoning was, whether he just wanted a test case or just what. But, you know, affirmative action was challenged for years until the right case came along. I don't think it's so clear that I don't think, you know, any challenge like this is ever going to be accepted. But it ties into my point that Asians are very good at being American and working within the American meritocracy. They're about the best there is at it. You're going to see more Viveks.
You know, Stanley, another reason they may have not heard it is they may have just said, well, that's a state issue. The states determine certification. I mean, in the other states, he got 28,000 votes. They might have
it could be a bunch of things.
Yeah.
Point isn't that, you know, the Supreme Court didn't hear it. The point is you're going to see more challenges to the white status quo over the next few years.
Well, and I think the reason that he would want them to hear it, and one of the many reasons, is if he can subvert that local state's decision and make it federal, you know, that's good for him. That's good.
Well, he's going to whittle away. You know how these test cases work. They tried for years to get affirmative action overturned. Finally, they did. They tried for years to challenge Roe v. Wade.
Mm-hmm.
Failed, but they kept on trying until something worked.
Title IX, same thing.
Yep. And I don't think you're ever going to be able to challenge the plain language. All I'm saying is the Asians are coming. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think that they are going to defy this, you know, thing about, immigrants are, you know, taking away from resources and all this stuff. They're bringing their own resources and they are succeeding better than legacy Americans. You're not going to be able to treat them like Haitians because they're going to have money, they're going to have talent. So they kind of defy that immigration paradigm.
Yeah.
These people aren't taking from America, they're actually adding to the coffers.
Yeah,
they're better at it than the legacy Americans.
And many of them aren't refugees.
Oh, no. They been out on the West Coast. These people are rich.
Yeah.
They run Microsoft, you know, an Indian runs Microsoft, etc. And other tech companies. So
very interesting.
Oh, well, like I said, I've been working, you know, off and on. I've got friends, you know, in elite circles, and they are very capable. And, you know, they're not all as off-putting as Vivek.
He's not off-putting to me at all.
Well, you know, nobody's off-putting to you if they vote Trump.
Well, come on. There's some people that are a little
I'm just kidding, HB.
I think Vivek's a pretty bright guy, you know.
Yes, they will continue to beat upon the weaker portions of Bulwer. Are you talking about the movie Blacks? So, you know, and really what I'm trying to say is everybody needs to get better. It's one of the reasons that, you know, I was kind of demanding on my son. White people better wake up and smell the chai. They better get better. There's a county, I think it was Forsyth County in Georgia. You know, these white kids are rich. They're taking all these AP courses. They're doing well in school. An Asian population came in and started doing even better than the white kids. They were squeezing the white kids out in all these academic sort of competitions, et cetera, et cetera. You know what the white people did? The white people pulled their kids out. They all moved to a county south, kind of restarted in an area where there are fewer Asians, and their kids could do well in school and be at, top tier academically.
Hey,
Asian
Stanley, what did the blacks do?
kids down
Hey,
to
Stanley,
second.
Stanley, what did the blacks do?
There were no blacks involved.
In Georgia? In Fayette County, Georgia? Are you just saying they weren't involved in the school?
It might have been it was Forsyth County.
Oh, okay. I was saying, damn, Fayette County.
And I'll find that story. The story's a couple years old. My jaw dropped. These white people didn't even try and compete. They moved.
Well, separate but equal.
Yeah. So, people like Amy Wax. Tom, you know who Amy Wax is?
I do not.
I'll put a story in there. She's been crusading against Asians and immigration in general. She's a University of Pennsylvania law school professor. She basically got suspended because she went out, she says a lot of things about immigration. She only thinks immigration should be from Northern European countries and countries that, basically have, quote, bourgeois values.
Hey, Stanley, my question to you, because I lived in New York City, and I remember anyone in New York City remember that there was a big,
where most of these Indians live.
There was a big brouhaha over. There was a big brouhaha over the I guess they call them magnet schools, the AP type schools, Bronx Science, Brooklyn Tech. And you are right that it ultimately became a competition between the whites and the Asians, and the blacks were like the odd man out or the odd group out.
Blacks aren't in the same room.
Well, I mean, they wanted to carve out a few seats for the blacks to say, well, you know what? There should be at least some black people in the Bronx Science and Brooklyn Tech. And the Asians were saying, why the hell should there be? Because every seat you give a black, it's away from us. Right.
As a matter of fact, the affirmative action case, Harvard and UNC, was brought by Asian students.
Right.
They skipped over the white students and they skipped over the legacy admissions and, basically knocked the blacks out of the ring by getting rid of affirmative action.
Yeah, and and that is kind of the point where, if you really, really wanted to play it out, is that the whites and the Asians would find some level of competition. The Hispanics and the blacks would be down on the lower level because they're not going to compete with the AP classes with the whites and the Asians.
Well, most of them. There are black students who do.
Of course, there's some, but I mean, if in a magnet school like in New York City, I think 60% of the students were Asians, about 30% were white, and then then the rest of them were more or less affirmative action hires, interests. And so the people down at the bottom, they're gonna have to figure out how to, compete on their level, right? The white man,
they're gonna have to raise their game.
Well, they may not be able to raise their game, and that's one of the things. New York City. I remember when New York City was trying all these different approaches to get more blacks into Brooklyn and the Bronx Tech and all those types of schools. They spent millions upon millions of dollars on like prep training. They're saying that the blacks can't afford the prep training like the Asian kids can, even though the Asian kids were poor. So the city spent money on prep training and all that, and the numbers didn't really increase significantly. So I think they're going to have to, cast down their buckets wherever they are, whoever they're able to compete against, as opposed to being pulled up by the government. Because as you can see, the government is bringing in full freight students who clearly, as you say, have the SAT scores and things like that.
Well, I don't think the government's actually doing it. I mean, the schools are.
We just said Gil Garcetti,
well, Gil Garcetti's basically doing a student exchange.
Well, but he's an ambassador in India, and part of his job in the embassy in India is to support and encourage Indian students to come to America to learn. Now, many Americans are not going to India, as Alton Room would tell you. Many Americans just can't stomach that. Some people can, but it's going to be a one direction, mostly one direction.
Here's the deal. And again, I pointed out the irony of it. The government it's a white man's government. Okay. And hey, they're picking their poison.
Yeah.
So I'm highly amused, have been for the past few years, and I guess I'm going to continue to be amused. So as far as, and it's kind of why,
Hey, this is interesting. You say you see the government as a white man's government. Is that
it's not going to be an affirmative action game. You either compete or you don't.
Do you say you see the government as a white man's government? Is that the way you say you see it? Okay.
Tell me it's not.
I don't think I've ever thought about it. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, I have thought about it. Look at 90+% of the Congress is white and male. So I'm sorry you never thought about it, but the reality is that it is. How many black governors do we have? One that I can think of off the top of my head, Maryland.
Yeah, just one.
So, and you know what? It's 60% majority. It was founded by Europeans. I'm not making a value judgment. I'm not, raising my fist and going, I'm not doing a Black Panther. The reality is that it's a white man's government. The Tucker Carlsons of the world are not going to give it up that easily, but Asians are outperforming them. And I don't know that they realize what's happening. They must. As a matter of fact, I know they are, because there's Amy Wax, who SKC is a big fan of. She's a friend of Glenn Lowry's. But I don't think Amy Wax is old and infirm. Tucker Carlson isn't a spring chicken. JD Vance, his wife is Indian. So again, I'm not actually even saying whether this is bad or good. I think it's actually good. But people are going to realize too late that these people are better at the academics and a lot of other things that matter. America's going to have to raise its game. And
So
that's
you say
everybody.
picking order of Asians, the Southeast Indians. I'm not sure what you say. Picking order of
Within the Asian community, I would say the South Asians are probably, there are more of them. They tend to be very westernized because, India was a British colony. They actually kind of think Western.
And that will push whites down to what right?
No, I'm not. If whites get pushed down, it's because they're lazy and don't want to compete.
I'm saying if you would, so do you think the whites can outcompete the Indians?
Not without working harder, not without moving away from a challenge.
Okay. So one of them two would be number one, and the other would be number two. It's one and two in your eyes, right?
Let's not say number one. Let's just say ascendant.
I mean, that'd be the top dog, right? You say that earlier you claimed the overlord, right?
Years, but the writing's on the wall. What that Bronco?
You called him the overlord earlier, right? You call him the overlord, right? So you call him like the overlord, right?
Well, that's a joke.
Yeah, I heard that term before.
Yes,
it kind of does.
Very ascendant. Right. The only thing is Hindus tend to be very self-effacing. They're not as aggressive. They're not aggressive. They're not, going to go and, bite heads off chickens and stuff like that. But the thing is, that makes it even more, palatable. These people aren't boastful. They're hardworking. They are dedicated, and they are very focused when they want to be. That part of Western culture, they have an advantage over.
So
and
either one of them will be the top dog American economy, right?
It's just the Tucker Carlsons complaining about being replaced. They may not have a choice.
I mean, so to boil it all down, likely what in the world you're painting, the East Asians would be like number one in
Well,
these
not East Asians, South Asians.
Sorry, okay, I get it.
But number one, let's not rank it. Asians is too broad a term. South Asians are specifically people that I know, have friends, and kind of know their work ethic. They are very focused.
Basically, they're in competition with the whites for number one, right?
I wouldn't say. Well, they're only in competition when they feel like they're being discriminated against.
Universities and the elite. You said they're very good at this stuff, right? So,
of course they are. That's why they brought the lawsuit. They felt they were being discriminated against.
Hey, Stanley, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you. I can't now. Anyway, I don't mean to belabor the point, but this just happened to happen, and it happens to be something I've literally been thinking about this for probably 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I've thought about it too, because I do believe that it will be
Hold
like
on, I have a bad echo. Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah, I do think it will be like a pecking
hang on,
order.
I'll be back. I have a bad
Look
echo.
at SKC, the hate. Why would I hate these people? It's one of the reasons I've been kind of hard on my son and keeping him to the grindstone. He's going to have to compete. He's going to have to compete with these people, and if he's not ready for it, I don't hate him. As a matter of fact, nobody should hate him, because we're going to have to work up to a level we're not used to working up to. The improvement will be welcome.
Stanley, now, can I ask you a question now? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Question. Would you almost prefer it that way? Do you think a lot more people would prefer that maybe the Indian or Asian or whatever be more in the helm?
I don't think it's really not going to be a matter of choice. I actually think if there's going to be a group that's ascendant, they work hard. They work harder. They take their academics a lot more seriously. Americans don't. And when I say Americans, I mean Americans, that are more westernized. Now, the one thing, by the third generation, that third generation immigrant is going to be fairly acculturated. They're not going to be as focused as the second generation. So, they do acquire some bad American habits. However, their focus, and I think, if you've ever read Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom, Amy Chu is East Asian, but Asian culture just across the board tends to be they tend to take their academics and stuff like that seriously.
And their system is far more demanding and far less forgiving.
Yep. Yeah, and there are bad things about, having kids that rigid, but at least for now.
Well, Sam, I am brought something in the chat that's pretty. He said, "Can someone explain to me why all these foreign people are so much better than Americans? It seems that we would be running to their countries if they are so advanced and better than us."
Okay, well, Sam, we can talk about it, but your question should be answering itself. I hope that's rhetorical.
No, I think
you might not be the best one to ask that question.
I can answer Sam's question. It's because by and large these people do migrate here legally. So we're getting the best of the best here.
You're saying Indians are migrating here illegally?
No, legally, not illegally. Legally, right. So we're usually getting the best and the brightest of them. We're not getting
and the richest.
We're not getting
these people aren't taken from the welfare state.
Yeah, we're not getting the dregs of society.
They're paying taxes. Look at what the top echelon of financially, wealth wise, Asians. You know that, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you're
So I
talking
mean,
about,
they're already
I
they're
think it's just
already there
culturally.
financially.
I think it's just culturally. Like you're most like Asians, they don't really care too much about politics. But the South
Not
Asians,
yet.
the
Vivek,
Indians.
that's why I say Vivek is the vanguard.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about like Indians. Yeah, they're more politically
Don't
based.
be careful about that. We just had Rishak, who was Prime Minister of Britain, so they're getting there.
Yeah, I just don't think it's in their culture really.
Okay, well, you would be wrong. I literally just said the last, not this Prime Minister, the one before was
I'm talking about like Chinese and Koreans and
okay.
I'm
I'm
talking about those
talking Asians, as in South Asians.
All right,
It's it's in the Indian culture. They were a British colony. They think, they think a lot more Western than say, a Chinese immigrant.
That's what I'm making the distinction. I'm saying that the Asians, I mean, everybody knows the Asians
You
have
mean
been
East
outperforming.
Asians?
Yeah, East Asians. They've been outperforming, pretty much everybody in America. But
Yep, and South Asians too. And the thing about South Asians is they may not be tippy top, but they have a business savvy. They are smart. They have a business savvy, and they think a lot more Western because they grow up more Western than say an East Asian or a Chinese immigrant. I would say a Japanese immigrant thinks more Western. So
what I could say too about the South Asians too is ethically they don't really have many. They're not very
SAC, you're right. The other thing they have, they're a lot more family oriented and they are multi-generational. They will have grandmothers keeping kids, for childcare.
Well, Stanley, here's the problem that I have with what you're saying is that like, not a problem. Like, let me rephrase it. I think a lot of these same qualities and traits that many of the Hispanics have.
But they're missing the academics.
Right. They can't compete head on with the Southeast, whatever Asian, whatever the hell we're talking about. But they can do very well where they are, right? Wherever they are in life.
Blacks can do very well where they are. Of course they can.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is right now the Hispanics aren't really concerned about who's in the top Supreme Court or the top AP.
Well, that's awesome because the Asians are concerned.
Right, but I think the Asians aren't concerned with some of the things that the Hispanics are concerned about. The Hispanics are concerned about who's going to get the next draft.
Your favorite minority? I'm saying that
I'm just saying they're all different immigrants, right?
Outperforming Hispanics already.
Right, so they're all different immigrant groups, and I think what we're seeing here is that the Asians are putting their effort behind where they're really strong, education. They beating everybody. The Hispanics say, okay,
they're very entrepreneurial also.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about education now.
Okay, well, I'm not.
We can talk about yeah, that's true.
More than education, just to be a leader.
But as it relates to entrepreneurial, like I don't know if the Asians are
fake entrepreneurial.
Yeah, but there are a lot of Hispanic entrepreneurs. My mother goes to a Hispanic grocery store that's all up and down the East Coast, and I think it's even.
How many Hispanic billionaires are there that have any sort of reach other than Mark Cuban?
The Mexican owner of.
How many Hispanics are running tech companies?
Well, but again, I don't think that they are tech company type people. I agree with you there, but they do own a lot of construction businesses.
Well, that's nice. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about restaurants and national leadership.
It's small relative to Microsoft, but they may never have the CEO levels at Microsoft. But
okay, I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, okay, if you let me finish, you keep interrupting me.
Okay, well, you're taking too long.
Right, but people have let you talk forever, right? You've told us about Amy Wax and Glenn Lowry, right? But
yeah.
Okay,
no.
Go Go ahead. Let me know when you're done, and then
Maybe if you knew it, you wouldn't be making this argument.
Stanley, it seems like you only cut off the black people. Is that something?
Well, it's only the black people that are spouting this bullshit.
Well,
I mean, we all have difference of opinion, Stanley. I mean,
Okay, this isn't. See, you seem to think this is a difference of opinion. This isn't a matter of opinion. Where are you getting that this is opinion?
I'm just
fact.
trying to hear John's opinion. That's all.
Okay, well, you go right ahead. You might have the time.
Go ahead, John.
It seems to be that everyone has found this slot that they're comfortable in. The Asians and the whites more or less are competing for that top educational slot, and clearly in corporate America, things like that. The Hispanics have said, we'll take our corner of the world, our slice in the blue collars, working with your hands, cleaning houses, whatever the hell they do, right? They seem comfortable with that. They dominate. They're top dog at that shit. And I think everybody has to has to be number one and number two at something, right? Or you got to move on. Like, no one has time in this country now for number 3, number 4 rated person. He's not as good as my number 1, my number 2, my number 3. So I choose my 4th option. I don't think people are choosing their 4th option anymore. So that just becomes the odd man out. And what you described is, slotting the whites, the Asians, the Hispanics. Everyone knows where they fit in the world. But so that's why I wanted to ask you. You described the top 2 groups, so what are the other 2 groups land? And
Okay, I don't really care. Now, maybe it's how. My point is that anybody can be in the upper echelon. I'm not raising, for instance, I'm not raising my son to be number 3.
Well, I think I can answer that question.
If that is how people are raising their children, I guess they can raise them how they want to. Me personally, if I were Hispanic, I'm not raising my son to find his place. He should aim for the top, and he lands where he lands. But aiming to be number 2, I don't work that way.
Someone said you said Mark Cuban is Hispanic, Stanley?
Isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the first time I
I know his wife, and I don't know. I can very quickly, and I'll put the link in the back chat.
In the back chat. Put his real name in the chat.
Well, no, I
Mark
I was
Cuban.
saying that
this
He's
isn't
Jewish.
really,
fuck it.
This isn't really my point.
Portia, what was your
If he's not a Hispanic billionaire, then I definitely can't name one.
Go ahead, Portia. What is Mark Cuban?
His paternal grandfather changed the family surname from Chabinsky to Cuban after immigrating from Russia through Ellis Island. They are Jewish. They are Jewish. He's Jewish.
Now I can't think of a Hispanic billionaire. I know there must be a few out there. But
there are many Hispanic leaders of major corporations: Fannie Mae, ADM, Johnson & Johnson, PepsiCo, Kraft Heinz, Edison International, Baxter International, huge medical company, Westinghouse, Air Brake Technologies. So of the, I don't know, in the Fortune 500, only 14, but they do helm some of the largest companies.
Right. Well, my point, my overall point, to John's last statement. Yep. We seem to have a pecking order based on race, and that's, I don't know that I agree with that necessarily, but it's kind of the way things have settled out. But I don't subscribe to the fact that, oh hell, the Asians are always going to be number 1. That there's that hard and fast pecking order. So you raise your children to aim for a specific slot. If you should always aim for the top, but you fall where you fall. So
can I answer John's question? So as far as the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th spot, unfortunately, they're gonna keep going lower and lower. That's the reality of it.
Who is they?
You don't.
You mean anyone who's not Asian?
Pretty much. So yeah. These immigrants, they are outperforming traditional Americans. I think we can all agree on that.
And
they're also having more kids too. So that
well,
gives them a leg up.
the irony that I find about Asians is they don't fit into the John Galt Asia or immigrants are bad. They're not taken from the country.
Well, I think maybe not right now, but eventually, yeah. This
Nah,
country will be completely
by the time that happens, they're going to have generational wealth.
I don't know.
Okay, if you look at least maybe it's earnings, maybe it's salary wise, Asians outperform white people in America and Britain, by the way. So if you can go from that top 10%, down to, the bottom rungs, you'd have to work to do that.
We will see.
Oh, well, we will. I don't think I'm wrong, though.
Oh, nobody said you're wrong, Stanley.
Oh, I didn't say you did. You say we'll see. Sounds like you have some doubts, and as well you should. I just don't have those doubts.
Yeah. Because it's.
So if you're working towards a white standard, you might want to work to an Asian standard. That might be my ultimate point.
Well, I work towards
Free Zone Lou makes a good point. Asians are not having more kids. Their fertility rates are low. I think they're actually lower, maybe lower than white.
No. In China, yeah, but in America they do.
You sure?
Yeah. In America they do
You
have kids.
think Asians are having more kids than whites? I mean,
we probably have to look up the numbers.
In reality, what would likely happen is
probably no.
And my thoughts is, if the Asians and the whites, as Stanley describes, are the top dogs, then we likely end up with a bunch of Master Kims.
Well, Master Kim isn't top level. I'm talking like actual smart Asian.
Maybe his top level Asian married down with a white, right?
Well, I don't care about any of that. I said what I said. You can bring in Master Kim and all that stuff.
I should have used Master Kim. I should have said, someone like Master Kim, half white, half Asian guy. So, that could be, the breakdown there is that the two top dogs will likely do business with each other, go to school with each other.
Really, tying this back in, I don't think you should be raising your kids to fit into a slot. Okay, I think you should be.
Hey, John, that is a good point though. I do see a lot of those Asians and Indians. They do marry white. They do marry white. So I think it might just all go back to white eventually.
Well, I'm afraid you're wrong about that. They tend to marry each other. They tend to be very family oriented, and Indians actually go back to India to do arranged marriages. So, yeah, of course they marry into white families, but I would almost be willing to bet, I don't know this for sure, I'd be willing to bet that, blacks marry into interracially, either more or at the same rate. Indians don't, if they're very traditional, no.
So you said,
it's more than a.
When I look at JD Vance, his wife is Indian.
And by the way, she's more accomplished than JD Vance is.
And there you go. These are the top two groups, and they're saddling up with each other. The odds of him finding a sister or her finding a bro, man, like a JD Vance is just a very successful woman. I mean, you really just skimming off the the ultra elite here. And again, the world you described seems rather rigid in that the upper elites will kind of mate together, and then everyone else will kind of mate with each other.
Okay, well, you're kind of like way past my point, so you run with that theory. All I'm saying is,
I just took your theory that
we know what the standard is. I've kind of warned what's coming. Your kid better compete.
Yeah, it's interesting. I won't ask you that, but we'll move on.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead,
Yeah.
John. Come on, John. Come on. Let's start up. It's early, man. Hit the like button, you guys.
Are you worried about my feelings?
Hit the like button, you guys.
I just all want to have a too deep.
Yeah, well, like Black says, this isn't new, guys.
Hit the like button, you guys. John, come on, man. Let's get the hard hitting questions, man. Let's go.
Yeah, go for it, John. Don't worry about me.
No, I don't think it's hard. I don't think it's a hard hitting question. As I said, I've worked with Indian software capacity, and I just think that if it is as Stanley describes, and we now have a fourth class citizen in this country.
I think we're all the same class. If you want to call them fourth class, like I said, I think when you look at income, when you look at attendance at elite universities, you look at affirmative action. Affirmative action went by whites couldn't do it. Asians did topple affirmative action. There's some things that Asians are doing that white people haven't been able to do. And really, I don't mean to make this, a race-based type argument. What I'm saying is that America is a racist country, so I guess you kind of have to look at it racially. I just don't think that, they defy this. They're not the Haitians. They're not the Mexicans. They're not a lot of things, and they're not taking away from the welfare system. They are defying this, oh shit, immigrants are taking over the country and they're ruining the culture. These immigrants are not doing any of the things that you may think that minorities do when they come here.
Yeah.
And the statistics will back me up.
It's true. God bless the Indians.
Well, I did pull up the data on the percentage of births by race and ethnicity.
Oh wow!
2021 to 2023, and we have. Let me make sure that's big enough for you guys. Oops.
Yep, Asians are pretty low.
Oh wow!
So they're not going to replace us on a birth rate level.
So white people are at 50%. Hispanics come in next at 25%. Third place is going to be Black folks at 14%. You have Asians at 6.3%, and then American Indian, Alaska Native, they are at 0.7%.
Herman, plenty of Indians who were born in America eat red meat.
Yeah, they do. I had a Indian roommate in college, and he used to eat red meat, and he couldn't tell his mom that he ate red meat.
SKC, I don't understand your question. Can you elaborate on that? Indians are ruining your air quality, blacks?
Yeah, they do stink. They do stink. Now my roommate, he didn't stink, but a lot of them do stink.
Yeah, well, you know what? They're going to stink all the way to the bank.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, they may own the bank.
Hey, let me ask you,
some point.
Stanley, since you live down in Georgia, you've heard Master Kim talk about the Indians, how they, I forget what he says. They create those, I don't know what he call them, but selling those blacks and all that shit to the blacks.
By the way, in Atlanta, the Indians have a fairly successful community, high income, etc.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. I was telling you about my buddy that sold Rolls Royces down there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the nigga said to me?
What's
he
that?
Said, my neighborhood mostly Indian.
Yeah, they're high income, John.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but you know, I just laughed at, you know, how black. it's always just, probably just a joke, inside joke.
And I'm not kidding. You know, this is a little off the topic, but I'm not kidding when I say that, you know, one of the things that, you know, I was kind of adamant about with my son, without being very specific, but, you know, it's like, dude, you need to be doing the best you can if you want to compete at, you know, the top echelons. Now, you may get there, you may not, but you need to understand that you're not necessarily competing with white students anymore. Georgia Tech, it's a goodly number of immigrants, surprisingly high, as a matter of fact. And, you know, the white students, you're competing with Asian, son. You're not competing with the white students.
What did he say when you told him that?
Well, I wasn't that explicit, but it's what I meant.
Yeah.
You know, I basically told him, you know, don't be satisfied with, you know, you need to be performing at top level and you fall where you fall. But one of the reasons I'm thinking is, you know what? He wasn't valedictorian of his class, but, you know, he was close. And when he goes to Georgia Tech or Harvard or wherever it is, you know, he was going to go, you're not competing with the white people anymore. The white people don't even know that they're, you know, not competing with themselves. I think that Harvard and Berkeley, especially, California got rid of affirmative action a while ago. And I'd have to look it up, but I actually think Berkeley in particular, I don't think it's majority Asian, but it might be. I'll look it up right quick.
Hey, John, did y'all talk about the Haitians in Springfield yet?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, great. While Stanley's doing that, I wanted to bring something to your attention. I thought you might be interested in this. Haitian immigrants flee Springfield, Ohio in droves after Trump election win. I went over this yesterday and last night, but I wasn't sure if you and HB got to hear about it. So they're leaving.
And where are they going? I wonder where they're going.
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah.
We have, let me see if this will move. This story is free. Well, let us read it. All right, so let's just read where it starts. Haitians are now coming to figure out how to leave. Some folks don't have credit cards or access to the internet, and they want to buy a bus ticket or a plane ticket, so we help them book a flight. She told The Guardian recently, people are leaving. Kolvelski, leaders in Springfield's Haitian community, and others have relayed reports of Haitians fleeing the city of 60,000 people in recent days for fear of being rounded up and deported after Donald Trump's victory in the November 5th presidential election. Now, before I continue, John, why would they be concerned about being rounded up and deported if they are legal?
That's a good question, is it?
Because that's what we read about, right? Like Mark DeWine Everything's fine. You know, there's nothing wrong here. So why are they leaving, John? Why are they leaving? The owner of one store is wondering if he should move back to New York or to Chicago. He says his business is way down. Trump has repeatedly said he would end immigrants' temporary protected status, the TPS, the provision through which many Haitians are legally allowed to live and work in the United States, and deport Haitians from Springfield once in office. So, for those of you that did not know, because I did not know until last night, they are here under temporary protected status. So Trump can say that's done and then you're out. Okay. So temporarily so that they can work and things like that. For many, the threats are real. A sheriff in Sydney, a town 40 miles northwest of Springfield that is home to several dozen Haitian immigrants, allegedly told local police in September to get a hold of these people and arrest them. Bring them, I'll figure out if they're legal, he said, referencing Haitian immigrants in the area. As Jacob Payen, a co-founder of the Haitian Community Alliance, who runs a business that includes helping Haitians in Springfield to file tax returns, said, people are fully aware of the election result, and that is why they are leaving. They are afraid of a mass deportation. Several of my customers have left. One guy with his family went to to New Jersey. Others have gone to Boston. I know 3 families that have gone to Canada. Some are thought to have moved to nearby cities such as Dayton, where they believe they would be less visible to law enforcement. Others who had temporary asylum in Brazil are pondering going back to the South American country, community leaders say. Springfield's Haitian community has been in the spotlight since Trump falsely accused immigrants here of eating pets during a presidential debate in September. Since then, the city has seen false bomb threats and marches by neo-Nazi groups after having experienced a revival in recent years, in large part because of Haitians who took jobs in local produce packaging and machining factories that many previously there found undesirable.
So Portia, they were talking about. So when they were saying bow down niggers, they weren't talking about black people. They were talking about the Haitians.
Oh, maybe you're right.
You know, if there's any white supremacists listening, can you guys be a little bit more specific with your hate rhetoric? Because I thought you were talking about me. All right, go ahead, Portia.
If these people leave, that money is gone from the city and the local community, Jacob Payen, Haitian Community Alliance co-founder, says. Unofficial results from the presidential election found that Trump beat Harris by fewer than 150 votes in Springfield, despite his making false claims about immigrants in the Ohio city, a cornerstone of his anti-immigration election campaign. A policy that has been around since 1990, the TPS program currently sees more than 800,000 immigrants who have fled conflict or humanitarian emergencies in about 16 countries to live and work legally in the United States for a limited time. About 300,000 Haitians fleeing widespread violence in the Caribbean country have been authorized to remain in the United States through TPS until at least February 3rd, 2026. That is also some information that I was not privy to until yesterday. But while it once enjoyed support from both sides of the political aisle, Trump's first term saw a California court rule in 2020 that his administration could end TPS for citizens of Haiti and 3 other countries. TPS is granted and often renewed by the Secretary of Homeland Security. On Tuesday, reports emerged that Trump had chosen to give the post to the South Dakota Governor, Kristi Noem, who has deployed state and National Guard troops to the U.S.-Mexico border several times in recent years. Shout out to you, Kristi Noem. Trump's deportation threats are happening at a time when Haiti is experiencing renewed violence from politically connected gangs. The country's main airport in Port-au-Prince has been closed periodically and was shuttered again on Tuesday after some Haitians shot up a commercial passenger plane flying in from the United States. That was the second time since October that gunfire had hit an aircraft over Haiti. Though Trump may ultimately succeed in ending TPS for some immigrants, some legal experts believe that it is unlikely to happen during the early days of his administration after his second presidency begins on January 20th. So there you have it, folks. And SKC, thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow, we really do appreciate that, you guys. Wow.
So HB, where are your thoughts at on this?
Well, I mean, the more we can deport the dark skinned immigrants, the better. I think Stanley would agree. As long as they're Asians and Europeans, then
actually, I don't know where you're getting all that from. Basically,
the darker the better.
I think
deport all the darkies.
Yeah,
well,
I don't see anything wrong with that.
And I've said this before. I find it disturbing that blacks, after hundreds of years, are still competing with unskilled laborers that are immigrants. That we and people like what's her name, Yvette Carnell, are anti-immigration because they're taking black jobs. I find that kind of disturbing. I wonder after all these years why blacks are competing with the Asians and with the white.
You think it's an IQ thing?
No, I don't think so. I think sometimes IQ is what you want it to be. But I think it's just
laziness.
I think
it's laziness.
Well, like worrying about Haitian immigrants, yeah, could be laziness. We could be worried about unskilled Haitians coming in because we've been lazy. How about that?
Yeah,
I think a lot of black people, are probably more concerned about certain things that don't really matter, and they put a lot of energy in that. Master King talks about it all the time. These Indians and Asians coming over here, and they're kind of apolitical. Let's care less one way or the other. They're gonna keep it pushing.
But they're gonna be less and less so.
But we see with the black people as an example, who were very, very emotional after the election. But you got to keep it pushing, and that type of emotional attachment to something that you don't really control the outcome of. Kind of really, I think they are kind of the only group like that where they have very little control over their personal lives and things like that. Very little control over the election, but there's probably a stronger attachment with being a Kamala voter at their job than working out in a factory. Being a Kamala voter or any voter is not beneath them, but working in a factory is. And you said Stanley, Stanley's just saying, well, why are we still competing with the Asians? Hell, some of these people aren't even competing with themselves, right? They're not even trying. And
right.
That's why we are bringing a lot of it here, in my opinion,
is that I think it's interesting and it's amusing to hear you talk about Haitian immigration, but to be honest, I don't really care.
Yeah, that's why I said. I mean, if they get sent back to Haiti, I mean, Stanley, nobody cares. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
I don't care that they're here either.
The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice, right?
Stanley? You know what? You like to suck on berries, obviously, but my point.
I do like blueberries. I like strawberries.
I'm concerned, resource-wise. I'm concerned resource-wise. Yeah, if you're here illegally, you shouldn't be. But I'm not going to do whole shows.
You ever had a schnozberry, Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
You ever had a schnozberry? A schnozberry.
I'm sure you'll tell me. I've never heard the term.
Well, it's from Willy Wonka, Stanley.
It's a fruit I'm unfamiliar with.
It's from Willy Wonka, the schnozberry.
No, I don't remember that.
about that.
Do you like
Is it in
blackberries,
the,
HB?
was it in the
Oh yeah,
original?
yeah, yeah. I do like blackberries too. I like blackberries. I like, you're kind of right, Stanley. I am a berry type of guy. I like strawberries, blueberries,
And you
blackberries,
like
raspberries.
sweet ones especially.
Well, they're all pretty sweet, Stanley. I mean, I don't know if you've ever had a berry before, but usually pretty sweet. Um, oh, Mavit G said it's a Jewish berry. Oh, okay, all right. Somebody get Mavit out of here. Somebody get Mavit out of here.
So
Jesus
John,
Christ.
what are your thoughts on this about the Haitians, hightailing it out of here
Hello.
by the droves?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They definitely can't go back home, so they're not going to want to go back home. So they're going to want to stay around here somewhere. I guess it's a local win for the people in Springfield to kind of get their town back. And so I guess the Haitians would probably go somewhere a little bit more favorable to them, like New York or something.
John. As long as they're not drug testing for jobs, I think the people will flock to those jobs in droves.
John, you said something. I'm sorry, guys. John, you said something that resonated with me a couple streams back. You said that when they demolish a building in New York, you start seeing the roaches going everywhere trying to find a new home.
Did I say that? Okay.
Yeah, you said that like I can't remember, but you said something about a building collapsing and on the roaches and the rodents everywhere. They go everywhere because they're desperate. And I think that this is what's happening right now. And these people are trying to go to Canada, and Justin Trudeau shut them down, and now they got nowhere to go.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna walk into that with the whole Justin Trudeau thing. But before we go and jump into that, a few things from that article to point out for those of you that do not know. We actually had Juan up last night giving us the full-on breakdown of what all of these things mean. So whenever you leave one country to claim asylum and you are granted asylum in another country, so let's say Brazil, a lot of Haitians were granted asylum in Brazil. But what they did is they broke that asylum by coming to the United States of America. And so America cannot then grant them asylum because they broke their asylum with Brazil. And so now, if they try to go back to Brazil, they can't get asylum again because they broke their asylum. And also TPS, just as the article stated, Juan also confirmed that state governments can fight against that, but the federal government can do away with it.
Right.
So,
and I did want to add something very important to that. Black Knight said dingleberries.
Oh Lord, you don't know what that is? You don't know what a dingleberry is, man?
Did they have that at IKEA?
Wait, did you say did they have it at IKEA, John?
No, man. Come on, John.
God bless John. He doesn't know what a dingleberry is. All right, we're not gonna tell you, John. You're a man of a certain age. I don't wanna.
What the berries they have at IKEA? Those are good.
That was a good one, John.
Dingleberries. Yeah. I'm the Haitians, they had a good run.
Yeah,
I do feel a little bad for them because I do feel like they were pretty much like political prisoners, kind of used for an agenda. So I do have kind of sympathy for them because it is messed up. You promised all these things, and then somebody comes into office, and now everything changes, and it's just unfortunate. But yeah, I think they're gonna have to go fix up Haiti.
Well, they're spreading themselves out across the United States of America to not seem so visible. So whenever they begin these roundups, because they're not talking about leaving or anything, they're just trying to go somewhere else. Except because we know that there's a large concentration of them in that place, so they're spreading out. But the next thing is that they're trying to go to Canada now.
Yeah.
And Justin Trudeau, he's come out And he said, nah, you ain't coming over here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's hilarious to me.
You only get one free get out of jail free card. You only get one of them. So
I mean, but hey, Canada was welcoming everybody until now.
You know, the Haitians are like hot potatoes.
Yeah.
Trying to pass it around. You know, nobody want to get caught holding hot potatoes. Yeah. Hey, I did get the fuck out of here. All right, where we going? All right, I give you a plane ticket. Anyway, wherever I seen you, don't nobody want your ass. Now you're home. You don't even want to go back home. I mean, that must be one hell of a mind fuck. To not want to go back home and nobody wants you around. Man, that's amazing. God damn. Man with no country.
Yeah. They better do what Virgo did and marry a white man. They better figure something out.
And see, all the complaining, you know, like, you know.
No, you didn't, HB.
So I think, you know, Africans are kind of in the same boat. Nobody want their ass, right? If they tried to send them back to Nigeria, whatever, then now you can't come back here, right? Period. Keep
Nigerians are coming over illegally?
Wherever they come from. I'm just naming African country.
Because Nigerians actually are fairly high up in salaries and
here in America they're high up.
Yeah,
but they can't replicate that shit back in their country, so they don't leave.
A lot of them are actually elites who come over also.
A lot of them are elites by extracting resources, and the government is basically doled it out to friends and family. That's how it works. You know, I'm not putting it down. I'm just telling you what it is. I know a lot of Nigerians.
I agree with you. My only concern is that they're elite, and a lot of them are not going back.
Right, they're not going back. And they'll go back once they build a house and they can pay for their maids and things like that. Maybe some of them will, you know.
Yeah,
but
you're right. After they've extracted,
I guarantee you one thing is they ain't gonna break that tether to here in America or Europe.
Right.
They won't be able to get where their white man is, where they can go eat and drink with their pinky finger up. No mud cookies. They don't want to eat no fufu. Right? When they leave Nigeria, they don't be eating that shit. Right? And like they know too. Man, I got African man. I got African friends I be talking to. I say, man, like you gotta know. Yeah.
How are Nigerians getting? Interesting.
Say what?
Now, looking at what Blacks is saying. Are they coming a lot through the southern border also?
Yeah, they probably come in illegal immigration laws. You know, visa overseas.
Chinese, Middle Eastern.
Yeah. Well, that's sad to hear.
The only ones that got here on planes.
You know, I have a buddy who's married to a white woman, and he's Nigerian.
Sole provider's money.
And I always, I say, damn, like. You go to France, that shit got Rose, and you go to Cologne, and what is all those nice cities? Oh, it's so fucking nice over there in France. And then you take your wife to Abuja.
Hey, John, I make one quick point. I actually meant to mention this to you. There's a chance that Britain could have a Nigerian female prime minister soon.
Yeah, I can believe that. I saw that they even appointed some.
And she's married to a white man, by the way.
Yeah, I see they married.
They usually do.
They even appointed some African in Wales, of all places.
Black. You know what? Right. I find that pretty
like, why the hell do these people keep going to these countries, demanding to govern these countries, and their own countries look like shit, and they never go back to govern that shit and take what they've done and learn from the white man. Go back over there and fix your country.
Well, you know what? If they don't want to, I'm not mad at them.
Why don't these companies just bring those factories over there?
And well, some of them they do. There's a Toyota factory in Ghana. I've seen it. But I was telling you a story about my African buddy, and he went to France and Cologne and all these nice places in France where his wife was from. And then he takes her to Africa. I said, man, what the fuck did she think? As soon as you get that stank, nigga, you rude and aggressive.
Excited for this.
Well, I mean, it always blows my mind. Like, it's like two different worlds. Nigeria, Abuja, and Cologne, France. Almost like two different species, damn near. Two different civilizations.
Well, they are kind of.
Damn sure. I mean,
they are.
Like a monkey and a baboon. I mean, it's almost like they just wholly different.
Yeah, why, bro?
And I just, I don't know, man, I'd be embarrassed. This is what my people created. We walk around shit water in Africa, niggas stinking, niggas begging. And then we go to her country and it's clean, it's nice, restaurants and shit. I'd be embarrassed, man. I don't know how the fuck these people do it. I really don't know how they do it. Like, that would make me stay with my own just out of sheer embarrassment to take a white woman to Nigeria and let her see what my people have done over the last 400-500 motherfucking years. I'd be fucking embarrassed. Stay your black ass at home before you show that shit. That shit show off. And stay at home, man.
Well, John, white people do like going on safaris. So
yeah,
they do.
Like, nigga, you be over there and ask to be a guide to them white people. Right.
It's probably her idea. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I guess that Nigerian who's married to a white woman just goes, "Thank God I'm not John Galt. I'm not embarrassed."
Sweetie, you ain't gonna be prepared for what you're gonna see, but I'd be embarrassed my damn self. Like, can you imagine shit? Like, you marry a girl, she got a nice house. You roll over her house, you got a nice house, nice neighborhood. Then you show up at your house, that motherfucker leaning over about to fall down and nasty. Everybody in your neighborhood ghetto and shit. Like, why the hell we come over here? Right? You could have just told her how
like, baby, moving with me.
He said, hey, baby, I live in a place so ghetto, you don't want to see it. I just tell you about it.
I just want you safe.
Yeah, like, now we both from the ghetto, then well, it's all cool. But that big of a disparity in you being French and I'm from Abuja. I'm gonna take you back to that place and you be like, what the fuck? I don't know how you do it, man. Blows my mind.
Yeah. Maybe just showing her how far he's come. Maybe that's like a point of pride for him.
Everybody know how fucked up Africa is. Everybody don't need to see it though.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you got money, I'm pretty sure there's good places and areas you can live.
Man, I done been in some nice places in Africa, but you gotta go through some shit to get there. And it just any moment the lights can go off. Ain't no lights.
Yeah, I feel you.
Ain't no doomsa. In France, it's a West African thing. I would just be embarrassed person. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
Yeah. Hold on. I did want to cover a story too. Speaking of Africans, but you guys gotta give me a second. Let's see if Portia can bring it up for me. Just give me a second. I'll park real quick.
John, wanted to bring up that Berkeley thing.
Oh yeah,
right?
Bring it.
Okay. Berkeley is majority Asian.
Really?
Yep.
That's right. Let's say, what was it? San Francisco?
Not by that much, but it's like 30 to 22%. Hold on one second here.
Remember, Crack said he didn't even want to go to Berkeley.
Well, probably too Asian for him.
Yeah.
But 30% Asian, 22% white, and on down.
God dang.
But you got to think, they've got California relatively has a fairly high Asian population.
I mean, they're in the Pacific.
Wait, what you said the percentages were again?
Right there, Asian 30.3%, white 22.9%, and then on down.
What's the percentage of Hispanics in California? It's got to be damn near 40%.
It's pretty high, but Hispanics are third at 17.5%.
I'm saying, what are their percentages in the state? Like the demographics of California, Hispanics,
Hold on.
it's damn near 40%, bro.
Yeah, Hispanics have a pretty high California.
It gotta be like in the 60s, man.
No, it's not 60.
No, I think it's about 40% Hispanics.
It's 40% Hispanic, 35% white, and then on down. 5% are black.
So the blacks pretty much are, within, shooting distance of where they represent. But the Hispanics are disproportionately underrepresented. Is that like a liberal word? Disproportionately underrepresented.
And 3% or 2% of those blacks
Good
are
approximation of that language.
They are very disproportionately and not represented, right? Is that fair? 40% of the population, only
17.5% at Berkeley. I haven't looked at Stanford.
Is Berkeley a public university or is it private?
Yeah, it's public.
What?
And let me look up Stanford.
I wonder why they're not complaining. Maybe they are complaining. It's gonna be lower at Stanford, I bet, right?
Stanford 26%, 26.5% white, 20% Asian, 20.5% Asian.
You're not showing this screen, though, Stanford.
Yeah, here it is.
This is Stanford. Hispanics 12%, even lower. Whoa.
But whites ahead by 6%, so give it time.
Damn. The point I keep making is like the Hispanics, wherever their number is, they cool with.
Yeah, Hispanics are 12.8.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're okay with it. They say, look, man, hey.
Well, bless their little hearts if they're okay. Maybe they should be working harder.
No, this is racism, man.
But hold on, Stanley. But there are many. If you were to Google, let's say University of California, what's one of them lower tier schools? I don't know.
Let's do Irvine. Let's do Irvine.
And then wherever the lower tier ones, wherever the Hispanics are, you're going to see bigger numbers. But they're just not demanding to be in the top tier school. They know they don't outcompete the Asians and the whites.
It's kind of sad that they're not working hard enough to do it.
They are working hard. The 12% are rightfully there and they belong there, right? The other ones are down at Cal.
I buy the argument that anybody belongs anywhere. You belong where you work hard.
Get in where you fit in, right? And the 12% of Hispanics that are at Berkeley, those are the 12% that belong there.
38% Asian.
Where?
Hold on one sec. But the whites and the Hispanics are reversed. Asian 38.6, Hispanic 6.2.
Right?
White is 0.9.
Now something looks right about these numbers.
Oh, really?
It's a little more right about these numbers. Look at the Hispanics, right? A little bit lower tier school. Mm-hmm. Their numbers are coming up because it's kind of where they fit. Kind of like what Get Crack said about himself. He said, man, I ain't belong in Berkeley. So I ain't trying to get up there with those people. I went to where I belong, UC Davis or something like that. I
think if I recall what he said, he had the grades. He just didn't want to work that hard.
Yeah, he felt like he felt like, I think he said he felt like he would be there and be out competed with the.
Well, yeah, but Crack went like the best. He went pretty good high school.
You put a blackie, Crack may have gone to the best high school in San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. And you take a real smart black person out of the best high school in San Francisco, he's going to Berkeley, bro. Right? But not Crack.
If he can compete, SATs aren't competitive. Why take affirmative action? Get into a place where your SATs and grades aren't, at least competitive.
Yeah, that's what Crack said. But I bet you if we go to some of the other universities, and NOD 415 would probably tell you you're going to see those Hispanic numbers hit 40% in some of them schools. Guarantee you. It's going to be right in line with their numbers. But it ain't going to be Berkeley. It ain't going to be Stanley.
Right?
It ain't going to be UCLA. Yeah. I don't know the rest.
UCLA is
I don't know the public schools in California that probably cater to the blacks and the Hispanics. But if you can find one, now 415 is out here. You can probably find a black school that, California Public College that is probably 40% Hispanic.
Yeah, UCLA is more in line. Asian 30, Hispanic 25.
That's surprising that UCLA, that's a high-end school. I thought it was.
I thought it was, and I think it is.
Well, there you go. There you go. Look at the Hispanics, got their numbers closer to getting closer to where they should be. But now it's 415. You got to think, Kylie, give us one of them UC schools that isn't as prestigious as Stanley. You would know something.
Blacks mentioned UC Davis.
That's what cracked one, I think. Yeah, take a look at that one. Long Beach. University of California, Long Beach.
LBC.
In the Compton branch.
Is it UC Long Beach?
Santa Barbara. I don't know. Yeah, Long Beach.
Yeah, there's a UC Long Beach, and then we'll do demographics.
Santa Barbara's a nice area, though. I hear it's a real nice city.
Now, UC Long Beach, it's 47% Hispanic.
What them numbers looking like? I told y'all.
Yeah, but so that's Long Beach.
And someone said that's Cal State, not UC. It's still a public school.
Blacks, you curse me. Hey, Thomas Sowell isn't wrong about everything, Blacks. So anyway, my point is that Asians and, at least, the elite universities, or at least, second or first in those demographics. I guess I could look at Harvard.
But before you leave off of this, Cal State Long Beach, and one could probably say, that's down the step from UC Davis or wherever, and the Hispanics they're doing their thing, right? They right where they should be. Someone said check UC Riverside, and they're not fighting for affirmative action to have more Hispanics at Berkeley. They're saying, wherever we are, we're just gonna do the best we can do.
Yep.
And I think that is the key to success, man. Like trying to get out of your lane, demanding to be at Berkeley when you know you don't belong, or well, maybe when you find out you don't belong once you get there, you've done yourself a lot of psychological damage. Stay in your lane, bro. And there's plenty of opportunities in your lane. The UC Riverside.
It's like I said, if you that anonymous, then go for it, man. Like you want to work hard for it, go for it. It don't matter what race you are, as long as you go for it and you know that you can do it. But most Hispanic people just want a comfortable job and be able to go home every day and feed their kids, man. That's about it.
Riverside, this Long Beach. Stanley, you see that?
I'm sorry. Yeah. What do you want to look at?
Now it's 415. 415. Can you pull up Riverside?
Yeah.
What is that? Riverside? Yeah. Oh, Santa Cruz. He said those are the lowest ranked.
Santa Cruz. I thought Santa Cruz was a pretty good.
It may all just be relative, because.
Yeah, Santa Cruz is majority white.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Let's see. That's not as nice a chart. So 31% white, 23 Hispanic, Asian is 7.78. So that's UC Santa Barbara.
Yeah, it's kind of like
you wanted Santa Cruz, didn't you?
It's down Gully. Did Gully go to school out in California?
No, you went to Ball State.
Oh, that's right. Is that when you was playing soccer at Ball State?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
You know, when you spill an entire Red Bull into your keyboard and there's no Best Buy open, but you do have other keyboards, but they're at Carrollton, you can drive really fast when you're saying bad words.
You still sound calm though.
SKC says Rice University in Texas is majority Asian.
Really?
Yep. That's according to
that also might be
SKC.
Could be somewhat of a joke about the name.
That was lost on me. Good catch.
I just not caught that. You think what they're thinking is going to be Rice? Yeah, you reminded me.
If you do another university, can you check out Harvard?
Rice is a good school.
Rice
SKC, did your wife do health sciences or any sort of health field? I think that's what Rice is famous for.
Well, Rice is 27% white, 20% Asian, so it's pretty close. 12% Latin or Hispanic, Black or African American, 6.94. Blah 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 blah.
Is Portia here? I wonder if Portia's been looking into what that Negro governor in Maryland.
I'm here.
Have you been hearing what the Negro governor in Maryland is doing, Portia?
No, I haven't heard. What are they doing?
He's going to be part of the resistance. So they're basically winding him up like Alvin Bragg and Letitia James and all the other, black-run cities and states, and they're telling him to get his state in line, resist Trump. Yeah.
Oh Lord. These niggas never gonna learn, John.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that and see what's.
Yeah, he's definitely getting in formation, as they say.
Huh.
West.
Talking about the dude
What the nigga name?
with the little fro, right?
No, that's the Negro mayor. West. What the hell is his name? Negro mayor. Negro governor. I don't know. That's name West something.
Hey John, I got a story I want you guys to I want Portia to read. I want to see your guys' opinion on it. Maybe after you read this Maryland mayor story. I don't know.
No, we got to look up some stuff on him. Portia, we probably could do a show on that Negro himself.
Yeah, I gotta pull some stuff. I found something super quick, but about the Trump resistance. But we can read your story first.
No,
go ahead, John.
Portia, I would love to do like let's look at all these black mayors, governors in charge, and just look at the hell they wrought. I would love to do a stream by that. Like the Letitia.
So you want to do black mayors, governors? Do you want to include attorney generals too?
Yeah, we just need a big ass. What do they call it? One of them decision book. All them Negro face up there. Westmore, Letitia James, Bonnie Willis, On and Corey Bush. Oh, the list goes on. Probably couldn't put all of them up on the screen at one
Probably
time.
got start with Kwame.
Corey Bush is out of power. I don't know that her resistance matters.
Of course, correction, but I think that a country that would elect these hateful, in many cases, incompetent people who really are nothing but hate in their heart for one group of people or the country in total, and they're just bringing down damage in this country. Like, I don't know how anyone can overlook it, and I think it's definitely worth talking about. I think it'd be an interesting topic.
Well, I think that Westmore and the bunch, they're trying to resist the wrong thing. Trump is a dinosaur. They really need to be looking to
large parts of Maryland where the blacks have created a hellscape in Baltimore. Westmore should focus on that 100% of the time. It's a state. And nothing to do with the president other than getting money from the federal government. But they can't address these issues. And to me, it's like, I can't understand it. Like, I would focus on the blacks killing each other and the destruction of the cities. And if I didn't succeed, well, damn, that's what I would have tried. Like, but to go out fighting Trump when half my damn state is uninhabitable or parts of it,
focus on the things that matter.
Bro, it just blows my mind how they can look past all this and then focus on Donald Trump. Nigga,
only 4% of kids can read.
You can't walk around your neighborhood. You got kids graduating school in Baltimore, right there where he is, and where he brags about he from. And they read like they just came out.
But we worried about Trump.
They read like they just came out the room, man. I don't understand it.
Yes.
That's the
in the back chat.
That's the 70% Bree Brave's always talking about.
Yeah, be brave.
Tom has an idea for a name for the show, John. You wanna tell him, Tom?
I can only came up with.
Portia, Tom puts it in the back for a reason, Portia. I don't know if you caught on to that.
Of course I did, but I thought it was funny.
Was the movie about Joe Clark in the schools that changed the schools in any way? But his first day as Morgan Freeman played him, and he says, "I'm the HNIC."
Yeah. I was thinking about calling it Black Run America, like a stank ass bra, like a stinking ass bra. Black Run America, bra. What do you think about that, Tom? You like bra? Black Run.
People bro and bra all the time. I was like, whatever. It used to be dude. Then it was bro. Now it's bra.
Anyway,
John, when do you want to do this?
Oh no, Portia. I probably had to be hyped to do that one. I come here too dull. So we have to we talk offline, Portia. We get it together.
All right.
Okay, so
pull my story up. Pull my story up. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have she has very unlikable energy. Wicked actress Cynthia Erivo's past disrespectful tweets resurface ahead of film with Ariana Grande. Anyway, see if I...
Who are these people?
The movie Wicked. Have you heard about the movie?
Yeah. Wicked.
Yeah, I read the book years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they're coming out with a new movie. I'll let Portia read it.
All right, so Tony Award winner Cynthia Erivo is making history as the first Black actress to play Elphaba in Wicked, but not everyone is cheering. The Broadway star, who has transitioned to the big screen as Harriet Tubman in Harriet 2019 and Aretha Franklin in Genius 2021, has come under fire over several old tweets that some have deemed disrespectful to Black Americans. For years, Erivo has proudly celebrated her Nigerian and British roots, but critics say her remarks on social media show disdain for Black Americans. Here we go. Even as she takes on roles that center Black American stories. One ex-user in particular Ebo Peep has done an extensive breakdown of the star's comments and history of what the user deems having very anti-Black American statements, despite her insistence that she would never want to perpetuate negativity about them as a people. The detailed threat has resurfaced on X, highlighting several times Erivo was insinuating to have mocked Black Americans while hyping up her Nigerian and British background. The tweets left a sour taste for many who feel she's been dismissive of the very community she profits from. There she goes, no eyebrows, bald-headed, looking like a man. All right.
I'm going to make her my wife.
One of the tweets added fuel to the fiery uproar dates back to 2013 when Erivo said she was using a ghetto American accent, but went on to write using African American vernacular or Ebonics. In the January 2013 tweets, Erivo begins by saying, "I suppose I should really make an attempt to record signal properly." A Caucasian friend responded to the tweet writing, "Cynthia Erivo, or attempt to sing to me daily," to which Erivo writes, "Joe Montague, ghetto American accent, baby, you know I got you, I'ma sing it to you, but I still gotta do what I gotta do. You feel me?" Well, there's this. Cynthia Erivo wants to play famous Black American while she's disrespecting Black Americans. That's my issue. In 2019, during an interview with The Shadow and the Act at the Toronto International Film Festival, she addressed the ghetto American remark while promoting the Harriet biopic. She said, "I would say it took a lot of hard work to get to this place of playing Harriet Tubman, and I didn't take it lightly. I love this woman, and I love Black people, full stop. It would do me no service. It would be like hating myself." As for the tweets, taken out of context without giving me the room to tell you what it meant, and it wasn't mocking anyone really, she continued, saying it was a throwback to an inside joke connected to a song she once written as a teen. I've never spoken negatively about people because I don't want that. I don't want that energy from me to others, she said. I don't believe that serves us at all. I don't believe it serves a purpose other than bringing negativity into my life and your life, and I just don't want that. She continued denying she meant anything by it. This has done very little to subside the rhetoric from her critics. Well, there's this. Cynthia Erivo wants to play famous Black Americans while disrespecting Black Americans. Y'all cracking me up, dragging Cynthia. I didn't know she was so hated. Let me do some research. In multiple tweets from 2017, Erivo was seemingly dismissive of African Americans' feelings towards non-African American actors portraying African American historical figures. During the online discourse, one Twitter user suggested that they equally believe that African actors should have the first crack at African roles, to which Erivo replied, "And as an African, I believe that in some case that isn't right. My, as a person's place of birth, should not determine the realms." She went on to say, "African American on screen, but you love British Black actors. I can't make sense of it, and I honestly wish you the best, but we won't solve this tonight." Another past tweet was when she took digs at Beyonce for considering her to play Nala in the live action version of The Lion King. Raises hand nervously, then says, "Can try?" Erivo replied in response to a tweet by Essence Magazine announcing that Beyonce was being considered for the role of Nala. When another Twitter user replied to Erivo saying, "Yes, please, Queen. By the way, Beyonce is too old for Nala," a second fan corrected them, stating that Erivo and Beyonce were around the same age. "Beyonce is about 12 years older than me," Erivo said. "You 30, sis? Beyonce 35. Not that much apart," the fan hit back. Erivo was born January 1987, while Beyonce was born in September of 1981. I see some are talking about her comments on Beyonce, but Cynthia Erivo used to sit on this app and say horrible things about Black Americans, USA, on a regular basis, one person tweeted adding, "And like many, while being anti-Black American, she also finds herself African obsessed with Black American cultural expression. Another voyeur of Black American culture with anti-Black American sentiment. They casted an African who's an anti-Black American to play Harriet Tubman." Ironically, the color purple star has protested against what she considers cultural appropriation when it comes down to people playing African roles and not being from the continent. In 2016, before being cast as the Black Moses, she tweeted, "It saddens me that after such a wonderful multicultural season on Broadway, a piece set in Africa has not done one person of color. Hashtag Prince of Egypt." When someone replied, "There is one, it's Solia Pfeiffer," highlighting a Zimbabwe-born American actress in the cast, she dismissed her African identity. So here, it saddens me after, okay, read that. So here from Cynthia, the piece is set in an ancient Egypt, Africa, where people darker than I resided. That is my point.
So a
She
black
wrote,
woman playing blackface.
an African woman playing Black American blackface. HB, do you want me to keep going?
You don't really have to. I just saw this on like Black Twitter. People were complaining about it, so I kind of looked into it a little bit, and you know, I think a lot of Black folks, you know, they're a little sensitive when it comes to certain things. But this kind of goes to Stanley's point, where you know a lot of these immigrants, they come over here and they do better than the people that are from here. She playing Black roles better than Black people.
But
So,
you don't consider her Black?
No, she's Nigerian. I don't consider her Black.
They don't consider themselves Black.
Yeah, she's Nigerian.
They don't become Black until they come here.
Until it benefits them, you know.
But aren't we all from Mother Africa? Aren't we all from Africa?
That's why I'm confused.
I'm not. Are you?
Yeah, I'm not from Africa.
I thought that all Black Americans were from Africa, and they were brought over here on boats as slaves.
African heritage is not necessarily being from Africa.
Yeah, I mean, if you use that, then everybody's from Africa.
Yeah, so like, aren't we all from Africa? So what's the problem?
By the way, Elphaba, that's not a Black role.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what? If
she's a wicked witch. At least in this movie.
Yeah, I thought the Wicked Witch of the West was
Ogie. Oh shit.
Right.
Speaking of Nigeria, Ogie.
But yeah, I don't consider her Black. But you know, when it benefits her, she'll play a Black role. You know, you gotta get in where you fit in. You know.
Oops.
Exactly, HB.
Yeah, so.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
I hear. Good morning. I hear she's actually dating Lena Waithe right now too. So that should kind of explain.
Oh wow! Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That should kind of explain her disposition.
It doesn't explain her. I'm excited for Lena.
Yeah. Before that, she was dating
another.
Before that, she was dating a white guy, and now she's dating Lena Waithe, which you know, that should explain a lot.
What does it explain?
Well, I think a lot of these fake pro-Black lefty liberal women, their final destination. Well, like first they do the pro-Black thing, and then they date white guys, and then the final evolution is going lesbian.
That's final form.
That's the final form. It all. It's like a snake eating itself, except it's two women eating each other.
Speaking of which, there is a Wicked-related story that came out this week regarding the release of the doll collection. That's
you know, Tom, I'm already there. I'm already
Tom,
there.
I saw that too.
I am already there. I wanted to talk about this whenever it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have an article, or video.
I'm already there. I'm already there.
And I have the Variety article in the back chat if you want. It's no big deal. But this is a great story.
I mean, I will say in
Bring you another
regard to
edition of
the
Thanks, but no thanks, where we say thanks, but no thanks to a story bubbling up in the news. Today we're going to...
Hold on. Before we get into this next topic, I do want Free Zone Lou to give your opinion on what we were just talking about. Before we move on.
I was just gonna say real quick. I mean, to me, the outrage it's goofy. I think they're a little sensitive, and also this isn't new. Like they've been doing this. The guy who played 12 Years a Slave, he was Nigerian. The guy who played Martin Luther King in Selma, he was Nigerian. Let me see. Lupita was in 12 Years a Slave. She's not. You know what I'm saying? I could keep going. The guy who played Freddie Hampton and what's that movie? Judas. The Judas and the Black Messiah. Yeah, Judas and the Black Messiah. So to me, this is, nothing new. A lot of it is just, they're picking and choosing. These companies are just, they're basically, they've been doing this. They've been hiring non-African American people for African American roles, and it's not just solely to African Americans as well. Because I mean, didn't they have a movie called The Last Samurai, and I think it was like with Tom Cruise or something like that, or not Tom Cruise, or somebody help me out.
Last Samurai was Tom Cruise, but Tom Cruise actually
there you
go. A Civil War era guy that went to Japan. I don't know if they cast actual Japanese throughout it. It looks like they did, but there's been a number of what was it? The Pocahontas movie. I think they cast somebody that they didn't really like. I think Scarlett Johansson was cast as an Asian American in a movie. It's done all over.
It's very common across different spectrums. So, yeah, that's all I was gonna say. You got it, HB.
Okay, all right, push it. Let's get to this next story. Portia, you there? You there? Oh, there we go.
Now we bring you another edition of Thanks, but no thanks, where we say thanks, but no thanks to a story bubbling up in the news. Today we're going to talk about a wholesome new movie that hits theaters next week called Wicked, a movie adaptation of the popular musical featuring Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo. It is a twist on the Wizard of Oz story focused on the two witches at the center of it all. Take a look at a little bit of the trailer.
The wonderful Wizard of Oz summons you to the Emerald City. Come with me.
What?
To meet the wizard.
I couldn't possibly. This is your moment. I'm coming.
See, it's just a sweet little film for the whole family, a PG rating, nice, innocent entertainment. And they've been promoting this thing like crazy, of course, for a Disney movie. I mean, you got to have your dolls. And Disney partnered with Mattel for Barbie-like characters, which you can see Grande and Erivo enjoying in a video they posted from July.
It's perfect. Whoa! Can I try yours? Yes. Sorry, I need a moment. They're so tall.
They are.
Tall.
So fun. Surely these product tie-ins will be hugely popular with the young, impressionable fans of the film as we approach the holiday season. But you see, there's just one problem. The front of the package, as it turns out, $25 for this thing, by the way, looks totally normal. But on the back, there's a website at the bottom for you to find out more about the movie, www.wicked.com, it says. But wicked.com does not bring you to Disney's website for the film. Oh no, it brings you to the website of the pornographic movie company, Wicked Pictures. For research purposes only, Our executive producer, Steve Krakauer, was forced to go there last night. And what you will find is not Ariana Grande, but films like Sunny Gold Melons and Kenzie Loves Girls 2 splashed on the front page for little girls across America to go check out. To get to the film website, you need to go to www.wickedmovie.com. Well, this is a huge mess. On Sunday, Mattel was forced to issue a statement. Quote, Mattel was made aware of a misprint on the packaging of the Mattel Wicked collection dolls, primarily sold in the U.S. It said, we deeply regret this unfortunate error and are taking immediate action to remedy this. Parents are advised that the misprinted, incorrect website is not appropriate for children. Yeah, no shit, Mattel. You see, Wicked.com has all sorts of movies on it that seem like Disney films, but I assure you, they are not. You should not share these with your children. We asked our guests yesterday, the fellas from Ruthless, for their favorites behind the scenes. Holmes liked Cinderella XXX, while Duncan liked more of the new stuff and Captain Marvel's XXX. Ashbrook went with Snow White XXX. You sensing a theme here that the guys found appealing? These are all real movie titles that are being made available to your children if they click on this website. Smug picked Operation Desert Stormy, starring Stormy Daniels, of course. One of the
That was funny.
Featuring the star of the New York business records trial against Trump earlier this year. Okay, I'm kidding. We didn't actually ask the Ruthless guys for their picks. I had you, though. Apparently, a lot of people are getting confused by the...
Enough of this lady. Enough of that lady. So, yeah, essentially, they put a porn site on the kid's toy.
Yeah, who gives a shit.com.
I mean, Stanley, you luckily you don't have a daughter, but I'm sure you'd be
Okay,
pretty...
you know what? It's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Who really looks at this sort of stuff?
I don't know. I didn't know that people like. I wonder how many people actually scan those boxes, because usually they just take it out and give it to the kid and let them play with it, throw the box in the trash.
Yeah, Stanley, I do think this. I don't believe a multi-million-dollar company or a billion-dollar company like Disney and Mattel would make a mistake like this.
Oh, you think it was deliberate? I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm not really.
Well, no, I'm kidding.
I wouldn't be surprised if some shareholders in Disney and Wicked movie films may have overlapped a little bit.
Probably Mattel actually owns that porn site.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Have you ever met some of the people in product development and the art directors and account executives approving those things? You wouldn't think that anymore. It's just extremely common. Food packaging goes out with incorrect. It's just people not paying attention.
Do you think that maybe it's a practical joke?
That's more likely than conspiracy. It's some guys like,
hey, the movie is called Wicked.
I'm out of this job in 3 weeks. I know what I'll do.
Yeah, because I take this story pretty seriously. I am a premium member to Wicked.com, and I am sort of offended that the great content over at Wicked is.
Well, let me put on my pedantic glasses. It's like they should be kids should be reading the book, not playing with dolls.
Oh well, yeah. But
it's actually a really good book. There's a series of them.
You should check out the website Wicked.com though too, Stanley. It's actually like if you're into highly produced porn, that's where you go. That's
okay. Well, I might just buy a doll too.
Well, I don't know.
You ain't got Stanley.
They might. They might have some actually.
Wicked blow up doll.
Yeah, they might have some sex dolls.
Does the plot really suck you in? Pause. Does the plot really HB, are you drawn in by the plot of the story?
Yeah. When I watch my adult films, I do like to have a nice
what were those
story.
flying monkeys a symbol of?
Yeah. I wasn't offended that all the monkeys were black either. I wasn't offended by that.
In the Wicked Witch, except she's green.
Well, all the white guys were fuck ups and cowards. You know, you got the scared lion, you got the Tin Man's all rusted, the Scarecrow, Jesus Christ, it's falling out all over the place. Let's not get into the Wizard and his identity issues.
Yellow man, right?
Pardon me?
Yeah.
Scarecrow was a yellow man.
Well,
was he
part of the time?
At least in the original, he was straw color.
Yeah, but then all the straw falls out, and yes. Well, and like many Asians, he did immolate himself during the movie.
just like a Buddhist monk.
Yep.
Anybody gonna see this movie Wicked? Anybody?
I might reread the book.
Hell no.
Okay.
If it comes on like Netflix or something.
Hey, I got a call coming. I would love y'all to hear this if you're interested in it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's go, John.
Mute it up.
Yeah, I'm about to mute up.
Shit, I'm gonna have to call you back from my other number. Give me 1 second. I'll call you right back. Okay. All right.
Little did he know.
Yeah, I'm gonna call on a three-way. I'm gonna call and put on the road. This is a lady looking for a room. She got to telling me a story. And I said, "Ooh."
Oh yeah, here we go.
We put this in the road. You have to be quiet, guys.
Wicked Pictures presents The Landlord.
I don't want her to know.
Elba.
If you can't control yourself, mute yourself.
I better mute myself.
This from Facebook, by the way.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, returning your call.
No worries.
Yeah, so you were saying you living here in DC now?
I was. We had to move back down to Montgomery County, but I don't mind the Northwest. Southeast is just too ghetto for me. I definitely will not live on Southeast. But Northwest is fine.
What are you talking about too ghetto? Oh yeah, I live in Southeast. What you mean?
That's where the shit go down. Everybody know about Southeast. But if you don't know, then you playing oblivious.
I be on all day, every day. All day, every day. But yeah. So where you living now? You say your sister or something put you out? Your brother, your boyfriend, something put you out?
So we were on the Northeast. We were by the NOMA. You know where Eckington is?
Yeah.
Eckington Place. Yeah. So we were staying over there at the Galt complex with my fiance's sister. She just ended up kicking us out because we had set boundaries over at groceries. She didn't like that. She felt like she shouldn't be able to touch anything in the house because it was her home. We didn't like that. I don't do that bullshit. So she didn't like that, and she kicked us out that same night. We had nowhere to go.
How did she kick y'all out?
She
just locked the doors, and she just told you to leave?
Literally, yeah. She said, "Pack your stuff and get the fuck out." We packed our stuff and got out, and she locked that door right behind her.
And that was your fiance's sister? Damn.
Yeah, it's really crazy. The whole family is shocked at the sister because he has 6 sisters. All of them are shocked. She's like the black sheep in the family, but not in a good way. So nobody really understands her, but she went from helping us to kicking us to the curb. So I do have a job. I work faithfully. I work at the Apple store. So I do have a consistent income bi-weekly. The only issue was the fact that the time that she had kicked us out, it wasn't the week I was getting paid, which was fucked us up. It was literally last week. So we've been kind of hunting for a place ever since. My biggest thing is being able to just put a deposit down first because, checks are bi-weekly. And the only way to kind of hold a place or be able to even move in anywhere is having that deposit. So I know I get paid this week, and that's why I've been pushing really hard to find kind of look for a place so we can get out of this hotel living.
Oh, you live in a hotel? Well, yeah, that shit's expensive. Yeah, that shit by the day, every day.
Yeah, exactly. Every day is trying to figure out how we're gonna extend it. You know, we have friends and family that kind of help us put money together to extend it while we've been here. So we've been in here since Thursday of last week. So we've survived a couple of days now, but this is not a comfortable living for me. So I'm really pushing for a place. Northwest, the area isn't bad for me. The budget, I would say roughly like 1,000 or maybe 1,200. I don't really know what the prices are looking like in the places that you're kind of showing me. I get different price ranges when I'm going through Facebook Market. So if you'd be able to provide those for me, that'd be great as well.
Yeah, our place is a full serve. You know, it's like furnished and everything. You know, clean and all that stuff after you.
That's good.
And typically they charge either weekly or bi-weekly for the rent. The good side is they don't charge deposits. The downside is, you know, is rent's due, you know, weekly or bi-weekly. So you say you had a boyfriend, he coming with you, or he gonna stay with his sister? She gonna let him stay with her?
Yeah, we travel together.
Okay, all right.
And my only concern is you said bi-weekly.
Yeah, weekly or bi-weekly. You get a little bit better deal if you get a little bit better deal if you pay you know, more upfront, like bi-weekly. You know, you can only muster a week. It's a little bit more expensive.
How much is it usually bi-weekly if it's not per month?
It depends on the room. You know, it depends on the room. But we have a lot of rooms available. So you know, rooms with private baths, rooms without a private bath, rooms with 2 rooms in one.
Okay.
Yeah. What I do is I send you some pictures. You let me know what you're interested in. It's a little bit more than $1,000 though. Is it just you? Does your boyfriend work too, or is it just you working?
Yeah, he does contracted jobs. What the thing with his is it's not as consistent as mine, but yes, he does work. He does more so contracted jobs, and then he does a couple of government jobs on the side if he's able to score them. So he's like an audio visual technician. He does different jobs from working contracted jobs with the government, like Lockheed Martin, and then we'll switch over to doing that audio visual, which is like in lounges and businesses, stores, things of that sort. It just doesn't come as consistent as mine. You know how you're for sure getting a paycheck every 2 weeks.
All right, but who'd be responsible for the rent? You or him? Just
it'll be more so me, but he'll be sending, like, we always go half. So if he isn't able to find his half, I always cover it, and then vice versa. So we usually have each other's back.
All right, can I send you some pictures at this number right here? Like I said, the cheapest I can probably do it. The cheapest I probably can do it, man. If you can pay a couple weeks up front, I can do you $325 a week in Northwest. That's a hell of a good deal. That's what we charge in Southeast.
You said $325 a week?
Yeah, that's a very good deal, shit. For Northwest, like I said, everything's included. The toilet paper, the wipe your ass, the water, the utilities, the internet, everything.
Yeah, I mean that's $1,300 a month. I don't get paid weekly. They even pay you weekly, so that wouldn't even work for me, honestly. Yeah. That wouldn't work at all.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about that.
But we got some places in Southeast now.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not living in Southeast. I cherish my life way too much.
You don't want to live around your brother, man, and your sister, man. You don't want to live around the brothers.
Man, it's just way too dangerous out Southeast.
Wait,
you may probably not experience.
Wait, I'm black now. You know, you black. You ain't afraid of
the man. Definitely.
And you afraid of the bro, man. Now, come on. Now, we just all of you
voted.
Yeah,
I ain't
we
gonna
all
lie
just
to
went
you.
out here and voted for our sister now coming up. And you gonna tell me you scared to live around bro, man? Oh, man, come on. All right, if you change your mind.
Southeast is dangerous.
So Southeast ain't dangerous. It's the people that commit
the
danger.
Definitely.
All right.
Exactly.
Shit.
Damn, 325 is a deal.
I was gonna give it to her. She came up with a couple weeks, but as I keep trying to tell people, man, they will go broke as hell to stay away from bro, man, sister, man. I just proved it again.
God damn. 325 a week ain't nothing. I paid that for a weekend. You talk about a week. God damn.
I just proved it again. Do you see how? Do you see the lie that we live out in public? But when she had to spend her money, she ain't live around bro, man. Bro, man, dangerous. that what she said? Huh? She done bullet bro man to vote like her, but she don't want to live around bro man. Huh?
Yeah,
She come out.
it's wild.
But out here telling niggas, your mammy raised you, nigga, vote like me. I don't want to live around your black ass.
Yeah.
It's the life they live. Fucking amazing.
And they scary as hell, man.
Scared of their own people, scared of their shit color skin that look just like them.
If you're gonna be that scary, at least be able to afford it, man. Like at least $325, man.
Just be honest. Look, I just want to hear the nigga say, man, these niggas is dangerous out this motherfucker. They more dangerous than everybody else. That's what she just said, right?
Yeah.
She just said these niggas are so dangerous that even though they look like me, shit color skin just like mine, I don't want to live like right. Hell no. Hell no. And I brought it out of, I said, girl, you scared of the bro man, sister man? Hell yeah.
Said them niggas dangerous.
This is why black people, like Stanley, you had to see it. They can't live around their own people, so the price got to go higher. You want to pay John Galt to live around white folk? Goddamn it, the price gonna go high as a motherfucker. I done told you can't mix them, but they fucking fight and play the goddamn music too loud. You want to go live around some white folk, nigga? You gotta pay up. You gotta pay more than the white people. You're gonna cause me problems with them white people. That's how it works. Because you don't want to live around your own people, so you gotta pay a tax. Black tax is what I call it.
Damn, man, that's
Just want you guys-
crazy. That's
I just want
crazy,
you guys
John.
to do that shit. Like, this is the black psychosis that's going on all over America. Black power. I'm black and I'm proud. And then they scared to fucking live around each other. It's cognitive dissonance at its highest form.
John, do you think she was trying to work you down on the price? You do this all the time.
You want me to call her back? I offer $100 right now to let her come over here in Southeast. I call her right now. Matter of fact, I call her back and say, sweet, you can live for free. Leave the nigga. You can live for free. Over here together.
She ain't leaving. Nah, she ain't leaving. She ain't leaving him, man. Nah, she tied in.
Did you hear what she said when I said, is your nigga working?
Yeah.
But we've been told that these niggas work 3 jobs. 3, 2, sometimes 4. Right? Some niggas work 4 jobs. That's what they told us, right? 1.5 jobs is what we got between 2 able-bodied people. 1.5 jobs. That's about what we have.
Well, she said
1.5 jobs because she worked at Apple Store. They ain't giving her 40. They ain't giving her no fucking 40 hours. Did she mention the second job anyway?
No, she didn't say what type of job.
Now, did she mention a second job? She mentioned she worked at the Apple Store, but did she mention a second job of any sort?
Oh no.
She said
She said she gets paid bi-weekly. I didn't even know people still get paid bi-weekly. That's crazy.
Apple Store. And so again, listen, man, I keep trying to tell people, let me show you something. I did a stream this morning.
John, can I say when she said 1,200 and then you came back 325 a week, I thought she would have jumped on it in the place that she wanted to be, everything furnished. I would have thought, well, gosh, that's only 150.
No. John was talking about weekly. She was talking about monthly.
Right, I know, but when you convert to 325,
that's 400 actually, 1,400, not 1,200, 1,300. That's 1,400. 1,300, 1,400.
Well, that's 1,300. It's another $100, and it's like, well, man, probably make that. It's in the right place, and it's just like, nope, impossible. The bridge too far. It won't get done.
Hey, don't forget the 2 able-bodied niggas. Don't forget this too.
Yeah. I think that's the saddest part. Like, you 2 people can't come up with $650 a month. Man, y'all better.
Bring in the Overlord, goddammit. You want an Overlord, nigga? We bring him in here. We're gonna make these motherfuckers down in the 5th class citizens, Eds and Shannons. If they can't do that thing, your ass need to be in a shanty. What did she say her motherfucking sister-in-law did to that nigga? What she do? All you motherfuckers that call me slumlord, I ain't never put out a family member right there on the spot. What that nigger said her family member did. What she did? Put her black ass out.
Kick her out over some groceries or something?
Whatever, nigga, whatever, however, is how they fucking live. Right? That's how they fucking live.
How much you think she's paying to stay in that hotel room every day?
About $100 all night. $150
Yeah.
all night. Depending on where she is. She might be right over in the ghetto and shit. In Maryland. Red Roof Inn or some shit. But you heard also, she said, it's the deposit. These white liberals that want to try to help these blacks, they come up with all these fucking Rube Goldberg schemes, try not to raise their rent, to do this, do that, do this, do that. But then what they can't do is move-in costs. They can even limit the deposit. You can say, well, you can't charge more than X amount of money for the deposit. Let's say $1,000, even though the rent might be $3,000. But I can only charge $1,000 for the deposit. Okay, cool. I need 2 months rent to move in. Oh, you ain't got that? That's what it takes to move in. That's what she doesn't have. That is the game that these landlords are playing to keep the blacks out. It's hot potato, right? I'll give you some cheap rent if you come up with 3 months up front.
Yep.
They can't do it. Can't fucking do it. Her and that nigga together ain't got 13 years left.
And what's so sad about it is 2 of them. Y'all locked in.
It takes two to make a.
That's just brutal.
And they say they got family help and still can't come up with $13. And then we talked to Diwali. This nigga said if he want to make a move from Ethiopia, Somalia to United States, ain't nothing but a phone call. Bird call. They get bird call. Right?
Yeah, that's how he got his wife, family.
They playing the game so fucked up. They don't even fucking know. They so fucked up. Man, niggas, migrants come here, can't speak English. Figure shit out better. Can't figure it out. Can't fucking figure it out. And then they can't get along with each other. They probably fucking all loud in his sister's house, playing their music loud, coming in late with the rent high every day. And sister, man, get your all y'all black ass out right now. Right now.
Come on, John. How do you know he wasn't testing his equipment that he got to install or whatever the heck? That made me laugh like a motherfucker. John, that made me laugh, man. That man said, "Oh, he's an electrical technician. He goes from like one place to another installing speakers."
She said audio visual. Like,
do you know how vague that is? Why didn't he say something specific? Like, I install soundboards or I install satellites.
Well,
John, when I was growing up, the AV guy was the guy that brought the TV in the room, in the classroom. That was the AV guy.
Well, nowadays, they do have office setups and shit like that, conference room, things like that.
And why didn't they say something like that? He said audio visuals. They don't set that up for conference rooms.
Cable, man. Hey, man, drag this cable from this side of the room to the other room, plugging it back to this damn monitor.
Nigga, I've done that. Do you know how hard it is to install a satellite into a house? That boy said, "Oh, we install audio visuals." Do you know how vague that is? That's so daggum stupid. What did he do? He put a daggum speaker on the table, set it up for a daggum cookout or something? That's audio visuals.
No, he's probably doing business presentations, PowerPoint, graphics over the top, but that's not a full-time job. That's a contract job.
Yeah, that's not a full-time job.
Yeah, and it is if you're good and you've hustled and you've done it for several years and got a lot of contacts, but I'm just still stunned. It's like, okay, if the rent's $1,400,
y'all niggas gonna make me go up.
You add it.
On these motherfuckers. Do I need to go up on these niggas? Is that what y'all telling me? Go up on these
niggas? No. I'm stunned at them. I'm like, so if it's rent's $1,400, even if all the other stuff's really expensive, that's $2,000 a month. Each one of you only has to make $12,000 a year after taxes, and you can't make that. Shit, man, a big city, you're going to get more per hour, even at the lower job. Get off your ass.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. He lives in a big city. He should have more contracts just by being there.
You just got here, but I've been talking about this shit for a long time. How long I've been telling that? I've been telling you guys this. I've been telling you for a long time, right? I've been telling you for a long time, so it's not even surprising to me. I'm sitting here giggling and laughing and shit.
Yeah.
That's why I asked her the question because I already knew the answer, but I did this for you. I said, that nigga working? And what did he say? What?
Sometimes.
His
Something like
income
that.
is not as consistent.
I said, well, who gonna be responsible for paying? John, God, what she said? Who she said gonna be responsible?
Well, we both are, but me more so.
She said gonna be me, right? So all now, I've already told you guys, I go in and out these niggas' houses and shit. Bitch be doing more talking than the nigga, right? It's her house. She doing the goddamn talking and raising hell. I told you with Shadarica. You remember Shadarica?
Yeah.
That nigga them busted ass dog
The
that
woman
ass.
who cussed Trisha out.
Are you listening to Shadarica? The busted ass dog that shoe, he sat over there like a little baby, like a child, while she running her mouth back and forth. She the one responsible for the rent. She do the talking. So when you talk about all this matriarchal black society, nigga, I just showed it to you twice now. This is twice. Right? I know you're going to stand over here. It's anecdotal. At least twice, right? Maybe I'm the only nigga out here that's seeing this shit. Maybe not. Right? It's your choice to decide. Is this what you just heard here? That's more likely than norm in Black America. Right? They can't get along with each other, can't get along with family, fucking, they fighting, they fussing. They living in hotel rooms and hoping that I'll let their ass come stay in my house. What do you guys think? You think I should rent to that lady? Well, if she had the money, you got the problem.
John, you ain't gonna rent to that lady. It don't matter what we say.
Hey, you know what I will tell you?
Stop, you got to stop asking these stupid questions, man.
I will tell you though.
I need some weed.
I mean, I would.
Audio visual. That nigga insults me.
She calling back? She calling back.
John's at the dispensary.
Hey, Master Kim, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? Hey, do you know if that lady had kids at all, or just her and her boyfriend?
It was her and her man, I think.
Yeah, if she had kids, she would have been a little bit more sweeter. Would have said, "Hey, well, would you know," and save his East Side hookups just in case, right? She would have left the phone a little bit more pleasantly, and just to keep that door open, right?
Do it for my baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think she had kids.
But
that to me makes it even worse, man. Like,
I think
imagine if she did have kids.
This woman's character.
She'd probably be more responsible if she did have kids, honestly.
You know, John, what you just showed us here reminded me of something, and that is, you know what a pragmatist is?
Yeah.
It's an optimist with experience. And that's what you are. You're an optimist with experience. That makes you a pragmatist real quick.
I am very pragmatic. I will say that. I'm definitely not a pessimist.
Yeah, that was brutal, man.
$1,300. You people ain't had $1,300 between.
John just popped her balloon from a rental standpoint.
Like the bigger
John, I got an idea. Yo, this gave me an idea. Thanks, Tom. You ever thought about doing a pop the balloon but for tenants? Like you would. No, I'm serious. Do it. No, you should do it for a stream. Do it for a stream. You bring out one of your tenants, and you tell us whatever information you want to tell us, and then we all see if she's good to rent to or not.
Bullshit. You bring 5 of them into one of his places, and they do it right there in the room. The winner gets the apartment.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I've kind of started doing it, man. Like, I started doing like a landlord virtual open happy hour. Like, as I said, I'm trying to move away totally from Airbnb, and so one of the things I'm doing, like virtual open houses, maybe once or twice a week, where, you know, I'm advertising on Facebook. I tell you, hey, come online, take a look what we got. You know, I'm trying to add some AI features, stuff like that to it. You know, just to get around the middleman. And I think it'll be pretty good content. If people like her call in, or I have people like that call in, even better, you know. But what shocked you most? Yeah, I guess it was the lack of $1,300. Is that what shocked you, HB?
You said what?
What shocked you most? The lack of the $1,300, or what?
I think what shocked me the most was that she didn't want to go to the hood. Like, that to me,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Just growing up where I grew up, I ain't never really been afraid or just never looked down on like, oh, I'm not gonna live over here because it's a bunch of black folks. Like I grew up around black folks, so I've never had that feeling. Now, obviously, if you got a little bit more money, you know, you want to move to more high class areas, obviously. But for me, you know, if the money ain't right, you got to live where the money is right. And I don't think there's any shame in that. Like you can save up better that way.
You know, you just hit a point, HB. With her trying to live in Northwest, if I'd have given her a real price, she couldn't have afforded it.
Yeah,
I'm just around on the call. Like, let me see if she'll at least jump. Let me see how much money this nigga. If I just say, hey, lady, it's gonna be $40 a week, there's no way she can pay it. Right? I know she ain't got that. Right? And especially I say, hey, I need 2-3 weeks up front. She ain't got that. I said, damn, at least gotta have 2 weeks up front. Was it $650? She ain't got $650. See, I get paid next week. Me and my nigga, I got a pussy, he got a dick. We can't come up with $650. How the hell that happened? Right? Something education. They already educated. She said she's a traveling nurse or something. Well, no, what she did, Apple, whatever the fuck, Apple, right? Like, this ain't an education problem. It's not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
then the thing too about like how dangerous it is, man. It's like, man, I feel like it's only dangerous if you in it. You know, like if you're in that shit, then yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah. If you're in that life, yeah, dang, you're in the criminal life. Dang. But it's like, bro, like,
the thing shocked me was there's 2 of them. That's two part-time jobs, 2 20-hour-a-week jobs, and you're clear.
Master Kim, did you hear the call we just had? We might have to play it back if you didn't hear.
Oh yeah, that was a great call. I listened, and I was trying to think of something kind of slick to say. So that woman's hooked up with a trifecta loser, or in hockey terms, hat trick loser, catching a case, having a dope problem, and bad credit. Boy, she's always going to be poor, going from house to house, room to room. I will say this, that you had mentioned before the people that kind of rent from you, you can predict what their problems are, and a lot of it's their character problem. Just like HB said, she was kind of snuffing her nose at it's almost like, how do you treat people that are more powerful than you? And she can't even do that. She dogged her sister out at their sister's house, and even to let you go off the phone, she should have been as polite as hell to you, because you don't know what next week she might be kicked out of the hotel next week, and she might be begging you to give her the East Side home that she just kind of disrespected you about. You know what I mean? So again, but thank God you got that service for her. She could have even finessed you on the first week. I'm sure you would have been open ears to it. You know what I mean? But just like you've said before, a lot of these people got character flaws to the point where they can't even go to a family member and hustle them for money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, she said she was getting a little help from family, so on and so forth. But Master Kim, again, the biggest thing I think you will see here is that, like, they don't really have families. They got brothers and sisters and shit that by blood. But real family, y'all gotta figure that shit, a way to work that shit out. Like, you can't put your family members out in the street. And if you find yourself in a situation where, this is happening regularly, then that problem has to be resolved amongst your own people. It's not race. It doesn't matter how many Indians or white people or whoever the school. Like, this is the most foundational aspects of how you get ahead in society. And they can't even find a place to live. And partly it's due because they fear living around their own people. I don't know. Does any other race of people in America fear living around their own race? I don't know. Right? Wholesale, right?
Not like black folks. Not like black folks.
Yeah, but it's economy based.
And you know what's so crazy, man? I got white people live over here right now. People over here right now, probably with more money than her, right? And they over here, they figured it out. I can't shit. Got a fucking Arab right down here in the basement. You've seen him. Fucking Arab guy right here in the basement. She's more afraid with her boyfriend than him. What does that say about what blacks truly think about each other? I would love to hear Stanley. What Stanley has said.
Stanley's here.
Heck, Stanley's been real. He's been real. I think he's over there brewing up something. I think he's
He right. He got his script right.
Yeah, Stanley.
He's gonna be hot when he comes out. Sure.
Stanley's making a Broadway play level
That Wicked
response to you.
That Wicked site's pretty deep.
Oh yeah, speaking of Wicked, have y'all actually seen the commercial for that or the advertisement for the play?
Nah.
You got the pretty white woman for the
Oh
lead.
yeah.
Got the ugly black African chick. It got Joy Reid as the.
I was thinking about
the
that,
villain.
Gary. What dial do you think is?
HB, what you say? You're cutting out.
I said, what dial do you think is gonna sell more?
Is it Ariana Grande? The Ariana Grande one probably.
Yeah, probably.
The Stormy Daniels fleshlight will be the best-selling doll.
No, the Funko Pops. They'll definitely sell.
John, I didn't hear the whole call.
Oh yeah. Which is one of the things that Stanley. One of the things that
I heard the part about the ghetto, like she didn't want to live in the hood.
Yeah. And as I've said, Stanley, like.
But you know the issue I have with that, Stanley, is she's got hood money though.
Mm-hmm.
You got
she says she does. I mean,
yeah, you got to live in the hood money, but you don't want to live there. That to me just makes no sense.
And you know what else is crazy?
She's a girl, right?
No, she had a boyfriend with her. She had a boyfriend with her.
Oh.
Her boyfriend ain't doing that either.
Yeah, and I think that's the saddest part, man. It's like
all that.
Slinging that D.
Y'all. He could go work at.
people.
He's paying in back shots.
He could go work at McDonald's and pay half that rent, man.
He could go to Apple and work with her.
He could go to Best Buy, work at Geek Squad in a heartbeat.
No. I don't believe that nigga can get no Geek Squad. I worked at Geek Squad. It's not too bad, but
His audio
he
visual,
wouldn't like it.
His audio visual, he ought to be able to Geek Squad it. That's not that hard.
We've seen that, and I've told you over and over, man, the women are doing pretty well.
I don't know who said it, but I could do bad by myself, man. That shit. I don't know who said that. I think it was Mary J. Blige, but I could do bad all by myself, man.
Master Kim, did you hear that she's saying in motel?
Point.
Master Kim, she was staying in motels. Like
another human being.
They're just a bunch of dummies. I mean, also, what about his network of family and friends that can help? It's almost she's carrying all the weight.
They're probably worse.
Well, his family at least gave her a place to live. His family at least gave her a place to live initially, right? His family at least gave her a place to live initially, and then they fucked that up, right?
And, buying in on the whole contractor, free agent, doing work, government bid. It's like, dog, come on, that's not real money.
Yeah, that's not real money.
Banks don't loan mortgages on. I'm independently self-supported agent, entrepreneur, contractor. You can't get.
Why do you think that? And again, I'm going back to. I'm making a point here. You guys feel free to chime in and wherever. It's her place. She calling around. Like that, man. I keep trying to tell you, man. It flips the whole relationship upside down. If that nigga a minute late getting in the house, she can lock the door, put his black ass out. This ain't your place. I live here. I pay the rent here. She could pull that card on him anytime and make him feel like a little boy. Like that little boy that was in the house with Shadarika. He sat his ass down, watched. She talked to the man in the house. Me. He better not even get up and say nothing. He turns the relationship of men upside down. That's why 70% of them voted for Kamala. Shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The other thing was the reason she got kicked out, you know, was stupid. It's like she thinks like our grocery, her groceries. That's I don't do that bullshit. It's like,
Yeah,
well, if I was staying in somebody else's house for free,
It wasn't the
I
groceries,
would
man.
be glad to have them have some of my groceries to show my gratitude and respect. And
Tom, it wasn't the groceries.
Like, tell
That's not the reason.
but that's what she said.
Flyer up
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I used to have a flyer. I put it up every now and then. I actually did a stream on it. And it's how I've set up my houses. You ever heard of the tragedy of the commons, Tom?
No.
Teaching moment here. Tragedy of the commons. I read about this years ago, man. I can't remember what book I read it about.
There we go. I got it.
Here it is. I'll put it up on the screen for everyone. New in the chat, the tragedy of the commons refers to a situation where individuals acting in their own self-interest overexploit a shared resource, leading to its depletion and ultimately harming everyone who relies on it. The kitchen and the bathroom suffers the greatest tragedy of the commons inside of a house. I go piss on the seat. I ain't gonna wipe this shit up. I'm leaving. I'm about to check out. Shit and streak the toilet. That's for you to clean, not me. I make a mess. I'm about to check out. I cooked some eggs and shit this morning. Oh, well, for the people that want to come in behind me, or this is my hair day. Remember that? Remember the hair day?
Yeah. Shanarika left all that hair in the bathroom. She
No,
didn't
she
even
was
clean
in the
up after
bathroom.
herself.
But first off, she said, I'm going to take the bathroom, the common area. I'm going to take that for my own, right? And it ultimately harmed everyone, right? But no one wants to live somewhere where one person is taking up the bathroom, right? Causing one lady to lose her job or be sent home from work. This is how they do each other, how they undermine and lower everyone else's standards because they can't get along. They can't share the commons, and it ends up becoming a tragedy for all. That is that. I've showed you that with Shanarika, the lady laid off from work, whatever, killing each other, beating each other up, so on and so forth. But the biggest thing for there is she wasn't willing to live around people that look just like her. She can't take advantage of her own racial advantages. It's cheaper over here around blacks. Nobody else wants to live here, including her. She can't take advantage of it though.
I think that to me was the saddest part of everything, man. That was the saddest part.
Most of the time they be up, they try to dance around the HB. It's too bad over there, but she came right out like, I made her say it though. I'm like, bro, you scared of the brother man's sister man? Hell yeah.
I don't know, child, man. I guess I don't know, man. This shit is really hypocritical though. I will say that.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
I think especially if you can't afford it, that's what's so hypocritical to me.
Yeah.
She keeps staying in a motel, going deeper and deeper down the abyss before she come living together for cheaper. This is what blacks have done to each other. This is what they've done, man. Put that shit in numbers. I don't know if you can or not. If you could put it in numbers, you will see financial ruin.
You think they could make it on the price, you know, down south? What did she say? Southeast? I mean, it's like $300 difference. It's like, well, if you can make $1,300, are you gonna be able to make $1,000?
No, you gotta have a car. They gotta have a car.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Living in a big city,
it's free.
Yeah. That's the thing. Living in a big city, everything costs more, but you got way more utilities, opportunities. You know, you could. I mean, I'm guessing her boyfriend probably sells weed or something. So
Ain't
you
no
know he
need to be
can't.
so around.
Nah,
Yeah,
he sells audio visuals.
He ain't got no car, right?
yeah. You're right.
I ain't calling that nigga. I ain't calling that nigga. My weed man just left, right? He
Yeah,
ain't got no car.
yeah. He
I ain't
can't
gonna
even
bring no
sell
weed
weed,
man.
Heck, you don't even need a car. You can get one of them little scooters that you got, John.
But
If all
his
else
mind,
fails.
his paradigm is you got to get a car to get around.
You
Ain't
don't
no
need to get a car.
He ain't no migrant. He don't understand nothing about no riding the scooter around his transportation.
And that's why that nigga broke.
This is what they do in the summertime. There's 2 scooters in my backyard. Oh my.
Would you lend her one?
Hell no, ain't that one. She could buy one.
Hey,
Yeah,
Master
probably
Kim,
steal it.
Master Kim. You know, I think growing up where we grew up, like being broke was just never an option. You know, like you didn't have to be rich, but being broke, nah. You gotta have some type of. You gotta have something stacked up. You gotta. It's either stack or starve, man. You gotta.
Stay at home, big mom.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm surprised that that lady got off the phone without trying to finesse John. I mentioned earlier that she should have been pleasant as hell to save you as the backup to the backup plan.
Yeah.
You know, Mexican, when she said that about the food in the kitchen, I knew what she was going at. And people here probably didn't understand what was being said. So what she said was there was an issue in the kitchen, right? About some food or something, correct? And she said, I don't do like that. My shit is for everybody, blah, blah, blah. That shit don't be true, man. Like, it might be true to a point, right? Yeah, I'll share my chips with you once I open them. But until they open, they ain't for you. I share shit once I decide to consume it. Don't come in my house and open up my shit. That's how they see the world. You understand? That's how they view the world. I don't know what makes it different, it being open versus unopened. But if my shit ain't open, don't open it is how they view it. And so, more than likely, Aunt brought in a cake or a pack of chips or something. And one of them niggas wanted something and they ate it. And she was like, but I be bringing food in here. What the fuck about? But I ain't opened that shit yet. It could be as simple as that. I guarantee you. It's as simple as that. I'm tempted to call her back and say, tell me what y'all fell out about. Well, what exactly was it? And I would bet
It could be the boyfriend ate it all and blamed it on someone else.
Could have been that. But if they sharing food, well, fuck it. There's something else in there to eat, right? But I wanted that at that point in time. That's what I wanted. And you ate it. It wasn't yours. Don't matter what the fuck else you brought in here. That wasn't yours. And that be the crux of the argument.
I might be wrong, and I have no reason to, I don't know, proof of this, but that sounds to me like the sister-in-law. There was a ton of other shit, and it came to a head with some bullshit over food, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's like you're coming in late, you're making too much noise, you're raising hell in here, you don't pick up after yourself on down the line. It's like food too, get the hell out of here.
I have seen niggas get into like full-on fights just because someone has a history of interrupting somebody.
Yeah, it could have been anything.
Yeah.
And again,
You didn't flush the toilet, you kick your ass out.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they, in some ways, they're so emotional that they're running their mouth too much. She shouldn't have even told me that she had a problem with her family. I was going to tease it out of her anyway. But she just volunteered. Yeah, my sister kicked me out in the middle of the night. Blah, blah, blah. Like, why would I want to bring that kind of dysfunction and shit? You can't get along with your own family. I'm bringing you in here with some strangers. I know that ain't going to work. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. That was a good teacher moment though, John. I will say that. I think if you didn't learn anything, learn that you don't want to ever be in that position.
Get along with your family and friends. You got to work that shit out. You know what I'm saying? It's too expensive to be out here living in motels because you couldn't get along with your sister-in-law or whoever. Y'all need to figure that shit out,
Got to start living in their car.
Yeah, they don't have a car though. That's the fucked up part about it, man.
Think for the John Galts of the world. Hey, John, what side of town was she talking about in comparison to your houses that I drove by?
Yeah, she wanted to be on the other side of town in my other properties, you know.
Okay.
And, you know, in the official Washington, D.C., you know, Northwest.
Yes.
And, you know, I was given a, you know, a decent deal, you know, very deal.
And no deposit, too.
Yeah, I don't charge deposit, yeah. And so,
John, real talk, is Southwest actually that bad? The way she described it, Southeast, not Southwest.
You know, a lot of these blacks are traumatized, you know, by what they've seen. And then there is an element of blacks that they want to live like white people, honestly. You know what I'm saying? And they want to be able to walk outside and go to a coffee shop, a cafe, even if they ain't got the fucking money to go to afford this shit. They need to be drinking their coffee at home like me.
I want to live like Asians.
Right. And they, you know, they want to be, you know, they want to be close to the action without the action money. So oftentimes, like where Rosger live stream, you see a lot of blacks who are in and around the area. They don't live around there. They can't consume any of the businesses and things like that because they're high-end stores and restaurants. So they're just hanging around, getting pissed off, looking at everybody else eating and drinking. You know, shit, I mean, I'd rather be over here in the hood. I ain't have any money. Leave me in the hood where I don't even see that shit to remind me of what I don't have.
See if they can start up a hood coffee shop or something. Call it Dark Niggas Brewery or something.
All right, let me get Gary out of here. Hold on a second.
But you know, Master Kim, you know what I'm saying? Like, you think about that store we analyzed in Baltimore. Remember that store, Master Kim? Master Kim.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you know, one of the things that people in the audience kept saying, well, you ain't gonna make that much money in that store. Do you remember that, Master Kim? You're not gonna make, right? Well, how much money do these poor blacks have? They ain't got shit. It would have been a beautiful thing for them, right? They could have just on here, they could have lived in the store and worked it too, just like a migrant, right?
Right, and just like you mentioned before, it doesn't matter what the margin is, whether the stuff they're selling makes tight margin or big margin. It's that cash flow that's going to save your grandma's house from a tax foreclosure. You know what I mean? Meaning that kind of volume and velocity of cash in that type of business.
And here they are trying to work somewhere. And it brings me to this. I had bookmarked some shit I wanted to talk about this shit. Teachable moment. Let me see. And Stanley, I want you to listen to this because you got a son. Maybe to spread some of this wisdom to him.
Okay.
And it is the kind of, you know, it's not the most insightful. Most of you people probably have heard of this guy before. I haven't. Let me see if I can. It's a clip from, I hope I have it, but I'm not pissed off at myself. Let's see if I have it. Let's see. Try. It's not it. I'm looking for it. Anyway. Yeah, I found it. All right. Yeah. Let me share my screen with you guys. And give me 1 second. For those of you interested. This is Robert Kiyosaki. Most of you probably have heard of Robert Kiyosaki, right?
Yep.
My rich dad started teaching me about money on one condition. And that condition was he would never pay me. He says, the moment I pay you, you think like an employee. He says, that's the trap. Entrepreneurs work for free. And now I'm 9 years old, my head's going cracking in half. He says, you never want a paycheck. You understand that, kid? I said, okay, I got it. And he says, well, how do I make money? He says, that's what entrepreneurs figure out. So how do I learn about money? So he would just break out a Monopoly game board. So I would work for free and pick up cigarette butts and get hotels and restaurants, and I would clean and do menial tasks. And as I got older, I started getting into office work and marketing and accounting. I was an apprentice basically, but I always worked for free. And he would teach me about money. The way he taught me about money was playing Monopoly. And finally one day I got upset. I said, well, when are you going to teach me about money? He says, what do you think we're doing? We're playing Monopoly. He goes, no. What do you think we're doing? We're playing Monopoly. He says, what do you think we're doing? Says, I don't know. I teach you about money. And then that's when, you have one greenhouse. He says, there's many formulas for great success in money. There's thousands of them. But one of the best ones found on the game of Monopoly. Still is today. 4 greenhouses, 1 red hotel. So what? He says, one of the greatest ways to acquire great wealth is playing Monopoly in real life. 4 greenhouses, 1 red hotel. But is that all there is? He goes, that's it. And he says, what do you think I'm doing? And I went, I don't know. So then he took me out and he showed me his greenhouses. And 10 years later, when I was 19, I was now in school in New York, and I come back to Hawaii, and Rich Dad had bought the biggest piece of land smack dab in the middle of Waikiki Beach. And when you go to Waikiki Beach today, you'll see the Hyatt Regency Hotel. That was his hotel.
Just like the game of Monopoly.
Just like the game of Monopoly.
Acquired assets and they became bigger assets.
He just kept what's called an assemblage, because that property wasn't that big at the time. So he had to buy out all the small guys. Because Waikiki was a little dirtwater little town. So he'd buy out this shop owner and buy that shop owner. And it took him a while, but he finally assembled this large piece of property. And then he and Hyatt put up this giant hotel. And it just sold for $800 million. So that's how I learned about money.
And I think so many people try to go about it by working. These people work. The lady that just called, and there's nothing against working, but there has to be something greater than just working for no end. There has to be a means to an end there. And a lot of times these people, they have a head full of education, but they can't make a living. I've always wondered why. I guarantee you this lady has education. The boyfriend at least has 12 years of high school. But here we are. They don't have $1,300 between them. Probably don't have $650 between them. Hey, what went wrong here? Did they go wrong? But were they not paying attention to how the world is working today? I'm not quite sure. Something's definitely wrong there.
John, I can tell you that over the years, I've found out that people, they understand the work they do, but they don't understand how the business they work for makes money. So they come in every day, and if they're an accountant or if they do creative work or they do IT work, they know that job. But the company that they work for, they really don't understand how it makes money at all. And I think that's like a fundamental thing that's never taught at college, ever. They'll teach you all the principles and things like that. But I had a kid come in one time. He won $100,000 a year, first job, hadn't even graduated from college. And I said, well, okay, what will you do for this company to justify that level of income? He couldn't. Well, I got bills to pay. I want a new car. I got college to pay off. I said, I understand all that. But do you understand how this company makes money off of what you do? We bill hours to our client. You need to be 2,000 hours a year billable. That means fully billable, 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year. We bill you out at $150. They bill me out at $300. Okay, so you're going to make 2,000 times 150. Do the math for me. And we start doing the math, and it's like, okay, now take out your benefits. Company's got to make a profit. You still worth $100,000, and they don't get it. They absolutely don't get it.
Yeah. I think that's part of it. Yeah. I definitely think that's part of it.
And that's one aspect of the business.
That is a very important thing you just mentioned. That's extremely important.
Yeah, that's one aspect of our business. We buy media. We buy the time on the air for TV and radio commercials. We used to make 15%. Now we make 7%. So look at the media billings, take 7% of that, and that's what we make. You got to understand how we make money on this. We do production. We make billboards. We make brochures, direct mail pieces, all that. We make money on that printing. Okay, they could do it themselves cheaper, but they let us do it, and we get a percentage. That's the business we're in. Okay, you got to understand all of this. When we're going for a big account, you need to try harder because that's more money, that kind of thing. But a lot of people do not understand the way the company or even themselves as an entrepreneur. This is where the profit comes from. This is how my business makes money. I've had people say, well, yeah, it's good when we sell this high ticket item because we make a lot of profit on it. We don't sell many of those. All our money comes from this entry level product that costs less, but we sell 1,000 times more of them. So you look at that and you think, oh, that's the cheap thing we sell. I don't want to work on that. That's beneath me. Well, that's where the dollars are coming from.
Yeah, that's where the money is going.
Yeah.
And speaking also where the money goes is when you have healthcare provided by your job, healthcare administrators far outpace physicians in growth. You see, this is a tweet by Elon Musk, by the way. Oh, that government efficiency, I guess he's chomping at the bit to attack stuff like this. And you see the admin growth, the top line here. Physician growth, bottom line. That makes sense. You know why that makes sense? And I asked you this question the other day, Stanley. I said, you can give everybody in the world a healthcare card, but where the doctor's going to come from? You can't make that green line spike up. You can't make a slumdog millionaire doctor if he ain't got it in him. So that line has been more or less flat. We've lowered the standards to become a doctor, and still that line is flat. But yet all the healthcare demands for healthcare card, everybody got a healthcare card in their pocket. But where the doctors at?
You make more physicians' assistants.
Yeah.
Got plenty of nurses.
I imagine that line doesn't have much more of an incline than the green line.
I mean, yeah, all the physicians got replaced by Google.
Yeah, what we can do is just make a lower standard for the physician's assistants or doctors, and that's how we can juice that green line. But I don't think you can make doctors, right? If you ain't got anything you don't want to do.
Speaking of the VA healthcare system, they've been able, the VA system is kind of a closed loop, though. It's a world, within the healthcare system, but for the plain old physical, nothing too complicated, because that's what most probably, just health yearly checkups, that sort of thing, or where, a lot of the physician's assistants pretty much take care of.
I think that, I guess the point that I think is
the nurse practitioners and physician's assistants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the nurse practitioners, like you just can't like nurse practitioners are pretty specialized. It's damn near doctor. They can write prescriptions, right? And so that line for them is going to look just like the line for the doctors. You're going to have a lot of nurses, but you're not going to have a lot of nurse practitioners and physicians for this. You're not going to be able to grow that line, that green line, the way the government grew that red line. The government grew that red line, right? As you can see, I don't know, take out the text on the line, but that's not organic growth there. That's somebody juicing the system, and it's admin growth. It's not doctors. And I would bet you that even that little small increase in the doctors is more or less the government lowering their standards. We probably haven't increased doctors in this country, relative to the percentage of the people here walking around with healthcare cards ever. Because again, even out on the tail where there's a little bit of an increase in doctors, the population in this country has exploded in the last 30, 40 years. But what are doctors? That's just my point.
John, you ever going to show this chart to Be Brave?
I was hoping he'd be up here. I tell him. Hey, Stanley, Portia has a comment up here. I think she's talking about Ukraine, but you may know.
Yeah, we've been going back and forth in the chat. Basically, well, like she said, Putin's kind of modified a doctrine or something in response to those ATACs or whatever the missiles are called. You remember Biden authorized use of these longer range missiles, and Ukraine saw fit to fire 5 of them.
Yeah, well, they probably didn't fire them by themselves. I think those things are pretty technical to fire. You probably had to have U.S. assistance or at least training. Right? And they wouldn't do that by themselves.
Probably training, but I don't know. I think
they wouldn't do that without express permission from the United States. Somebody, Blinken, somebody in the Secretary.
Biden gave them permission to use the missiles.
Okay, Biden, somebody.
Hey, you know what? We're gonna, there could be a nuclear response.
Yeah.
This was shot down, so I don't. I think it's just battling on Putin's part.
I read something years ago, and maybe I thought it up. I think I did before I read it. But basically, it was like, Russia and the United States could be, they're the 2 most Christian, whitest countries, something to that effect. You could be off by something, right? But 2 big oil exporting, predominantly white Christian countries. Is that fair? Someone, before I go too far, someone feel free to cut me off.
Russia's Christian.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I think that's fair to say.
Okay. It'd be like a powerhouse. The 2 of them together would be a powerhouse, right? In terms of oil production, westernized values, things like that. Even though what Russia's not a Western country, it's kind of westernized parts of it, St. Petersburg, Moscow. And it seems to me that someone wants to keep a wedge between those 2 countries. The whole Russia collusion, it never really bore itself out to be much of anything, if anything. And now this persistence on war. And so Portia says, why would he do this on his way out? Well, it makes perfect sense to me. If you have a hard on for Russia, then you saddle Donald Trump with the fallout from all this. In my opinion, these people really want war with Russia. Is Daniel Nixon in the audience? I know what he wants me to say, the magics. But I do believe that there is something to that these people don't like the Russians. It goes back probably older than United States history, I'm sure. And that is why I think that if Biden did do this, it was because of external pushes or forces that have a bigger gripe Russia than the United States does. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I don't really get besides like the movies and stuff. I really don't get the kind of the hatred for Russia by the U.S.
Well, I don't think it's the U.S. I think it's man. Like
with them for 50 years.
I mean, I think
hold on, what? Yeah, what else?
No, I didn't hear Stanley. Sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
I said, a lot of this, Biden's an old man, a former Cold Warrior. A lot of, reaction to Russia is kind of hangover from the Cold War.
I don't think this is Biden. I don't believe this is Biden. Honestly.
Well, supposedly he gave permission. Frankly, it's a tempest in a teacup. I don't know that I would have, given Ukraine permission.
Well, as I said to you guys earlier, like when Biden goes to bed at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whatever time he goes to bed, it's not a criticism of Biden. He's an older man. Older people start going to bed early. And he's never been a real high energy guy, so he probably, retires pretty early. And all the little teenagers and cats come out to play. I mean, they're doing their own foreign policy. probably outside of the knowledge of Biden. That's my thought, right? Like they may bring him half truths, half the story, kind of like they were accused of doing with Trump with the presidential daily briefings. They can put things in there and, confuse him, lie to him, even if he's paying attention, or they just have people around him just making decisions. But I don't believe Biden would have done that. I mean, his grandchildren here, not to say that the other people don't.
This is a non-story, in my opinion. I'm not going to waste a whole lot of brain power on it.
Well, that's interesting. Me either. I'm not going to waste a lot of brain power, but it is interesting that he would have fit his administration would allow that to happen. You don't think so?
Well, the thing is Putin's not going to do anything without Trump's permission. They've already talked. It's saber rattling. If there is a nuclear response, then, we go from there. But, what is it? November? In 2 months, Trump will have, be in place. He can deal with his buddies.
Yeah, I think they're trying to escalate it before Trump gets in office. So,
and I think
Portia said something.
It's a mistake. It was a mistake to give the permission. Basically, Biden's supposed to be an institutionalist. Just hold on. You got 2 months, and then it's Trump's problem.
Yeah. That's the only thing is Biden. I don't think Biden would have done that. If he was in his right mind.
Whoever's running the country.
Yeah. So I think
they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be encouraging Ukraine to get out over their skis.
Hey guys, we're 11 hours 39 minutes in. Stanley versus everybody. Support the channel. Most notably, Stanley Cross. What is it? KT-Cross? KyleeCTCross. I have to get it right, Stanley. I remember that next time.
Oh, that's all right.
Going Trucking HB, and I want to fail to Portia J, and of course me, John Galt, Cash App, Streamlabs. I think Portia even says PayPal. Feel free to support the channel any way you see fit. All right, yeah, 30 minutes here. You want to chime in, Master Kim? Anyone else?
Give me a few minutes, guys. Sorry.
Okay, take your time. Take your time. Tom, you got any opinions on this? These strikes?
Well, Stanley had mentioned the Cold War era.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just, to me, more Cold War era stuff. We're trying to prop up various democracies, or what we conceive to be democracies. I think the Joint Chiefs of Staff look at all countries from a sort of tactical standpoint. I don't think Russia is the biggest threat to them as China is, but they are every bit as militant about Russia as the Cold War era people are, because that's their stock and trade. I'm sure General Dynamics is doing somersaults over this, but I don't understand what the benefit to the United States is. If they take over the Ukraine, Russia's not going to be predominantly stronger than they are now. I know it's unfortunate that they would attack a smaller country, but why we're getting involved in the middle of it, I don't understand. I never understand.
You think it might have something to do with its proximity to the rest of Europe?
Sure. And it's very valid. But I
might have something to do with that whole road network that they're trying to build through Ukraine, Russia, and China.
Yeah.
And North Korea and North Korea.
Yeah, and
I think the currency is the bigger thing. The whole SWIFT and all that. I think it can really come unravel if all these countries start trading with each other outside of the American dollar.
Are you talking about BRICS?
Yeah, the BRICS, that's a large, piece of the global economy, the BRICS, and, maybe they've added a couple other countries, but that could be a large number of people with no demand for the dollar. That would be interesting.
John?
Mm.
Like,
the whole world, and I think I think it has something to do with feminine energy and lack of masculinity. There's of just gentlemen agreements, whether it even be politically, whether it be cop on cop or whatnot. All these gentlemen agreements are just have gone to the wayside, and I just think it's just feminine activities in politics and everything. We're going across that, testing people's patience and whatnot. So whether it be in politics, the Russian war, whatnot, all these gentlemen agreements are just being squashed, buried. And I guess that's one of the good things about maybe Trump coming in is he'll restore some of those, maybe ways of thinking that policed itself, I suppose.
Yeah, now that should be interesting. A little more manly type energy, you're saying? Masculine energy or something like that.
Well, yeah. Compared to
women,
women will take us into war. And then secondly, could they, because they want to declare martial law before the Trump takes over if we're at a wartime footing.
Damn, I never thought about that.
And not allowed
God
to take
damn,
over.
I didn't even think about that either. I didn't even think
damn,
about that.
This is a war of auras.
I didn't even think about that. Because Trump couldn't be in office if we're at if that happens.
Yeah, but do you think they have enough time? You think they have enough time to pull that off, though?
Shit, I mean, all it would take is one nuke.
Yeah, but we gotta. Yeah, but getting to that point is a daggum Rube Goldberg
it's interesting.
plan.
If Russia responded in a way that said, "Well, we're not at war," could they transition? Would they be allowed to transition to Trump?
I mean, technically yes, but also no.
I don't know. I think Stanley would be the expert on this. He is.
No, I'm not an expert other than Putin's not an idiot. I mean, why would he launch a nuke? Now's not the time to do it if you're going to do it. All the missiles were shot down. They didn't do any damage that's reported.
They were shot down. Oh, I didn't know they were shot down.
4 were shot down. 1 was damaged. So, damaged, I assume it didn't reach its target.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we actually know what their targets are?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there were targets, but, I don't know. Updating a policy is not a prelude to nuclear war necessarily. It's, in my opinion, it's just saber rattling.
I mean, could there be like a hyped up fake footing? I mean, it doesn't have to be nuclear war. Just the politics pushing it forward to make it seem like all heck is going to break loose. Just
updating the policy is definitely an escalation, but it's kind of a paper escalation.
Yeah.
You're going to say, yeah. How would any other country respond to this? And actually,
they
what's
interesting?
Policy is very American specific.
I have a question for you, Tom and Stanley. So, under the changes, a large attack on Russia with conventional missiles, drones, or aircraft could meet the criteria for a nuclear response, as can an attack on Belarus or any critical threat to Russian sovereignty. But aren't they fighting the war in Ukraine? Like, that's interesting. The Russians say, you can't fly any missiles over me, but I can fly missiles over Ukraine. Is that how it's being fought there?
Kinda.
What I get from that sentence is no different than the missiles of October. It's like Cuba had the missiles there, et cetera, but the Russians brought them, and we said, "Hey, we're not falling for that trick." I think that the policy that they stated it's fine to actually state it, but I think they would have done the same thing without the policy. Say they find out that some non-nuclear nation gets missiles and the U.S. is behind it. That nation fires them on Russia. They're not going to just hold that non-nuclear nation responsible. They're going to hold the U.S. responsible as well. So the doctrine to me is kind of like it's logic. It's not, they would have done that anyway.
But they're basically saying we can fight on Ukraine soil, but you better not launch a missile on our soil.
I think it's mainly to set up due to the fact that remember when Ukraine had that huge get back on where they reclaimed a lot of their lost land and territory during the war. I think they're afraid that they might be able to get another push like that. That's why they're trying to set all this stuff up early.
Lavrov is like the pit bull. He's saying that we strongly are in favor of doing everything to not allow nuclear war to happen. So Russia seems to have made some policy change as well.
It's a very Russian way to put it.
Yeah.
What, the attack dog?
Well, no, just the allow.
We made a policy change when we allowed them to use them.
Yeah, yeah. Both sides.
Policy change.
Yeah, we allowed Ukraine to use.
Won't allow. Such an attack inside Russian territory would represent the direct involvement of the United States and its satellites in hostilities against Russia.
Yep, very United States specific. So the other countries aren't really mentioned.
It's interesting he doesn't mention the EU countries. They provide a lot of weapons. I guess it's the United States.
They're not providing long-range missiles, apparently.
Okay.
Guess they just don't care. I mean, I'm pretty sure Putin's end goal is to reinstate the Soviet Union, so he might just want to do it just to expand.
Well, you know, we know it didn't work the first time. Why would it work the second time?
Tell him that.
Well, tell Jordan Peterson that. Maybe Jordan Peterson will talk to him.
I didn't think. I thought it was more reactionary from Putin. I didn't.
It is
not written up. It is, but it also isn't, because Putin's been setting up wars with trying to spike wars with Europe for years. That's the reason why he keeps sending so many troops to North Africa.
Yeah, North Africa will definitely spark a war in Europe.
Yeah, he's trying to set up bases over there so that they can do a preemptive invasion.
Well, there's
no. I think it's more Gary. And come on, I think it's more defensive than anything.
It makes sense.
No, because the more countries you get added to NATO, I think that's what he's.
Yeah, basically, you know, the way I look at it is, you know, Russia got really upset that, you know, Ukraine could become a NATO country. Right. His dumbness in invading Ukraine created 2 more NATO countries on his border, Finland and was it Sweden? So I mean, you know, Putin's not that smart.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was just about to mention is they were going at Scandinavia there for a while too, and those countries immediately, at least one of them went, yeah, we'll join NATO. Cool, awesome. So he did pretty much create that situation.
He eliminated, you know, the possibility of one country and got 2 for his troubles. Putin's not that bright. You know, I understand that, you know, he's Trump's buddy, but
speaking of Putin, has he found a successor yet? He's getting up there in age.
Shit, he doesn't need a successor. I'm thinking maybe it'll be Baron Trump.
Come on, Stanley. Come on.
Is that why Trump married? What's her name? Okay.
Traditionally, the way Russian leaders leave office doesn't really allow them to have much say in their successor.
And you don't want to be named as a successor because you could be killed too.
Yeah,
it's kind of like how African leaders leave. They leave by the bullet.
Ask Trotsky, man. They not only did he leave
him all the way to Mexico.
Exactly, and waited, and then got the assassin to fall in, to get his daughter to fall in love with him, and then get that ice pick out.
More Russian leaders have died away from Russia than, or at least as many.
Russian leaders go out like the mob. They don't pick when, they don't pick where, and they don't pick their successor.
I don't know. Putin might be different though. He hasn't been. When's the last time he's been attempted to be assassinated?
That we've heard of?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, they're probably like a billion. There's probably like a billion going on right now. He could be fighting some ninja right fucking now.
Actually,
don't know.
There was large protests. He had, I don't know whether he had put some activist in jail that then died in custody. And if this was back in,
yeah, I heard about that. This was a couple years. This was like 1 or 2 years ago, right?
This was just this past, I want to say March, April, May, but and it was during, I think, in proximity to their elections. But there were
Are you talking about that? You're talking about that white woman, right?
No, this was a dude that was an activist. That was.
You mean the one who recently died in jail? Fairly recently?
Yeah, and there were.
Yeah, he came back, and they put him in jail. That dude, I forget his name.
Yes. Yeah, and they had his mom out there wondering, well, how was he killed in the thing and blah, blah, blah. But there were protests all over the place. Now, they were quickly, you know, how Russia is. They're quickly done away with, but it was far more public than anything they'd seen in a while.
Like I said, the last news I heard about Russia was that one white lady was running for office. I forgot her name. And they she ended up getting a bunch of petitions. She ended up getting a bunch of petitions for her election. She didn't go through the ballot method, but they disqualified her because she tried to go through an unconventional method, saying it was unconstitutional or something similar to that.
I don't know about that one, Gary. I don't remember that one. A woman running for office?
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find an article.
Talk about feminine energy.
That's Alexei Navalny.
Oh, yeah. Is that a woman?
No, that's the guy.
No, that's the guy. I'll find the woman.
Or was a guy.
Yeah, it was the guy. I mean, they didn't put deadly poison, radium, or whatever it is in his coffee, but they...
Well, they had him in jail. It was a lot easier.
A lot easier. They had to drink the coffee.
Scott.
It is kind of interesting back in the day, and Stanley will hopefully echo this. Every TV show, from $6 Million Man to the FBI to everything, the Russians were it's usually someone from the Middle